Eternal Heart Chapter 105 to Chapter 154. Qin Yu's words were unkind and even a bit angry. Chu Fengyun smiled wryly. He had expected to face the other party's displeasure or even anger after explaining the truth. But now, Qin Yu was no longer an ordinary inner disciple of the Yunhui Gate. He had two elders as his backing. Even the Chu family had to be wary of such a person. They couldn't afford to offend him. After a long while, Qin Yu took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Since you've come to this conclusion, why don't you persuade your daughter to give up on Yunfei or change to a family of equal status? My daughter is stubborn. She's been bewitched by Yunfei and won't say anything more. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to provoke the sect master." Chu Fengyun shook his head. He didn't say that Chu Wanyu was naive enough to think that she could share the burden of the Demon Bone Palace's invasion after marrying Yunfei. Plop, Chu Fengyun suddenly knelt down and begged in a sorrowful voice, "I beg for your help. My daughter can be saved as long as the marriage is maintained. With your current status, you don't have to fear Yunfei." This scene gave Qin Yu a fright. "City Lord Chu, please get up." Chen Tianwei, Chen's father, and the others hurriedly pulled Chu Fengyun up. Qin Yu had a thoughtful expression as he weighed the matter. He had already offended Yunfei. He wouldn't let him off if he had the chance in the future. With Qin Yu's current status and the support of two senior elders, he didn't have to fear Yunfei's direct threat. "As long as you agree, even if the marriage is maintained on the surface, we can think of other ways to cooperate and have a chance to save this girl. If you agree, the Chu family will reward you handsomely." Chu Fengyun continued. "Maintain the marriage on the surface? Then it's fake?" Qin Yu smiled. "When the time comes, as long as you agree, you can treat it as real. If you don't agree, I'll call off the marriage after my daughter survives the crisis." Chu Fengyun said seriously. "What does the Chu family need to pay for such a huge risk?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Chu Fengyun was already prepared. He took out a wooden box and opened it. Qin Yu took a look. Inside the wooden box was 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng, 2 fierce serpent king gallbladders, and a land deed. Qin Yu was surprised. It seemed like the Chu family was quite clear about his background in the sect. No wonder they wanted to keep this engagement. "Here's a small gift. If you are willing to marry my daughter, my Chu clan's ancestor promises to treat you as a young lord and provide you with resources. Even if it's a fake marriage, my Chu family and your Qin family will form an alliance and help each other when the Bone Devil Palace invades." Chu Fengyun said honestly. Qin Yu was deep in thought, while Chen Tianwei, Chen's father, and Chen's mom looked tempted. Especially the land deed, as well as the marriage alliance. The Chu clan was willing to treat Qin Yu as their young master and provide him with resources. One had to know. The Chu family was a large family with a Qi transformation realm cultivator. Their wealth was many times greater than that of the Qin family. However, what moved Qin Yu the most was the alliance between the Chu and Qin family. Invisibly, his parents were more stable in the mundane world. He would have less to worry about. "Apart from this, my Chu family will agree to one of your requests within a reasonable range," Chu Fengyun added. At this moment, a voice transmission sounded in Qin Yu's ear. "Qin, the Chu family's foundation is quite impressive. It said that this clan has a famous blacksmith who was once one of the top 3 blacksmiths in the Chu country." "Oh?" Qin Yu's heart thumped when he heard this. The voice transmission came from Feng Haofei. This kid was eavesdropping outside the door. "Very well. I agree to maintain this engagement for now." Qin Yu finally gave his answer. Whoosh, Chu Fengyun was relieved. The patriarch, Qin Tianwei, and the others were pleasantly surprised. Qin Yu took the 100-year earth spirit ginseng and 2 fierce snake poison. As for the land deed, he threw it to the patriarch, Qin Tianwei, without even looking at it. Qin Tianwei took the land deed and looked at it. Immediately, he was ecstatic. "If that's the case." Chu Fengyun cupped his fists and smiled. "I represent the patriarch to form an alliance with your family." A few days later, a organs refinement cultivator and several meridian opening cultivators will arrive to help the Qin family stabilize the order here. In fact, Chu Fengyun was representing the Chu family this time. His position in the family wasn't too high. The reason why he valued Chu Wanyu so much was because the patriarch of the Chu family, for some reason, loved Chu Wanyu more than the other disciples. Before Chu Fengyun left, Qinyu vaguely hinted that he might borrow the help of the Chu family's blacksmith to refine an artifact. Qinyu still had some moon spirit ores in his possession that were worth more than normal meteoric metals. If he prepared a few more materials, he might be able to refine a mid-grade weapon. Every time a precious artifact advanced a grade, the difference in quality and power was not small. For example, the difference between body forging, meridian opening, and organs refinement. I will report this to the patriarch when I return, but I may not succeed. That master craftsman agreed to be a guest advisor to the Chu family because he was saved by the patriarch. He has already returned the favor. Whether or not this master craftsman will help depends on his mood. The Chu family can't force him. Chu Fengyun said solemnly. Understood. Qinyu nodded. Special professions like blacksmith master and alchemist master are very popular in the sect world and have a very special status. In a room in the manor, Qinyu watched as Chu Fengyun and Chen Tianda left. Fang Haofei and Mu Shuiqing stood beside him. Congratulations, brother Chen, for finding such a good fortune. Fang Haofei laughed heartily. By the side, Mu Shuiqing had an unnatural expression on her face. All right. The matter here is settled. Let's get down to business. Qinyu had a leisurely expression. Their true destination for this secular mission was the Yan clan castle. The Yan clan castle used to be a secular power that was almost on par with the Chu family in this area. But in the past 10 years, the Yan clan castle had gradually declined. Not only had they lost their Qi transformation realm patriarch, but even their organs refinement cultivators had dwindled. By now, the Yan clan castle wasn't much stronger than the Chen family. A while ago, the lord of the Yan clan castle had died a violent death. Several uncles were fighting for power within the castle. Powerful clans were rising nearby, and it was suspected that the Bone Demon Palace had infiltrated. Therefore, the young master and daughter of the Yan clan castle sent requests for help to the Yunhui Gate. Qinyu and the other two became envoys of the sect and headed to the Yan clan castle to stabilize the situation. The next day, Qinyu and the other two got up and left Xiangyang City. 2 days later, a castle situated on a hill and a river gradually came into view. 2 men and a woman arrived at the castle on horseback. In front of the castle, there were 3 or 4 martial artists in leather armor guarding the gate. People from a dozen nearby villages gathered here. Around the castle, there were rivers, forests, lakes, and mines. Looking further, one could see the Cloud Abyss mountain range. I've been to this Yan clan castle before. There's even a market here for the sect world. Primal stones are the common currency there, but it's not as good as before. Fang Haofei sighed. The 3 slowly arrived at the Yan clan castle and were about to pass on the message. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. At this moment, a group of cavalry suddenly surged out of the castle and drove away all the nearby citizens. Then, a few luxurious carriages came out of the Yan clan castle. On the tower and the gate, there were martial artists who stopped. It was a solemn atmosphere. What's the meaning of this? Qinyu and the other two were deep in thought as they rode their horses. Soon, a few luxuriously dressed men and women of all ages came out of the carriages. Among them, a burly old man in his 50s wearing a wine-red robe came out first and bowed to Qinyu and the other two. I'm Yan Hong, I'm here to welcome the 3 envoys of the sect. The old man's voice was loud and clear. He was spirited and had a dignified demeanor. Some of the surrounding men and women looked at the burly old man Yan Hong with a hint of respect. Your reaction is quite fast. We've just arrived and you've already come out to welcome us. Qinyu had a strange look on his face. Behind the burly old man Yan Hong, a few more men and women walked over and greeted them respectfully. After Qinyu accepted the mission, he had a document in his hand. This Yan Hong was the most powerful person in the Yan clan castle and the elder brother of the deceased castle lord. Back then, Yan Hong was the eldest son, but the position of castle lord was inherited by his second brother Yan Song, who was the deceased castle lord. Yan Yushi greets the three envoys. This is my younger brother, Yan Fei. A pretty girl with bright eyes and white teeth bowed to him. Yan Yushi, Qinyu paid attention. This was an important member recorded in the document in his hand. She was the daughter of the deceased castle lord. Yan Yushi was a natural beauty. When she grew up, she became a famous beauty. Even when placed next to Mu Xueqing, this girl was not much inferior. Her charm had more of a young girl's tenderness, making people feel pity at first sight. Yan Fei greets the three envoys. Next to Yan Yushi, a young boy of 11 or 12 years old bowed respectfully. This young boy Yan Fei was the nominal young master of the Yan clan castle, the heir to the castle lord. Three envoys, my humble house has prepared a banquet with singers to welcome you. Yan Hong raised his hand and greeted. Banquet singers? Mu Xueqing frowned when she heard this. She seemed to dislike this style. Fang Haofei's face seemed to smile. N. Qinyu nodded slightly without batting an eyelid. The envoys invite you. Yan Hong was slightly surprised. He did not expect Qinyu, the youngest of the three, to be the leader of this trip. Immediately, Yan Hong ordered people to carry the sedan chair and invited the three envoys from the sect to enter. No need to trouble yourself. Qinyu waved his hand. The three rode on horses. It was more convenient to observe the actual situation of the Yan clan castle. Along the way, Yan Hong smiled and asked the names of the three envoys respectfully. In the crowd behind him, Yan Yushi and several elders of the Yan family fort accompanied him. Yan Yushi was slightly behind. Voila! In a sedan chair, the curtain was slightly opened, revealing a beautiful woman's beautiful appearance. Mother, do you think these three envoys are reliable? I am worried that they will be roped in by uncle. If so, not only will it be difficult to avenge father, brother, and we will have no hope of establishing a foothold in the Yan clan castle. Yan Yushi lowered her voice and looked worried. Let's wait and see and rope them in at the right time. It's just that the three envoys this time are all so young. I am afraid they will be deceived by Yan Hong's means. The beautiful woman sighed, feeling uneasy in her heart. At the same moment, near the Yan clan castle, on a big tree, a man wearing a mask lurked among the branches and leaves. He watched Qinyu and the other two enter the castle, and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. His eyes fixed on the beautiful figures of Mu Xueqing and Yan Yushi for a moment, revealing a trace of greed and lust. Yan family fort. In a luxurious and spacious hall, a few young beauties were dancing gracefully, revealing their snow-white shoulders and slender legs. Their beauty was seductive. A few musicians and singers were singing at the side. It was a scene of singing and dancing. Qinyu and Fang Haofei were sitting at the head of the table. The long table in front of them was filled with fine wine and delicacies. Not bad. Qinyu and Fang Haofei were drinking wine and enjoying the song and dance with smiles on their faces. Fang Haofei's gaze lingered on the graceful and alluring figures of the singers and dancers. Oh, Qinyu was holding a huge yellow roasted bear paw in one hand and an unknown fine wine in the other. He raised his head and took a sip. His gaze occasionally looked at the singers and dancers and nodded happily. Since entering the sect, Qinyu had never been so relaxed and enjoyed, especially with the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace. It was like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of many disciples. Mu Xueqing, who was sitting at the side, had a taut face. She was somewhat dissatisfied with the two's behavior. On the other side, a few uncles from the Yan family fort, led by Yan Hong, occasionally toasted Qinyu and Fang Haofei, flattering them. Beside Yan Hong, two middle-aged men laughed in a low voice. Sect envoy? Two immature youths. I'm afraid they can't withstand worldly pleasures. They can't even pass the test of beauty. They smiled apologetically, but in their hearts, they looked down on them. Be careful. Don't talk nonsense in private. This sect's disciples have good cultivation. Their hearing is better than ordinary people. Yan Hong glared at the two. However, seeing Qinyu and Fang Haofei enjoying themselves, Yan Hong breathed out a sigh of relief. At least, the sect envoy who came this time would not be the kind of person who was particularly difficult to deal with. It would be easier to deal with this. This is the so-called sect envoy? What's the difference between them and ordinary lecherous people? If I rely on them, my brother will not be able to make a comeback. Xianxia hid the disappointment and disgust in her heart. Beside her sat a graceful and elegant beauty. It was the beautiful woman in the carriage earlier. At first glance, this beautiful woman didn't even seem to be 30 years old. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her eyes were filled with spring. Her skin was smooth like jade. Amidst her charm, she didn't lose a kind of dignified and virtuous demeanor. Yushi, it's still hard to say now. The woman shook her head slightly. Just now, she had observed that although Chenyu and Qin Haodong's gazes often lingered on the singers and dancers, they were mostly filled with appreciation. There were no obvious distracting thoughts. That beautiful lady is Madame Yan, the widow of the fort lord. As Chenyu drank, his gaze swept across the beautiful woman. According to the information he had, Madame Yan was also an important person. She was the wife of the castle lord who had died suddenly. It was said. Before Madame Yan had married, the former castle lord Yan Tsong and her brother Yan Hong had both pursued her. Papa, Yan Hong suddenly clapped his hands, and a few pretty dancers and singers walked over with an intoxicating fragrance. The few of you, whoever can accompany the two envoys well will be heavily rewarded. Yan Hong said with a smile. Immediately, a few beautiful women smiled sweetly, and their eyes were filled with spring. They accompanied Chenyu and Qin Haodong, with a delicate posture that they could do whatever they wanted. Fang Haofei laughed, hugging them on both sides, and drank the wine that was fed to him by a beauty. There were also two beautiful girls in elegant dresses, leaning on Chenyu's shoulders, caressing him with their hands, and their bright eyes rippling. Chenyu was slightly surprised. The two beauties that Yan Hong had arranged for him were really good-looking and elegant. Before he could reach out and hug the beauties' waists, bang, Mu Shuiqing finally couldn't take it anymore, and she kicked the table in front of her. You too. You still have the mood to enjoy yourself here. Mu Shuiqing's pretty face was frosty, and her voice was a little trembling. Especially Chenyu, it made her heart ache. Once upon a time, Chenyu wholeheartedly pursued her, and other girls, no matter how beautiful, he wouldn't even look at them. Junior sister Shuiqing, we are just relaxing. Properly relaxing. Fang Haofei smiled awkwardly, and shrugged his shoulders. Chenyu had an innocent look. It seemed like he didn't do anything, not even holding the hands of the beauties. Haha. Don't misunderstand, the few envoys are tired from the journey, I just want to let the two lords drink to their heart's content, and relax, nothing else. Yan Hong quickly came over to smooth things over. Well, it's about time, it's time to talk business. Chenyu's face turned serious, and he waved his hand. Yan Hong was slightly startled, and quickly waved his hand, dismissing all the dancers and singers. In the main hall, the irrelevant people all left. Only the Yan family fort, a few important higher-ups, Yan Hong, the two uncles, Madame Yan, Yan Yushi, and her daughter were left. This youngest boy is indeed the leader. Madame Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look. In the banquet just now, she often observed the three envoys of the sect. In the end, she could not see through Chenyu. This, three lords, it's been a long journey, why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Yan Hong smiled apologetically. When he glanced at Madame Yan and her daughter, there was a hint of vigilance. Mu Shuiqing looked unhappy, tell me the general situation. She was very concerned about this mission. For some reason, she always felt that this Yan Hong was not a good person. Now there are only two things in the Yan family fort. First, my second brother Yan Tsong, who was the previous fort master, died suddenly. Now the position of fort master has not been confirmed, and the people in the fort are uneasy. Yan Hong looked worried. Oh? Chenyu's eyes flashed. Won't it be fine if we let the young castle master succeed me? He had seen that young master Yan Fei today. Hearing that, Madame Yan and Yan Yushi could not help but show anticipation and joy. Maybe this Lord Envoy is really a just person. The two girls could not help but think. Lord, although that is so. But the current young fort master is only 11 years old, he is still young and does not understand the affairs of the world, not enough to convince the people. This is the first. Yan Hong's expression was stern as he quickly said. Chen Yu nodded. It was indeed not reliable to rely on a brat to be the fort master. Secondly, the position of fort master itself has been debated. According to the rules, the eldest son is the fort master. In the past, my second brother used the demon's methods to bewitch the old fort master, forcefully taking away the position of fort master that belonged to me. Now that he is dead, I have the highest prestige in the Yan family fort, and should have the right to inherit the fort master. Yan Hong said seriously. That's right. The position of fort master should have been big brother. The two uncles beside him quickly echoed. Oh? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Many families, even the inheritance of the throne, would choose the eldest son. 3 lords, don't listen to their side of the story. Yan Yushi's pretty face was full of anger and hatred as she stood up. Say it. Mu Xueqing waved her hand, stopping Yan Hong and the others, allowing Yan Yushi to speak. As a woman, she was more partial to weak women like Madame Yan and Yan Yushi. My father's position of fort master was originally decided by the old fort master, who is my grandfather. This is indisputable. Yan Yushi's face was red, her voice trembling. That year, my husband and big brother Yan Hong had a public battle to decide the position of fort master. I still remember that my husband defeated big brother Yan Hong in 10 moves. Madame Yan added. Her beautiful eyes swept across the audience. This was made public that year. Moreover, my husband's death a few days ago was also very strange. His aptitude was not bad, he was in the middle stage of viscera refinement realm, his body was strong, and he was only in his 40s. Why did he suddenly die? I suspect that there was a traitor who murdered him. Bitch. You are slandering me, Tian Song's death was purely accidental. Yan Hong angrily rebuked. As he spoke, his body surged with the inner breath of the viscera refinement realm, just like the early stage of viscera refinement. Silence. Fang Haofei snorted coldly, and a vast and majestic inner breath suppressed Yan Hong and the others. Not only was his cultivation higher, but he also cultivated a top-rank martial art. He was much stronger than ordinary practitioners. Speak properly. Let's skip this matter for now and talk about the next matter. Qin Yu said faintly. He was the leader of this secular mission and had great decision-making power. The second matter. The Wu family and Lin family near the Yan family fortress were originally just small families. But in the last half-year, they have suddenly risen and colluded with bandits. According to rumors, the minions of the Bone Devil Palace have appeared in that area. Yan Hong stated. Did the Wu family and Lin family attack the Yan family? Chen Yu asked. The information he had on hand mentioned the rise of the Wu and Lin families. In the past, the Wu and Lin families were at most on the level of the Chen family of Xianxia City, not on the same level as the Yan castle. Recently, they have taken over a few of our secular properties. Although they have not taken the initiative to attack the Yan castle, they are already eyeing us covetously. Yan Hong smiled wryly. The two uncles next to him hurriedly agreed, if not for brother Yan Hong holding down the fort, the Wu and Lin families would have attacked long ago. If the young lord is in power, the people will be divided, and the consequences will be unthinkable. A moment later. Qin Yu and the other two had more or less understood the situation of the Yan castle. It was more than appropriate to describe it as internal and external troubles. That's it for today. We will observe for a period of time before making a conclusion. Qin Yu said. Finishing. He left the great hall with Fang Haofei and Mu Xueqing. Not long after. The Yan castle arranged a good room for Qin Yu and the other two. Qin Yu requested for a room with its own courtyard that wasn't too far away from Mu Xueqing and Luo Ruoxin. At night. Qin Yu sat cross-legged and circulated the Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra a few times. He felt his cultivation level improve steadily. In a few months, he would reach the peak of the illuminating pulse realm. Is the Lord here? Yan Hong requests an audience. A deep and familiar voice came from outside. In the room. Qin Yu once again met Yan Hong, the most powerful elder of the Yan castle. I am afraid to disturb you at night. Here is a small gift. Yan Hong smiled and took out a pocket-sized wooden box. What do you mean? Who do you think I am? Chen Yu was expressionless. Even so, he still opened the wooden box, and his eyelids twitched. In the pocket-sized wooden box, there were over 100 genuine primordial stones. Apart from that, there was also an exquisite scarlet soft leather armor. Quasi-treasure armor? Picking up the leather armor, Chen Yu revealed a slightly surprised expression. This quasi-treasure armor has the skin of a fire salamander integrated into it. It can ignore normal flames, and is said to be able to resist sun attribute attacks. Yan Hong smiled. Yes. Without batting an eyelid, Chen Yu closed the pocket-sized box. I will take my leave. I hope Lord Chen can consider the bigger picture of the Yan castle. Yan Hong bowed and left. Seeing Chen Yu accept the item, he smiled brightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Chen Yu put away Yan Hong's gift and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This task was indeed easy. From killing the hook-nosed leader in Xianxia City until now, Chen Yu had gained a lot. When he had the chance, he would convert these gains into primal stones and resources. Chen Yu would have no worries about advancing to the organs refinement realm and copper bone Xiaoqing realm. After a while, Chen Yu put on the quasi-treasure armor that Yan Hong gave him and covered it with his clothes. This added another layer of defense. Even though Chen Yu's bronze statue art's defense was quite good and it was better than quasi-treasure armor, one more layer of defense was not enough. While arranging the items, Chen Yu thought of something and his mind entered the faint silver crystal space in his heart. Appear. In the next moment, a crystal or glowing with moonlight appeared in Chen Yu's palm. It was the moon spirit crystal mine that he got from the dark moon ancient well. Chen Yu didn't know the use of this mine. In terms of quality and value, it was definitely higher than normal moon spirit crystals. But until now, Chen Yu hadn't found any information about it. There were only a few records about normal moon spirit crystals in the sect and they weren't very detailed. Whoosh, the black dot flashed and a thumb-sized silver metal worm flew over. The iron moonworm had always wanted the moon spirit crystal mine in Chen Yu's hands, but it didn't react to normal moon spirit crystals. The iron moonworm sent a simple message and confirmed the importance and attraction of this mine. Chen Yu put away the moon spirit crystal mine. Whoosh, the iron moonworm flashed and disappeared. Brother Yu. Mu Xiuqing's voice came from outside. Why would the arrogant Mu Xiuqing look for him in the middle of the night? It turned out that Chen Yu was thinking too much. I just talked to the Yan family's mother and daughter. Brother Yu, you must help them. Mu Xiuqing went straight to the point. Help them? Because you sympathize with them, you want to help them gain power in the Yan family fortress? Chen Yu smiled. He didn't say that because he had accepted Yan Hong's gift. What was the purpose of this mission? His goal was to maintain the balance of the Yan clan castle and the situation nearby. And Chen Yu believed Yan Hong, who had power and prestige, was more suitable to wield power, which was beneficial to the stability of this region. If the situation stabilized, millions of ordinary people would also be safe. Wouldn't the mission be completed, compared to that? What was the fairness of one or two people, not to mention the position of fort master had always been controversial. If they were to forcefully push that young man up to the position, then it would be like going against the law and going against the trend. Brother Yu, you misunderstood me. Mu Xiuqing shook her head and said seriously, I learned from the Yan mother and daughter that Yan Hong is suspected of colluding with Bone Devil Palace. He even has close ties with the recently risen Lin and Wu families. Moreover, the previous castle master Yan Song's death is indeed fishy. Bone Devil Palace, a sharp glint flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Rationally, he felt that supporting Yan Hong was more beneficial to the balance of the situation. However, if Yan Hong really colluded with Bone Devil Palace, then it was another matter. What evidence? No evidence. This is the result of Madame Yan's investigation. But brother Yu, think about it. If there was no external intervention, how could the previous castle master Yan Song die so suddenly? This person was once the #1 expert of the Yan clan castle, and his name shook the surrounding region. Mu Xiuqing said very seriously. Not long ago. She talked with Madame Yan and Yan Yushi for a long time. The mother and daughter were ostracized and bullied by Yan Hong after the castle master's death. I believe that Madame Yan is the weaker party. But there are two suspicious points. Qinyu said in a low voice. Suspicious points? Mu Xueqing looked at Qinyu. First, the corpse of the castle master Yan Tsong? Qinyu said with a smile. I asked. Before the castle master's corpse was buried, the house where it was stored was burned down. This should be the murderer destroying the evidence. Mu Xueqing said. Qinyu did not come to a conclusion. Second point, Madame Yan and her daughter are so weak. That Yan Hong is powerful, and logically speaking, he should have been eradicated or driven away. This. Mu Xueqing felt that the second point did not make sense. Madame Yan, Yan Yushi, and young Master Yan Fei were all alive and well. The situation is complicated. There is an external force, and more than one external force, involved in the Yan clan castle. Qinyu clapped his hands lightly. However, his face was leisurely. Qinyu's real purpose in coming to the Yan clan castle was not to solve a case. He only wanted to win some time to survive and grow here. He wanted to accumulate more life-saving capital before the war with Bone Devil Palace. In the following days, Qinyu really did not care about the outside world. In this independent courtyard, he focused on cultivating and comprehending the sword. He refused all requests from the Yan clan castle. On the other hand, Mu Xueqing was closer to the Yan mother and daughter. She would search the Yan clan castle from time to time. Feng Haofei often went out to play and seemed to be neglecting his duties. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yan clan castle, in a dimly lit hall. In this half a month, there have been no abnormalities with those three? Yan Hong's voice was low. There have been no major movements. The leader, Qinyu, simply doesn't care about what's going on outside. That Feng Haofei often goes out, indulges in debauchery, and doesn't seem like a proper person. Mu Xueqing, that pretty girl, seems to be very attentive. However, we can't find any problems with her in the castle. A middle-aged man chuckled. It's best to be careful. As long as no problems are found, the Yunhui Gate will not interfere with my control. For the sect, the stability of the situation is more important than the dispute over the position of castle lord. Yan Hong smiled faintly. Late at night. Yan clan castle, in an elegant room. My Madam Yan, are you still not going to agree to that? A man's heavy breathing was heard. Under the moonlight, a man wearing an embroidered mask could be vaguely seen. Under his body, there was a beautiful woman with red skin and her dress completely taken off. The latter's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Under the man's ravaging, her delicate and plump body was trembling and covered with a layer of fragrant sweat. If other servants of the Yan clan castle saw this, they would probably be shocked. At this moment, that noble and beautiful Madame Yan was actually serving this mysterious man wearing an embroidered mask. Madame Yan catered to the man's various postures and then knelt on the masked man's crotch with her jade-like legs. On her fair and rosy face, there were a few traces of tears. I beg you, as long as you avenge my husband and help my son take back the position of castle lord, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Madame Yan knelt on the ground, looking pitiful. Humph. I have promised that if you serve me in bed, I will temporarily guarantee the safety of your family. You want to take back the power of the Yan clan castle? Unless you and your daughter serve me together. The masked man moved frivolously and lifted Madame Yan's jade-like face. No. I can serve you however I want, but Yushi is still young, I can't. Madame Yan's mouth was blocked and she kept shaking her head. Really? If I didn't want you and your daughter to willingly serve me in bed together, no one can stop me in this small Yan clan castle. The masked man said confidently. The number of beauties he had played with was innumerable. In recent years, his taste and hobbies had gradually changed. He did not know why, but he liked this kind of mature and beautiful woman. Apart from that, he preferred the unparalleled pleasure of a mother and daughter in bed together. Without a doubt, Madame Yan and Yan Yushi were the perfect partners. After a long time, the masked man was done with joy. He felt extremely satisfied being served by Madame Yan. Well, my promise is still valid. As long as you agree to this, it will be easy to eradicate the dissidents and take back the power. The masked man got up and put on his clothes. Madame Yen shed tears and remained silent. She could sacrifice herself, but she would never sacrifice her daughter. Ever since she was entangled by this thief, she often had to endure humiliation and serve him. If not for this thief, they would have died in the hands of the Yen clan uncles or suffered unimaginable nightmares. Hee, are you pinning your hopes on those 3 guys from the sect? I think they can't even protect themselves. The masked man chuckled. The masked man suddenly sensed something and his expression changed. Swoosh, he raised his hand and a formless cold inner breath extinguished all the smells in the room. Then, Madame Yan's vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, the masked man had disappeared. At the same time, a man and a woman stood on a house 10 feet away, looking at the house where Madame Yan was. The man was wearing a purple robe and had a hint of arrogance in his charm. Next to him was an elegant girl with average looks. She was holding a shameless pet dog and sniffing something with her big nose. Senior brother Kuan, the aura stopped here. The elegant girl said. If Qinyu was there, he would definitely recognize that the man in the purple robe was the true disciple Kuan Ling Whoosh. Whoosh, the 2 of them flashed and arrived in front of Madame Yan's house. But at this moment, the elegant girl's pet dog shook its head hesitantly and looked into the distance. It seems to have stayed here for a while, but left again. The elegant girl frowned. This thief is really cunning. His senses are even more sensitive than others. Kuan Ling was slightly annoyed. Their mission target was the seamless thief who was ranked 2nd on the assassination list. Swoosh! Swoosh, the man and the woman did not stay and quickly went in another direction. Not long after the 2 of them left. Swoosh, on the ground nearby, a strange insect with a faint silver luster flashed and disappeared. In a house with a separate courtyard in the Yen family fort. Kuan Ling, why are you in the Yen family fort? Qinyu had a strange look on his face. His Iron Moon strange insect had accidentally found Kuan Ling and the woman when it was nearby. Qinyu did not think much about it. His days in the Yen family fort were still leisurely and boring, cultivating and comprehending the sword. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu and the other 2 had stayed in the Yen family fort for more than a month. He had finally reached a new bottleneck in the light and heavy sword technique, after a period of improvement. But there was a pleasant surprise. After using the 5 bottles of body refining liquid, Qinyu's bronze statue technique had faintly touched the bronze bone Xiaoqing. If he trained hard for half a month or used 1 or 2 bottles, he might succeed. His cultivation progress was also much faster than expected. Maybe it was because of the mysterious heart and the bronze statue technique that further transformed his body, his foundation and inner energy became more solid and pure. Or maybe it was because of the encounter in the blood pool that absorbed a large amount of blood and evil energy that was stored in the depths of his body and increased his cultivation speed. Qinyu felt that he was just a little bit away from reaching the limit of the illuminating pulse stage. At this moment, if he used a high-grade body accumulation pill, he would definitely reach the limit of the organ's refining stage and have the qualifications to break through to the organ's refining stage. But Qinyu's eyes flashed and he did not do so. He took out the 100-year Earth Spirit Ginseng and the Fierce Snake King's gallbladder that Chu Fengyun gave him and made a new bottle of body refining liquid. A new bottle of body tempering liquid was created. In the end, Qinyu decided to temporarily give up on his cultivation. When I reach copper bone Xiaoqing, my body's foundation will be more stable and it will benefit my cultivation. Qinyu's eyes were firm. Gulp, he drank a third of the body tempering liquid and started to circulate the bronze statue technique. Buzz, Qinyu's body surface was covered with a layer of deep copper metallic patterns. The patterns became clearer and brighter. At the same time, his body coordinated with the bronze statue body tempering technique. His bones and muscles made a series of sounds as he performed difficult body tempering movements. After hammering for 4 hours straight, Qinyu stopped. The ancient copper patterns on the surface of his body went from abruptly bright to quickly dimming. His arms were as solid as steel. Seems like this bottle is still lacking. Maybe I need to spend more time, Qinyu murmured. Then, Qinyu started to comprehend the later contents of the bronze statue technique. Copper skin, copper tendons, and copper bones were the beginner levels of the bronze statue technique. Just like the first 3 levels of the regular martial arts system. After the copper bones were the bronze statue star body and the bronze statue true body. The power of the latter two made Qinyu fascinated. Qinyu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the body tempering prescription required for the aura body and true body stages. He was currently using the spirit ginseng snake gallbladder, which was the 3rd one. There was a 4th one. 200 years old fire spirit ginseng, 200 years old ice snow lotus, moon spirit ore, one of the 3 main ingredients for the 4th formula. Qinyu had a strange expression on his face. He basically didn't study the latter part of the bronze statue technique. He only memorized the incantation and copied the formula. No wonder he felt that the moon spirit ore was so familiar. He seemed to have heard this term at the auction. Of course, this was just a discovery. Moon spirit ore. Qinyu started to ponder. He still had 26 kilograms of moon spirit ore. Would it be useful for him to use it as the main ingredient for more advanced formulas? Suddenly, Qinyu recalled Elder Mao's description of the moon spirit ore. The moon spirit ore can be crushed into powder and concocted into moon spirit liquid. It has some mysterious effects on the body. The mysterious effect on the body, the moon spirit ore was a legendary ore. Apart from being useful for refining weapons, it also had a mysterious effect on one's body. The legendary sacred moon spirit stone could even change one's cultivation potential, it could even change one's destiny. Grind into powder? Try it. Qinyu looked expectant. Immediately, he took out a small piece of moon spirit ore to try. The first step. Crushing the moon spirit ore into powder wasn't an easy task. After all, this was no ordinary stone. Thankfully, with the dark heavy sword in hand, Qinyu had infinite strength. It took him half a day to grind it into a handful of glittering powder. The next day, Qinyu placed the pinch of translucent powder into the boiling water. Plop, the pot of boiling water quickly turned into a layer of mysterious silver liquid, glimmering with faint moonlight. Qinyu didn't know if it should be taken orally or externally. I'll take it orally. Qinyu didn't want to waste it. It shouldn't be a loss if he drank it into his body. Instantly, a cool and moist feeling slowly permeated Qinyu's body and quickly spread to the rest of his body. Qinyu felt that his flesh, bones, and organs were all cleansed and purified. That feeling was similar to the refreshing chi pill, but much deeper and more mysterious. An hour later, Qinyu finished the whole pot of moon spirit liquid. He felt that not only his body was cleansed, but his spirit was also exceptionally clear. This feeling is very mysterious. Qinyu couldn't tell what big changes had happened to his body, but he felt that his whole body, including his spirit, was benefiting and promoting. A few days later, Qinyu was surprised to find that when he practiced the bronze statue skill, his progress was significantly faster. He even felt that the practice of Xianxia internal breath seemed to be a little faster than before. Was it an illusion, however? When Qinyu used the moon spirit liquid for the second time, he found that the effect was less than half. It seems that only the first time will be effective. Qinyu was slightly disappointed. Somehow, he thought of the moon spirit crystal mine in the crystal space. The quality of this mine was higher, but he didn't know if it would be effective. But in the end, Qinyu resisted the temptation. He would wait for an opportunity to figure out the true purpose of this crystal mine before making a decision, lest he wasted a heavenly gift. On the 7th day after Qinyu used the moon spirit liquid, Qinyu stood in the room and slowly opened his arms. His body was covered in a layer of fine copper patterns. The bright patterns on the surface were vivid, and they merged with his muscles. Kachi kachi, the bones in Qinyu's body made a crisp sound. With each crisp sound, the copper patterns on the surface of his body suddenly shrank and then expanded. This process lasted for an hour. The copper patterns on Qinyu's body became deeper, thicker, and denser than before. When the bronze statue skill was activated to the extreme, Qinyu could vaguely see through his skin that there seemed to be copper patterns on his bones. The copper patterns actually went deep into his bones to temper them. Whoosh, Qinyu's arm swung slightly, and there was a muffled sound in the air. He picked up the profound heavy sword and found that this sword didn't feel heavy at all, unless he used the true meaning of weight in the light and heavy sword technique. Copper bone Xiaoqing. The hardness, explosiveness, and defense of my bones have increased by half. Qinyu's face was full of joy. To be able to advance to copper bone Xiaoqing was probably the effect of the moon spirit liquid. Then, there was a second surprise. A few days later, the Xianxia internal breath in Qinyu's meridians was condensed and expanded to the extreme. His internal breath had reached the peak of the soothing pulse stage. The moon spirit liquid can improve the body, advance to copper bone Xiaoqing, and double the speed of cultivation. Qinyu was overjoyed and surprised. Everything had happened much earlier than expected. It was because of the moon spirit mine that caused this chain of changes. Whoosh, Qinyu was excited. He felt that the Xianxia internal breath in his body was extremely pure, and it probably surpassed the early stages of the organ's refinement stage. He guessed that the moon spirit liquid had played a role in this. Only with such a solid foundation can I have the potential and possibility to advance to the Qi transformation stage in the future. Qinyu was full of expectations. Elder Mao had once determined that he had no hope of reaching the Qi transformation stage in this life. But Qinyu believed that if he took one step at a time, his foundation would be solid, and his internal breath would be purer than his peers. Coupled with the mysterious heart and sufficient resources, he might be able to advance to the Qi transformation stage. Whoosh, with a thought, Qinyu took out 2 superior-grade body accumulation pills from the pale silver crystal space. After reaching the peak of the meridian opening stage, his foundation was so solid and his internal breath was so pure. He estimated that he only needed 1 superior-grade body accumulation pill as a driving force to advance. And he predicted that this would not cause his foundation to be unstable after advancing to the organ's refinement stage. After thinking for a long time, Qinyu shook his head and put away the body accumulation pills. The main reason was that he was worried that if he broke through too quickly, it would arouse more suspicion from the outside world. Even his master, Elder Mao, couldn't be completely unguarded. After all, he was only a half-spiritual body. Bear with it for a while more. It won't be bad for my cultivation to be more stable and profound. Qinyu let out a breath. As a body cultivation technique, the copper bone level corresponded to the organ's refinement stage of the martial arts system. Now that he had broken through to the copper bone Xiaoqing, it at least corresponded to the organ's refinement stage or above. Coupled with this powerful body that was constantly transforming, it was almost the foundation of the organ's refinement stage. So, as long as Qinyu broke through to the copper bone Xiaoqing, he could basically run amok under the Qi transformation stage, which was enough to deal with all kinds of situations. The next night, Qinyu was further consolidating the copper statue technique. Brother Yu. Mu Xueqing's hurried voice came. Xueqing, what's wrong with you? Qinyu walked out of the room. Humph. You spend your days here leisurely every day. You don't care about how miserable Madame Yan and the others are in the Yan family fort. Mu Xueqing snorted, her bright eyes revealing a trace of cold killing intent. That trace of killing intent surprised Qinyu. What's wrong with Mu Xueqing? What's wrong with her? These days, my relationship with the fort master's daughter, Yan Yushi, is getting closer. She told me that her mother, Madame Yan, was actually bullied by the infernal thief. Mu Xueqing clenched her teeth, her face like frost. Infernal thief? Then, Mu Xueqing talked about the relevant information she had inquired. You mean Yan Yushi had seen her mother serving the masked infernal thief in bed with her own eyes? Qinyu was shocked. Infernal thief, who was this person? A terrifying person ranked second on the assassination list. Mu Xueqing also said that the infernal thief not only insulted Madame Yan, but also wanted to play with her mother and daughter in bed. As a woman, Mu Xueqing was naturally furious when she heard this news. But, the mission of the infernal thief is not under our control. Qinyu sighed. Suddenly, he understood why he saw Kuan Ling and another girl from the same sect chasing something that day. Senior brother Kuan and senior sister Xia are in charge of chasing the infernal thief. Especially senior sister Xia, she is good at tracking. We can find them to join forces. Mu Xueqing said hatefully. All right. Qinyu nodded. The infernal thief needed at least a true disciple to have the confidence to deal with it. Just as the two were discussing countermeasures. Swoosh, a light figure suddenly darted into the small courtyard. Whoosh whoosh, Fang Haofei panted heavily and said urgently, "Something bad has happened." "What can happen to you?" Jinyu had a strange expression. Wasn't Fang Haofei always fooling around outside? I seem to be enjoying myself in the outer sect, but I've actually been deep in the streets, investigating openly and covertly, searching for the truth and essence of things. Fang Haofei's voice was urgent. Let's talk about it first. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth twitched. Fang Haofei had a mournful expression. I discovered that Yan Hong's subordinates are in contact with the Wu and Lin families. There are also Bone Devil Palace disciples among them. I'm sure they've all sided with Bone Devil Palace. What? Yan Castle, Wu family, and Lin family had all sided with Bone Devil Palace. This is good news. Why do you look like you're crying? Our chance to make a great contribution has come. Jinyu smiled and patted his shoulder. But, I was discovered by Bone Devil Palace when I was investigating and was pursued. I rushed all the way here to inform you, Fang Haofei wailed. With that, he flashed a bloodstain on his arm. He was discovered. Qin Yu and Mu Shuiqing's expressions changed at the same time. Whoosh, 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 suddenly, the sound of hurried leaps came from all around the courtyard. Figure after figure dashed over. Surround this place. Yan Hong's deep and cold voice came from outside the courtyard. Surround this place. Yan Hong stood on high ground with a dark expression as he commanded 20 to 30 black-clothed men. These black-clothed men were all at least at the illuminating meridian stage. They held swords, bows, and chains. They surrounded the courtyard where Qin Yu and the others were. Yan Hong and two Viscera refinement elders stood on high ground and looked coldly at Qin Yu and the others in the courtyard. Yan Hong. Do you want to rebel? Do you know the consequences of attacking an envoy of the sect? Qin Yu's expression darkened. The three of you are very unfortunate. You originally had the chance to return to the sect safely, but the news has been leaked. None of you can escape. Yan Hong's face revealed a sinister coldness. The news has been leaked? Qin Yu glanced at Fang Haofei speechlessly. This fellow had been investigating outside and accidentally alerted the enemy. Fang Haofei had an awkward expression as he muttered, "You can't blame me for this. You, as the leader, have been living leisurely in the castle and making me tired." Humph. You three, early and middle Viscera refinement cultivators, want to deal with us? Mu Shuiqing sneered. The three of them were inner disciples with profound cultivation methods and martial techniques. Ordinary Viscera refinement cultivators were no match for them. Little girl, what if you add us? A hoarse and cold voice came from the night sky. Swoosh swoosh, a black feathered bird swooped down from the night sky. An elder in black robes stood on it, holding a crimson-patterned walking stick. This person exuded a majestic and surging inner aura that was vaguely approaching the energy transformation realm. Peak Viscera refinement. Qin Yu and Mu Shuiqing were shocked, their expressions grave. Fang Haofei smiled wryly. I was discovered by this old man when I was tracking them. I didn't expect them to react so quickly and chase us all the way here. Roar roar, suddenly, 2 or 3 demonic wolves leapt out nearby, carrying 2 or 3 tall figures that exuded an evil aura. Demonic wolves, members of Bone Devil Palace. Qin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. This kind of demonized jackal was a common mount possessed by official members of the Bone Devil Palace. He had seen such a mount during the battle in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. Chen, you're the leader. What should we do now? Fang Haofei's heart went numb. At this moment, the enemy's lineup was far superior to their own. Just the black-robed old man at the peak of the Viscera refining realm had a terrifying aura that was close to the Qi transformation realm, which was enough to make the three of them suffer. At this level, it usually required 1 or 2 true disciples to work together to have a chance of winning. The 3 demonized lupus cavalrymen were at the late stage of the organs refining realm and the other 2 were at the middle stage of the organs refining realm. Under normal circumstances, they could deal with 2 or 3 inner court disciples. Besides, Yan Hong was one of the 3 Viscera refinement cultivators of the Yan clan fort. They were considered weak, but they were outnumbered. There were also many soothing pulse cultivators in black around them. What should we do? The enemy is outnumbered, so of course we have to run. Qinyu rolled his eyes. That being said, a Yin fire pearl appeared in Qinyu's palm. Under such circumstances, the advantages of the light silver crystal in space became apparent. If it was through the storage bag, there would be a taking action. But in the light silver crystal in space, with just a thought from Qinyu, the item could be in his hand or anywhere else on his body. If this Yin fire pearl was used well, it could kill a few viscera refinement cultivators at once. It was even possible to kill the peak viscera refinement cultivator. Shoot! Yan Hong, who was standing on the high ground, sneered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a group of crossbowmen suddenly flashed in the nearby area. They immediately shot out dozens of armor-piercing crossbow bolts towards Qinyu and the other two. Qinyu had dealt with this kind of armor-piercing arrow before. It had great destructive power against soothing pulse cultivators. If there were too many of them, it would also suppress viscera refinement cultivators and they would need to use their internal energy to resist. Ding ding ding, Qinyu, Mu Xiuqing and Fang Haofei had their backs to each other. They waved their swords and sabers and deflected all the armor-piercing arrows. Yan Hong's face was cold. Of course, he didn't expect these armor-piercing arrows to be able to kill the inner sect disciples. If they could suppress them and stop them from breaking through, it would be a success. I will count to 3. You guys follow me to break through. Qinyu said in a low voice. 3. When Qinyu said the first word, even the black-robed elder, Yan Hong and the others outside could hear it. Just when Mu Xiuqing and Fang Haofei were confused. 2. Ah. As soon as he said that, something strange happened. Ah. With a scream, Yan Hong, who was on the high ground, suddenly fell to the ground. A thumb-sized bloody hole appeared on his head. This scene caused the Yan family fort to fall into chaos. The other two viscera refinement cultivators were pale with fear. The crossbowmen's attacks all stopped. The black-clothed people that surrounded the courtyard were all elites that Yan Hong had secretly trained. With Yan Hong's death, there was no leader. Charge! Qinyu shouted. Taking this opportunity, he brought Fang Haofei and Mu Xiuqing out of the encirclement. Those who stand in my way will die. The mysterious heavy sword in Qinyu's hand danced like a whirlwind of sword energy. With the naked eye, one could only see a dazzling silver wind and sword shadow. Ah ah ah, screams, one after another. 4 or 5 black-clothed people at the soothing pulse stage were instantly torn to pieces, flesh and blood flying. Now, Qinyu's sword technique surpassed the Taigang sword, had integrated the concept of lightness and heaviness, and was displaying the lightness and lightness sword technique. His seemingly casual slash was a sword energy whirlwind of a sword technique. That sword had directly killed 5 meridian opening cultivators, causing both sides to be filled with shock. Very soon, Qinyu and the other two jumped out of the courtyard, breaking through the black-clothed people's encirclement. Breaking through so easily, and because of Yan Hong's sudden death, caused the Yan family fort to lose their backbone, including the 2 Yan family fort elders, who were panicking. Haha! As expected of the leader, Fang Haofei shouted in delight. After the 3 broke through, they were only chased by a late-stage viscera refinement man riding a demonized wolf. Want to run? The black-robed elder had a mocking smile on his face as he stood on his flying beast, chasing Qinyu and the other 2 through the air. Qinyu didn't care about the other enemies. Only this black-robed elder gave Qinyu a sense of threat that surpassed the purple-haired youth of Bone Demon Palace. We can't run. They have mounts and flying beasts. Mu Xiuqing's delicate brows furrowed. At this moment, 2 demonized wolf riders and 2 or 3 secular viscera refinement experts appeared in the direction of the 3's escape, 2 old men and 1 old woman. Those 3 old fellows are from the nearby Wu and Lin families. I've seen them when I was scouting. Fang Haofei recognized them at a glance. Immediately, Qinyu and the other 2 were surrounded by enemies. We can't escape after all. Qinyu sighed. His bugs had already sensed them near the ground. Actually, it wasn't a problem for Qinyu to run away alone. Now that the bronze statue skill had reached bronze bone Xiaocheng, almost no one under the Qi transformation realm could threaten him. But he couldn't abandon Mu Xueqing and Feng Haofei. Whoosh whoosh, Qinyu and the other two landed on a hill. There were some trees nearby that could reduce the advantage of flying beasts. I can only fight. The profound heavy sword in Qinyu's hand suddenly spun backward like a feather, sweeping towards the late-stage Viscera Refinement Wolf Rider. Clang! The late-stage Viscera Refinement man's expression changed greatly. The halberd in his hand almost fell, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn and bleeding. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying power would suddenly surge out from that swift sword. Bam! His figure was forced back by the sword, and he almost spat out blood. This person had escaped, but his mount, the demonized wolf, howled as it was crushed by Qinyu's sword, blood splattering everywhere. Not bad. A trace of surprise appeared on Qinyu's face. This person's reaction was very fast, and his strength was extraordinary. He'd actually managed to deflect the force of the profound heavy sword technique and retreat in time. The other's strength wasn't too far off from the purple-haired youth in the northern mountain spirit garden. Captain Jing, are you alright? Two demonized wolf riders supported the halberd-wielding man. Qinyu had forced Captain Jing back with one sword and crushed the demonized wolf. This caused the other members of the Bone Demon Palace to reveal a trace of surprise. Even the black-robed elder took note of Qinyu. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, the 5 demonized wolf riders of the Bone Demon Palace, the black-robed elder, and several secular viscera refinement experts surrounded Qinyu and the other two. Chen, junior sister Mu, I've harmed you, Feng Haofei said bitterly. Given the current situation, it would be difficult to even escape, much less retreat. Brother Yu, are we going to die together? Mu Xueqing's pretty face was pale as she looked at the stalwart figure beside her. Of the three, only Qinyu's expression was calm without a trace of panic. Tsk tisk, there's quite a lot of people, Qinyu smiled and looked at the 8 or 9 viscera refinement experts around him. There was also a group of illuminating pulse black-cloaked men and 2 panicked viscera refinement elders from the Yen castle. He wondered to himself, how many of them would I be able to extinguish with a single Yin fire bead? Just as Qinyu was weighing whether or not to waste the remaining Yin fire bead, a commotion broke out behind him. Ah! Several screams rang out as the illuminating pulse experts of the Yen castle and the Lin and Wu families fell to the ground one after another. Whoosh! 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 4 or 5 figures, both male and female, pounced in this direction. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. He wielded a long spear and slashed out with a dense spear aura, instantly killing 3 or 4 illuminating pulse black-cloaked men. Senior Brother Pei! Feng Haofei exclaimed in joy. Tong Yuling, Qinyu unexpectedly found a beautiful girl among them. Senior Brother Pei, Tong Yuling and the others were in charge of investigating the Yunhui Gate members of the Bone Demon Palace. Focusing his eyes. Including Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling, there were a total of 5 viscera refinement cultivators, all members of the Yunhui Gate. As for the other 3, there were 2 early-stage viscera refinement cultivators and 1 mid-stage viscera refinement cultivator. Their overall strength was not bad and would be a good help. However, Qinyu was a bit confused as to how Senior Brother Pei, Tong Yuling and the others could arrive in time. Hehe, luckily I'm smart. When I was investigating the Wu and Lin families, I found some clues and contacted the nearby Yunhui Gate base and left a message for Senior Brother Pei and the others. Feng Haofei said proudly. He cursed in his heart, damn, this leader doesn't care about anything all day. I can only find another way. So that's how it is. Qinyu nodded happily and let out a long sigh of relief. At least I didn't waste my remaining Yin fire bead because of this idiot. Ha ha ha, a small Yen castle can actually alarm Manager Qian of the Bone Demon Palace. You must be the person in charge of the Bone Demon Palace in the 6 northern cloud counties. Senior Brother Pei laughed and approached with large strides. The Yen castle and Wu Lin family's viscera refinement cultivators could not withstand the combined attack of him and Tong Yuling. Ah! A Wu and Lin family viscera refinement cultivator was sent flying by Senior Brother Pei's spear. Senior Brother Pei was the leader of Tong Yuling's side alright. He'd sent a viscera refinement cultivator flying with a laugh. Not good. Reinforcements have arrived from the Yunhui Gate. The two viscera refinement elders of the Yan clan were panic-stricken. Because Feng Haofei had gone out to investigate and alerted the enemy, the news had been leaked. The Yan clan had acted immediately to trap and kill the three envoys from the sect. As long as they kept their hands clean, the Yunhui Gate wouldn't receive news in the short term. And yet, the Yan clan hadn't expected that these three young sect envoys would be stronger than they'd imagined. They'd broken through the encirclement with a single charge and inexplicably killed Yan Hong. "Junior, you know who I am. It looks like there's a traitor in the secular families we've recently joined." The black-robed elder's voice was hoarse. A trace of a mocking smile hung on the elder's lips as he faced the reinforcements of Senior Brother Pei and the others. He was unhurried. An administrator of the Bone Devil Palace? Qingyu and the other two were alarmed and couldn't help but size up the black-robed elder who hadn't made a move yet. Just now, Qingyu had purposely avoided this person when the three had broken through the encirclement. The other's aura made him feel a trace of threat. "What are you standing around for?" The black-robed elder's cold gaze swept across the remaining four viscera refinement experts of the Yan clan and Wu Lin clan. The hearts of the four viscera refinement elders trembled when their gazes met. "When we kill these Yunhui Gate disciples, I will recommend you to become outer members of the Bone Devil Palace," the black-robed elder transmitted. Upon hearing this, the remaining two elders of the Yan clan, as well as the elders of the Wu and Lin clan, revealed a trace of joy. They'd joined the Bone Devil Palace because they'd seen the power of the palace. It completely suppressed the three sects of the Chu kingdom and had a chance of unifying the Chu sect world. Go! The four secular viscera refinement cultivators no longer hesitated and attacked the Yunhui Gate reinforcements from both sides. Whoosh! A stream of scarlet and black surged as the black-robed elder's figure flashed. "Be careful." The long spear in Senior Brother Pei's hand suddenly trembled, and a faint purple shadow of the spear appeared in the form of a flood dragon. The strong qi caused a whistling sound in a radius of 1 to 2 feet, and a strong wind started to howl. Buzz, a scarlet-black energy wave flashed, and a walking stick with scarlet-red stripes fell from the sky, triggering a scorching scarlet-black vortex. Open, Senior Apprentice Brother Pei's spear tore apart the crimson-black energy wave in front of him, piercing straight into the crimson-black vortex. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream came from the front. Thump, an early viscera refining Yunhui Gate disciple was swept by the scarlet-black vortex. His body instantly melted and he fell to the ground, dead. Thud thud thud, Tong Yuling and the other two organs refinement members let out muffled groans as they hastily retreated a few steps, feeling a burning sensation on their bodies. And this was because Senior Brother Pei had acted in time to split apart at least half of the scarlet-black vortex's power. Otherwise, more than one person would have died. Scarlet demonic skill? Senior Brother Pei took a deep breath. That strike just now had left a deep red burn mark on his arm. Hee, your reaction isn't bad. My scorching death only killed one person. The black-robed administrator was slightly surprised. The scarlet-patterned walking stick in his hand stabbed into the ground, causing a fiery aura to rise in temperature. At this time, four organs refinement cultivators from the Yan Castle and Wu Lin families also joined the black-robed elder in attacking. Seeing this, Senior Apprentice Brother Pei and Tong Yuling looked at each other before joining forces to meet the black-robed administrator. The remaining two Yunhui Gate reinforcements barely managed to take on the four secular organs refinement cultivators. Even members of the sect would be at a disadvantage if their cultivations were similar, unless they were elites of the same level. But in comparison, Senior Apprentice Brother Pei and Tong Yuling were in a more dangerous situation. Whoosh, the black-robed elder waved his walking stick, and a scorching ball of air with scarlet-black patterns swept towards Senior Apprentice Brother Pei and Tong Yuling. Careful, that scarlet evil art contains a domineering burning poison. You can't let it touch your skin. Senior Apprentice Brother Pei's spear drew circles of faint purple spear aura. The spear aura extended and continuously devoured the scorching waves of air. Break! Tong Yuling's treasured sword slashed out several sword auras as slender as snakes. They glowed with blood as they stabbed into the scorching ball of air. Poof! Boom! The trio's attack set off a series of explosions. Roiling waves of heat accompanied by the scarlet-black heat incinerated the surrounding trees and flowers. Hiss. Tong Yuling grunted lowly as a red burn mark was left on her fair arm. Wah, senior apprentice brother Pei, who was attacking from the front, spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was red and unbearably hot. The combined strength of the two couldn't stop the black-robed administrator from Bone Devil Palace. Haha. Sir Administrator's power is unparalleled. Everyone, keep it up. Every kill of these sect members is a merit. The confidence and morale of the 4 viscera refinement cultivators of the Yen Castle and Wu Lin families were greatly boosted when they saw the black-robed administrator's tyrannical strength. On the hill, Qinyu's group of 3 faced the siege of 5 demonized jackal riders. These 5 were official members of Bone Devil Palace. They were also in the viscera refinement realm, but they were much stronger than those of the same realm in the secular world. Among them, Mu Xueqing and Fang Haofei were locked in battle against 1 mid-viscera refinement cultivator and 2 early viscera refinement cultivators. In a short period of time, the 2 vaguely held the upper hand. Other than the late viscera refinement cultivator, Captain Jing, Qinyu's opponent was another mid-viscera refinement youth. Kill. The heavy sword in Qinyu's hand swayed, and an erratic sword aura swept through the air, as light as a feather. The 2 opponents were ready for battle, not daring to face Qinyu's heavy sword head-on. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sword aura swept through the air and suddenly neared, lightly flitting past the 2. Be careful. Captain Jing shouted. The halberd in his hand suddenly trembled as he circulated his full power. The other mid-viscera refinement youth blocked in front of him with a large blade that surged with an astonishing inner aura. Not only that. After the 2 made this move, they suddenly retreated. Clang. Clang, the feather-light sword aura swept through the air in an arc, intersecting with the halberd and the large blade. Sparks flew, and a sound like a broken gong could be heard. Captain Zhang's figure quickly retreated, his face dark red. Wah, the mid-viscera refinement youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and the large blade in his hand almost fell. Too strong. Both Captain Jing and the young man were dumbfounded. In the battle, they had always avoided fighting head-on, focusing on dispersing power, and focused on moving around. Even so, the 2 were suppressed by the strange sword technique to the point of vomiting blood. I can't drag it out any longer, Qinyu saw the situation on senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling's side from the corner of his eye. The black-robed administrator's strength was truly terrifying. If 4 or 5 viscera refinement cultivators encountered him, they would most likely be killed by him alone. Let's end this. Qinyu activated the peak realm of cloud-soaring steps. His heart gathered power, and a few overlapping shadows appeared on the spot. In the next instant, a light silver energy wind that was as light as a feather swept toward the 2. Block it. The 2's expressions changed. They did not expect Qinyu's movement technique and attack to suddenly become faster. Clang clang. Poof, the light silver energy wind suddenly turned into a dazzling silver moon-shaped sword aura. It was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, and it turned into an area of effect sword technique that enveloped the 2. Ah, no, the mid-viscera refinement youth screamed in pain. His entire arm that was holding the blade was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. Ding ding dang, Captain Jing could not even take care of himself. He swung his halberd repeatedly and blocked the silver sword aura that swept toward him. Even so, Captain Jing's blood and qi churned, and he was forced back several meters. There were 2 sword wounds that went deep into the bone on his shoulder and arm. When he turned his head again, Pucci, the mid-viscera refinement youth, was cut in half by Qinyu's sword. No. Captain Jing retreated in fear. The hand that was holding the halberd was bleeding, and he lost his senses. What the hell, he had just retreated when he suddenly felt pain at the bottom of his foot. It was as if something had bitten him, and the bottom of his foot was numb and cold. Captain Jing grunted, and his body became unsteady. At that moment, swoosh, a wisp of sword aura that was as light as the wind swept past his body like a silver-white thread. So light and fast, Captain Jing's body stiffened. A smooth bloody mark split his body in half from top to bottom. Thump, his eyes were wide open, and his corpse fell to the ground. That last sword seemed to be a light breeze without any weight. It was the true meaning of lightness in the lightness and lightness sword technique. Captain Jing. The other 3 Bone Devil Palace Jackal Knights cried out in unison. Team leader Jing and the young man were among the strongest in their team of 5, but they were killed in a single breath in just a short period of time. At this moment, the 3 of them could not withstand Fang Haofei and Mu Xiuqing's attacks. Qin Yu's strength is more than a level higher than when he fought us. Fang Haofei was shocked. Mu Xiuqing's face was also full of shock. The 2 people who fought with Qin Yu were stronger than her and Fang Haofei combined. Swoosh, leaving behind an afterimage, Qin Yu disappeared from the small hill in a flash. The next moment, Qin Yu approached the area where the black-robed administrator, senior brother Pei, and Tong Yuling were fighting. This area was covered in violent and scorching energy. It was difficult for ordinary viscera refinement cultivators to approach. The black-robed administrator was single-handedly suppressing senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling to the point where they found it hard to breathe. There were several burn marks on the 2's bodies, and they seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Seeing Qin Yu's arrival, a hint of joy flashed across the 2's faces. Destroy. Without a word, Qin Yu brandished his heavy sword, creating a faint silver wind of sword aura, and forcefully charged into the scorching energy wave the black-robed elder had unleashed. Pucci, the scorching energy wave in front of the black-robed elder was torn open, but there was a hint of mockery on his face. Chen. Be careful of the Scarlet Evil skill's scorching poison. Senior brother Pei said anxiously. Qin Yu discovered that when he tore open the elder's inner breath layer, some scarlet black heat splashed on his body, giving him a burning sensation. There was even a strange heat poison that was trying to invade his body. Is that all? Qin Yu smiled indifferently. A layer of deep copper runes appeared on his body, and an invisible force surged out from his bones and muscles. Pucci, the scarlet black heat seemed to have hit his copper bones and iron skin, and there was no reaction. There was not even a mark on Qin Yu's skin. He's unharmed? The black-robed administrator exclaimed, his face full of shock and doubt. After Xiaocheng's copper bones of the bronze statue art, Qin Yu could basically ignore most viscera refinement cultivators' attacks. Die. While he was stunned, the profound heavy sword in Qin Yu's hand slashed out a dazzling silver sword net, covering his body. Senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling's faces were full of surprise, and they increased their attacks. Bang! Pucci, the giant sword net and the scarlet-patterned walking stick collided, and a loud explosion sounded out. The rolling heat wave swept across a radius of several zhong. At the same time, senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling's sword light and saber light also exploded. Little bastard, amidst the explosion of the heat wave, the black-robed elder's figure was blown back, and he let out an exasperated voice. His hair was a mess. Little bastard, amidst the explosion of hot air, the black-robed elder quickly retreated and let out an exasperated roar. His hair was in a mess. The shocking power of the confrontation attracted the attention of the others. Tong, the black-robed elder retreated dozens of feet. His clothes were torn in several places, and there were a few scratches on his forehead and legs. In the confrontation just now, he was basically beaten up by Qin Yu and the other 2. Most importantly, Qin Yu could resist the burning poison of his red evil skill. The range of sword moves formed by the lightness and lightness sword technique was extremely strange. If it was just Qin Yu alone, the black-robed elder would not be afraid at all. But since Qin Yu had resisted most of the frontal attacks, senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling could attack freely without any worries. For a moment, the black-robed elder was slightly injured. If he did not have a full-body semi-precious armor, he would not have been so lightly injured. Die, bastard. The black-robed elder's cold eyes locked onto Qin Yu. Whoosh, a violent and scorching black inner breath surged out of his body. The red-patterned walking stick in his hand flashed with bright red lines and swept out a huge dark flame wave, like a mini burning cloud. That frightening might caused Qin Yu and the other 2's bodies to dry up and burn. Chen, be careful. Senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling were shocked. The power of the black-robed elder's attack was almost at the level of the Qi transformation realm. You guys just attack. Qin Yu let out a low shout and activated the bronze statue skill to the extreme. His bones, muscles, and skin were covered with a layer of metallic copper lines. Crack! Crack, amidst the crisp sound of his bones, Qinyu's figure grew a little taller, and he looked like a dignified bronze statue. Slash. The heavy sword in Qinyu's hand transformed into a whirlwind of sword aura. When it came into contact with the frightening dark cloud flame wave, it suddenly burst out with a dazzling dark silver light wave. Boom, the dark flame wave exploded and turned into countless scorching black snakes, but most of them were crushed and swallowed by the dazzling whirlwind. Puff. Qinyu was enduring the burning and beating of a violent scarlet wave. Even his breathing was incomparably heavy. Thankfully, the semi-precious armor he was wearing was made from the fur of the fire salamander, which provided him with extra resistance against such attacks. At the same time, slash, the heavy sword in his hand slashed out a crescent-shaped dark silver sword rainbow and slashed at the black-robed deacon's walking stick. This kid, the black-robed deacon, was shocked. His hand that was holding onto the walking stick trembled slightly. Although his furious strike was able to suppress Qinyu by a bit in terms of prestige, it was completely blocked by Qinyu without a sound. Moreover, Qinyu relied on the great strength of the heavy sword to disrupt his footsteps. At the same time, Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling's attacks came from the back, and when they worked together with Qinyu's attack, the black-robed chief became flustered and fell into a dangerous situation. Boom! Chi-chi-chi, under the fierce attacks of the three, the black-robed elder's blood churned. A few more wounds were left on his body, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Senior Brother Pei's defense was not as strong as Qinyu's, but his attacks were comparable to a peak viscera refinement expert. The black-robed elder was unable to endure them. Ah, a tragic cry sounded. Puff, Mu Xiuqing's sword flashed past and killed a mid-viscera refinement demonized jackal knight. Mu Xiuqing was a bit surprised. Her opponent's footsteps suddenly froze, and he grunted as if he had stepped on a nail. This allowed her to kill her opponent in one move. A similar scene occurred on Feng Haofei's side. One of the early viscera refinement cultivator's footsteps swayed, and he screamed as he lost his footing. Puff, Feng Haofei took advantage of the opportunity to spin his blade and unexpectedly kill his opponent. The last mid-viscera refinement jackal knight fled in panic, and was killed by Feng Haofei and Mu Xiuqing. Just like that, the remaining 3 viscera refinement demonized jackal knights were annihilated. The Bone Demon Palace only had the black-robed elder and 4 secular viscera refinement experts left. Feng Haofei and Mu Xiuqing had expressions of surprise. With their strength, they would at most have a slight advantage against 3 opponents. They didn't know how long it would take for them to win. Mu Xiuqing suddenly discovered that there was a small bloody hole in the soles of the shoes of 2 of the dead enemies. Go provide support over there. Feng Haofei and Mu Xiuqing didn't have time to think. At this time, the 4 viscera refinement elders of the Yen Castle and the demons were suppressing the 2 reinforcements from the Yunhui Gate. Kill, the addition of Feng Haofei and Mu Xiuqing immediately put the 4 on the losing end. Run. They're all dead. Even Manager Qian can't hold on much longer. The 4 secular viscera refinement experts were all old, and they didn't have the heart to fight to the death. After one of the old women was killed by Feng Haofei, the other 3 old men fled in panic. These fence-sitters. The black-robed administrator's voice was filled with hatred. He was being ganged up on by Qinyu and the other 2. He had sustained heavy injuries and was extremely sullen. Run. The administrator knew that the situation was hopeless. If Feng Haofei and more viscera refinement cultivators joined in, he might really die here. Scorching red death, the administrator's staff suddenly trembled, forming a scarlet-black whirlpool. A violent and scorching wave of air swept out in a radius of 2 meters. Watch out. This area of effect attack made Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Qinyu could take it head-on. Swish, the administrator's figure flashed past Tong Yuling's side and jumped onto a tree on the other side. Wah, the administrator's body swayed when he landed on the tree, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was still beaten up by Qinyu and Senior Brother Pei while trying to break out of the encirclement. Fortunately, at this time, his flying steed, the giant black-feathered bird, was coming at him. Don't even think of escaping. Qinyu and Senior Brother Pei chased after him, but they were a few steps slower. In the blink of an eye, The administrator was about to mount the black-feathered bird. Swoosh, Senior Brother Pei thrust his spear through the air, creating a faint purple spear shadow that looked like a flood dragon and attacked the administrator. Jinyu hadn't advanced to the Viscera refinement realm, so his long-distance attack was weaker. However, he suddenly had an idea and a dark gray poisonous sword appeared in his hand. Pung dang, the administrator swung his staff backward and blocked Senior Brother Pei's attack. He stepped onto the back of the giant bird and revealed a victorious expression. But at this moment, a blurry small sword shadow like quick thunder streaked across the night sky and pierced the abdomen of the black-feathered bird. It was the dark snake sword. This sword's characteristic was that it was silent and hard to recognize in the night. Under the support of Qinyu's great strength, the sword almost pierced the giant bird's abdomen. No! The administrator let out a low cry. The black-feathered bird's body stiffened as the poison attacked its heart. It screeched and fell from the sky. It had to be known. Qinyu's dark snake sword was a poisonous weapon, and it had been enhanced by 2 energy transformation realm cultivators. Good. Senior Brother Pei's face was full of joy as he joined forces with Qinyu to kill the administrator. TSK, killing a law enforcer of the Bone Demon Palace is a great achievement. Fang Haofei came over and joined in the beating. Swoosh, the administrator did not hesitate. His figure turned into a faint black shadow as he darted into the depths of the Yan family castle. He did not look for an open area to run, but chose a complex area within the Yan family castle with many buildings. This fox. Qinyu put away the dark snake sword and pushed his movement technique to the limit, but he couldn't shorten the distance. The administrator was after all at the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. His advantage in cultivation greatly increased his movement technique speed. In the night, the administrator turned here and there, gradually merging into the depths of the Yan family castle streets and houses. This person is heavily injured and expended a lot of energy. We just need to control the situation, lock down the entire Yan family castle, and catch him. Senior Brother Pei said with a smile. This move is ruthless. Qianyu and Fang Haofei agreed. At this time, Mu Xiuqing, Tong Yuling, and the other 2 members of the Yunhui Gate gradually controlled the situation. The remaining 2 Viscera refinement realm elders of the Yan family castle had already surrendered. The other 2 Viscera refinement realm experts of the Wu and Lin families had been killed. The 2 Yan family patriarchs gave the order to gather the experts in the castle and lock down all the passageways of the Yan family castle. I'll contact Madame Yan. Mu Xiuqing suddenly thought of something. Madame Yan's faction also had a certain amount of power. Now, Yan Hong was dead, and the remaining 2 elders of the Yan family castle were captured. The external threat had been eliminated, and Madame Yan's faction could take control. Swoosh, Mu Xiuqing's figure flashed. She quickly arrived at the Yan family mansion and went straight to Madame Yan's room. She didn't notice. In the shadow of the rockery in the courtyard, there was a weak old man holding a cane. His eyes were cold. Madame Yan. Yushi. Mu Xiuqing knocked on the door. There was no response, but the light in the main room was on. Squeak, she pushed with her hand, and the door opened. Woo-woo, there was a subtle sound coming from the bed. A beautiful woman and a delicate young girl were tied to a bed. They were sweating profusely as they struggled to break free. Madame Yan. You. Mu Xiuqing couldn't help but turn pale, and looked at every corner of the room with vigilance. Who kidnapped the Yan family mother and daughter? Mu Xiuqing's figure flashed, and she hurriedly went forward to break the rope on the Yan family mother and daughter. As a result, the internal breath and movement of the 2 women were sealed by a special method. Be careful. Yan Yushi looked behind Mu Xiuqing in horror. Beauty, who are you looking for? A man's playful and teasing voice came from behind. Mu Xiuqing felt a chill run down her spine. Without even turning her head, she slashed her sword behind her. Swish, however, the sword slashed through thin air. A mysterious man wearing an embroidered mask appeared in front of her like a ghost. That extreme speed was beyond Mu Xiuqing's imagination. She was afraid that no one in the sect could compete with this person. Seamless thief. A terrible thought emerged in her mind. Mu Xueqing was just about to scream, and her shoulder was pressed by the other's palm. In an instant, a cold and strange internal breath locked the internal breath of her whole body. Pa. Pa, the masked man pointed twice on her body. Mu Xueqing's delicate body was stiff, and even speaking was difficult. Beauty. You really like to meddle. Originally, the mother and daughter were about to give in and agree to serve me in the same bed. It's you. You gave them hope. The masked man's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. However, when he examined Mu Xueqing's delicate and refined appearance, the killing intent in his eyes was greatly reduced, and he sneered, another exquisite beauty, and a budding virgin. Although this young master is not interested in ordinary young girls, your appearance is an exception. Whoosh whoosh, at the same time a man and a woman appeared on the roof of the house opposite Madame Yan's courtyard. Junior sister Xia. That thief, as expected, came back here. This time, we must not let him run away. Kuan Ling's face was gloomy. I saw a familiar figure go in, a bit like junior sister Mu. The elegant Xia Jing stared at the shameless dog pet beside her, and seemed to have found something else. In the rockery of the courtyard, the black-robed deacon looked pale. He held a walking stick and hid in the shadows, restraining his aura. In the opposite house, a man and a woman appeared. His face turned cold. However, the gazes of the two people were fixed on the wing of the courtyard. Not long ago, he saw a female disciple of the Yunhui gate enter the wing. After that, there was no more movement. What is going on? The black-robed deacon's face was gloomy. He felt that something was wrong. In the previous battle, he was seriously injured and lost his flying beast. If he were to escape, he would not be able to hold on. Therefore, he first sneaked into the residential area of the Yan family fort. Wherever the terrain was complicated, he would go. Indeed, he got rid of his pursuers. However, the black-robed deacon did not expect to hide in Madame Yan's house. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The black-robed deacon did not notice that a thumb-sized bug floated up from the pool of the rockery. In the wing, the light was still on. Hee, it's really lively tonight. The masked man sat on the bed and looked out of the window. It was as if he could see through the night and control everything. In front of the bed, Mu Xueqing, Madame Yan, and her mother were huddled together, their movements sealed. The three of them could be said to be rare beauties, and each of them had a unique charm to them. The seamless thief. Now that the situation in the Yan family fort is settled, why won't you let us go? Madame Yan clenched her teeth and said with difficulty. Before this, she had been serving the seamless thief obediently. He only promised to protect her family. If he wanted to avenge them and take control of the Yan family fort, he had to serve both mother and daughter. Madame Yan had been holding on. She was waiting for the messenger of the sect, hoping to calm the situation. Finally, they saw hope. Today, Yan Hong was exposed and the situation was going to be clear. Humph. It's that stupid woman's fault. The masked man coldly glanced at Mu Xueqing beside him. If it weren't for the latter's beauty, she would have been killed long ago. Blame me? Mu Xueqing smiled bitterly. The three women's movements were sealed, so they could only barely speak. If you hadn't been a busybody and helped the mother and daughter, they would have long since surrendered to me after losing confidence in the so-called high emissary of the sect. There was a hint of anger in the masked man's tone. Although he could use force, it might cause the mother and daughter of the Yan family to die together. Moreover, the fun would be greatly reduced. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the beautiful mother and daughter serving together. I understand now. The internal strife of the Yan family fortress was caused by you. Mu Xueqing suddenly understood something. Your reaction isn't that slow. If I don't create this kind of crisis, how can I make the mother and daughter submit to me bit by bit? The masked man chuckled. Upon hearing this, Madame Yan's delicate body trembled. It was you who killed my husband. All of a sudden, she figured out a few things. Madame Yan had always thought that Yan Hong had killed her husband or colluded with Bone Devil Palace. But think carefully. Her husband's strength was not ordinary. If she wanted to kill him without making a sound, it would be very difficult. Even if several viscera refinement cultivators worked together, they might not be able to do it. Haha, that's right. Your husband was killed by me. After burning him, the infamy naturally fell on Yan Hong. The masked man didn't deny it. Upon hearing this, a chill swept through Mu Shiuqing's body. It turned out that the source of all the internal strife of the Yan family fortress was actually the seamless bandit. Yan Hong and the others were just silently pushed behind the scenes, leading to the current situation. Using the hearts of people, the dedication to revenge, family, and power, the masked man would slowly break through the mental defenses of Madame Yan and Yan Yushi. Why did Yan Yushi see the scene of her mother serving the seamless bandit? Mu Shiuqing's heart was cold. With the level of the seamless bandit, how could he not sense it? He was most likely doing it on purpose. Beauty, you ruined this young master's good thing. I will strip off your clothes bit by bit, and strip away the passion in the heart of a cold girl like you. The seamless bandit's fiery gaze swept over Mu Shiuqing's soft and beautiful body. Mu Shiuqing's heart sank into boundless darkness. However, it was extremely difficult for her to speak now. She did not even have the ability to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Of course, before that, I have to first get rid of the troublesome flies outside. The masked man's words suddenly changed. Creak, the seamless bandit opened the door, and his gaze swept over the fake mountain in the courtyard. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, a man and a woman flew over from the two sides of the courtyard. It was Kuan-Ling and Xie Jing. Seamless bandit! You'd better surrender. Kuan-Ling's purple robe fluttered in the night wind. With a clang, he took out a golden broadsword. Whoosh! With a shake of the saber, strands of cold, golden-patterned blades of energy surrounded the edge of the saber, emitting a bone-chilling aura. That young man, I'm afraid he is a true disciple of the Yunhui Gate. In the fake mountain, the black-robed administrator was shocked. The strength of this purple-robed man was not inferior to him, and might even be above him. Voila, a fragrant handkerchief appeared in Xie Jing's hand, emitting wisps of faint purple mist, extremely fragrant. Whoosh, the faint purple mist seemed to react with some substance in the air, emitting a foul stench of black smoke. You actually broke my heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder? The masked man was slightly shocked, looking at Xie Jing and the faint purple mist emitting from her handkerchief. Seamless bandit, you will not be able to escape today. Junior sister Xia was specially invited by me to restrain your despicable methods. She is skilled in tracking, and is an alchemist herself, the bane of thieves like you. Kuan-Ling laughed coldly. After he finished, the broadsword in his hand slashed out a long, python-like, golden-patterned blade light, accompanied by a drizzle of golden-patterned air blades, sweeping a radius of 1 to 2 zhang. Child's play. The seamless bandit laughed strangely, and a few blurry figures appeared where he was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in a few flashes, the many afterimages were destroyed by Kuan-Ling, and one of the figures calmly pulled away from Kuan-Ling. What a fast movement technique. Kuan-Ling's violent attacks could not seal the opponent's figure at all. The black-robed administrator in the dark was extremely shocked. In terms of movement speed, the seamless bandit was definitely better than him. Whoosh whoosh, the seamless bandit's figure once again flashed like a ghost, suddenly turning towards Xie Jing. Junior sister Xia, be careful. Kuan-Ling could not help but cry out in alarm. Humph. Xie Jing sneered, and a red and blue silk ribbon appeared in her hand, transforming into a ring-shaped red and blue wind, and the air exploded. This junior sister Xia's cultivation was close to the late stage of the viscera refinement stage, and her strength was close to senior brother Pei. Hee hee. The seamless bandit laughed strangely, and his figure did not retreat, but instead advanced, and even cut in at a strange angle. His palm struck out a cold and sharp gray air shadow. Whoosh, Xie Jing's body suddenly stiffened, and a layer of captivating red appeared on her skin, and her whole body became hot and weak. Plop. Xie Jing fell to the ground, and the silk ribbon around her body was scattered by the masked man's palm. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She was in disbelief. You. I clearly neutralized your evil poison soft fragrance. Haha, do you think that the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder is so easy to deal with? This fragrance is made from an ancient formula. Its main ingredients are the gallbladders of the 5 elks and spirit foxes at the Qi transformation stage, and it's specially made for women. Anyone below the Qi transformation stage will not be able to resist it. The seamless thief laughed sinisterly and stretched out his hand to grab Xianxia. If this incense was so easy to break, how could he have run amok in Chu for so long? Die, you thief! Kuan-Ling pounced over from behind. His sharp and tyrannical golden-patterned blade aura forced the seamless bandit to temporarily retreat. Senior brother Kuan, retreat quickly. I've only broken a portion of the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder. The powder's effect on women is doubled. I'm powerless to help you. Xianxia's body turned red, and her breathing quickened. As she spoke, she swallowed several medicinal pills in succession. Only then did the burning desire in her body recede a little. Kuan-Ling helped Xianxia up, his expression ugly. You want to leave just like that? I'm in a bad mood, so I'll leave the girl as my plaything and spare your life. The masked man snorted. After speaking, he let out a whistle. Whoosh, in the dark area of the courtyard, a strange crow with a body as black as ink flew over. The color of the strange crow's body seemed to have merged with the night. Caw, the strange black crow let out a strange ear-piercing cry. The formless sound waves penetrated the soul. In a split second, Kuan-Ling's blood and mind wavered. Xianxia, who was beside him, fell to the ground. This crow is a rare species that can interfere with the mind. It complements the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder. Let the game begin. The masked man sneered. Amidst the strange crow's ear-piercing cry, a slender flexible sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Xiao xiao, the masked man's figure flashed. In the night, only a slender sword arc could be seen. It alternated between light and dark, spinning and twisting strangely. What sword technique was that? Kuan-Ling was shocked. Unfortunately, the strange crow was interfering with his mind's vision. The large blade in his hand created a rain-like golden blade net, protecting in front of him. Ding ding chi, the slender sword arc created sparks, almost piercing through the golden blade net. The flexible sword suddenly curved like a snake in the night. Hiss! Kuan-Ling took a step back in shock. A bloody mark appeared on his cheek. This movement technique and sword technique, in the shadow of the fake mountain, the black-robed administrator hiding was shocked. If it was one-on-one, he was definitely not the seamless bandit's match. Moreover, the seamless bandit had so many tricks. Just as Kuan-Ling and the administrator were in a dilemma. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of hurried leaps approached. From the footsteps, there were at least 20 to 30 people. Junior brother Chen, are you sure that the Bone Demon Palace deacon ran here? Fang Haofei asked in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. Surround this courtyard. Chen Yu shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, immediately, senior brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and the other 4 viscera refinement cultivators led the Yin family to surround this courtyard. Not good, we've been tracked. In the fake mountain, the black-robed administrator's expression changed. Whoosh, he finally could not stand it anymore. He came out and said to the seamless bandit, Sir, this place is surrounded by the juniors of the Yunhui Gate. If the 2 of us work together to break out, we might have a chance. Bone Demon Palace? The masked man stared at the administrator. That's right, I am the outer palace administrator of the Bone Demon Palace. The black-robed administrator replied. Bone Demon Palace, die. The masked man's gaze suddenly turned cold. His figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. In the next instant, a slender sword arc had already pierced the administrator's back. The administrator lost his voice in shock. The staff in his hand shot out a glowing scarlet stream, but the strange crow's voice reached his ears. His blood, qi, and mind were shaken. Qi, the masked man's sword pierced through the administrator's heart. The latter's staff sputtered out a few glowing scarlet streams and hit the masked man's body. A layer of green light appeared within his clothes, outlining the outline of a simple soft armor that covered his entire body. Taking a closer look, it was actually a full-body treasure soft armor. Plop! The administrator fell to the ground dead, his face full of disbelief. Plop, Jinyu's group had just surrounded the courtyard when they saw the black-robed deacon die in the hands of the masked man. This guy is the Seamless Bandit ranked second on the assassination roll? The Yunhui Gate members, including Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling, all gasped. Although the black-robed deacon was seriously injured and the masked man's attack was unexpected, it was still terrifying to be able to kill him in one move. Senior Brother Pei, you've come. Let's join forces and kill this thief. Kunling's face was full of surprise when he saw the reinforcements. Xiejing stayed eased a bit, and her bright red face showed a bit of anticipation. No matter how strong the Seamless Bandit was, he was not at the Qi Transformation realm. Under the encirclement of so many Viscera Refinement realm experts, he was like a trapped beast. These damn flies, the masked man's voice was full of disgust and resentment. He had planned for a long time. His wish of sleeping with his daughter was close to success, but it was repeatedly destroyed at the last moment. First, it was Kunling and Xiejing's tracking, and then Mu Xiuqing's meddling. Then, the group of Yunyu martial school disciples had been searching for the dark-cloaked deacon like a turtle in a jar. Chen, did you know that the Seamless Bandit was here? Tong Yuling couldn't help but ask. I really didn't know. Chen Yu shook his head with a slightly stunned expression. So. On the surface, Chen Yu had previously given up on tracking the black-robed deacon, but he had secretly released the Iron Moon insect to secretly follow him. Although the environment inside the fortress was complex, it had no effect on the insect. When the situation had stabilized, Chen Yu immediately gathered everyone and surrounded the courtyard. He didn't expect to accidentally catch a big fish here. The reward for killing the Seamless Bandit in Yunhui Gate has increased by nearly 30,000 contribution points. There are also treasured weapons and high-grade body-strengthening pills, Feng Haofei laughed. Chen Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Trap and kill this thief. Whoosh. Whoosh, Chen Yu, Feng Haofei, Senior Apprentice Brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and 2 other Viscera Refinement cultivators made up a total of 6 Yunhui Gate elites. Surround and attack the Seamless Bandit, besides. Kunling and Xiejing, who had fallen into a disadvantageous position, took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, attempting to delay the Seamless Bandit. Faced with such a lineup, the masked man's expression changed. Want to kill me? A bunch of clowns. The Seamless Bandit sneered. A black bead appeared in his hand, and he threw it on the ground. Boom, amidst the explosion, a thick layer of black and gray miasma instantly engulfed everything within 100 feet. Be careful. The sudden onslaught of the black and gray miasma affected the vision of the people nearby. Cough, cough, after being assaulted by the mist, several of them coughed uncomfortably and felt a stinging pain in their eyes. However, among the crowd, there were also those who were experienced or had quick reactions. Break, Chen Yu struck out with his palm, and the python-like fist force condensed into a fiendish aura, shattering the miasma and black fog within a 2-meter radius. Senior Brother Pei swung his spear, tearing the nearby black miasma into pieces. The 2 of them moved quickly, intercepting the masked man who had jumped out of the black and gray miasma from the left and right sides. Stay. Chen Yu gathered strength in his organs, and the peak level of the cloud-soaring steps displayed a speed that surpassed the shackles of martial arts. The heavy sword in his hand trembled. Buzz, a light silver whirlwind formed an area of effect sword technique, sealing off the masked man's escape route. Senior Brother Pei did not back down. The long spear in his hand slashed out a fierce and eerie light purple spear shadow. A violent gust of wind engulfed the Seamless Bandit. The Seamless Bandit's expression changed as he faced the combined attack of the 2, and the area of effect attack. He was confident that he could take on the attacks of the 2 and escape unscathed. However, if he delayed for even a moment, he would be surrounded by Kunling, Feng Haofei, Tong Yuling, and more Viscera Refinement experts. The consequences would be unthinkable. Caw, suddenly, a strange black crow appeared in the night sky, emitting a strange sound that made one's mind feel heavy and blood flow restless. At that moment, Senior Brother Pei's attack slowed down slightly. Clang, the flexible sword in the Seamless Bandit's hand trembled slightly, pulling away Senior Brother Pei's spear. Not only that. Senior Brother Pei's arm was slashed by a wisp of strange and small sword shadow chi, leaving a bloody mark half an inch deep. His body retreated a few steps. The masked man revealed a slightly happy expression, but his expression suddenly changed again. Whoosh, the area of effect sword technique from Qianyu's profound heavy sword, the light silver whirlwind, did not decrease in power, but increased instead. It seemed that Qianyu was not affected by the strange crow sound. This kid, how is it possible? The masked man's gaze swept past Qianyu, revealing a trace of surprise. Qianyu himself was also slightly surprised. Just now, not only did the tears of ice heart protect his mind, but it seemed that after consuming the moon spirit liquid, his mind and consciousness had been baptized, and his ability to interfere with the mind of the outside world had increased. Whoosh, the seamless bandit's figure was helplessly slowed down by half a step. The flexible sword, in an inconceivable way, spun out a circular blade chi that was the size of a water tank, and a cold and domineering force exploded. Boom! Dang dang, the light silver whirlwind that Qianyu had created was instantly broken into pieces, and his figure swayed. At the same time, a cold and domineering internal energy almost penetrated into his body. If it wasn't for the bronze statue art, Xiaocheng's copper bones, he might have suffered some internal injuries. What a strong force! The seamless bandit was pushed back by a huge force, and he stared at Qianyu with hatred. Just like that. Kuan-Ling, Xie Jing, Fang Haofei, Tong Yuling, and the others chased over, and all kinds of long-distance attacks covered his head. Puchi! Pung pung, in the area where the seamless bandit's figure flashed, the sound of energy explosions rang out continuously. Damn it, the masked man was in a sorry state, and his clothes were torn, revealing a set of flexible armor that flashed with green light patterns. His 4 limbs were all covered and protected. Ding ding chi! Puchi pung! A few cracks appeared on the full-body treasure soft armor, which helped him block a lot of attacks. If it was a normal peak late-stage organs refinement cultivator, they would be crippled even if they didn't die. This guy's sword art is strange and powerful, and he's like a ghost. He also has a set of defensive treasure. Qianyu couldn't help but be shocked when he participated in the group attack. Attack, defense, speed. The seamless bandit was the best in all aspects, and he had no weaknesses. This bandit had almost reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. No wonder he didn't want to cooperate with the black-robed deacon, and was obviously very confident in escaping. Other than that, the seamless bandit also had the angel drunken fragrance and the strange crow spirit pet. Fortunately, the angel drunken fragrance had been mostly solved by Xie Jing, or else they would have suffered a lot. Caw-caw, the strange crow in the night sky let out a strange sound that disturbed one's mind, preventing them from chasing. This crow is very annoying. Qianyu snorted coldly. Whoosh, he moved quickly, and the heavy sword in his hand slashed out a dark silver sword aura in the shape of a crescent moon, and a dull wind whistled as he slashed at the strange crow. On the Yunhui Gate's side, Qianyu had the strongest resistance to the strange crow's sound. Crack! Crack! The strange crow reacted quickly and flapped its wings to dodge. It was brushed by a few wisps of heavy sword wind and swayed in the air, but it only suffered some flesh wounds. This crow's regular combat power was comparable to a normal organs refinement cultivator. However, just as the weird crow dodged the attack, its body started to sway. Whoosh, a blurry black line that was hard to see with the naked eye pierced the strange crow's abdomen. Caw-caw, the strange crow screamed as a small wound was torn open on its abdomen. Its body suddenly stiffened under the special corpse poison of the iron moon corpse worm, and then immediately fell to the ground with a plop. Little Black, the masked man exclaimed. Then he saw a tragic scene. A tall and straight young man rushed over and kicked the strange crow that had fallen to the ground. Bronze foot, like kicking a ball, Qianyu kicked the strange crow that had fallen to the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. No! Little Black! The masked man roared in anger, but this hesitation attracted more attacks. Bang bang! Boom, the attacks of Kunlun, senior brother Pei, and the others were not to be trifled with. Even with the full-body treasure soft armor, the masked man vomited blood and staggered. Wah, after vomiting blood, the masked man revealed a trace of determination and suppressed his anger. At this moment, he was heavily injured, and had been attacked by many strong enemies. Most of the angel-drunken fragrance had been neutralized, and even the strange crow that had accompanied him had been killed by Qinyu. Not to mention fighting, even the slightest mistake would cause him to die here. Whoosh, suddenly, the masked man's movement technique changed like a ghost, and there was a kind of evil and fleeting meaning. His movement technique speed faintly increased. Qinyu and Kunlun felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen this movement technique somewhere before. Then, clang, a strange ironwood treasure sword appeared in the masked man's hand, and there was a layer of dark gray markings on it. Wang! Whoosh, the ironwood treasure sword in his hand turned into a large area of shadow sword aura that seemed to explode from ironwood, and then split further, producing even more small gray sword auras. Whoosh! Pew pew pew, a fan-shaped area of 20 to 30 feet was covered by the terrifying shadow sword auras, and there were small gray sword auras everywhere. Such a vast and strange attack instantly injured Tong Yuling, Xie Jing, Fang Haofei, and 4 other Viscera training members. Ding ding, even Qinyu's bronze statue art body felt a sharp pain, as if a cold and sharp aura had pierced into his body, and his body froze. Ghost Pair Sword, 6 Evil Sword Manual, your ghost sword Lu Santong. Kunlun couldn't help but exclaim as he retreated a few steps. Ghost Sword Lu Santong, Qinyu, Tong Yuling, and the others all had expressions of shock and uncertainty. This movement technique and inner breathing style is indeed very similar to Lu Santong. Qinyu reacted. Last time on Hidden Lake Island, he had a short encounter with Ghost Sword Lu Santong, and even exchanged blows. At that time, Lu Santong's casual attack had almost injured Qinyu. After the masked man used the killing move of Graceful Sword, he was also attacked by everyone, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked deeply at Qinyu and the others, and then used his ghostly movement technique to pull away from them, and quickly jumped out of the courtyard. That's right. It's Lu Santong. His movement and sword techniques all come from the 6 Evil Sword Manual. In the entire younger generation of Iron Sword clan, only he has cultivated this sword manual to such a level. Not to mention that the Ghost Pair Sword is his personal treasure. Kunlun gritted his teeth. Then what are you waiting for, everyone chase? Capture this kid and make it public. Qinyu said curiously. I'm afraid, Kunlun shook his head, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Senior Brother Pei and Fang Haofei both stopped in their tracks, and revealed thoughtful expressions. Qinyu felt a trace of strangeness. After seeing through the other identity of the Seamless Thief, the others hesitated. After the Seamless Bandit's other identity was revealed, both Kuan Ling and Pei Shixiang hesitated. Chen, let's not talk about whether we can catch this thief. If the Seamless Bandit is confirmed to be Lu Santong, then things will be complicated. No one in the entire Chu country would dare to touch him. Fang Haofei said. No one in the entire Chu country would dare to touch him. Qinyu was truly shocked. What is the background of this Lu Santong? Even Yi Yunfei, as the son of the Watermoon sect master, did not have such a strong deterrent force. We have to mention Lu Santong's grandfather. He is the Iron Sword sect's Grand Elder, Lu Tiantong, nicknamed Lu Tiezu. Pei Shixiang said with a serious expression. Grand Elder. Lu Tiezu? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He had been in the sect for a few years and had heard some rumors. Lu Tiezu is a title given to him by the world. This Lu Tiantong is an origin-returning realm expert and is the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword clan. Before the appearance of the Demon Bone Palace, Lu Tiantong was the number 1 of the 3 sects in the Chu country. Furthermore, he is the trump card of the 3 sects against the Demon Bone Palace. Without him, the 3 sects would have been defeated long ago. The few of them spoke in awe. Origin Realm. Grand Elder. Lu Tiezu. Number 1 of the 3 sects in the Chu country. When all these titles were attached to one person, one could imagine Lu Tiantong's terrifying and extraordinary status. I see. Qinyu took a deep breath. No wonder everyone hesitated after confirming Lu Santong's identity and even gave up on the pursuit. There was no other way. LV Santong's background was too terrifying. Compared to him, Yi Yunfei's generation paled in comparison. In the past, this Lu Santong raped a female disciple and was caught by a Qi transformation realm elder of the Watermoon sect. However, that elder could only teach him a small lesson. Kuan-Ling smiled bitterly. Even a Qi transformation realm elder could only teach him a small lesson. This is a serious matter. We can only inform the upper echelons of the sect. This mission will come to an end for now. Kuan-Ling and Xie Jing looked at each other helplessly. Qin Yu and the others did not suffer any losses. In fact, they even managed to annihilate the black-robed administrator and the others. However, the two of them had failed their mission. Right, inside the house. Xie Jing suddenly thought of something and led everyone into Madame Yan's room. Very soon, everyone rescued Mu Xiuqing and Madame Yan from the side room. Madame Yan and her daughter were overjoyed when they learned that the Yan family castle's situation had stabilized and the Bone Devil Palace's enemies had been wiped out. LV Santong did such a heinous thing, and you're letting him off just like that? Mu Xiuqing's face was frosty as she gritted her teeth in anger. She was almost humiliated by LV Santong. As for that Madame Yan, she had been repeatedly humiliated and toyed with by this thief. Who would seek justice for her? To expose this matter, we can only rely on the sect's upper echelon and our sect's supreme elder to exert a certain amount of pressure on Iron Sword's sect. Senior Brother Pei sighed. It could be predicted that even if the evidence was conclusive, the Yunhui Gate would not be able to do anything to LV Santong if Lu Tiezu was bent on protecting him. On the same day, Kuan-Ling and Xie Jing left the Yan family castle and set off on their return journey. Before they left, the two reported the situation on the front lines. In a battle not long ago, the three sects suffered a great defeat. 2 Qi transformation Khanate cultivators have fallen. One of them was a Qi transformation realm elder of the Yunhui Gate. This piece of news greatly shocked Qinyu and the others. An elder had fallen. It was evident that the battle between the three sects and the Bone Devil Palace had entered the final stage. The fate of the entire Chu sect will be decided in the next 6 months. Fang Haofei said solemnly. Once the final battle broke out, new disciples such as Qin Yu, Fang Haofei, Tong Yuling, and Mu Xiuqing would all have to go to the battlefield. After all, it was the key to the sect's survival. Late at night, Qin Yu, Fang Haofei, Mu Xiuqing, Senior Brother Pei, and Tong Yuling divided the spoils. This time, although they did not kill the seamless bandits, the spoils of killing the black-robed administrator and other Bone Devil Palace members were quite generous. 6 Viscera refinement cultivators of the Bone Devil Palace were killed. 5 treasures were obtained. The black-robed administrator's staff is a fine low-grade treasure. The other items, including half-treasures and demonized wolves, are worth 140,000 subgrade primal stones. Senior Brother Pei summarized. Senior Brother Pei believed that Qin Yu and the other two should take the majority of the credit. Qin Yu's contributions could not go unnoticed. Senior Brother Pei decided to give the black-robed administrator scarlet pattern staff to Qin Yu and 20,000 subgrade primal stones. He estimated that the scarlet pattern staff alone was nearly twice the value of an ordinary treasure. In addition, Senior Brother Pei had lost a Viscera refinement sect member. He needed a treasure and 20,000 subgrade primal stones as compensation. Those who contributed the most would receive additional rewards. Those who sacrificed themselves would also receive compensation. No one had any objections to this distribution. Just like that, Qin Yu beamed as he received the scarlet pattern staff. When he touched it with his fingers, he felt a faint heat coming from it. A fine low-grade treasure and 20,000 subgrade primal stones. Qin Yu was content. These were just the spoils of war. He also received bribes from Yan Hong and the cooperation with Chu Fingyun's family. In addition, the mission itself had a certain amount of reward. It could be said that Qin Yu earned a lot from this mission. In the following days, Qin Yu and the other two, along with Senior Brother Pei and the others, reorganized the nearby Wu and Lin families. They also searched and eliminated the remaining Bone Devil Palace members and strongholds. As for the Yan family castle, Qin Yu had full authority over it. In the end, young castle master Yan Fei inherited the position of castle master. Madame Yan and Yan Yushi assisted him. After 10 days of reorganization, the Yan family castle area had stabilized. At this time, Yunhui Gate sent a message, urging Qinyu and the other two to return to the sect as soon as possible. Qinyu and the other two did not dare to linger. They set off the next day. Madame Yan's family of 3 watched the 3 sect envoys leave with eyes full of gratitude. "Mother, sister, I also want to enter the sect world," young castle master Yan Fei vowed. His eyes were full of yearning. "Fei, the sect world is in chaos. Danger lurks everywhere. You have an inferior grade spiritual body. You are quite talented. If you become a good castle master, you will be famous in the future," Madame Yan said lovingly. 3 days later, Qinyu and the other two returned to Yunhui Gate. They handed over the mission at Zhongwu Hall and received their rewards. As the leader, Qinyu received 6,000 to 7,000 contribution points and 2,000 substandard primordial stones. In the side hall of Zhongwu Hall, Qinyu and the other two were received by Hall Master Lin. "After this mission, you will rest for at most 10 days. Then you will be sent to the front line," Hall Master Lin said seriously. Now, the 3 sects were at the moment of life and death. The members of Yunhui Gate, from the elders to the outer disciples, all had to contribute to the survival of the sect. Qinyu and the other two had expected this. "I have now reached the copper bone Xiaocheng. As long as I take the superior grade body accumulation pill, I can advance to the viscera refinement stage at any time. My ability to protect myself will greatly increase." Qinyu was calm. With regards to the war between the sects of Chu, he had long been worried about it. He had always been focused on cultivating and accumulating his strength. Hall Master Lin added with a smile, "The 3 of you are all rookies in the inner sect. Your mission on the battlefield should be defense or logistics. But if the situation is too dangerous, you may go to the front line and fight head-on." After returning to the sect, Qinyu continued to collect the materials of the spirit ginseng snake gallbladder and began to buy some refining materials. On this day, Qinyu went to find his master. Elder Mao happened to be in the mansion. He had just returned from the front line and looked a little haggard. "If you have anything to say it as soon as possible. I am going to mobilize a new group of disciples to support the front line." Elder Mao sighed. From his master's face, Qinyu saw a trace of anxiety for the first time. "This disciple has come here for 2 matters, Qinyu gave a simple explanation. The first matter was related to the situation between LV Santong and the Seamless Bandit. After all, back then, during the group fight, Qinyu had killed LV Santong's cherished crow. LV Santong is the Seamless Thief. Some people have speculated before. Regarding this matter, I will report to the sect's Grand Uncle Master and let Lu Tiezu discipline his grandson." Elder Mao's tone was a little dissatisfied. Hearing this, Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he could not do anything to LV Santong, this matter would at least make him keep a low profile for a period of time. "The second thing. I want to refine my weapon before going to the battlefield. I will also integrate moon spirit ores and other precious ores," Qinyu continued. The second thing was his main goal. In terms of cultivation, Qinyu could advance to the viscera refinement stage at any time. There was no need to worry about this. If he wanted to refine a treasure now, it would be best if he could go to the Chu family. "Chu family? That's easy. I am looking for the Chu family to send some reinforcements to the front line to resist the Bone Demon Palace." Elder Mao's eyes flashed. Looking for reinforcements from the Chu family? Qinyu's head turned cold. The Chu family was a family force near the Yunhui Gate, but it was not like the Yan family, which was completely a vassal of the Yunhui Gate. Now that the Yunhui Gate was looking for reinforcements from the Chu family, the urgency of the situation could be seen. The sect master has discussed this matter with the ancestor of the Chu family. "You will accompany the chief disciple Zhong Tianchen to the Chu family the day after tomorrow," Elder Mao said. "Thank you, master." Qinyu expressed his thanks. With the current situation, it was not so easy for disciples to go out as they wished. Right. Refining weapons requires many precious ores. Which weapon do you want to refine? What spirit ores do you need? I can give you a reference. Elder Mao suddenly had an interested expression. Qinyu guessed that Elder Mao might want to trade some moon spirit ores from him. But this was also an opportunity. Qinyu wanted to hear Elder Mao's opinion, and at the same time, trade some refining materials from him. Hence, he took out the profound heavy sword and the dark snake sword and displayed them in front of Elder Mao. He only used 60 to 70% of his strength. The profound heavy sword, you can use most of its power with your advantage in strength. The quality of this sword is not bad, but it consumes a lot. It is not suitable to temporarily upgrade it. Also, as a heavy sword, the amount of refining materials needed is several times that of a normal weapon. Elder Mao said in a low voice. But the dark snake sword is shorter, and the price to upgrade it to a middle-grade treasure weapon is much lower. Although a middle-grade treasure weapon is suitable for the Qi transformation stage, the Viscera refinement stage cannot even last a moment. But if you upgrade this short sword to a middle-grade treasure weapon, you only need to use it as a trump card at a critical moment. Combined with the close combat advantage of a body cultivator, you will be unstoppable under the Qi transformation stage. Elder Mao had a smile on his face, as if he could imagine such a situation. Qinyu agreed with Elder Mao's suggestion. Mid-grade treasures could only be used at the Qi transformation stage. Normal Viscera refinement cultivators wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. The profound heavy sword was Qinyu's main weapon. It was suitable for direct combat. If it was upgraded to a mid-grade treasure, not only would the price be greater, but the consumption would also increase. He wouldn't be able to fight for long. Relatively speaking, if the dark snake sword was refined to a mid-grade treasure, combined with the close-range advantage of a body fusion cultivator, it could produce an instant burst of power. Moreover, this poisoned sword was suitable for surprise attacks and assassinations. Next, Qinyu used 5 kilograms of moon spirit ore to trade for 4 kilograms of meteoric iron and 1.5 kilograms of brass crystal from Elder Mao. Meteoric iron goes without saying. It can increase the quality and power of a weapon. This brass crystal can increase the hardness of a weapon and its sharpness. Elder Mao explained. Meteoric iron and brass crystal were both rare treasures. If you added the moon spirit ore that Qinyu had, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, these were just the main materials. There were other supplementary materials. After the trade, Qinyu returned to his residence in the outer sect and organized the capital he had on hand. He had gained a lot from this secular mission. Killing the hook-nosed leader had given him a treasure, 20 to 30 primal stones, and some other bits and pieces. The marriage agreement with the Chu family had given him 100-year earth spirit ginseng and 2 fierce snake king gallbladders. However, the earth spirit ginseng had already been used. In the Yan castle, Yan Hong had given him 100 primal stones and that half-treasure leather armor. In the end, he had killed the Demon Bone Palace attendants and obtained a walking stick and 200 primal stones. The mission reward was 2,000 substandard primal stones. There were 30,000 primal stones alone. Adding to what Qinyu had left, he had 36,000 substandard primal stones. However, the real winners were the 2 precious artifacts, especially the fine-grade precious artifact walking stick. In the room, Qinyu took out the upper body accumulation pill. After a moment of thought, he gave up. Now, as long as he took a high-grade circulation pill, he would be able to advance to the Viscera refinement stage at any time, and it would not cause his foundation to become unstable. I'll be going to the front line soon. If I keep my cultivation a bit lower, the difficulty of the frontline's missions assigned to me will be much lower. Qinyu's eyes flickered. When it was time to keep a low profile, one could never be ostentatious. On frontline missions, even Qi transformation realm elders had fallen, let alone Viscera refinement realm elders. 2 days later, in front of the central hall, Qinyu and a man in a pine robe stood together. "Greetings, senior brother Zong," Qinyu said politely. The man in the pine robe had a sharp gaze, and his divine light contained an invisible pressure. It was the head disciple, Zong Tianchen. This time, when he saw Zong Tianchen, Qinyu felt a terrifying pressure. There was even a bit of mental pressure. "Senior brother Zong, you seem to have advanced," a hint of shock appeared in Qinyu's face. Ever since he had fused with the mysterious heart, his senses had greatly improved, especially when it came to energy fluctuations. Junior brother's eyes are like a torch. 10 days ago, I did reach the Qi transformation realm, but I didn't hide my energy. Zhong Tianchen smiled. Qi transformation realm, head disciple, Jinyu couldn't help but admire Zhong Tianchen's shocking talent. No wonder he was the top core disciple. What was rare was, as the head disciple of the Qi transformation realm, Zhong Tianchen wasn't arrogant when he talked to other disciples. Chen, I heard that the Chu family owes you a favor. Maybe you can ask Grandmaster Gu to help you refine a weapon. Who knows, I might even be able to bask in your glory this time. Zhong Tianchen suddenly smiled. So, after Zhong Tianchen reached the Qi transformation realm, he wanted to refine his low-grade weapon. Just in time. As the head disciple and a Qi transformation realm cultivator, he represented the sect and went to the Chu family to get some reinforcements. On the same day, Zhong Tianchen and Qinyu rode on a flying beast that the sect used, heading towards the Chu family. In less than a day, the two of them rode on a big bird and landed in a town that the Chu family was in front of a garden building with pleasant scenery. The head of the Chu family led a few of the higher-ups to welcome Qinyu into the garden. Along the way, there were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was beautiful. Qinyu didn't meet Chu Fengyun. In the Chu family, Chu Fengyun's position was at most middle class. My ancestor has been waiting for a long time. The head of the Chu family smiled. He was very respectful towards Zhong Tianchen. Not long later, in an old attic, Zhong Tianchen and Qinyu saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face. It was the ancestor of the Chu family. This wasn't the organs training realm of a small family, but a true Qi transformation realm cultivator. Greetings, Senior Chu. Tianchen represents my master to greet you. Zhong Tianchen was neither humble nor arrogant. Qi transformation realm? The younger generation will surpass us in time. The ancestor of the Chu family felt Zhong Tianchen's aura and his eyes flashed. I remember, Tianchen, you are still in your early 20s? Reaching the Qi transformation realm at this age, you have a chance of reaching the origin realm. The ancestor of the Chu family sighed, his face was filled with envy. The path of cultivation was all about time. When he reached the Qi transformation realm, he was already in his 50s or 60s. At this age, even if he was lucky enough to reach the Qi transformation realm, his potential would have been exhausted. Tianchen is 21 this year. I am still one step away from reaching the Qi transformation realm before 20. I heard from my master that reaching the Qi transformation realm before 20 is a threshold. If I succeed, I will have a higher chance of reaching the origin realm in the future. Zhong Tianchen answered. From his tone, not reaching the Qi transformation realm before 20 was a huge regret. Indeed, most of the origin realm cultivators in the Chu country reached the Qi transformation realm before 20. But nothing is absolute. Nephew Zhong is not much different from them when they were young. It won't be hard for you to reach the peak of the Chu sect. The ancestor of the Chu family smiled. Then, his eyes landed on Qinyu. After the introduction, the ancestor of the Chu family revealed a strange expression. You are that Qinyu, the disciple who is engaged to Wanyu? Yes, I am. Qinyu had a trace of awkwardness on his face. He realized that the ancestor of the Chu family was staring at him a few times. It was hard to tell whether it was admiration or disgust. Next, Zhong Tianchen and the ancestor of the Chu family discussed the details of sending reinforcements to the front lines to resist the Bone Devil Palace. In this regard, the Yunhui Gate and the Chu family already had an agreement. 6 Viscera Refinement Realm, 32 Pulse Opening Realm. This is already a large portion of the Chu family's strength. Any more and it will leave the family empty. The ancestor of the Chu family sighed. In essence, this was the Yunhui Gate forcing the Chu family to send reinforcements. With the 3 sects taking the lead, how could the Chu family be safe from the back? At the same time, this was also a way to express their stance. After the Chu family sent reinforcements, they would stand with the 3 sects and draw a clear line with the Bone Devil Palace. After discussing official matters, Zhong Tianchen and Qinyu requested to refine weapons from the ancestor of the Chu family. The ancestor of the Chu family didn't dare to delay. Although he couldn't guarantee that the blacksmith master would help, he could let the two of them meet. After all, the Chu family had promised Qinyu something, and Zhong Tianchen, as the top disciple, might become the pinnacle of the Chu sect world in the future. He couldn't be offended. An hour later, on a lone mountain peak behind the Chu family's base, Qinyu and Zhong Tianchen saw an ordinary-looking old man with a goatee. Grandmaster Gu. Zhong Tianchen and Qinyu greeted him politely. On account of old Chu, I agree to meet you. Take out your materials and weapons and let me take a look. If the grade is too low and the price is too low, I might not agree. The old man with a goatee looked unwilling. Immediately, Zhong Tianchen took out a rusty ancient sword and a few blacksmith materials. Among them were 7 to 8 kilograms of meteoric iron and a few other rare ores of the same grade. Huh? This sword seems to have been passed down for a long time? Grandmaster Gu took the sword and looked at it curiously. After a while, Grandmaster Gu was a bit regretful. Unfortunately, the ancient blacksmith method is incomplete, but the materials are good. It shouldn't be a problem to refine it into a mid-grade weapon. Thank you, Grandmaster Gu. Zhong Tianchen was happy. But I need to take 300 yuan stones, 1 kilogram of meteoric iron, 3 kilograms of purple sand crystals, Grandmaster Gu added. No problem. Zhong Tianchen felt his heart ache, but he couldn't reject. There were blacksmiths in the sect, but they were slightly worse than this one. Then Qinyu showed his dark snake sword and took out meteoric iron, copper crystals, and moon spirit ores. Huh. Moon spirit ores. The old man with a goatee was surprised. With these materials, it shouldn't be a problem to refine this sword into a mid-grade weapon. But after refining it, its poison will be greatly reduced. Grandmaster Gu said. How could that be? Qinyu's expression changed. One of the biggest characteristics of the dark snake sword was its poison. Of course, if you are willing to pay 3 kilograms of moon spirit ores and 300 yuan stones. This old man has a precious blood poison stone. If you refine it, you will be able to permanently strengthen the poison within it. While increasing the poison's power, it will not be affected even if you continue refining it in the future. The goatee's next words revealed his true intentions. Qinyu was speechless. This Grandmaster Gu obviously wanted some moon spirit ores. You can ask around about my character, I won't lie to you. How about this, I will give you another chance to refine a weapon. There was hope in the goatee's eyes. Okay. Qinyu agreed. That way, he would be able to refine 3 kilograms of moon spirit ores. After all, the size of the dark snake sword was small and the moon spirit ores were only one of the main materials. He would also pay 3 kilograms of moon spirit ores and 300 yuan stones as compensation. Of course. Grandmaster Gu would take out a blood poison stone and add it to the dark snake sword to strengthen the poison of the sword. Grandmaster Gu, we have a favor to ask. Can you help us refine the weapon as soon as possible? Because we will all be on the battlefield soon. Zhong Tianchen said. No problem. But you have to help me. Grandmaster Gu's eyelids twitched. He could see that Zhong Tianchen was at the transformed Qi realm. If he helped, the efficiency of refining the weapon would be higher. That was it. Qinyu and Zhong Tianchen helped Grandmaster Gu refine the weapon for the next few days. That night, in Grandmaster Gu's room, while he was arranging the materials, Qinyu saw a dark and old metal ball in front of the furnace. Huh? Qinyu's eyes were attracted by the metal ball. Thump thump. Thump thump, the heart in his body was beating urgently, which he hadn't heard for a long time. This broken metal ball, Qinyu's heart beat faster, thinking, isn't this one of the 3 that appeared in the Hidden Lake auction? Thump thump. Thump thump, his heart beat faster, sending a trace of expectation and desire. Vaguely. At this time, Qinyu felt a faint fluctuation in the crystalline space in his heart. Master Gu, do you also have such a metal ball? Qinyu suppressed the excitement in his heart. On the surface, he looked very surprised. First of all, he also had this ball to dispel the opponent's vigilance. In fact, Qinyu already had the idea of this ball. This ball. Master Gu said casually, one of my junior brothers bought it in the Hidden Lake auction for 18,000, but he didn't find anything. He sent this ball to me, hoping to melt it and crack its material composition. And the result? Jinyu smiled and took out a similar broken metal ball. At that time, at the Hidden Lake auction, there were 3 such metal balls, which were respectively bought by Yi Yunfei, Jinyu, and a black-faced old man. No result. The material of this metal ball is very hard, refined by a very ancient method. It should contain a special space crystal composition. So far, I can't melt it. Master Gu shook his head. I don't know, is there any difference between it and mine? Jinyu picked up the broken metal ball next to the smelting furnace. Master Gu glanced at it and didn't care. As soon as Jinyu grasped the ball, a familiar scene unfolded before him. Whoosh, a deep suction came from his heart. The heartbeat was as heavy as a mountain, causing the space in front of him to appear overlapping and shaking. Then, the metal ball in his hand suddenly trembled. Wisps of mysterious power were sucked into the mysterious heart. The next moment, in the dark space where the light silver crystal space was, wisps of star-like silver crystal light spots lit up. Buzz, these silver crystal light spots quickly integrated into the existing light silver crystal space. In an instant, under the attention of Chinyu's consciousness, the light silver crystal space rapidly expanded and soon doubled in size. The original light silver crystalline space was only the size of a palm and 3 inches deep. Now, it was still palm-sized, but it was 6 inches deep, like a mini box. It would be great if it could become a cuboid. Jinyu looked at the mini space that had just taken shape and was glowing with a faint silver light. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If that was the case, he could place the dark snake sword in his crystal space, and it would be able to produce an unexpected effect. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the small space that had not yet stabilized suddenly twisted. Buzz, amidst the faint silver light, the small space suddenly stretched to more than a foot long, but its depth and width were reduced by more than half. It really did appear to be a small cuboid. Great. Jinyu was overjoyed. The crystalline space inside the mysterious heart was completely different from the storage bag outside. This was a small, independent space. Regardless of weight, one could retrieve anything with their thoughts. Anything that they came into contact with could also be entered with their thoughts. Furthermore, even the iron moon strange insects could enter. Ordinary storage bags couldn't contain living things, unless it was a special custom-made pet bag. But the price was many times more expensive than a pet bag of the same size. Boy, do you know something about the origin of this ball? The goateed man's voice came. Master, I'm sorry. How would I know something that even you can't understand? Jinyu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Just now, he almost exposed himself and was discovered by Master Gu. He put down the old metal ball and began to focus on helping Master Gu. 2 days later, a new, dark snake sword was successfully refined. What came into view was a dark gray low-profile short sword. Looking carefully, one could see a layer of dark glowing lines on the surface of the sword, which was very delicate. Jinyu integrated his internal breath into it and suddenly felt that the sword was like a bottomless pit, absorbing almost twice the internal breath of the usual. Buzz. A layer of strange gray flow and blood-glowing lines appeared on the dark snake sword. With a slash, a shadow flashed, and almost no sound was made. Jinyu felt that the lethality of this sword had far surpassed the Xian heavy sword. There probably weren't many people under the Qi transforming realm who could survive that sword. After integrating the moon spirit ore, this sword will maintain its characteristic of being silent at night, and its power will increase by 30% in places with moonlight. Master Gu smiled. He was very satisfied with this refined poisonous sword. After all, the materials used to refine it were very good. When Zhong Tianqian next to him looked at the sword, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Jinyu, a disciple of the Soothing Pulse stage, could have such a good medium-grade weapon in advance. In places with moonlight, its power will increase by 30%. Doesn't that mean that under the moonlight, this sword is close to a fine weapon of the same level? Jinyu said in surprise. Almost. Master Gu nodded. The biggest feature of the moon spirit ore was that it could be used to refine weapons. Another 3 days passed. Zhong Tianqin's weapon was also successfully refined, and he looked satisfied. Of course. Refining a weapon and refining a weapon were two completely different concepts. Their weapons were originally low-grade treasures, but with the addition of a pile of precious spirit ores, they were upgraded to medium-grade treasures. If they really wanted to forge a medium-grade treasure, they would have to spend at least 10 days to half a month. After the weapons were refined, the two of them brought a group of people from the Chu family and arrived at the Yunhui Gate a few days later. As soon as they returned to the inner sect, Yu received a message from Zhongwu Hall. Chen. In 6 days, you will join the 6th wave of reinforcements and go to the front line to help defend Lu Yunqing. One of the deacons said with a smile. Thank you, deacon. Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace were about to face a decisive battle. All disciples would inevitably be sent to the front line. Frontline missions definitely had risks, but the degree of danger varied. Yu's mission to defend the city was relatively safer. At least he didn't have to fight on the front line or be cannon fodder. After confirming the mission, the first thing Yu did was to break through to the viscera refinement stage. Now, his foundation was extremely solid, and the purity of his inner breath far exceeded those of the same level. It was even comparable to the viscera refinement stage. Yu was just a little bit away from breaking through to the viscera refinement stage. Immediately, Yu took out a superior-grade body accumulation pill from the pale silver crystal space. As the pill entered his stomach, a warm surging current surged in his body, slowly fusing into his inner breath and meridians. Yu sat cross-legged and activated the murderous cloud mantra, beginning to break through to the viscera refinement stage. At this moment, the external meridian network in Yu's body was completely opened. It was endless, and his inner breath was strong and refined to the extreme. This pure and fierce inner breath began to impact the internal meridian network. Previously, it wasn't that Yu hadn't tried to break through, but he was just a little bit away. It was mainly a matter of talent. But now, under the medicinal power of the superior-grade body accumulation pill, the internal meridian network seemed to be cleansed, and that layer of paper was opened. Whoosh, the murderous cloud inner breath was like a fierce wild horse, rushing into the internal meridian network and into the 12 main meridians. The internal meridian network was connected to the internal organs of the body. During the cultivation process, it could greatly strengthen the internal organs and change a person's physique. Therefore, this level was called the viscera refinement stage. After reaching the viscera refinement stage, the cultivator's physical strength would become stronger, his inner breath would become denser, and his meridians would become longer. It would be relatively easier to use normal treasures. 2 days later, Yu's inner breath traveled through a part of the internal meridian network, and finally concentrated in the Dantian Sea of Qi. In the Dantian, a greenish-black whirlpool gradually formed. The viscera refinement was completed. From then on, all the inner breath had a source. As long as the human body had vitality, the Sea of Qi would be able to slowly recover inner breath. This was also why the internal breath of the viscera refinement stage was denser, and the meridians were longer. Whoosh, Yu shook his fist, and the murderous aura in the air roared, condensing into a huge python-shaped murderous aura fist shadow. On the surface, there were some ferocious black and green patterns, showing an astonishing murderous aura. Faced with such a murderous aura, a normal viscera refinement stage cultivator's mind and blood would be weakened. A casual punch can condense the murderous aura, and the murderous aura shadow is even more condensed. Yu's face was filled with joy. Breaking through to the viscera refinement stage was much smoother than expected. During the entire process, Yu was orderly and steady. Yu discovered that the purity of his inner breath now surpassed that of a normal viscera refinement stage cultivator. Moreover, after the advancement, his realm was very stable. A few days later, Yu slightly consolidated his cultivation, and then began to comprehend the sword and the murderous cloud fist. In terms of swordsmanship, it was naturally the light and heavy swordsmanship, but now Yu classified it as the light and heavy swordsmanship technique. Light and heavy swordsmanship technique, combining the strengths of many swordsmanship, combining the opposite concepts of light and heavy swordsmanship styles, including swordsmanship, the circulation method and techniques of inner breath. From then on, this swordsmanship could be considered an independent new swordsmanship martial art. Qinyu believed that after this fusion, the power of this swordsmanship was definitely comparable to a top-tier martial art. It was basically the top martial art of this level. Also, in terms of the murderous cloud fist, after Qinyu advanced to the viscera refinement stage, he could maximize its power. Qinyu felt that his fist technique was faintly approaching the peak realm. Once the murderous cloud fist reaches the peak, after comprehending the true meaning, there is a certain chance of condensing the murderous cloud true chi. Qinyu was looking forward to it. If he could condense a few strands of the murderous cloud true chi, not only would its power be incomparably domineering, it could even enter the chi transformation realm. More importantly, it could greatly increase the chances of advancing to the chi transformation realm. However, it was too difficult to condense the murderous cloud true chi in the viscera refinement stage. There were requirements for aptitude, comprehension, opportunities, and other aspects. A few days later, the time to go to the front lines to participate in the battle had finally arrived. And these days, Qinyu's murderous cloud fist had not reached the peak after all. Perhaps going to the battlefield and experiencing bloody and cruel scenes through killing will help me break through. Qinyu murmured. He had actually experienced a lot of fighting and killing. However, he had never experienced such a bloody massacre on the battlefield. This morning, before Qinyu arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Hall, there were already more than 200 people gathered. From the Qi Transformation Realm elders to the Meridian Illuminating disciples, he could see figures. Some were familiar, some were unfamiliar. Among them, Qinyu saw many familiar faces, including Tong Yuling, Duan Xiaolong, Mu Xueqing, Nan Gongli, Huang Fulin, and so on. This time, I will lead you to the front lines of the battlefield. The three sects, Yunhui Gate, Iron Sword Sect, and Watermoon Sect, are going to engage in a life and death battle with the Bone Demon Palace. A clear and pleasant woman's voice was heard. The speaker was an otherworldly beauty dressed in a palace robe. She had delicate eyebrows and a delicate face like snow porcelain. Her expression was clear and solemn, and she had a dignified and holy temperament that no one dared to blaspheme. Many of the sect members present were attracted by the beauty in the palace dress, who was known as Xiaoyu Fairy. Martial Xianxia? Qinyu was deep in thought as he looked at the dignified and elegant beauty in the palace dress. He suddenly recalled the Yunhui Gate's betrayal some time ago. At that time, Elder Qiu had betrayed them, severely injured Martial Xianxia, and stolen a batch of meteoric iron. He did not expect Martial Xianxia to be the leader of this batch of reinforcements. Her elegant and noble temperament was pleasing to the eye. Mu Xueqing stood beside Martial Xianxia, participating in the frontline battle with her master. In front of the Yuntian Hall, the group of people reorganized themselves and set off for the front line of the battlefield. They traveled day and night. 3 to 4 days later, a huge city embedded in the huge mountain appeared in everyone's vision. This is Lu Yunqing? The disciples could not help but look up. The huge city in their vision was tall and grand. It was embedded in the middle of the mountain, and its highest point was close to the cloudy sky. The walls of the city were made of a kind of dark blue rock. It had a heavy and majestic visual impact. Rumble. Clang, clang, bang, on the other side of Lu Yunqing, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. The explosion of inner qi and the collision of weapons were continuous and continuous. It was obvious that the other side was the front line of the battle between the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace. Whoosh whoosh, many people could feel the invisible wind and murderous aura from far away. The fiendish cloud inner breath in Qinyu's body stirred restlessly, as if it could feel the enormous fiendish aura on the battlefield. Yunhui Gate reinforcements. Xiaoyu Fairy held a flag in her hand and exchanged a secret signal with the flag on the huge city. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, ladders and ropes were thrown down from above the huge city. One had to know. Lu Yunqing was hundreds of feet in the air. The mountain it was on was rather steep. Ordinary Meridian Illuminating Realm cultivators could not climb it with their lightness martial arts. Most people chose ladders and ropes to quickly climb Lu Yunqing. Whoosh! 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 There were also some viscera refinement cultivators with decent lightness martial arts who chose areas with gentle slopes and leaped up the walls. Not long after, the reinforcements from the Yunhui Gate had all entered Luyunqing. On the same day, Qinyu and a few other rookie disciples were given corresponding tasks. Most of them were logistics or assisting in defense. That night, Qinyu and the other disciples arrived at the city wall at the front line to participate in the first defense. On the city walls, one could see some ballistae and catapults. They were all large-scale city defense equipment that far surpassed the secular world. Amongst them, Qinyu saw a few strong men pull open a crossbow bed and fire several heavy crossbow bolts at once. Whoosh! 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 They cut through the night sky. The might of these city defenses far surpassed that of the secular world. Ordinary body-tempering realm cultivators wouldn't be able to move them. Bone Devil Palace is attacking. You newbies, it's your first time on the field. Help look after the equipment. If the Bone Devil Palace attacks, help kill them. A purple-faced middle-aged man wearing heavy armor said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the cries of birds could be heard in the night sky. More than 100 birds could be seen, turning into dark shadows as they swooped down in the night sky. Those riding on those birds were at least in the viscera refinement realm. Some of the Bone Devil Palace's bird riders wielded crossbows and fired long-range attacks. Some wielded swords, spears, and all sorts of treasures. They charged over again and again, accompanied by all sorts of afterimages. People died on the city walls from time to time. Those bird riders were all in the viscera refinement realm. Their strength was extraordinary, and their movements were erratic. They quickly retreated after a single attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, on the city walls, ballistae fired a large number of heavy crossbow bolts. They were like cold raindrops that shot towards the birds in the sky. There were also some strong men who wielded javelins, circulating their inner energy and throwing them through the air. The concentrated attacks barely suppressed the birds' attacks, but they only managed to shoot down 1 or 2 bird riders. At the same time, kill. Below Luyunqing were 2,000 to 3,000 members of the Bone Devil Palace's camp. They were like a black tide that rapidly climbed up the mountain riddled with potholes. Due to the prolonged battle, this side of the mountain had long since been piled up into a slope by all sorts of stones, wood, weapons, and corpses. The figures attacking from the front were mostly in the illuminating pulse and body-tempering realms. There were also a few in the viscera refinement realm. They seemed to be unafraid of death. People died continuously, but they did not hesitate to climb up and kill. They're all cannon fodder. Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Not long after, some figures wielding shields arrived near the city walls. Kill, Qinyu and a few other disciples immediately joined the battle. Cloud Fiend Fist, Qinyu punched out, his fiendish aura surging and roaring. A fiendish, python-like shadow of a fist force, suffused with black and green veins, swept out. 3 or 4 figures, including one in the viscera refinement realm, were immediately struck by the fiendish shadow of the fist force. They screamed and died. The power of this punch shocked the members of the 3 sects who were guarding the city. So much so. For a few breaths, no one from Qinyu's side attacked. But not long after, the bird riders in the sky attacked with lightning, crossbow bolts, and all sorts of sword and saber lights. Under the cover of these bird riders, the black tide-like figures below attacked fiercely again. Screams of casualties could be heard from time to time near Qinyu. Clang clang, suddenly, a sharp spear aura, accompanied by the sharp cry of a bird, swept towards the 3 people where Qinyu was. Get out of my way. Qinyu punched through the air. The fiendish, python-like fist force pounced over and wiped out the spear aura. Not bad. In the night sky, a black-robed man from Bone Devil Palace stood on a bird and glanced at Qinyu in surprise. Qinyu and the others were just about to counterattack. The black-robed man controlled the bird and quickly flew to the other side after the attack. Bone Devil Palace's aerial attacks are all elites. They focus on harassment. As for those on the ground, they are the death squads. Qinyu sighed inwardly. Aerial and ground attacks were indeed very difficult to deal with. Especially the elite attacks in the air. They were highly mobile, and each of them was a viscera refinement elite. From time to time, they would pounce or shoot arrows from a distance. As time passed, the battle on Luyunqing was in full swing. Below the city walls, the tide-like figures increased from 2 to 3,000 to more than 10,000, the number of birds in the night sky increased to 2 to 300, not only that. Occasionally, there were a few Qi transformation postnatal and even Khanate Qi transformation cultivators in the crowd. Heavenly meteor break. A green-robed elder from Bone Devil Palace stood on a bird and waved his palm. The Black Crow True Qi whirlpool was like a raging river. The roar of a mountain flood could be heard as it swept out 7 to 8 feet. Boom, wherever the flood of True Qi whirlpool passed, be it meridian illuminating or viscera refinement cultivators, they were all turned into meat paste. With one palm, more than 10 people on the city walls were killed. Qinyu's scalp went numb. The attacker seemed to be a Qi transformation Khanate expert. His attack would kill anyone below the Qi transformation realm, fortunately. As the defending side, they had a great geographical advantage. On the side of the three sects, there were also Qi transformation realm cultivators. They counterattacked, killing a few birds and destroying a large number of attacking figures on the ground. On the city walls, the disciples of the three sects fought a bloody battle. There were casualties at every moment. Amidst the endless killing, many of them were exhausted. Their internal energy had been greatly consumed, so they retreated to rest for a while. Qinyu estimated. Each time, the defense would last for 4 hours, and then they would rest for an hour. With Qinyu's physical strength, as long as he did not squander it, it would not be a problem even if he fought for half a day. However, he still kept a low profile and rested when he needed to. He was not careless when participating in the battle. His main goal was to sharpen his Cloud Fiend fist. He had not used the mysterious heavy sword on his back until now. During the defense break, Qinyu suddenly noticed that the bright moon in the sky was stained with a few traces of strange blood. What's going on? Qinyu felt an inexplicable strangeness and coldness as he stared at the blood-stained moon. Since the last major battle, the three sects suffered heavy casualties. The bright moon in the night sky has been showing signs of this. A middle-aged man in the viscera refinement stage said, not surprised. That Demon Bone Palace likes to fight at night. Some people suspect that Demon Bone Palace seems to be carrying out some kind of blood sacrifice through war, some members of the three sects discussed. An hour later, Qinyu began to join the defense on the city walls again. At this time, the corpses of Demon Bone Palace's cannon fodder were piled up like a mountain. And these cannon fodder were mostly members of the periphery of Demon Bone Palace or vassal forces. Whoosh whoosh, a few areas on the city walls were burning with dark green flames. Some charred and shapeless corpses were lying on the ground. Bone scale flame. Qinyu shuddered. He had seen such an attack in the northern mountain spirit garden. Swoosh. Swoosh, on the flying beast in the sky, a black-robed man smiled sinisterly and threw out a few black jars. Boom, one of the black jars was thrown towards Qinyu's area. Qinyu was prepared to take action. Petty tricks. A strong gust of wind came from behind him, and with a boom sound, the jar was sent flying several feet away. In midair, the black can unleashed a wave of dark green flames that almost affected an avian knight. Qinyu glanced sideways. The attacker was the purple-faced middle-aged man in armor. He was a Qi transformation postnatal expert. This person came from the Iron Sword sect and was one of the city defense captains in this area. However, on the Demon Bone Palace's side, there were occasionally Qi transformation realm cultivators who attacked. The purple-faced man was quickly restrained. Qinyu continued to use the fiendish cloud fist to kill. He did not fear the attacks on the ground, whether they were meridian opening or viscera refinement. He killed them all. Gradually, the fiendish aura from Qinyu's fist technique grew thicker and thicker. Even the fiendish blood aura stored deep in his flesh and bones from the blood pool was being stimulated bit by bit. Unknowingly, his fiendish cloud inner breath and fist technique were improving bit by bit. The only thing that gave Qinyu a headache was the flying beasts in the sky. His body technique talent gave him an unparalleled advantage in close combat. However, it was not enough in long-range combat. The flying riders all left after one attack. They were very agile and never engaged in a fight. Ah! A burly man holding a heavy javelin fell to the ground and died. He was killed by a flying rider with a sword aura. Clang, a heavy javelin landed at his feet. After pondering for a moment, Jinyu picked up the javelin on the ground. It was much heavier than an ordinary javelin. It weighed 1 to 200 kilograms, and its tip was as sharp as a spear. This kind of javelin was close to a semi-treasure weapon. It was specially made by the three sects to deal with flying beasts that harassed them. However, the actual effect was average. This was because the flying riders in the sky were all viscera refinement elites. They moved erratically in the air and were difficult to kill. They were mainly used to restrain the enemy. Go! Jinyu held the javelin and poured his inner breath into it. He circulated the bronze statue skill and threw it. Whoosh, that heavy javelin turned into a dark, cold shadow, and with a muffled cry of surprise, it pierced towards a nearby flying knight. Not good. The flying rider suddenly felt a fatal chill. The heavy wind brought by the javelin made his blood flow stagnate. The strength and speed of the javelin were too shocking. The flying rider, who was at the middle stage of the organ's refinement realm, couldn't dodge in time. What was unexpected was, the heavy javelin almost brushed past the rider's clothes. It didn't actually hit him. Huh? Jinyu couldn't help but be stunned. It was clearly his first time using a javelin. It was full of strength and speed, but not accurate enough. But immediately after, a dramatic scene appeared. A scream came from behind the flying rider that dodged the attack. Poochie, the terrifying strength of the javelin pierced through another flying rider further behind, along with his pet. Blood splattered. The wretched screams and the state of the bird rider's death chilled the hearts of the bird riders near the Bone Devil Palace. Beautifully done. This spear's strength isn't bad. Even the purple-faced middle-aged man at the Chi transformation realm couldn't help but praise. Haha, it's just luck. Even Jinyu felt a little embarrassed. The javelin he used to kill the enemy just now was purely a stroke of luck. This kid really can be in the limelight wherever he goes. In a corner of Lu Yunqing, the white-clothed Yunfei's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Someone, give him some javelins. The purple-masked middle-aged captain of the city defense ordered. Soon. 2 body refinement realm logisticians brought over 20 javelins and placed them next to Jinyu. Jinyu nodded. Through the corner of his eyes, he observed the movements of the several burly men nearby as they tossed emoticons. These javelin throwers were the strong men of the 3 sections. Go! Jinyu threw another javelin. Whoosh, a dark, cold shadow pierced through the night sky with astonishing power and speed, bringing with it a heavy, piercing wind. That kind of momentum caused the nearby throwing spears to sweat. However, for the next 2 or 3 shots, Jinyu did not hit his target, but he did frighten 1 or 2 flying knights. Jinyu was not discouraged, and the other throwers did not mock him. That was because the accuracy of this kind of javelin was lower than that of ordinary crossbows. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, it was night time, and the visibility was poor. Their targets were those fast-moving birds. At the very least, even if you could accurately hit the target would be a viscera refining stage powerhouse. The enemy might use a treasure to block the attack. Therefore, the main task of these spear throwers was to restrain and suppress aerial targets. Killing enemies usually depended on luck. Swoosh! Swoosh, Jinyu threw 1 or 2 javelins from time to time. While maintaining his strength and speed, the trajectory of the javelins gradually became more accurate. If it was an ordinary person, they naturally wouldn't be able to make such progress. However, Jinyu's body technique talent was monstrous in his area of expertise. Finally, on the 6th javelin throw. Swoosh, the cold shadow of an arc-shaped javelin streaked across the night sky and pierced a flying knight. The shoulder of that flying knight was pierced. The terrifying force of the javelin even pierced the wings of the bird he was sitting on. Thump, falling from a height of more than 1,000 feet, the member of the Bone Demon Palace and the bird were smashed into a meat patty. Hiss, both sides sucked in a breath of cold air. In particular, a few nearby javelin throwers looked at Jinyu with a strange and inhuman gaze. Other javelin throwers might have a good accuracy, but they definitely did not have such terrifying destructive power. Overnight, Qinyu used a javelin to kill 2 flying knights. For a newbie on the battlefield, it was already a very dazzling achievement. In the following days, Qinyu and Lu Yunqing began their life of killing on the front line of the battlefield. 1. Survive. 2. Practice cloud fists. 3. Practice long-range javelin throwing. Day after day of boredom. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this night, Qinyu stood on the city wall, carrying a heavy sword and several javelins on his back. A cold murderous aura emanated from between his brows. Cloud fists, Qinyu punched out. The tyrannical fist shadow of a fiendish aura manifested in the shape of a huge python. Sinister greenish-black patterns floated about it. It was more than 3 meters long and whistled through the air for more than 2 meters. That punch killed 5 or 6 Bone Devil Palace Deathsworn who came from the ground. Compared to when he first arrived on the battlefield, Qinyu's fist technique was more tyrannical and flexible. The fiendish aura was much thicker. Qinyu felt that the improvement of the cloud fists in this half a month of killing was better than 2 or 3 months of hard work. Through this slaughter, the concept of the cloud fists gradually reached the peak. The potential in his body and the fiendish aura hidden in his flesh and bones were stimulated even more. His inner breath improved accordingly. Suddenly, at this time, Qinyu noticed the silhouettes of several birds circling above his head. Go! Qinyu's eyes were sharp. He took out a javelin from his back and leaned back slightly. His arm spread out like a bow and he threw it with all his might. Get out of the way. Careful. It's the javelin demon hunter, Qinyu. Some of the bird knights exclaimed and reminded their new companions. Whoosh whoosh, the whistling javelin drew a cold arc in the night sky, like a thunderbolt and a gust of wind. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the night sky above. A young man and the bird he was riding fell from the sky and were smashed into a meat patty. Humph, Qinyu laughed coldly and looked at the empty night sky nearby. He's that javelin demon hunter? One of the 10 most troublesome people under the Qi transformation realm in the 3 sects? That's him. Be careful. This person is the bane of us bird knights. His javelin has a 90% chance of killing the enemy once it hits. The avian riders of the Bone Devil Palace nearby wore fearful expressions. Over the past half a month, Qinyu's javelin throwing technique had reached a first-rate level thanks to his physical skills. But the most terrifying thing was his terrifying strength. Ordinary viscera refinement cultivators and birds could not block the javelins he threw. Unknowingly, Qinyu's reputation rose on the Bone Demon Palace battlefield. He was known as the Javelin Demon Hunter and was listed as one of the 10 most troublesome people in Bone Demon Palace. On the Bone Demon Palace battlefield, high-level confrontations like the Qi transformation realm maintained a relative balance. The 10 most troublesome people were those under the Qi transformation realm who gave Bone Demon Palace the most headaches. Among them, 3 of the Yinhui Gate's rookie disciples were selected. They were Qinyu, Duan Xiaolong, and Chang Xian. Qinyu was troublesome because of his javelin. Duan Xiaolong's Thunder Blade was the bane of Bone Demon Palace's evil cultivation methods. His saber art concept was increasingly profound. Furthermore, Iron Sword Sect's Lu Santong, Fei Letian, Watermoon Sect's Li Bingyue, and others were also selected. Other than that, there were some of the older generation members. Qinyu, with you overseeing the city tower for the past half-month, the pressure on the city's defenses has lessened. The purple-faced middle-aged Qi transformation realm cultivator said with a smile. What about the battle credits? Qinyu muttered. Don't worry. These people have killed more than 10 to 20 Bone Demon Palace flying riders. Every kill earns tens of thousands of battle credits. The purple-faced middle-aged man said with a smile. In order to encourage killing enemies, the 3 sects would set up a battle credit ranking. With battle credits, one could exchange for resources such as treasured weapons, cultivation methods, spirit ginseng, and pills. There were even some specialized logistics personnel who did a rough accounting. For people like Qinyu who killed flying mounts, he was the center of attention. His battle credits would definitely be there. 5 miles away from Lu Yunqing, a patch of black fog lingered, concealing some tents and houses. In one of the spacious and luxurious rooms. Are you sure the thief who poisoned your arm to death is on the city tower? A purple-haired middle-aged man in golden armor had a sullen expression. Beside him sat a one-armed purple-haired young man with a hint of resentment and killing intent. If Qinyu was present, he would definitely recognize him. This purple-haired young man was the esoteric disciple who fought in the northern mountain spirit garden. The difference was, now that Xianxia had lost an arm, the arrogance on his face had been replaced by a more sinister aura. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. A few days ago, when I was supervising the siege, I saw him on the city tower. He seemed to be very impressive and was called the Javelin Demon Hunter. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Xianxia looked similar to the purple-haired middle-aged man in golden armor. Humph. What Javelin Demon Hunter? The middle-aged man in golden armor sneered. If it weren't for us Qi Transformation Realm cultivators restraining each other, he would be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Father, you must take revenge for me. Xianxia said hatefully. I'm a famous Qi Transformation Realm Khanate cultivator on the battlefield. Once I appear, I will be targeted by the three sects and it will be difficult to attack. The middle-aged man in golden armor fell into deep thought. On the battlefield, Qi Transformation Realm Khanate cultivators were already high-end combat power, including the top Origin Realm cultivators. The three sects and the Bone Demon Palace maintained a delicate balance. However, I can deploy a Qi Transformation Realm or postnatal cultivator. That kid is called the Javelin Demon Hunter and is quite a threat. It's a reasonable deployment. The middle-aged man in golden armor smiled quickly. That's great. Xianxia was overjoyed. There was no reason for that kid to survive a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator's attack. Protector Xianxia. The palace lord has something to discuss. At this moment, a black-robed man knelt outside the house and said respectfully. All right, I'll go right away. The middle-aged man in golden armor, Protector Xianxia, walked out of the house. He subconsciously looked up and found that the silver moon above his head was dyed with a thicker and thicker blood light. Even the surroundings were suffused with strange blood ripples. At the same time, in a large tent in the Bone Demon Palace camp, a wrinkled old man in dark golden robes stood side by side with a handsome and evil blood-robed youth with a scepter in hand. The two were looking up at the blood-stained moon in the night sky. Are you sure that rumor will really appear? For this, the Bone Demon Palace didn't hesitate to fight the three sects for 2 to 3 months. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. If we progressed normally, we would have attacked the rear of the three sects and annihilated one of them. The wrinkled old man said indifferently. Don't worry, Palace Lord Fu. Looking at the current blood moon phenomenon, I dare to guarantee that it will appear and is getting closer. I've studied this secret for 100 years. The handsome blood-robed youth had a confident and evil smile on his face. Late at night 3 days later, Qinyu carried a heavy sword and javelin on his back. His fists occasionally released fiendish shadows shaped like roaring pythons. A layer of blurry murderous aura and dark clouds appeared around him. His eyes were cold and sharp. There was a murderous aura that could frighten ghosts and gods. The formless murderous aura and consciousness gradually merged. Just the light in his eyes could make some illuminating pulse cultivators tremble in fear. Their internal energy was about to collapse. This was the scene that appeared when the fiendish cloud fist reached its peak. Qinyu was not in a hurry to break through to a higher level. As he punched and killed his enemies, he deliberately restrained and condensed the formless murderous aura, shrinking the area even more. It was unavoidable to sharpen his fist technique, but it was not good to be too high profile. With the help of the tears of ice heart and the baptism of the moon spirit liquid on his consciousness, the increasingly dense murderous aura did not affect Qinyu's mind. Although he was surrounded by murderous aura, the depths of his eyes were as cold and deep as a cold pond. Qinyu's consciousness was much stronger than the average person's after being baptized by the murderous aura. At the same time, Qinyu's eyes occasionally glanced at the flying beasts circling in the night sky. He reached for the javelin on his back. Everyone, be careful. It's the Javelin Demon Hunter Qinyu. The flying riders were very wary of Qinyu. They were also familiar with his appearance. Whoosh! Whoosh, these flying riders all maintained a distance of 500 feet from Qinyu. At this distance, the accuracy and power of the javelin would be reduced by more than half. It would be difficult to threaten the flying riders who were on guard. Sigh, merit really isn't that easy to earn. Qinyu put away his javelin helplessly. The Bone Demon Palace were no fools. After Qinyu killed more than 20 flying riders, they listed him as a key target to guard against. The first thing that all new flying knights had to do was to identify themselves as javelin demon hunters. Whoosh, suddenly, an inconspicuous black eagle leaped out of the flock and headed straight for the area where Qinyu was. Qinyu was surprised. The other flying beasts could not dodge in time, but this flying knight seemed to be provoking him by charging straight at him. He instinctively grabbed a javelin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Some of the bolts and javelins nearby were blown away by a black-robed old man as they approached the flying beast with a wave of invisible black mist. Something's wrong. Qinyu's heartbeat quickened as he felt an invisible sense of danger approaching. Usually, when faced with arrows and javelins, they would try their best to dodge or wander on the edge. However, they weren't as calm as this person. Die, Junior! The black-robed old man growled. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Qinyu. Swoosh, the black eagle suddenly sped up. A layer of faint black chi rippled around the old man's body, emitting the pressure of the chi transformation realm. In an instant, all the crossbow bolts, javelins, and all sorts of shadows in the air were torn to shreds. Chi transformation realm. On the city gate tower, everyone cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Go, Qinyu threw the javelin in his hand with all his might. A blurry, cold, curved shadow pierced towards the black-robed old man with astonishing power and speed. If they were on the ground, it would not be difficult to dodge the javelin. With the strength of the chi transformation realm. However, they were in the air. The old man's flying beast was not as agile as on the ground. Crack, when the javelin pierced the faint black chi ripple around the old man, there was a muffled explosion. Waves of air surged. In the end, Qinyu's javelin broke inch by inch after piercing a few centimeters in. Eh? The black-robed old man was surprised. The flying beast he was on swayed slightly. Although Qinyu's javelin did not harm him at all, it pierced into the layer of chi, faintly halting his momentum. One had to know. Other javelins and crossbow bolts would shatter the moment they approached the layer of chi. It didn't break through. Qinyu was shocked. After slightly halting the other's momentum with his spear, he quickly retreated. Careful, that's a chi transformation realm cultivator from Bone Devil Palace. The captain of the nearby city defense team, the purple-masked middle-aged man, turned into a purple blur and rushed over. Scram, the purple-masked middle-aged man struck out with his palm. Faint purple surged like an upside-down waterfall, meeting the incoming black-robed old man head-on. The black-robed old man laughed. With a wave of his hand, a faint black chi coiled like a giant python. With a thunderous momentum, it swept towards the city walls. Rumble, the city walls shook lightly. Stone fragments swept through a radius of 7 or 8 zhong. Bam bam bam, several members of the two sides fighting nearby were sent flying from the city walls by the strong winds. Get out of the way. The clash between the two chi transformation realms caused the nearby people to move out of the way. Seeing the black-robed old man blocked by the purple-masked middle-aged man, the members of the three sects heaved a sigh of relief. Many could tell that this chi transformation realm cultivator from Bone Devil Palace wanted to kill Qinyu. But for some reason, Qinyu's heart was still beating rapidly. That invisible sense of danger did not subside. Instead, it grew stronger. At this moment, whoosh, a slender black spectre-like figure suddenly flashed out from the cannon fodder below the city walls. So fast, that slender figure left a blurry afterimage as it attacked Qinyu inside the city walls like lightning. Even though Qinyu had already retreated 20 to 30 feet into the city walls, that spectre-like figure closed in on him in an instant. However, that phantom-like figure closed in on Qinyu in an instant. Its speed was much faster than the seamless bandit Qinyu had seen before. Die, that slender figure reached out a palm surrounded by a dark red vortex of true chi and slapped through the air. In that instant, the air nearby seemed to freeze. A tyrannical, scarlet aura filled the air. Not good. Qinyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and he gathered strength under his feet. Whoosh, his body leaned back. His heart gathered strength, and he exploded with a speed that far exceeded his normal limits. He flew backwards, almost sticking close to the ground. A few screams came from beside him. 2 Viscera refinement cultivators and 4 pulse illuminating cultivators were swept by the scarlet vortex and instantly turned into charred, broken corpses. Whoosh, although Qinyu retreated quickly, there was still a split, tyrannical scarlet aura that hit him from several feet away. Cloud Fiend Fist, Qinyu roared. As his body retreated, he struck out a 10 feet long Python Fiend Fist shadow. On its surface, there were ferocious black and green chi patterns. Bang! The split scarlet-black aura was extremely domineering. Even though it only had 50% of the power of the main body, it instantly shattered Qinyu's Fiend Fist shadow. The remaining scarlet-hot aura and strong wind swept towards Qinyu's body. Bang! At this crucial moment, Qinyu could only circulate the bronze statue art. While defending himself, he borrowed the momentum to retreat. Even so, Qinyu felt his entire body burning, as if boiling, corrosive lava was pouring over his body. The Cloud Fiend inner chi in his meridians was collapsing layer by layer, and a few strands of scorching air currents almost jolted into his internal organs. Crack! The semi-precious soft armor on Qinyu's body was the first to explode. His bronze statue skill barely withstood the remaining attack. He only felt a burning pain in his meridians and organs, and he suffered some minor internal injuries. Thump thump. Thump thump, as his heart beat, Qinyu's body's strong self-healing ability allowed him to quickly recover from ordinary internal and external injuries. Eh? The slender figure revealed a 20-30-year-old lady in a black veil. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She was hiding among the suicide squad, and she was the real killer. The old man in a black robe's frontal attack from the air was just a distraction. His goal was to restrain the other Qi Transformation Realm cultivators. However, her sudden attack did not kill Qinyu. His reaction speed, fist technique, and defense were all stronger than she had expected. Hee, let's see if you can take my second palm strike. The lady in a black veil followed him like a shadow. With a speed that was far faster than Qinyu's, she closed in again and struck out with her palm. Whoosh! The lady in a black veil twisted her hand, and a dark red twisting mass of air appeared in her second palm strike. Whoosh! The dark red twisting mass of air whizzed out, and with the sound of explosion, it caused a fiery wind that was 50 to 60 feet wide. Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. This move was actually an area of effect killing move. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people near Qinyu were killed on the spot, and 3 or 4 of them were at the viscera refining stage. Thump. 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 Qinyu felt a chill down his spine. His heart was accumulating energy to the extreme, and he entered the state of explosive Dharma access. His speed of retreating had doubled. Thud! Qinyu's figure soared into the air as he retreated. At the same time, he picked up the mysterious heavy sword, and his bones and flesh surged with energy. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The heavy sword in his hand danced, and a silver, thick, and airtight sword essence wall appeared. However, under the impact of the fiery wind, the sword essence wall suddenly caved in, and countless cracks appeared. The sword essence wall was swallowed by the fiery wind. Boom! The heavy sword essence wall immediately shattered, and Qinyu was sent flying with his sword. Puff! In the air, Qinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he borrowed the force to retreat another 6 or 7 feet. The second palm strike was an area of effect move, and there was no way to use any tricks. Qinyu almost took it head-on. Fortunately, he entered the explosive Dharma access and retreated from the core area in time. He used the mysterious heavy sword to unleash extraordinary power to block most of the attack. Even so, Qinyu was also slightly injured. The mouthful of blood he spat out was actually a mouthful of blood when his chi and blood were tumbling. After all, it was a mess. More than 10 people had died, and they were all implicated by him. If he did not even spit out a mouthful of blood, he would be too sorry to the audience, and it would be too easy for him to be hated and questioned. He's not dead yet. The black-veiled woman's second strike seemed to have seriously injured Qinyu and made him spit out blood, but it had already set off a storm in her heart. Her face was gloomy. Her figure flashed, and she was ready to attack again. Retreat. At this moment, on the other side of the city wall, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke. "Bitch, how dare you hurt my disciple?" An angry shout came from the top of the mountain above Lu Yunqing. Then, a green shadow whistled through the air, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind and sand. "Oh no! It's the Qi transformation natural expert." The black-veiled woman's expression changed. That cyan afterimage didn't use a flying beast. It flew through the air and arrived in an instant. "Master." Qinyu wore a pleasantly surprised expression. "Run." The black-robed old man and the black-veiled woman hurriedly flew away. Elder Mao's face was full of anger, and his body was wrapped in a layer of cyan airflow. He waved his claw in the air. Swoosh, in the night sky, there was a flash of cyan light. Pung! The true Qi layer on the black-veiled woman's body instantly broke, and she spat out blood on the spot with a pale face. Gulp, the black-veiled woman's clothes were torn, and she rolled down from the mountain under the city wall. She was embarrassed and her face was full of horror. "It's old Mao." He recalled the battle at the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. The purple-haired young man who was an esoteric disciple of Demon Bone Palace seemed to be called Shangguan Qi. Before receiving the assassination mission, she did not know that Qinyu's master was Mao Qiuyu. Qinyu exchanged for a low-grade treasure soft armor. Although it was a half-body armor, it still cost more than 90,000 contribution points. At the same moment, on the city tower, Qinyu vaguely heard the keyword. Looking at the golden-armored purple-haired middle-aged man's face, he could not help but fall into deep thought. The purple-faced middle-aged man retreated to check on Qinyu's situation. Soon. A moment later, Elder Mao laughed strangely as he fought. "Protector Shangguan. How have you been?" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, Qinyu could not bear to use the 3 silver-tipped javelins he had exchanged for. At the next moment, one had to know. "Mao Qiuyu, how dare you kill my subordinates?" At the same time, the confrontation between Elder Mao and Protector Shangguan did not last long. Gulp. A day later, Qinyu returned to the battlefield. Suddenly, a muffled sound that shook the heavens and earth came from the horizon. In an instant, as the two fought, they floated to a distance of 10 to 20 feet and ascended to the mountain peak between the two camps. A purple-haired middle-aged man in golden armor flashed out from the opposite side. He pointed out a beam of purple light. Next, Qinyu looked at the exchange list for a long time and finally exchanged for 3 semi-treasure javelins. In sarcophagus. In a spacious and tall hall, Qinyu verified his battle merits. On the Demon Bone Palace's side, there were people attacking from time to time. Qinyu punched numbly. If there were too many enemies, he would pick up the mysterious heavy sword. On the exchange list, Qinyu saw the words Earth Spirit Ginseng. The highest he could exchange for was 150 years old. Today's battle was even more intense. Many members of the 3 sects, including Qinyu, looked up. The black-veiled woman fell from the mountain. Her body churned with fragmented true Qi, tearing apart several Demon Bone Palace soldiers. It had to be known that killing an ordinary Viscera refinement stage cultivator was only worth 3,000 to 5,000 battle merits. The value of this set of javelins was comparable to a treasured weapon. In the end, in one breath, Qinyu used up most of his battle merits. Many members and even disciples of the 3 sects leaped down from the sky and charged straight for the Bone Demon Palace's camp. Qinyu and the others were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The purple-faced middle-aged man also wanted to give him more time off, but Qinyu, a javelin demon hunter, had great strategic value in city defense. Furthermore, because Qinyu was ambushed by a Qi transformation cultivator, the purple-faced middle-aged man gave him a day off. Qinyu vaguely felt that the silver-haired old man's appearance and outline were somewhat similar to Lu Santong's. Once he said it, it would only make Elder Mao even more cocky and arrogant. Qinyu saw a familiar stone coffin that emitted a shocking evil aura. It floated near the clouds in the sky. Even so, as the black-veiled beauty leaped with all her might, she felt a powerful connate aura behind her. Her body trembled. Qinyu muttered. Elder Mao was unafraid. He waved his claws, and a green thread that resembled willow threads curled into a green mist tornado. Two Qi Transformation Realm martial artists had ambushed a Viscera Refinement Realm Junior in the open and in the dark. If word of this got out, it would indeed be shameful. Qinyu sat cross-legged and swallowed a healing pill. The difference between the two was not small. It was almost equivalent to two different realms. Suddenly, however, his attack was slightly slower. Every kill was rewarded with 10,000 battle merits. Most importantly, he had failed. These 3 silver-pointed javelins are as hard as treasured weapons. Their tips have been blended with a bit of silver-pointed stone powder, which can greatly increase their piercing power. They also have a certain penetrative power against ordinary postnatal qi. Rumble, at the same time, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She did not expect that the famous javelin demon hunter on the battlefield would be such a young boy. He was probably only 15 or 16 years old. Swoosh, the battle intensified. The 3 sects and Demon Bone Palace had sent tens of thousands of members into the battlefield. She was panic-stricken, fleeing at all costs. 150 years of body-tempering elixir might be worth a few hundred years. The golden-armored middle-aged man shouted angrily. Dazzling purple light streaked out from his fingers, and explosions rang out repeatedly. A vast and sinister aura surged over. In fact, the black-veiled woman's last attack was an area of effect attack. If the external injuries were not too serious, then the internal injuries would not be too serious either. On the city tower. After a long while, a green-robed beauty from the Watermoon sect handed a book to Qinyu. For a time, the mountain collapsed, and flowers and trees were smashed to pieces. If not for the fact that he was getting more and more comfortable with the javelin and lacked long-range methods, he would have been reluctant to use it. Rolling black and gray smoke appeared near the clouds. The immense sinister aura made the tens of thousands of people below feel suffocated. In the Demon Bone Palace camp, sinister figures rushed out from the area shrouded in black fog. Many demonized jackals could be seen. Boom, the main reason was that Jinyu's injuries were much lighter than imagined. There were no obvious wounds on his body. Because 3 auras quickly appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. In the blink of an eye. In Qinyu's impression, the older the earth spirit ginseng snake gallbladder was, the better the effects of the spirit ginseng. 3 powerful auras appeared in front of the Een sarcophagus's host. Each one far surpassed the energy transformation realm. Above the mountain, the clash of the energy transformation realm caused sand and pebbles to fly. True Qi roared wildly, and the power was vast. Ordinary people could not approach at all. With a scream, the black-veiled woman's body was cut into 2. A silver-haired old man carried an orange-yellow wooden sword on his back. The divine light in his eyes was like a sharp sword beam that could pierce through the void. Qinyu thought to himself. From ordinary steel blades, healing pills, and qi-replenishing pills, to precious weapons, meteoric iron, and 100-year precious materials, there was everything. The deterrent power of the demon-hunting javelins had a certain strategic significance and was suitable for city defense. Seeing that Qinyu was fine, Elder Mao heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of fierceness flashed across his face. The energy transformation realm was divided into acquired and connate. Qinyu's eyes lit up when he opened the booklet. Many people in the camp of the 3 sects exclaimed. Each of the 3 semi-precious javelins weighed 200 to 300 kilograms, much heavier than ordinary javelins. Boom. The remaining contribution points. Suddenly, Qinyu remembered the stone coffin he saw in the Cloud Abyss mountain range. Elder Mao disappeared from where he stood with a faint green aura. In the end, the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle on the hill in the middle of the battlefield. Limbs, heads, flesh, and blood flew in all directions. The semi-precious soft armor from before had been destroyed by the attack of the energy transformation realm. That's. The silver moon in the sky had almost completely turned the color of blood. Blood-colored ripples appeared around it. Now that the 3 sects had formed an alliance to resist the Bone Devil Palace, this merit exchange was actually set up by the 3 sections. Its purpose was to encourage the killing of enemies. Even though Qinyu's defense was very strong, An extra layer of protection was an extra layer of protection in this dangerous battlefield. Wait for me to avenge you. Kill. A mysterious figure sat cross-legged on the Eanstone coffin. White bone armor with black energy swirled around it, emitting an evil aura that soared into the sky. A layer of black flame appeared on the Eanstone coffin, lighting up with all kinds of strange characters. Then, rolling black flame energy and sinister mist rose, instantly engulfing the two men and one woman. Flying beasts from both sides flew across the sky from time to time, engaging in aerial combat. The body of the javelin was purple, and its tip glowed with a silver light. It emitted a sharp aura. Inside Luyun City, he had used a javelin to kill a total of 22 flying riders, all of them viscera refinement. After Elder Mao's attack succeeded, he laughed and greeted them. Qinyu was taken aback by the number of battle credits required. This merit exchange table records the items and resources that can be exchanged with merit, 100,000 merit. Qinyu put on a black leather armor and carried 3 purple spears with silver tips on his back. He walked out of the merit exchange hall. On the ground, bottomless cracks and pits of various sizes appeared. Billowing dust engulfed the area nearby. The layer of true energy on the black-veiled beauty was instantly torn apart by the green threads that were as sharp as needles and threads. Elder Mao snorted coldly. His figure approached 70 to 80 feet, and a few green threads instantly slashed out. Ah! Stop! Protector Shangguan's face was clouded, but he was sullen and speechless. These days. TSK, the Great Protector Shangguan actually sent 2 Qi transformation postnatal cultivators to attack my disciple. I've seen it for myself. Bang! The mysterious withered figure on the Eanstone coffin slowly patted the coffin lid with his bony hand. Elder Mao was within 10 feet of the black-veiled beauty. He raised one of his claws again and a few sharp green threads appeared. Vaguely. There was a man and a woman on both sides of the silver-haired elder. One was an old man in a green robe with white hair, and the other was a charming girl in a red dress. Elder Mao's figure landed on the wall. His face was full of concern. At this moment, he rushed out of the city wall and was about to catch up with the black-veiled beauty in a few breaths. Ding! Bang! He deliberately raised his voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Elder Mao was covered by dozens of purple light marks. Each of those purple light marks left a deep pit with a diameter of half a zhang when they hit the ground, and the explosions were deafening. She saw. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have agreed so easily. This time, she had changed into a treasure-soft armor, which would increase her defense a lot. Because both sides had a Qi transformation stage connate cultivator, the battle ended hastily. To some extent, the 3 javelins were a set of treasure weapons. A few days later, he patiently pretended to recuperate for a few hours before getting up. No. The area where the 2 of them fought was surrounded by a dust storm. I've accumulated a lot of battle merits these days. It's time to exchange them for something. Moreover, as for internal injuries? Are you okay? The green-robed beauty smiled. Of which, 100,000 could be exchanged for a 150-year-old earth spirit ginseng. The reinforcements of the 3 sects had basically all arrived. They were no longer limited to defense and actually started to counterattack. Whoosh, he couldn't say, my son's arm was crippled by your disciple. That's why I killed him. A loud and deafening voice came from the other side of the night. The Qi transformation stage connate expert of the Iron Sword sect had a strange expression on his face. However, these flying knights were of great strategic importance. Each of them was an elite of the Bone Demon Palace. The battle merits they killed were even greater. Elder Mao was one of the top Qi transformation stage connate experts. Jinyu's current mission was still to guard the city tower. Jinyu's battle merits were counted. There were more than 260,000. Some ordinary treasure weapons could be exchanged for 70,000 to 80,000 battle merits. Just like that. Much more expensive than ordinary lesser treasure weapons. Master, my life isn't in danger. Protector Shangguan? There were quite a lot of items and resources that could be exchanged on the booklet. On the same day. Haha. Mao Qiuyu. How have you been? In the bloody massacre. In the middle. In a split second. An area of the sky was engulfed by the black and gray flames and mist. Explosions resounded throughout the battlefield. Vaguely, one could see the mysterious withered tree figure on top of the coffin fighting against the 2 men and 1 woman, causing the sky to darken. The clouds and mountains nearby were shattered layer by layer, and a dark gray whirlwind blew. The aftermath was so powerful that even the Qi transformation realm had to avoid it. Far away, the violent storms and explosions caused by the clash made Qinyu and the others, who were standing on the city gate tower, shudder in fear. They felt as if they were ants looking up at a god. Xianxia, suddenly, a dazzling orange sword light pierced through the roiling sea of mist and flames. Boom boom boom, then, a few more earth-shattering explosions rang out. Suddenly, a few pieces of orange sword aura fell from the sky, creating several tens of feet of trenches on the ground. Ah! Screams rang out. The figures that were hit by the orange sword aura were all turned into minced meat. At that moment, 20 to 30 people from both sides were killed. Even if it was a peak viscera refinement realm or Qi transformation realm, they would die instantly. Pung Qi, another few pieces of black-gray flames exploded from the sarcophagus, turning into hundreds of black flame threads that shot everywhere. Among them, the area near the city tower bore the brunt. Quickly dodge. Luyan City was in chaos. A few of the black flame threads flew towards Jinyu's area. Ah! Wherever the black-gray flame threads passed, no matter if it was the viscera refinement realm or the meridian opening realm, they were instantly turned into a pile of ash. Gulu, Jinyu's figure quickly rolled. He must not touch the black-gray flame threads. He saw with his own eyes that a water moon sect disciple wearing an artifact armor was turned into a pile of ash after being touched by the black flame threads. Even the artifact was melted. A battle at the origin realm? Jinyu rolled to a corner of the city wall and took a deep breath. His reaction was fast and his luck wasn't too bad. Once touched by the black flame threads, ordinary defensive artifacts would be like paper. Thankfully, the battle between the Origin Realm experts traversed across the horizon. Both sides subconsciously distanced themselves from the battlefield and soon, only a blurry black dot could be seen. Only then did the people on the city wall heave a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Origin Realm. What terrifying strength. At this level, humans can break free from the shackles of the earth and even fly. The members of both camps were in awe. Just what kind of existence is the owner of the sarcophagus? To think that he could fight against Lu Tiezu and the other 2 supreme elders by himself. Qinyu had a lingering fear. In the distant horizon. In the area where the black and gray flames and mist floated. On the stone coffin, the mysterious figure that looked like a withered tree gradually showed a face that was as cold as a ghost corpse. Absolute forefather. With the 3 of us working together, even if you are at the middle stage of the origin realm, you won't be able to gain the upper hand. Why don't we leave the victory to the juniors? The eyes of the silver-haired old man, who was wielding the wooden sword glowing with orange light, were filled with confidence. He was the supreme elder of the Iron Sword clan, known as Lu Tiezu. If it wasn't for him, the trump card that became the main force against Absolute Forefather and the sarcophagus, the 3 sects would have been annihilated long ago. After all, after the origin realm, the difference in strength between each minor realm wasn't just a little big. Often, it wasn't rare for one to be stuck in one realm for decades. On the battlefield, the killing was endless, the battle was in full swing, and the smell of blood was everywhere. At this moment, the silver moon in the night sky was completely swallowed by the color of blood and gradually turned into a strange blood-colored full moon. The nearby blood-colored ripples started to taint the surrounding void. In the following days, Jinyu didn't see the figures of the sarcophagus and the 3 sects' supreme elders anymore. These super experts seemed to have reached a balance with each other. In the following battles, Jinyu was even more careful and didn't dare to be careless. While honing his fist arts and sword arts, he constantly accumulated battle merits. After the battle reached its climax, his demon-hunting javelin technique could finally show its prowess in the midst of chaos. Sometimes, he would use the javelin to kill flying beasts from afar. Sometimes, he would throw it at the Demon Bone Palace's chi transformation post-celestial stage, just to restrain them a little. However, against a chi transformation post-celestial stage expert, his javelin would shatter the moment it neared the Xiantian chi layer. On this day, another super expert appeared in the Demon Bone Palace's camp, causing the three sects to fall into a crisis. Three sects, I want to use your blood as a sacrifice to the moon, an eerie and old voice resounded in the night sky. Only to see. In the middle of the battlefield, on a mountain peak that was hundreds of feet tall, a wrinkled elder in a dark golden robe floated. The wrinkled elder held a pitch-black scepter in his hand and slowly waved it downwards. Whoosh! An enormous flood dragon shaped like a black mist roared, bringing with it a fierce black wind that swept forward for 100 or 200 feet. Ah! With a shrill scream, an Iron Sword Sect's chi transformation post-celestial stage expert was swept by the black mist dragon and his body was torn to pieces. At the same time, the blood of a dozen nearby members of the three sects splattered on the spot. The three sects' upper echelons instantly changed their expressions. It's the Demon Bone Palace Lord. Not only did this person survive the previous great battle, but he also advanced to the Origin Realm. Some of the more experienced chi transformation realm elders of the three sects couldn't help but be moved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5 to 6 figures quickly leaped out from the three sects camp. All of them were chi transformation post-celestial stage experts. Among them, Qinyu's master, Elder Mao, and even Elder Nangong were among them. A total of 6 chi transformation post-celestial stage experts, 3 wielding sabers and 3 wielding swords, formed a strange saber and sword formation. Buzz! 6 sabers and swords danced in unison, forming a golden-silver rippled light shield. It had a diameter of 200 feet and blocked in front of the golden-robed elder, Demon Bone Palace Lord. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, within the golden-silver light shield, surging golden-patterned saber aura and silver-tipped sword aura surged towards the Demon Bone Palace Lord with incomparable sharpness. The black mist dragon that Demon Bone Palace Lord waved was actually torn to pieces. Child's play. The Demon Bone Palace Lord sneered and waved the scepter in his hand. The black patterned lightning flashed on the scepter and drew a black arc of light that was 5 to 6 feet long, producing crackling sounds. Instantly, the golden-silver rippled light shield shook and dimmed. A few cracks appeared, but they quickly healed. At the same time, whoosh! Whoosh! A man and a woman leapt out of Lu Yunqing. Both of them were in the chi transformation realm, but they had a powerful aura that far surpassed ordinary chi transformation post-celestial stage experts. One of them was a young man with a sword with a scar on his face, and the other was a beautiful woman in a flowery dress. The two rapidly approached the Demon Bone Palace Lord. Clang! Among them, the scarred youth took out a treasured sword that glowed with a blue light and emanated a frigid aura. With a slash, a large wave of ice serpent sword shadows appeared, creating an icy whirlwind that was dozens of feet tall. The beautiful woman in a flowery dress held a strange pink golden lotus in her hand. With a jolt of her Xiantian true energy, the golden lotus suddenly bloomed, releasing a large patch of transparent golden petals that rippled like ripples as it flew towards the Demon Bone Palace Lord. Flower and sword demonic duo? The Demon Bone Palace Lord was slightly moved. In the end, the two of them, one sword and one flower, produced astonishing power when they worked together. Combined with the golden-silver light shield formation, they actually forced the Demon Bone Palace Lord back a few steps. Flower and sword demonic duo? This seems to be a famous rogue cultivator from the Chu nation. He was actually invited by the three sections. Many experts present were greatly surprised. On the mountain peak above Lu Yunqing, the Yunhua sect's blue-robed sect master stood side by side with the mustached man from the Iron Sword sect and the beautiful female sect master of the Watermoon sect. Paying such a huge price to invite the flower and sword demonic duo to battle is truly inappropriate. Just my Yunhua gate alone offered a few dozen kilograms of meteoric iron. The Yunhua sect master sighed. My Iron Sword sect offered rare materials that are only above your Yunhua gates. The mustached man let out an unpleasant sound of a broken gong. From the looks of it, it is worth it. The flower and sword demonic duo are people with great fortune. It is said that they once inherited an ancient cave abode and obtained the inheritance of a sword and a flower. When the two of them worked together, they are said to be invincible under the Origin Realm. They can even fight against an ordinary Origin Realm expert. The beautiful female sect master of the Watermoon sect said with a smile. Just as the 3 sect masters were on the peak of Lu Yunqing, commanding the overall situation of the battlefield. In the night sky, a large patch of blood-colored radiance suddenly appeared. Poof, layers of blood-colored ripples appeared around the blood moon in the night sky and became more and more viscous. Furthermore, an ancient aura that covered the heavens and earth surged out from the blood-colored ripples, and it was mixed with the surging smell of blood. That is, the 3 sect masters were speechless as they stared at the extremely viscous blood-colored ripples. In just a few breaths, as the blood-colored ripples revolved, they formed a blood-colored light screen that twisted like a whirlpool. Buzz, the whirlpool of blood-colored light screen gradually expanded until it was 100 feet wide. On the battlefield, a strange phenomenon was also occurring. On the ground of the battlefield, the blood of the dead flowed through the soil. Under the guidance of some mysterious force, the blood formed blood-colored lines on the ground, like a blood-colored array that crisscrossed and covered a radius of a few dozen miles. This scene, could it be the legendary? The Yunhua sect master's heart trembled. Everyone's eyes were on the shocking phenomenon in the sky. Even the battle between the flower and sword demonic duo, the 6-man saber and sword formation, and the bone demon palace master had stopped. Ha ha ha, it has finally appeared. The legendary Bloody Burial Garden really does exist. The bone demon palace master's dark golden robes fluttered in the wind. Bloody Burial Garden. The 3 sect masters, including the Yunhua sect master, were speechless. Their expressions were mixed with joy and worry. They saw, in the distorted blood-colored light screen in the air, the vague silhouettes of ancient palaces, spirit gardens, exotic plants, and rare spirit beasts could be vaguely seen. Many of them were things that could only be seen in legends. The Bone Demon Palace has used the blood and souls of the dead to summon the Bloody Burial Garden through a blood sacrifice technique during the long war with our 3 sections. Elder Mao raised his head. Apart from shock, there was also a hint of joy between his brows. At the same time, in the misty Bone Demon Palace tent. Haha! Bloody Burial Garden, you finally appeared. A devilishly handsome man in blood-colored robes gazed at the scene on the blood-colored light screen in the sky and muttered to himself. Through a war that engulfed the Chu sect world, I've finally sacrificed you. This price is truly not small. My long planning was not in vain. However, compared to your value, the entire Chu sect world is not even worth mentioning. Above Lu Yunqing, Qin Yu and the other members of the 3 sects, including the purple-masked middle-aged man, looked at the strange bloody scene in the sky with astonishment. Bloody Grave Garden? It's something that's only been heard of in legends. The purple-masked man exclaimed. Senior, what exactly is the Bloody Grave Garden? The nearby disciples couldn't help but ask. As the bloody light screen appeared, the entire battlefield was covered in strange blood-colored lines. Enormous amounts of blood and souls were absorbed by an invisible force. Gurgle, ripples appeared on the bloody light screen, as if it was drinking in joy. The Bloody Grave Garden is an independent secret realm in ancient times. It's said that it was an ancient garden used by almighties to cultivate all sorts of treasures and rare beasts. After an unknown number of years, the original owner of the garden went missing, and this space fell into the hands of a blood path expert. The entire garden was greatly modified, and for some unknown reason, every 100 years or several hundred years, this garden would need to absorb large amounts of essence, blood and souls from the outside world. The purple-masked man explained. As a chi transformation cultivator, his knowledge far surpassed the disciples of the 3 sections. Absorb blood and souls? Is that a condition for the Bloody Grave Garden to appear? An Iron Sword sect disciple asked. That's right. It requires large amounts of blood and souls. Ordinary mortals can't do it. It must be a cultivator, at least at the meridian and viscera refinement stage, preferably the chi transformation stage. Usually, there needs to be a bloody war between sects, and this garden needs to absorb a large amount of blood essence and souls. Only then can it happen. The purple-masked man said solemnly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Anyone with half a brain would understand. The war that swept the Chu sect world might not be so simple. Especially, Demon Bone Palace had purposely gathered the battlefield near Lu Yunqing. After all, only when the quantity and quality of the blood essences and souls in an area reached a certain threshold would the blood burial heaven garden be formed. Thump thump. Thump thump, Jinyu's heart beat rapidly, as if he had a mysterious reaction to the bloody light screen in the sky. This reaction was similar to the tattered metal ball he'd encountered last time, but it wasn't as strong. At this time, the three sects and Bone Devil Palace tacitly agreed to a ceasefire at the same time. This extremely tragic life and death battle was about to reach its climax, but both sides stopped fighting at the same time. Jinyu noticed that the higher echelons of the three sects, including the Qi transformation stage elders and sect leaders, were all staring at the blood burial garden in the sky with excited expressions, as well as a bit of worry. A few days later, the three sects and the Bone Devil Palace immediately ceased hostilities and ceased fighting. In the middle of the battlefield there was a stone platform with some simple seats. The three sects and the Bone Devil Palace each sent their own envoys to negotiate on the stone platform. On this day, Lu Yunqing, in a side hall, Elder Mao gathered a few of his disciples together. However, of Elder Mao's 5 disciples, only 4 were present. First disciple Qin Feng, second disciple Li Dakue, fourth disciple Xianxia, and fifth disciple Qinyu. As for the third disciple, Wu Yu, he lost his life on the battlefield. In this war that would engulf the entire Chu sect, not even the disciples of the elders could guarantee their survival. Elder Mao was considered lucky. The unlucky elders had more than half of their disciples dead or injured. Among the 4, apart from Qinyu, the other 3 were all injured. Their complexions were not good, and their faces were full of exhaustion. Qin Feng, you seem to be more than 30 years old this year, right? Elder Mao said. Master, disciple is 31 this year, almost 32. I haven't reached the Qi transformation stage yet. I'm ashamed of Master's nurturing. Qin Feng said with a face full of shame. Elder Mao's expression was normal, and he did not ask any more questions. His gaze fell on the second disciple Li Dakue. It seemed, the focus of his attention was not on the cultivation aspect. Dakue, you seem to be over 20? Elder Mao looked at Li Dakue. The 4 disciples present were all confused. Why was Elder Mao suddenly concerned about age? I'll be 22 soon. In another 2 or 3 years, I'll leave the ranks of disciples. Li Dakue said uneasily. 22 years old, mid-stage viscera refining stage. It was not outstanding in the inner sect, but not bad either. However, compared to Zhong Tianchen, who reached the Qi transformation stage at 21 years old, Li Dakue could find a hole to hide in. What a pity. Elder Mao sighed, his face full of pity. Li Dakue was his grandson, and he took good care of him. In the end, Elder Mao looked at Xianxia and Qinyu with hope. I've just turned 17. Xianxia said. I'm not 16 yet, Qinyu said weakly. In terms of age, he was indeed the youngest in the sect. Not 16 yet, Qinyu's voice caused Elder Mao, Qin Feng, and Li Dakue to be slightly surprised. All along, they did not pay much attention to Qinyu's age. They did not expect Qinyu, a disciple with a half-spiritual body, to be able to reach the viscera refining stage at this age. Very good. Both of you are not 20 yet, and you're both at the viscera refining stage. A smile appeared on Elder Mao's face. While the 4 were still confused, Elder Mao quickly explained the reason. The bloody burial garden is about to open. Both of you are quite lucky to have encountered such a rare opportunity. Of course, it will also be a dangerous challenge. Elder Mao's eyes flickered. The bloody burial garden, the 4 disciples were all shocked. The bloody grave heaven garden once nurtured a large number of precious materials and rare fruits, many of which were lost to the outside world. Not only that, but there are also treasures and inheritances left behind by previous almighty figures. Elder Mao paused, his eyes filled with excitement and yearning. Hearing this, Qinyu and the others were moved. The last time was 200 years ago. A young disciple accidentally entered the bloody burial garden and consumed the sanguine soul grass and blood origin fruit, allowing him to break through to the Qi transformation stage in a short time. He also brought out many blood spirit ginseng and other treasures that were over 500 years old, causing a bloodbath in the Chu sect. 500-year-old treasures? Qinyu and the others wore shocked expressions on their faces. One had to know that every 100 years, the medicinal properties and value of various precious materials would increase exponentially. 500-year-old treasures were enough to tempt an origin realm expert. But compared to the legendary sanguine soul grass and blood origin fruit, it was a level lower. That's nothing. Rumor has it that 300 to 400 years ago, a young man coincidentally signed a spiritual pet contract with an ancient beast in this garden and obtained a great fortune and inheritance from the garden. After that, his cultivation and strength rose rapidly. When he was at the peak of the Qi transformation stage, he teamed up with the ancient beast and was able to fight against an origin realm martial artist. He was about to break through to the origin realm. Once he succeeded, he would be able to look down on the Chu sect with the help of a powerful ancient beast. In the end, this person was ambushed by a few origin realm experts and died. The ancient beast disappeared without a trace as well. Elder Mao said regretfully. Qinyu and the others looked forward to it, excitement filling their faces. There were too many treasures in the blood burial garden. If a normal person could obtain even 1,000th of the treasures, they would be able to become a dragon. Currently, in the world of sects in the Chu country, there are several supreme-grade treasures, and even higher-grade divine weapons. There are also several powerful cultivation techniques, such as the primal fiend divine art. It's said that they all originated from the blood burial garden. Compared to the value of the blood burial garden, our 3 sects are not worth mentioning. Elder Mao sighed. Master, why can't we go in when it's Chang Shidi and Chen's treasures? Master, can't you go in? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. No. Elder Mao shook his head. This blood burial garden was modified by a blood Dao expert. Its original intention seems to be to absorb the blood essence of young people from the outside world to cultivate a heaven-defying treasure. The younger the target, the higher the cultivation, the better the effect. Thus, there is no cultivation restriction to enter the blood burial garden, only age restriction. Age restriction. Li Dakue and Qin Feng's faces were filled with disappointment. As long as you are not older than 20, you can enter regardless of your cultivation. In the Chu sect, disciples who can enter the viscera refinement realm before the age of 20 are already rare elites. After saying so, Elder Mao smiled at Qinyu and Changxian. Obviously. Qinyu and Changxian definitely met the requirements. There were too many disciples under the age of 20 in the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace. But the proportion of disciples who were still in the viscera refinement realm before the age of 20 was very small. It wasn't that Meridian Opening Realm disciples couldn't enter the blood burial garden, but if they were too weak, it would be hard for them to survive. Hearing this, Qinyu and Changxian's faces were filled with ecstasy. My aptitude is only a half-spiritual body. Without any great opportunities, the chances of advancing to the Qi transformation realm are very small. Qinyu made up his mind. This opportunity was too rare. Even if it was risky, he had to take the risk. Not only did he want to advance to the Qi transformation realm, after witnessing the battle of the origin realm masters, he yearned for a higher level. According to the top disciple Zhong Tianchen, advancing to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20 would give him a higher chance of advancing to the origin realm. And advancing to the Qi transformation realm was already extremely difficult for Qinyu. To advance before the age of 20, the chances were too slim. Unless there was a great opportunity, like what Elder Mao said, the 2 rumored youths. 3 days later, many figures gathered in a spacious hall in Luyunqing. Yunhui Gate's blue-robed sect leader, Elder Mao, Elder Nangong, Fairy Xiaoyu and other higher-ups were all present. Besides, most of them were young disciples under the age of 20. And this time, sitting at the head was a white-haired elder in a green robe. He squinted his eyes. The higher-ups nearby were all very polite. Qinyu remembered that this elder was one of them when they fought against the Yin sarcophagus host. Is everyone here? The green-robed old man opened his eyes. He looked like an ordinary old man. In reply to Grand Master, We have gathered all the new talents of Yunhui Gate and its affiliated forces who have advanced to the Viscera refinement realm before the age of 20. The blue-robed sect leader said respectfully. Greetings, Grand Elder. A total of over 20 youths bowed. Chen Yu was among them. Not bad. We have gathered a total of 26 people. Our 3 sects may not be as strong as Demon Bone Palace, but we have many more disciples. Our total number should be greater than Demon Bone Palace's. When the time comes, we will have an advantage in the Blood Burial Garden. The green-robed elder said with a smile. Yes. Demon Bone Palace was more straightforward than expected. They agreed to share the benefits of the Blood Burial Garden with our 3 sects, allowing the new generation of both sects to compete for resources and opportunities. Sect leader Yunhui said with a strange expression. Demon Bone Palace agreed so readily. Could it be a trap? Elder Mao said subconsciously. Bone Devil Palace's esoteric disciples will also be entering. They won't harm their own disciples, right? Furthermore, after entering the Blood Burial Garden, it would be a fair competition, and outsiders wouldn't be able to interfere. Even if a legendary Void Sea Realm expert were to come in person and forcefully enter, it would only cause the entire space to explode. The gains do not make up for the losses. Sect leader Yunhui said. How long will it take for the entrance to the blood grave to stabilize? The green-robed white-haired elder said. These days, the 3 sects and Bone Devil Palace reached a preliminary consensus. When the entrance to the Blood Burial Garden stabilized, the disciples of the 3 sects and the Bone Devil Palace would enter together. At least 3 to 5 days, at most 6 to 7 days. Sect leader Yunhui replied. There's still plenty of time. We can make more preparations. The green-robed white-haired old man nodded. Immediately. Sect leader Yunhui handed out a special metal token to each of the 26 disciples present. Qinyu took the metal token and found that there were silver patterns on it, and 25 small silver light spots flashed. This is a special kind of detection medallion that we forged for you. Once you enter the blood grave, you won't be in the same place. With this token, disciples who are close to each other can sense each other's direction. Unity is the way of the king. Sect leader Yunhui instructed. Before leaving, the higher-ups of the sect distributed a small booklet to every disciple present. This booklet contains a lot of information about the Blood Burial Garden. It might not be accurate and is for reference only. Sect leader Yunhui said. Qinyu flipped through the booklet and discovered that there was a list of names at the back of the booklet. The list recorded the information of some of the Bone Devil Palace's esoteric disciples. The 3 sects and the Bone Devil Palace had fought for a long time. Both sides had spies. It was not difficult to obtain basic information on those famous true inheritors and esoteric disciples. Mei Chongqing, 18 years old. Peak Viscera Refinement Realm Cultivation. He is the #1 esoteric disciple of the Bone Devil Palace. He cultivates the Bone Devil Palace's forbidden evil art, the Soulless Devil art. Half a year ago, he was undefeated in a battle against a Qi Transformation Realm post-celestial being. The description of the first person on the list gave Qinyu a headache. The #1 esoteric disciple of the Bone Demon Palace was truly terrifying. He was undefeated against a Qi Transformation postnatal expert. You should know. When Qinyu faced the sneak attack of a Qi Transformation post-celestial, he almost didn't have the strength to resist. Peng Tiancheng, 19 years old. Peak Viscera Refinement Realm Cultivation. Secret disciple of Bone Devil Palace. His strength is extremely powerful. He is nearly invincible under the Qi Transformation Realm. His true identity has been investigated. He is the #1 on the assassination roll, the evil demon clown, Jiang Ping, 17 years old. Late-stage Viscera Refinement Realm. Bone Devil Palace's secret disciple. Her cultivation technique is rather secretive. She once fought against 2 people at the peak of the Viscera Refinement Realm alone. The 7 or 8 people at the front were all at the late stage of the Organs Refinement Realm or above. Around the top 10. Qinyu saw the description of Shang Guanqi, which even mentioned the image of his missing arm. Shang Guanqi. Bone Devil Palace's protector Shangguan's biological son. Qinyu's eyes flickered. It seemed that the enemy he had made was not simple at all. After leaving the main hall, Elder Mao then called Qinyu and Xianxia together in private. The entrance to the blood burial garden will stabilize in a few days, and it'll be very dangerous. I'll give you some external items and tools according to your respective circumstances. Elder Mao said. First, he took out 2 types of pills, one white and one black. The life-prolonging pill and the 100 poison antidote. The former can save some extremely serious injuries, or even in situations where one is on the verge of death. The latter, the 100 poison antidote, as the name suggests, can cure all kinds of common poisons. Basically, more than 70% of poisons can be cured or alleviated to a certain extent. Elder Mao explained. Thank you, Master. Xianxia and Qinyu hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The value of these 2 pills was naturally extremely high. Sometimes, it even far exceeded a treasure. Then, Elder Mao took out a dark silver full-body armor and handed it to Xianxia. Master, this is a full-body treasure armor? Xianxia was shocked. The value of a full-body treasure armor was more than double that of an ordinary offensive treasure. Xian'er, I'm very confident in your offensive and explosive power. This full-body treasure armor is a fine product of the same level. It can greatly increase your ability to protect yourself. Elder Mao said with a smile. Fine product of the same level, even Qinyu was greatly surprised by this development. The value of a fine product of the same level would at least increase by half, or even double. So, the value of this full-body treasure armor was close to that of an ordinary middle-grade treasure weapon. Your defense and survivability is not bad. And that, dark snake sword, your explosive power at the critical moment is not inferior to Xian'er. As your master, I will give you a mystical treasure. Elder Mao looked at Qinyu. Saying this, he took out a pair of dark blue leather boots. Qinyu received the leather boots, and put them on under Elder Mao's signal. The leather boots were flexible and could be adjusted, and any normal person could wear them. And when he stood up, Qinyu felt that his legs were inexplicably light. No matter if it was jumping or moving, it would save him a lot of energy. This pair of shoes only needs to be infused with some inner breath, and it will increase the speed of those under the Qi transformation stage by about 30%. I believe that this pair of shoes will be a great help to your close combat explosiveness. Elder Mao explained. Thank you, Master. Qinyu's face was filled with joy. In terms of value, this pair of shoes might not be as valuable as the full-body treasure armor given to Xianxia. But to Qinyu, it was very useful. In terms of speed, he was already quite good. His heart could increase his speed, and with this pair of shoes, it could increase it even more. Hee. If you want to thank me, bring a few 100-year-old treasures from the blood burial garden. Elder Mao quickly revealed his fox's tail. Qinyu and Xianxia were stunned. The Grand Elder has set the rules. Because this disciple fought for his life in the blood burial garden, he can unconditionally get 30% of the resources, and Master can get 10%. The other 60% will be handed over to the sect, and the more you hand over, the better the reward. Elder Mao explained. Hearing this, Qinyu and Xianxia were overjoyed. After all, the price of opening the blood burial garden was a mighty war. Only the new talents of the 3 sects and Bone Demon Palace could enter. Under such circumstances, it was already very generous of the disciple to receive 30% unconditionally. The next day, in Liuyanqing, Qinyu once again exchanged all of the war credits he had recently obtained. In the great battle that followed, Qinyu's javelin demon hunting had made some progress and killed a few more flying knights. However, his remaining points were less than 100,000, and he only managed to exchange for 200-year-old Earth Spirit ginseng. After the points were exchanged, Qinyu took out the 2 treasures from the secular mission, a black-spotted longsword and a scarlet-patterned staff. The staff came from an attendant of Bone Demon Palace and was a fine product of the same level. It just so happened that the 3 sects had set up a temporary trading area in Liuyanqing. This trading area was a simple shed. Qinyu set up a stall and placed the 2 treasures on it. He only traded for the Earth Spirit ginseng and the Fierce Snake King's gallbladder. The 2 treasures were of good quality, especially the scarlet-patterned staff. Members of the three sects came over to inquire. However, Jinyu only wanted 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and snake poison at the peak of the viscera refinement realm. I have a fierce snake king's gallbladder here, but I want to trade it for your staff. An old man said. Jinyu was disdainful, but the mysterious heart sensed the traces of true qi coming from the elder's body. Qi transformation postnatal, putting away his contempt, Jinyu looked at the pitch-black snake gallbladder the old man had taken out of his hand. The snake gallbladder exuded a powerful aura that far surpassed anything Jinyu had seen before. This gallbladder was taken from a transformed fierce snake king. Its strength is comparable to the qi transformation realm. 3 qi transformation postnatal cultivators worked together to barely kill it. The elder said indifferently. Deal. Jinyu was straightforward. In truth, Jinyu was at a slight disadvantage, but it was rare to encounter a fierce snake king's gallbladder at the qi transformation realm. The higher the quality of the main ingredient, the better the body tempering effect. Jinyu planned to match this high-level fierce snake poison with the 150-year-old earth spirit ginseng that he had exchanged last time. Half an hour later, Jinyu's other treasure sword was also traded, and he got 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng as well as 10,000 subgrade primordial stones from the other party. The transaction was completed. Jinyu returned to his residence with satisfaction. Now, he had 400-year-old earth spirit ginseng, one of which was 150-year-old, which could be matched with the qi transformation realm fierce snake king's gallbladder. Not long after, Jinyu made 4 bottles of body tempering liquid. In the following days, Jinyu took a bottle of 100-year-old body tempering liquid every day, which might not reach the best effect. But now, the effect of the body tempering liquid was getting worse, and the blood burial garden was about to open. Jinyu couldn't care so much. The facts proved. The effect of the body tempering liquid was very ordinary after the copper bone xiaocheng. Until the 4th day, Jinyu took the 150-year-old body tempering liquid and felt that his bronze statue skill had improved a bit, and he was one step closer to the copper bone great success, in these 4 days. Apart from taking the body tempering liquid, Jinyu took the remaining upper-grade body accumulation pill. Nearly a month. Through the killing on the battlefield, his cloud fiend fist had become more profound, and the evil qi emitted from his inner breath had become stronger. 1 upper-grade body accumulation pill, in addition to the improvement of his understanding these days, made Jinyu's cultivation level stable. Although Jinyu was still a distance away from the organ's refining middle stage, his sea of qi was full of inner breath, and its density was considered good among the same level. This didn't include the purity of his inner breath, which was almost no less than the ordinary organ's refining late stage. On the 5th day, sitting cross-legged, Jinyu's gaze was cold and sharp like a bolt of lightning, and the divine light emitted a frightening baleful aura. Whoosh whoosh, he slowly moved his fist, and in the area around him a vague evil qi cloud appeared, rolling ceaselessly. Gradually, the evil qi on Jinyu's body became more and more majestic, and the evil qi in his fist and the evil qi in his mind resonated and fused together. Boom, Jinyu shook his fist, producing a thunderous roar, and a ferocious python-like dark green shadow pounced out, emitting an oppressive baleful aura. Just the evil qi that it emitted could make the mind of ordinary organs refining cultivators tremble, and their inner breath would collapse a bit. I see. The Cloud Fiend Fist's peak realm focuses on the improvement of the mind, using the evil qi to continuously condense the mind and will, allowing the evil qi of the fist technique to reach a whole new level. Jinyu felt that the power of his fist technique had increased by 40 to 50%. His fist technique, and even his every move, could bring a strong evil qi, and could invisibly shock and attack the enemy's spirit. As a result, he felt that his evil qi was much stronger than before. His cultivation improved, his bronze statue technique improved greatly, his Cloud Fiend Fist technique reached its peak. In a few days, Jinyu's strength and foundation increased greatly. Of course, this was also the result of his recent training on the battlefield. He had gained some enlightenment and stimulated the killing intent hidden in his body. Correspondingly, Jinyu's battle merits and spoils of war were all used up, and his value decreased sharply. Half a day later, the blood-colored light screen in the air near the Luyunqing battlefield became increasingly bright, and the ripples within it gradually calmed down. Whoosh, a large patch of blood-colored mist appeared in the blood-colored light screen. Blurry images of trees, mountains, and buildings appeared within it, emanating an ancient aura. The entrance has stabilized. The surprised voices of a few figures came from a platform under the blood-colored light screen. These people were the Qi transformation realm experts from the Three Sects and Bone Demon Palace. They guarded this place day and night, supervising each other. The scene on the blood-colored light screen naturally fell into the eyes of both sides. In the area where Bone Demon Palace was, a simple wooden house was exquisitely decorated and emitted a faint fragrance. Is it about to begin? A gentle and quiet young girl with black hair fluttering in the wind, a graceful and fairy-like figure, and a beautiful face that was flawless like jade reflected a kind of intoxicating beauty under the blood moon. Lu Xianxia. A devilishly handsome youth in a blood-colored robe seemed to appear out of nowhere. Sir. The beautiful girl called Lu Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She immediately half-knelt on the ground, as if she was a god. At this moment, if Qinyu and Duan Xiaolong were here, they would probably be able to recognize her just by looking at her back. You're a pawn of my Blood Moon organization in the past 10 years into Bone Demon Palace. Now that the Blood Burial Garden has opened, we're in urgent need of manpower. I need you to take something out from the Blood Burial Garden. The youth in a blood-colored robe had an indifferent expression. Xianxia is willing. However, my sister's in Lotus Calamity physique will not live past 16 years old the next time it acts up. Lu Xianxia said reverently. Humph. If I hadn't taken action, your sister would have died many years ago. As long as you complete this task, I can ensure that your sister lives to 20 years old the next time I take action. The man in a blood-colored robe said. Thank you, sir. May I know what you want me to do? Lu Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. How could the world know that she was not only a mole in the Yunhui Gate but also a spy in the Bone Devil Palace? Everything she did was so that her younger sister could still smile in life. Pa pa pa, the blood-robed youth suddenly extended his hand and poked Lu Xianxia's body a few times. Lu Xianxia's body trembled. Now, you can unseal the power of another late-stage organs refinement cultivation method at any time. Furthermore, you're not one of the main forces that I'll be selecting for this trip to the Blood Burial Garden. The devilish handsome man's voice went straight into Lu Xianxa's mind. Xianxia understands. As soon as Lu Xianxia raised her head, the blood-robed youth was nowhere to be seen. The next morning, many members of the Three Sects and Bone Devil Palace were gathered under the blood-colored light screen in the middle of the battlefield. Among them, most of them were rookies who weren't even 20 years old. The camp of the three sections. 28 rookies had gathered at the Yunhui Gate. Compared to a few days ago, there was one more boy and one more girl. 30 organs refinement youths from the Watermoon sect had arrived. Iron Sword sect had the most people with 35. Of course, these organs refinement youths weren't all disciples of the sect. Some were from the hidden families of the Chu nation or the descendants of powerful itinerant cultivators. Qinyu stood among the young disciples of the Yunhui Gate. He saw too many familiar figures: Kuan Ling, Huang Fulin, Chang Xian, Fang Haofei, Tong Yuling, Nan Gongli, Mu Shiuqing, Xie Jing, and so on. Among them, Chang Xian's cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the organs refinement realm. As such, there were 3 late-stage organs refinement, including the peak, disciples of the Yunhui Gate that entered the Blood Burial Garden. They were Kuan Ling, Huang Fulin, and Chang Xian. However, Qinyu didn't see Duan Xiaolong in the crowd. It seemed that he was too old. What a pity. Tianqian broke through to the Qi transformation realm at 21. He was just a year away, the blue-robed sect master said regretfully. Zhong Tianqian, as the top disciple, was talented, but he was a year older. It wasn't just the Yunhui Gate. The top disciples of the Iron Sword sect and the Watermoon sect were all over 20. The Bone Demon Palace was different. The secret disciples of the palace were strictly limited to 20 years old. The 3 sects were 25 years old. Qinyu looked at the Watermoon sect and the Iron Sword sect. The Watermoon sect also had 3 disciples above the late stage of the organs refinement realm, including Li Bingyue and Yi Yunfei, who had recently broken through. the Iron Sword sect had 4 people above the late stage of the organ's refinement realm. Among them, Qinyu knew Fei Letian and LV Santong. LV Santong seemed to sense it. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It swept past Qinyu's face, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. That day at the Yin family castle, Qinyu and the others had destroyed his beautiful dream and exposed LV Santong's identity as the Seamless Bandit. The Seamless Bandit's ugly reputation put a lot of pressure on the Iron Sword sect, and they were attacked by all sides. If not for LV Santong's grandfather, the number 1 person in the 3 sects, the Iron Sword sect would have been forced to hand him over, or even purge him. Because of this, LV Santong was severely reprimanded by his grandfather and grounded for a period of time. One could imagine LV Santong's hatred for Qinyu and the others ran deep. Especially Qinyu, who had killed his precious black crow. It was a rare ancient beast that couldn't be traded for even a few mid-grade artifacts. This LV Santong has such a strong murderous intent. Qinyu was on guard. LV Santong and the Seamless Bandit. How strong would he be with his dual identities? Soon after, Qinyu sized up the Bone Demon Palace's esoteric disciple. The Bone Demon Palace had more than 50 young talents under the age of 20, far surpassing anyone from the 3 sections. However, the 3 sects added up had more than 90 people, an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Among the Bone Demon Palace crowd, Qinyu saw the venomous Shangguan Qi, as well as the red sand-haired girl from last time. The red sand-haired girl was called Jiang Ping. She was ranked 3rd among the secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace, second only to the top disciple, Mei Chongqing. In addition, he sized up the other 2 in the top 3 of the Bone Demon Palace, Mei Chongqing and Peng Tiancheng. Mei Chongqing was a handsome youth with long black hair. His hands were behind his back, and his face was expressionless. His aura was deep and unfathomable. On the surface, he seemed like a harmless and handsome youth. It was hard to imagine that he was the top disciple of a heretical sect. Jinyu's intuition told him that this person's threatening aura was above that of the Qi Transformation Realm cultivator who tried to kill him. The last person in the top 3 of the Bone Demon Palace's secret disciples was Peng Tiancheng. Peng Tiancheng was a short and ugly youth. His nose was caved in, his eyes were crooked, and one of his ears was missing. Ugly was not enough to describe this person. He didn't match his name at all. But all the disciples of the 3 sects feared him. Because Peng Tiancheng had another identity. He was the number 1 on the assassination roll, the Devil Clown. His bounty was even higher than that of the Seamless Bandits. It was said that the top disciple of the Yunhui Gate, Zhong Tianchen, had personally taken action. He even brought helpers with him, but he couldn't do anything to the Devil Clown. It was only when the Bone Demon Palace appeared that the Devil Clown's identity was revealed. It was Peng Tiancheng, one of the top 3 of the palace's secret disciples. Palace Master Fu, the 3 sects have mobilized nearly 100 people. That's almost twice the number of people from your palace. A handsome youth in blood-red robes stood beside the Bone Demon Palace Master. Behind him, a dark-skinned youth of medium build stood. He wore beast hide armor and lazily sized up the disciples of the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Humph. The 3 sects are but a plate of loose sand. In the face of great benefits, even fellow disciples of the same sect might kill each other, let alone 3 different sections. The Bone Demon Palace Master, dressed in dark golden robes, looked at the disciples of the 3 sects with pity in his eyes. However, even if they truly join forces, what is there to fear? Palace Master Fu's tone revealed a sense of pride and confidence, as if victory was within his grasp. This is the disciple you recommended? Just one? Suddenly, Palace Master Fu's gaze landed on the dark-skinned youth behind the blood-red-robed youth. Junior Luzhua greets Palace Master Fu. The dark-skinned youth immediately put away his previous laziness and bowed respectfully. Yes, just him. The handsome youth in blood-red robes smiled. According to the previous agreement, all his gains belong to me. The palace doesn't need to care about his life or death in the blood burial garden. Palace Master Fu revealed a look of surprise and carefully sized up the dark-skinned youth. This mysterious man from the Blood Moon organization had almost single-handedly instigated the war and sacrificed the Blood Burial Garden. In the end, he only recommended one person to enter. Palace Master Fu's spiritual consciousness scanned the dark-skinned youth and found that the other's cultivation had reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm. Apart from his pure and vigorous inner energy and sturdy muscles, there were no other obvious characteristics. Since this youth called Lu Zhuo was recommended by the blood-red-robed man, his strength must be extraordinary. The problem was, he seemed too insignificant in front of the many genius disciples of the three sects and Bone Demon Palace. Palace Master Fu, it's almost time. Can we go in? The middle-aged man with a mustache from the Iron Sword sect said. Palace Master Fu looked at the blood curtain in the air. The blood-red mist lingering in the center of the area exuded a unique aura of an ancient space. Yes. Palace Master Fu nodded and waved his hand. Then, the disciples of the three sects and Bone Demon Palace leaped into the air under the signal of their elders. Swoosh, a ghostly and faintly discernible figure rushed into the blood-colored mist in a flash with a speed that suppressed all other geniuses. Ghost Sword LV Santong. Many disciples of the three sects blurted out. Swoosh, LV Santong's figure disappeared in a flash after darting into the blood-red mist, as if he had entered another dimension. Then, many disciples of the three sects, including members of Bone Demon Palace, leaped into the mist in the middle of the blood-red light curtain. Master. The black-haired Mei Chongqing greeted Palace Master Fu. Palace Master Fu nodded slightly. Whoosh, Mei Chongqing's robes fluttered, and a layer of faint black qi appeared on his body. It was like a veil of qi covering his entire body, making his silhouette blurry. In an instant, a wave of qi transformation realm qi surged from Mei Chongqing's body. With him as the center, a faint black wind swept up around him with terrifying power. Qi transformation realm. How is this possible? When did this kid advance to the qi transformation realm? The elders and sect masters of the three sects were all shocked as they looked at the handsome long-haired youth. At this moment, the faint black qi lingering around Mei Chongqing's body was stronger than ordinary acquired qi. It brought a suffocating pressure to the nearby viscera refinement disciples. Mei Chongqing. Qi transformation realm? Qingyu and the other disciples of the three sects gasped. Palace Master Fu, I remember that your disciple is only 18 this year? The beautiful female sect master of the Watermoon sect was shocked. Immediately, the upper echelons of the three sects, and even some disciples who had yet to enter, panicked. An 18-year-old qi transformation stage cultivator, the members of the three sects, from the sect masters and elders to the viscera refinement disciples, were all shocked. Doesn't this mean that Mei Chongqing will definitely advance to the origin realm in the future? Qinyu's heart was in turmoil. Before, Zhong Tianchen had reached the transformed qi realm at the age of 21. Even he was envious of his shocking talent. Reaching qi transformation realm at 18 is indeed not bad, the blood-robed man muttered. The dark-skinned youth standing behind him could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Ha ha ha. That's right. Chongqing advanced to the qi transformation realm in the past 2 months. Palace Master Fu let out a long laugh, his face filled with pride and complacency. Hearing this, the authorities of the three sects wore unpleasant expressions. Breaking through to the qi transformation realm at 18? I don't believe it. Anyone over the age of 20 can't enter the blood grave. Some of the elders did not believe it. However, the next moment, everyone watched as Mei Chongqing floated in the air like a black feather, entering the blood-colored mist at a moderate speed. Whoosh, a blood-colored mist flashed, and Mei Chongqing disappeared into the bloody grave heaven garden, behind him. Most of the remaining disciples from the three sects had heavy hearts. Their faces were filled with fear and hesitation. With Mei Chongqing's cultivation, if a few viscera refining disciples were to encounter him, they would most likely be slaughtered. They were simply not on the same level. However, most people did not retreat. Instead, they gritted their teeth and entered the blood-colored mist. After all, the bloody grave heaven garden was a once-in-a-century fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, this arcane realm was limited to a certain space, so the chances of encountering someone weren't very high. Everyone, listen up. The disciples of the three sects are not allowed to kill each other after entering the blood burial garden. We will deal with the bone demon palace together. At this time, the three patriarchs transmitted a message to the disciples at the same time. Palace Master Fu's lips curled into a mocking smile. You go in too. The blood-robed youth said to the dark-skinned youth, Lu Zhua. Yes, my lord. The dark-skinned youth exerted strength under his feet, and with a bang, he charged into the blood-colored vortex with astonishing strength and speed. Thud. So, the group of disciples entered the blood burial garden. Qin Yu noticed a phenomenon. Very few people brought their spiritual pets inside. Could it be, there was also an age limit for spiritual pets? Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he put the Iron Moon strange bug into the light silver crystal space inside his heart. Swoosh, the shoes on Qin Yu's feet gave him a sense of lightness. Like a swallow, he floated into the blood-colored mist. Not long after. About 150 disciples from the three sects and Bone Devil Palace had all entered the blood-colored mist. How long will the Bloody Grave Heaven Garden last? Palace Master Fu asked softly. It won't be a problem for a month. Once the Secret Realm Garden absorbs all the blood and souls in its surroundings, it will leave this void and expel any living beings that don't belong to it. The blood-robed youth said. Whoosh, the moment he passed through the blood-colored mist, Qin Yu felt his body sink inexplicably, and a slight dizziness and discomfort washed over him. Subsequently, he felt as if his feet had stepped into mud. His whole body was sinking, and there was a rancid smell around him. Qin Yu was shocked to find that his lower body had sunk into a dark brown swamp. His gaze swept across. There was actually a swamp nearby, stretching for a mile, and there were hills and shrubs nearby. In the sky, there was a blood moon, emitting a strange dark red blood glow. The entire space was filled with a gloomy and desolate atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's body sank into the swamp bit by bit. He was just about to use his strength and use lightness martial arts to leave the swamp. Swoosh swoosh. In the swamp beside him, there was the sound of something moving. The next moment, he felt his legs being entangled. He saw a spotted snake tail, as thick as a baby's fist, curl on the mud. My luck is too bad. Although Qin Yu had a depressed expression on his face, he did not panic. His bronze statue skill had reached the copper bone xiaocheng, and it had recently improved. Although the strange spotted snake in the swamp had the strength of the viscera refinement stage, it could not bite him at all. If it was any other ordinary viscera refinement stage, they would have already been caught. Courting death, Qin Yu used his strength to pry open the strange spotted snake and was just about to kill it. Suddenly, his hand paused. I don't know how many ferocious creatures there are in this swamp. If I kill this snake, the smell of blood will attract even more ferocious creatures. Qin Yu only grabbed the snake's weak point. Swoosh swoosh, Qin Yu grabbed the spotted snake and leaped out of the swamp. His body seemed weightless as he floated on the surface of the swamp. Soon, Qin Yu reached the edge of the swamp, and a shrub appeared in front of him. Ding bang. Vaguely, there were sounds of fighting and screams coming from the shrub. Run. It's an esoteric disciple of the Bone Demon Palace. Screams were heard, followed by footsteps, approaching rapidly. An esoteric disciple of the Bone Demon Palace? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Behind him was the swamp. If he dodged now, he might not make it in time and be dragged in. Thinking of this, he simply sank back into the swamp. After all, the swamp at the edge was only half a person's height. It was only a breath or two. Qin Yu's entire body was submerged in the swamp. Only his nose and eyes were exposed, and he used the nearby rotten leaves to cover them. In this way, he turned from light to dark, from passive to active, and decided whether to make a move or not. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a man and a woman jumped out of the shrub. Looking at their clothes, they were disciples of the Iron Sword sect and Water Moon sect. Both of them were at the middle stage of the organs refining realm. Want to run? Two figures jumped out of the shrub, one tall and one short. The tall man had a fierce and vicious aura. He wore a set of dark green battle armor, and the inner breath he emitted was at the late stage of the organs refining realm. The other was a short teenager with A collapsed nose and crooked eyes. He looked extremely ugly. This person's face made Qinyu's head jump. Devil clown, Pang Tancheng. Qinyu recognized his identity at a glance. This person's aura was a bit more terrifying than the man in the late stage of the organ's refining realm. He used the qi concealing art to hide his smell and used the swamp to cover it. Oh no, it's a swamp. The male and female disciples of the Iron Sword sect and Water Moon sect were full of despair as they faced the swamp in front of the shrub. The swamp would greatly limit their escape speed, and their field of vision was very wide. Die. The armored man from the Bone Devil Palace caught up to the Iron Sword sect disciple and revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh, he slapped his palm, and a layer of faint black palm energy shadow struck the Iron Sword sect disciple with a howling evil aura. Ah! The Iron Sword sect disciple screamed and fell into the swamp, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even with a treasure protecting his body, a rotting wound was left on his back and neck. The domineering and evil inner breath even shook his organs. Pucci, the armored man strode over with a sharp knife in his hand. With a chi sound, he beheaded the Iron Sword sect disciple who was on his last breath. Blood splattered, the Iron Sword sect disciple's head fell to the ground, his face full of terror and misery. At the same time, on the other side, the female disciple of the Water Moon sect let out a heart-wrenching scream. Qinyu glanced out of the corner of his eye and gasped. He saw. The pretty female disciple of the Water Moon sect was pressed to the side of the swamp by the evil clown. Her arms and legs were torn off, and then her eyes were dug out. Ah, the pretty female disciple of the Water Moon sect collapsed in a pool of blood, leaving behind a disfigured corpse. This person deserves to be hacked to pieces. Qinyu felt a chill. This was the first time he had seen such a cruel person. He almost wanted to charge over. But he still maintained his calm. He had long heard of the evil clown's reputation. It was ranked first on the assassination roll, and its methods were extremely cruel. Before Zhong Tianchen ascended to the Qi transformation realm, he had led a team to no avail. Not to mention the evil clown. Just the other man in battle armor beside him was already stronger than Sheng Guanqi. He could be ranked in the top 6 in Bone Devil Palace. When the two joined forces, they were basically invincible under the Qi transformation realm. Senior brother Pang, there are 2 of our disciples nearby, and they are approaching. The armored man held a special bone token in his hand. At the same time, Qinyu felt the token on his body tremble slightly. Could it be that a fellow disciple of the Yunhui Gate is approaching? Qinyu was not happy, but worried. Ordinary disciples, even true inheritors, would not stand a chance against the Fiend Clown Demon and Fiend Clown Demon. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples rushed over from the direction of the swamp and the faraway hills. Senior brother Pang. The 2 Bone Devil Palace disciples, 1 male and 1 female, saw the evil clown and immediately shuddered, hurriedly greeting. Of these 2, one was at the middle stage of organs refinement, the other at the early stage. As such, on the Bone Devil Palace side, the evil clown was the leader, forming a 4-man team. Qinyu's expression darkened. He was not worried about his own safety. With the cover of the swamp and the Qi concealment art, even a Qi transformation realm cultivator would not be able to detect his presence without careful inspection. What he was anxious and worried about was the response of the token. There were Yunhui Gate disciples nearby, and they were approaching. Which fellow disciple is approaching? Qinyu sighed bitterly in his heart. Gulp. Gulp, suddenly, a strange sound came from the corpse of the Watermoon sect disciple. Rumble, the swamp churned and splashed in all directions. An enormous creature suddenly leaped out of the swamp. Its body was 3 to 4 meters long and covered in black scales. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the corpse of the Watermoon sect disciple. It was a black-scaled giant crocodile, emitting a terrifying aura of violence. Qinyu felt that the crocodile's aura was close to that of the Qi transformation realm lizard he had encountered in the Serene Moon Ancient Well. It's a black-scaled crocodile. The evil clown and the armored man looked at each other with vigilance. This crocodile's combat strength is close to the Qi transformation realm. Its scales are resistant to fire and water, and ordinary treasures cannot damage it. This one seems to be about to step into the Qi transformation realm. The armored man said. The evil clown and the other three immediately retreated a distance, not wanting to provoke this crocodile for no reason. The black-scaled crocodile did not give chase. It swallowed the corpse of another Iron Sword sect disciple, and from the looks of it, it was very hungry. Then it swept up a patch of mud and water, swam back and forth for dozens of meters, and stopped in a certain area. In the end, this black-scaled crocodile was entrenched next to an ink-colored lotus the size of a cattail leaf fan. A female Bone Demon Palace disciple exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of ink-colored lotus." The ink-colored lotus was darker in color, close to the color of the swamp. Traces of dark water patterns could be seen on its petals, and there was an ink-colored lotus pod growing in the middle of the petals. If not for the crocodile's existence, it would have been difficult to discover it. Nether water ink lotus. The evil clown and the armored man focused their eyes and revealed looks of ecstasy. Serene ink lotus. The fiendish clown and the armored man's voices were filled with surprise. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the fan-sized black lotus. Hearing that, the other man and woman from the Demon Bone Palace exclaimed in excitement. "It's really the Serene ink lotus? These rumored treasures of the evil path are basically extinct in the outside world." The female disciple's face was flushed with excitement. Slap, the fiendish clown glared at her and slapped her, leaving a red palm print. "Shut up. Do you want to attract more people here?" The armored man snorted. "Senior brother Pang, I was wrong. The water attribute in this lotus is too compatible with my cultivation technique." The female disciple shuddered and showed a flattering smile. "Compatible with you?" Another Bone Demon Palace male disciple could not help but sneer. "This lotus is greatly beneficial to most evil path cultivation methods. It can greatly increase one's cultivation and power." "Shut up." The fiendish clown snorted and looked away from the Serene ink lotus to the black-scaled giant crocodile. "Senior brother Pang, the Serene ink lotus is under the crocodile's care. A tough battle is unavoidable," the armored man said in a low voice. "Prepare to attack." Pang Tiancheng's ugly face was filled with ferocity. Only to see. He took out a pitch-black mace and led the other four towards the black-scaled giant crocodile, leaving a dark, sharp aura behind it. Whoosh, the black-scaled giant crocodile's eyes glowed fiercely. It turned into a black shadow and pounced towards the fiendish clown and the other three. Pop! Pop, the demonic clown and the armored man stepped on the mud with their exquisite movement techniques and dashed past the side of the black-scaled giant crocodile. The mace and the sharp knife struck out like lightning in the blink of an eye. Among them, the armored man's knife only left a small bloody mark on the black-scaled giant crocodile's body. Poof, the fiendish clown's mace was extremely heavy. It actually smashed a small crack on the black-scaled giant crocodile's scales. The two of them were the main force. The other man and woman were just there to restrain the crocodile. The man and woman's attacks landed on the black-scaled giant alligator's body, but they could only leave a shallow mark at most. They couldn't even break its skin. "You too." The wound left by the attack. The devil clown snorted. The four from the Bone Devil Palace were all people who were experienced in battle. When they worked together, they had great rapport. At the same time, at the edge of the swamp, Xianxia was in the swamp, his eyes filled with surprise. This black-scaled giant crocodile was much stronger than the blood python in the cave, especially in terms of defense. It was almost twice as strong. As for the nether water ink lotus, Xianxia had also heard of it. This lotus was a rare water treasure. It contained the mysterious power of water and was extremely beneficial to many evil path techniques. It could greatly increase one's power. Of course, this lotus was not limited to people of the evil path. As long as it wasn't an extreme yang cultivation method, ordinary cultivators would be able to improve their cultivation and power by consuming this lotus. Xianxia's Cloud Fiend Fist was a cultivation method that leaned towards the Yin Fiend type. This lotus was naturally very suitable for him. For a time, Xianxia's heart palpitated. If he could obtain this lotus, not only would his cultivation increase, but his Cloud Fiend skill would also improve greatly. It might even help him cultivate Cloud Fiend Chi in the future. However, it's too difficult to snatch food from these four people's mouths. Jinyu paid attention to the battle again. In terms of combat, the devil clown was too strong. Not to mention his peak viscera refinement cultivation, he also cultivated the Bone Devil Palace's signature cultivation method. The mace in his hand was a heavy-duty treasure, close to a mid-grade treasure. Moreover, this person's movement technique was not much inferior to the seamless bandit. He was extremely experienced in combat. Bang bang. Pfft. Throughout the entire process, the devil clown and the armored man worked together and basically suppressed the black-scaled giant crocodile. The armored man wore a full set of treasure armor. His fighting style was calm and steady. The sharp knife in his hand did not attack, but once it did, it would stab into some wounds or vital spots. 10 minutes later, the black-scaled giant crocodile was riddled with wounds. It could not resist the four's attacks. Its injuries worsened, and its movements became sluggish. The four from the Bone Devil Palace revealed smiles and dealt with it more easily. Jinyu sighed inwardly. If it was a situation where both sides were injured, or if one side won but suffered heavy injuries, he would still have a chance. However, the devil clown and the other three suppressed the black-scaled giant crocodile from beginning to end. They did not suffer any serious injuries, and the subsequent battles were even less suspenseful. Yunhui Gate. Who else is nearby? The token that Jinyu wore on his body was constantly responding. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out the iron moon insect from the light silver crystal space, sending it over to scout the situation. On the other side of the swamp was a hill. A young man and a young girl were hiding behind a small hill. The young man was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. He held a light silver folding fan in his hand. The young girl had a delicate figure and was beautiful and refined. Her face was like a peony after the rain. It was Mu Shuiqing. The elegant young man was Nangong Li, whom Jinyu was familiar with. Senior brother Nangong, are we just going to let the Bone Devil Palace get their way and obtain the Serene Ink Lotus? Mu Shuiqing gritted her teeth slightly, her face filled with indignation. Speaking of which, the Serene Ink Lotus was extremely compatible with her physique and cultivation technique. Although Mu Shuiqing only had an inferior grade spirit body, her spirit body had frost and water attributes, and her cultivation technique leaned towards this. I want to too. But these four are not people we can deal with. If they fall into the hands of the devil clown. Nangong Li sighed bitterly and shook his head. There should be another Yunhui Gate disciple nearby. Judging from the token, he should be within 1,000 feet. Mu Shuiqing looked at the token in her hand. Perhaps he was killed by the devil clown and the others before we came. Look at the edge of the swamp. There are corpses and blood stains. Nangong Li was not optimistic. The two had arrived nearby by following the token's reaction. They saw the devil clown and the other three fighting the black-scaled giant crocodile. Ah! What is that? Mu Shuiqing suddenly exclaimed. She saw a humid toad the size of a washbasin, covered in yellow and green lumps, close to her leg. Mu Shuiqing was a prideful young lady who loved cleanliness. Most men would be horrified to see such a sight. Swamp toad. It's poisonous. Nangong Li was shocked when he saw it. He quickly pulled Mu Shuiqing back. However, the washbasin-sized toad had already spat out a dark green liquid, accompanied by a light green mist. Mu Shuiqing groaned. A small drop of dark green liquid came into contact with her slender and white leg, instantly corroding it. The surrounding skin was purple and swollen. Bastard! Nangong Li choked on the light green mist. He waved his folding fan in anger and a silver fan shadow covered the swamp toad. Bang! The swamp toad's reaction wasn't slow. It jumped to the left and only took part of the attack. A layer of blood appeared on its lumps, but it wasn't heavily injured. The two were shocked. This toad's strength was probably above the middle stage of the organ's refining realm. Who is it? The devil clown and the other three who were fighting shouted. At this moment, the four of them had heavily injured the black-scaled giant crocodile. It's a disciple of the Yunhui Gate. That girl seems to be one of the most beautiful disciples in the sect, Mu Shuiqing. The armored man glanced at the side of the hill. At this moment, the man and woman from the Yunhui sect were attacked by the swamp toad. They weren't far away. I love killing beautiful girls, but I hate people who enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The devil clown's crooked eyes revealed a cruel gaze. Voila, the devil clown's figure flickered and retreated from the battlefield. With a terrifying speed, it closed in on Mu Shiuqing and the other two who were at the hill. Senior Brother Pang, don't chase us. The armored man showed a trace of helplessness. He knew Pang Tianqing's bloodthirsty behavior very well. His personality was extremely twisted and couldn't be measured by ordinary people. Fortunately, the black-scaled giant crocodile was seriously injured and its mobility was greatly reduced. Even without the devil clown, the armored man and the other two could still slowly kill it. Oh no! Qin Yu, who was at the edge of the swamp, thought that it was not good. The insects he sent had also just arrived there and found Mu Shiuqing and Namgongli. And the most unexpected thing was, the devil clown was extremely perverted and loved to kill beautiful girls. It actually temporarily left the black-scaled giant crocodile. What should I do? In a split second, Qin Yu's thoughts flew. He definitely had to save Mu Shiuqing. With their strength, they couldn't get rid of the devil clown's pursuit. However, Qin Yu was further away from the hill, and he didn't have any advantage over the devil clown in terms of speed. He might not be able to rescue them in time. If that's the case, Qin Yu's gaze swept over to the armored man and the other two who were fighting the black-scaled giant crocodile. Suddenly, a bold idea grew in his mind. Take a gamble, Qin Yu fiercely gritted his teeth. If he could succeed, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Unless the devil clown could really ignore the evil treasure of the serene water ink lotus. Tung. Hula, Qin Yu grabbed the mottled snake from before and jumped out of the swamp with his body covered in stinking mud. Boom. Boom, boom. Qin Yu's dark green leather boots were infused with internal energy, and his body became even lighter. He attacked the armored man and the other two from behind at an astonishing speed. Who is it? When Qin Yu was close to 200 feet, he was noticed by the armored man. The three of them were fighting the black-scaled giant crocodile, and from the corner of their eyes, they saw a mud man with a spotted snake that was 2 to 3 feet long. Where did this guy come from? The armored man had a weird expression. He couldn't see the specific appearance of the mud man. But looking at his clothes, he should be a disciple of the Yunhui Gate. The three of them didn't panic. Even the true disciples of the three sects couldn't threaten the three of them. Taking a step back, even if the other party was very powerful, the three of them could put down the black-scaled giant crocodile and fight with all their might until the devil clown returned. Here's a big snake for you. Laughing heartily, Qin Yu's figure rapidly closed the distance between them. Whoosh, he threw the spotted snake in his hand with all his might. The snake, which was 20 to 30 feet long, hit a man and a woman. Ah! The Demon Bone Palace woman screamed. The spotted snake, which had regained its freedom, coiled around her legs. This spotted snake was comparable to the Viscera refinement realm, and it was like a fish in water in the swamp. The Demon Bone Palace woman didn't have Qin Yu's powerful strength and defense. Save me, the Demon Bone Palace woman screamed. The spotted snake bit through her skin, and snake venom invaded her body. Then, her body was dragged into the swamp. Ha ha ha. How about this gift? Qin Yu himself revealed a trace of surprise. This spotted snake was the one that had ambushed him in the swamp. He had been holding on to its weak spot, and it was in a half-suffocated state. He wanted to use this snake to disrupt the three's formation, but he didn't expect the snake to be so powerful and drag one of them into the water. After his unexpected success, Qin Yu chuckled, and a purple spear with a silver tip appeared in his hand. Seeing the javelin in Qin Yu's hand, the armored man suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Be careful. It's a javelin demon hunter. However, the armored man's warning was too late. Qin Yu, who had entered the Tenjiang area, had the javelin at its greatest range. He poured his internal energy into it and threw it with great force. Whoosh, the javelin turned into a cold purple arc. The silver tip flashed and pierced another male disciple of Demon Bone Palace with a thunderous screech. Ah! The male disciple of the Demon Bone Palace let out a miserable shriek. The treasure armor he wore was actually pierced by the terrifying force of the javelin. Chi, the spear shaft pierced through his abdomen and through his heart. The male disciple fell to the ground dead. The armored man sucked in a cold breath. The strength of the javelin demon hunters, who were famous on the battlefield, was much more terrifying than they had expected. On the battlefield, Jinyu's javelin was powerful mainly because it countered aerial targets. He only needed to heavily injure a flying beast or stab its wings, and the flying knight would be smashed into a meat patty from 1,000 zhang in the air. And now, the silver-tipped javelin in Jinyu's hand was exchanged with battle merits. It was equivalent to a treasure set. The material of the spear shaft was as hard as a treasure. The spear tip was infused with a small amount of silver-tipped stone powder, greatly increasing its penetrative power. Combined with Jinyu's great strength, it displayed terrifying penetrative power. On the other side, Devil Clown. Mu Xueqing and Nan Gongli had just finished off the swamp mud toad when they saw the approaching Peng Tiancheng. The two felt their scalps go numb. They had naturally heard of the cruelty and reputation of the Devil Clown. Run, the two immediately retreated. However, Mu Xueqing's leg had been corroded by the swamp mud toad's venom. Her movements were somewhat inconvenient. Seeing the Devil Clown rapidly approach, Mu Xueqing's face was filled with despair. Nan Gongli sucked in a deep breath and had to stop. Ah! At this moment, a woman's scream came from the direction of the black-scaled crocodile. It was the spotted snake that Jinyu had thrown out, successfully pulling the female disciple into the swamp. It's Chen. Brother Yu, the two were pleasantly surprised. They could see Jinyu's plan. He was trying to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao Zhao. If it was anyone else, they would have immediately returned to help. However, the evil clown's temperament could not be measured by ordinary people. Peng Tiancheng frowned, but he didn't even turn his head. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he pounced towards Nan Gongli and Mu Xueqing. He was confident. He had killed both Mu Xueqing and Mu Qian in just 2 to 3 moves. Die. The mace in the Devil Clown's hand swung out a huge black shadow, which was as big as a pillar, and a heavy, cold and overbearing aura enveloped Nan Gongli and Mu Xueqing. The power of that attack almost touched the Qi transformation realm. In terms of direct attacks, the demonic clown was undoubtedly superior to the seamless thief. Not only was his cultivation technique powerful, but he was also born with a strange strength. Crack, the light silver folding fan in Nan Gongli's hand created a dazzling silver fan shadow that swept out along with the astral wind. Thousand Rain Sword, the blue lustrous sword in Mu Xueqing's hand released a large amount of blue rain-like sword aura, which was like beautiful cold fireworks. Ding! Crack, however, when the Devil Clown's mace and the huge black shadow swept over, both the fan shadow and the sword aura were instantly shattered. Wah! Nan Gongli spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled and the metal folding fan in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Bang! Mu Xueqing was sent flying by that attack, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The two of them could fight against late-stage organs refinement realm cultivators with their combined strength, but they were sent flying by a single attack from the Devil Clown. The Devil Clown's face was ferocious as it quickly approached Mu Xueqing. Ah! Suddenly, a second scream came from the battle of the black-scaled crocodile. Another one died. This was too fast. It was only the time it took to turn around. Nan Gongli and Mu Xueqing's faces revealed a trace of surprise. Damn it, the Devil Clown couldn't help but look back with the corner of its eyes, and its voice was filled with coldness. At this moment, Jinyu's javelin had just killed the second person from the Bone Demon Palace, and he was closing in on the remaining armored man. Not good, the armored man was caught in a pincer attack from Jinyu and the black-scaled crocodile, and could not retreat in time. It was because Jinyu threw the big snake and javelin, and he was too fast to kill the two people. At the same time. Mental secret skill, soul intimidation. Suddenly, Nan Gongli let out a long and sharp voice that swept toward the Devil Clown. The Devil Clown's body swayed, and it looked at Nan Gongli with a mocking expression. The latter's mental secret skill was almost useless. Mental secret skill, strange. Pupil. Nan Gongli's eyes emitted a layer of wavy green halos that extended and circled around, all the way to the endless abyss. The Devil Clown's body stiffened, and there was a momentary daze on its face. Nangong Li's eyes were indeed smeared with the essence blood of the blue-eyed demonic fox's eyes. It could amplify mental secret skills. But in the next moment, the devil clown emitted a violent and bloodthirsty mental wave. Its mental power surpassed Nangong Li, the user of the secret skill. In an instant, the devil clown struggled out of the strange pupil, and there was a cold sweat on its forehead. Nangong Li's face was pale, and there was a hint of fear on his face. "I'm going to dig out your eyes later as a souvenir." The devil clown licked its lips, and its murderous intent and cruelty became stronger. However, before the devil clown finished speaking, something happened. Hiss, Peng Tianqing's body stiffened again, and there was a sharp pain under his feet, as if he had stepped on a nail. "What the hell? Get out of here." Peng Tianqing's expression was ferocious, and there was a shocking cold aura under his feet. Swoosh, a bug with a faint silver luster was sent flying by Peng Tianqing's kick, and there was still blood dripping from its feet. Then, a numb chill spread from his feet. Luckily, Peng Tianqing's inner breath quickly forced out the poisonous blood. Bug, Nangong Li and Mu Xiuqing were shocked. The bug had suffered Peng Tianqing's violent kick, and it wriggled on the ground. Under the illumination of the blood moon, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and it quickly became lively. Swoosh, a faint silver afterimage flashed, and the bug burrowed into the ground. "Let's go." Nangong Li quickly called out to Mu Xiuqing, but the latter's leg was injured, and she couldn't use her full speed. Luckily, Peng Tianqing's leg was bitten by the iron moon bug, and the bug's poison invaded his body, and his speed was also restricted. He quickly took out the antidote. That bug, Mu Xiuqing revealed a thoughtful look, and she recalled the situation at the Yin family fortress. At this moment, ha ha ha, on the other side of the battlefield, there was Qinyu's laughter. He punched out a long shadow of his fist, which was shaped like a python, and there was a layer of black and green patterns on its surface. Oh, as the fist howled, a majestic and shocking baleful spirit might surged out and attacked his chi, blood, and mind. Bang! Wah! The armored man's body flipped to the side, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The armored man was so frustrated that he was about to explode. In the two exchanges just now, not only was his opponent's fist technique terrifying, but he was also in the middle of the crocodile's attack. Under the attack of the two, even if the armored man was strong and had a full body treasure armor, he still suffered serious internal injuries. This made Mu Xiuqing and Nangong Li, who were on the other side, ecstatic. If the evil clown didn't rush back, the armored man would be in danger. More importantly, the evil past treasure, the serene water ink lotus, might fall into the hands of others. Damn it! The evil clown's face was distorted, and it roared with resentment. Swish, in this situation, he could no longer care about the life and death of Mu Xiuqing and Nangong Li, and quickly turned back. At this moment, the corpse poison in the evil clown's leg was basically dissolved, and it used its peak speed to come back to help. Only 5 breaths of time left. Qinyu shuddered, and estimated that the evil clown would be back in 5 or 6 breaths of time. Fortunately, he had just dealt with 2 people, and used the black scale to force the armored man into a pincer attack, and he was seriously injured. The key now was whether or not he could pick the serene water ink lotus within 5 breaths. One must know that the heavily injured black scale fierce crocodile still had the power to fight. The armored man on the side, although injured, still had the ability to interfere. Gamble to the end. Qinyu's internal organs suddenly gathered power, and with a flash, he floated close to the black scale fierce crocodile. Swish, with a twist of his body, Qinyu dodged the bite of the black scale fierce crocodile, and a low-key and inconspicuous short sword appeared in his hand. It was the dark snake sword. Cut. Qinyu's inner breath madly poured into the dark snake sword, which was already a mid-grade treasure weapon, and a layer of strange gray flow and blood light patterns appeared on the sword body. The afterimage flashed. At this time, a strange scene appeared. In the space, the blood moon shone on the dark snake sword, causing the entire sword body to condense a layer of blood light, and its power soared by more than 30%. Pucci, the dark snake sword, erupted with extreme power, and under Qinyu's tyrannical strength, It pierced into the black scale fierce crocodile's head wound. That sword, almost even the hilt of the sword pierced in, and the power of poison erupted. Xianxia was a little surprised that the sword pierced into the head of the fierce crocodile so smoothly. In fact, there were many opportunities. First, the dark snake sword merged with the moon spirit ore, and under the blood moon, its power soared by more than 30%, and its power was almost close to that of a mid-grade treasure weapon. Second, the black scale fierce crocodile was seriously injured, and its reaction was slow. Xianxia also followed the previous wound and stabbed in. The hardest part of the crocodile was the surface scales, which had been cut open by the devil clown. Boom, blood sputtered in the swamp mud. The black scale fierce crocodile, which was already seriously injured, was pierced in the head by the poisonous, dark snake sword, and finally reached the end of its life. As for how it struggled in the swamp, Xianxia did not care. Swish, Xianxu's figure flashed, and he quickly approached the serene water ink lotus, and directly pulled with force. Stop. At this time, the armored man, who had stabilized his body, reacted. He had never thought. Xianxia only used one sword to deal with the tyrannical black-scale fierce crocodile. Poochie, Xianxia directly pulled up the serene water ink lotus along with a pile of swamp soil. Haha. There are still 3 breaths of time. Xianxia put the serene water ink lotus into his storage bag, and faced the armored man's attack with a sharp knife. He was calm and unafraid. Even in a head-on battle, he was confident that he could suppress this person. Moreover, the other party was already seriously injured. Swoosh, Xianxia gathered power in his organs, and in a flash, he dodged the armored man. He did not immediately escape. But surprisingly, he came to the side of the Bone Demon Palace man who had been killed by the javelin. This person's corpse had not completely sunk into the swamp. Poochie, Xianxia stepped on the corpse, and pulled out the silver-tipped javelin, murmuring, "This javelin is very rare, and there are only 3. Thief, the armored man's eyes were about to spit fire, and his self-esteem was hit by a heavy hammer. Xianxia snatched the food from the tiger's mouth. After taking the serene ink lotus, he did not forget to take back the javelin that he had thrown earlier. This scene made the armored man so angry that he spat out blood. He was burning with rage. Brat! I will tear you into pieces. The demonic clown roared angrily and quickly approached. Its body was already 10 feet away from him. I still have 1 or 2 breaths left. Xianxia laughed heartily, a look of success appearing on his face. He then put away the javelin and ran away, whoosh. Whoosh, executing his movement technique, Xianxia stepped on the mud and dashed in a different direction, in the opposite direction of Mu Xiuqing and Luo. Ruoxin. Brother Yu is deliberately luring the demonic clown away. Mu Xiuqing had a complicated expression. She knew Xianxia well. He seemed to be arrogant, but in fact, he was deliberately provoking the enemy and it was very successful. Since when did this guy's movement technique reach such a level? But, can he escape from being hunted down? Nangongli was slightly worried. The two watched as Xianxia led the demonic clown and the armored man further and further away in the dim blood-colored space. Brother clown. Your legs are short and thick, but your speed is not bad. Xianxia ran all the way out of the swamp area. While running, he did not forget to provoke the demonic clown. Ayaya. The demonic clown was so angry that its voice was trembling. Over the years, it had killed countless people, old and young, women and children. When others heard its name, they would tremble in fear. When had it ever suffered such humiliation, but that brat had killed 2 of his fellow disciples and even snatched away the secluded water ink lotus. At this moment, the speed that Xianxia displayed also shocked the demonic clown. Luckily, I have this pair of leather boots from Master. When Xianxia used his lightness martial arts, his feet were abnormally light. After integrating it with his inner breath, his speed increased by 30%. As long as his heart charged, his speed would be slightly faster than his opponent. Therefore, no matter how furious the demonic clown was, it could not catch up to Xianxia. It was always just a little bit behind. The armored man behind him was even more powerless. The devil clown pursued them relentlessly along the way. Occasionally, 1 or 2 disciples from the 3 sects or Bone Devil Palace would appear along the way. Isn't that Xianxia from Yunhui Gate? What did this person do to make the evil demon clown chase after him? Those disciples didn't even dare to approach. Upon seeing the demon clown, the disciples of the three sects all retreated. Let this kid fend for himself. On a big tree, the seventh prince's, Huang Fulin, covered himself with branches and leaves. He watched as the devil clown chased after Qinyu. He had no intention of helping. He was one of the three late-stage Viscera Refinement Realm disciples of the Yunhui Gate. If he joined forces with Qinyu and the two disciples behind him, they might be able to fight against the evil clown. However, Huang Fulin did not have a good relationship with Qinyu. Although he had compromised previously, he would never take the initiative to help Qinyu. Senior brother Huang Fulin, the male and female disciples beside him hesitated for a moment, but they still shut their mouths. After all, no one wanted to take the risk and provoke a terrifying person like the devil clown. Along the way, Qinyu occasionally encountered Bone Devil Palace disciples. Fortunately, he did not encounter anyone too powerful. What are you guys waiting for? Let's surround and kill this person. The devil clown scolded angrily. Yes. Senior brother Pang. 2 or 3 Bone Devil Palace disciples joined in the chase, fighting and crashing. However, it was meaningless to have a few more ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples could not keep up at all. What surprised Pang Tiancheng the most was that Qinyu did not seem exhausted after running for such a long time at such a high speed. His meridians were long. How was this like the early-stage Viscera Refinement Realm, with the help of the geographical environment? The distance between Qinyu and the devil clown gradually widened. At a certain moment, when Qinyu crossed a hill, he attracted a pack of jackals. There were more than 100 of them. In the chaos, the devil clown and the armored man were also involved. There were dozens of these jackals that were comparable to the Viscera Refinement Realm. The leader was a large jackal. Its strength was comparable to the crocodile from before, and it was faster. Under such circumstances, the devil clown and the armored man could only give up on the chase and temporarily avoid it. Senior brother Pang, that kid is very slippery, and his defense is not bad. I saw a few jackals scratch him like they were scratching an itch. The armored man panted heavily. What do you think we should do? The devil clown gradually calmed down. After analysis, he judged that even if Qinyu's strength was not as great as his, it was not too far off. Gather everyone and work together to kill this kid. I think in this dangerous space, even if he obtains the Nether Ink Lotus, he will not be able to digest it in time. The armored man said. That's right. The most valuable part of the Nether Ink Lotus is the lotus seed. One lotus can bear more than a dozen lotus seeds. He won't be able to digest them all in half a month. The devil clown's crooked eyes revealed a frightening cold glint. Immediately, the devil clown and the armored man gathered the nearby Bone Devil Palace members and announced the news that Qinyu had stolen the Nether Ink Lotus. Nether Ink Lotus, this was a treasure of the evil path. It was naturally very attractive to the Bone Devil Palace disciples. Upon hearing this news, the Bone Devil Palace disciples rubbed their fists and participated in the encirclement and annihilation operation against Qinyu. For a time, the devil clown gathered many experts. There were even 2 or 3 true disciples. Among them was Shangguanqi. Nether Ink Lotus? Qinyu. I didn't expect to find your whereabouts so quickly. I've made meticulous preparations in the blood burial garden this time. I'll definitely make you die a horrible death. The one-armed purple-haired youth's face was filled with killing intent. Next, the devil clown stirred up a massacre in the nearby area. The Bone Devil Palace disciples gathered and split up to search for Qinyu. At the same time, they slaughtered the disciples of the 3 sects. Among them, Huang Fulin, who had been hiding on a tree, could not avoid being hunted down. Run! Huang Fulin's expression was gloomy. He fled with a male and female disciple. The devil clown led 3 or 4 people and chased them for dozens of miles. The 3 sects disciples are really stupid and selfish. When we were chasing Qinyu, this person hid at the side and watched the show. The devil clown had a mocking expression. In the end, Huang Fulin and the other 2 barely escaped with the death of a female disciple who was brutally killed by the devil clown. At the same time, the Bone Devil Palace disciples, especially the top 5 esoteric disciples such as Mei Chongqing and Jiang Ping, slaughtered the 3 sects disciples in the space. In terms of overall strength, the Bone Devil Palace disciples were indeed stronger. More importantly, they were more united. All of them grew up in a cruel environment. They were ruthless and decisive in killing. On the other hand, the 3 sects disciples belonged to different factions. It was already good that they did not kill each other. The 3 sects disciples fled in all directions. Those who were slightly slower would be slaughtered. After shaking off the devil clown's pursuit, Qinyu carefully circled back. Since entering the bloody grave garden, all Qinyu saw along the way were forests, hills, rivers, and all kinds of wilderness terrain. He was sure that this was the periphery of the bloody grave garden. According to the rumors, the bloody grave garden's true core value was the spirit garden inside. Many treasures of heaven and earth were planted there, including inheritances and treasures left behind by almighties. A few hours later, in a valley 5 or 6 miles away from the swamp, Nangongli and Mu Shuiqing hid in a crack in the mountain and looked around cautiously. At this moment, whoosh, a figure covered in mud floated over and headed straight for where the 2 of them were. "Brother you." Mu Shuiqing was pleasantly surprised when she recognized the figure. "Chen, how did you find us?" Nangongli was surprised. As soon as he said that, whoosh, a faint silver dot flashed and a small insect jumped into Qinyu's palm. With this insect, Qinyu smiled. It turned out, he had lured the devil clown away and ordered the insect to follow Mu Shuiqing and Nangongli. After all, when they were fighting for the serene water ink lotus, the 2 of them had attracted the devil clown's attention. If the 2 of them, especially Mu Shuiqing, died, it would be very difficult for Qinyu. Whoosh, Qinyu jumped into the crack in the valley where the 2 of them were and ordered the insect to patrol nearby. After asking, Qinyu finally understood. Because the devil clown and the others were killing the 3 sects disciples, especially Qinyu and the Yunhui Gate disciples, Mu Shuiqing and Nangongli had to find a place to hide. Here, Qinyu took out 2 black lotus petals and 2 lotus seeds, 1 for each of them, and handed them to Nangongli and Mu Shuiqing. Their eyes lit up. Mu Shuiqing gritted her teeth. "Brother you, if you weren't there, senior brother Nangong and I would have died. You saved our lives, how can we accept your things?" Qinyu shook his head and directly gave it to her. If Mu Shuiqing and Nangongli hadn't lured the devil clown away, Qinyu wouldn't have been able to get the serene water ink lotus. "Hee, with this lotus seed and lotus petals, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the middle stage." Nangongli took it without hesitation. The serene water ink lotus was divided into 2 parts, lotus petals and lotus seeds. The lotus petals could nourish the meridians and repair hidden injuries. Under the Qi transformation realm, it could help to break through various small bottlenecks. The lotus seed could increase one's power as long as it wasn't a yang attribute cultivation technique. It was beneficial for the Qi transformation realm, especially for the yin and water attribute cultivation techniques. If the 2 were taken together, the effect would be even better. Nangongli and Mu Shuiqing were both stuck at the limit of the early stage of the viscera refinement realm, just a little bit away from the middle stage. Especially Mu Shuiqing. Whether it was her special spirit body aptitude or cultivation technique, they were very compatible with the serene water ink lotus. Qinyu counted. There were more than a dozen lotus petals and lotus seeds in his hands, which was quite a lot. The main function of this serene water ink lotus was to increase one's power. To increase one's power, it wasn't just to improve one's cultivation base, but also to improve one's inner breath. For example, if Qinyu's Cloud Fiend Heart Sutra could condense a few wisps of Cloud Fiend True Qi from his inner breath, it would be a sign that his power had reached the peak. At this time, Mu Shuiqing and Nangongli each took a lotus seed and immediately sat cross-legged to circulate their inner breath. Qinyu furrowed his brows and said, "Take out your tokens." The 2 were stunned, but they still took out their respective tokens. Plop, Qinyu took the token and took out his own token. There were a total of 3, and he threw all of them into a river at the bottom of the valley. Mu Shuiqing and Nangongli were stunned, but they quickly understood Qinyu's intentions. Most likely, In the process of cleaning up the disciples of the three sects, the Bone Demon Palace must have captured and killed Yunhui Gate disciples. It would be easy for them to obtain their tokens. Returning to the mountain crevice, Jinyu sat cross-legged and took out a serene water ink lotus seed. He took a deep breath and ate it. As soon as the seed entered his stomach, a cold and strange energy spread throughout his body, slowly seeping into his flesh and meridians. It was as if there was a ball of ice spring that was gradually melting in his body, refreshing his heart. The strange thing was, after the ice spring-like water energy entered his meridians, it melted with the fiendish cloud internal breath in his body, incomparably intimate. This was very different from the opportunity he had in the blood pool. At that time, the fiendish blood energy he absorbed was very violent and filled with evil energy. There were also many impurities and he needed the help of the mysterious heart to be able to absorb it steadily. After that, although Qinyu's cultivation had increased greatly, the internal breath contained evil energy and impurities, causing his realm to be unstable. And this water energy was incomparably pure, gentle but not cold. It was like the best nourishment for Nanyang Yen internal breath. Qinyu faintly felt. This energy had a yin and yang balance to the five viscera and even the internal breath. Whoosh, the fiendish cloud internal breath in his body was restless, absorbing it hungrily, and there was a feeling of joy. During this process, the amount of fiendish cloud internal breath didn't increase by much. But Qinyu felt that the quality of the internal breath itself seemed to have been baptized and harmonized, and the intensity and purity of it rose sharply. The most obvious thing was, Qinyu felt that the internal breath in his body was like a fish in water, and his mind was much more compatible. With a thought, he could complete the complicated mental cultivation route. Gradually, that magical water energy, under the guidance of the fiendish cloud internal breath, entered the energy sea in his body, and then wandered around the internal meridian network. Half a day later, Qinyu took out another black lotus petal and directly swallowed it. In an instant, a cold and refreshing energy, like spring water that nourished everything, merged into the flesh and meridians in his body. Oh, the fiendish cloud internal breath in his body shook, and the meridians became smoother and smoother. This black lotus petal is indeed worthy of being able to nourish and activate the meridians. Under the Qi transformation realm, it can help to break through various small bottlenecks. Qinyu's face was filled with joy. If his cultivation was at the peak of the organs refining realm, maybe with the help of a black lotus petal, he could break through to the organs refining realm. The cultivation of the viscera refinement realm was essentially the development of the meridian network within the body. This network of meridians usually consisted of 12 main meridians and connected to the internal organs. Due to the different grades of the cultivation technique, there would even be a branch of the cultivation technique. As for the inky black lotus petals, they could nourish and activate the meridians and repair hidden injuries. In other words, some meridians and acupoints that were originally difficult to break through would be nourished and activated, increasing their activity for a short period of time. Unknowingly, this would increase the success rate of breaking through to the next realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that the strength, quality, and other aspects of the inner breath had to reach the limit of the realm. At a certain moment, Qinyu suddenly felt a surge of inner breath beside him, accompanied by a trace of icy rain-like breath. Qinyu looked around and found that the aura fluctuation came from Mu Xueqing. Success! Mu Xueqing's face was full of joy. The Neishi in the internal meridian network naturally opened up a new area, and it was unusually smooth. So fast, Qinyu and Nangongli were surprised. Actually, I only need to use the lotus petals to break through. However, that lotus seed also greatly improved my cultivation technique. After advancing to the mid-stage of the soothing meridian realm, my inner breath is even better than ordinary people of the same level. Mu Xueqing said happily. Her spirit-body quality leaned towards the cold water attribute. And so did her cultivation technique. Therefore, Mu Xueqing took the serene water ink lotus, and the effect was more than twice that of ordinary people. So much so that she had just advanced to the mid-stage of the soothing meridian realm, and her inner breath was very profound and stable. After Mu Xueqing advanced, in less than 4 hours, there was another strong wave of inner breath coming from the mountain crack. Finally, the effect of this serene water ink lotus is really good. My cultivation technique is not of the colding attribute, and it is also beneficial to the inner breath. It is very smooth to break through the bottleneck. Nangongli laughed. In terms of spirit-body quality, he was even better than Mu Xiuqing, and was considered a first-class genius. These two people have both advanced. Qinyu was slightly depressed. After taking a serene water ink lotus, his cultivation smoothly reached the limit of the early-stage viscera refinement realm. In terms of spirit-body quality, Qinyu was far inferior to Nangongli. His cultivation technique was more compatible with the serene water ink lotus, but the degree of compatibility was not as good as Mu Xiuqing. Other than aptitude, Nangongli had advanced to the viscera refinement realm much earlier, and they had reached the limit of the realm. Using the serene water ink lotus to advance was a matter of course. My cultivation has reached the limit of the early-stage viscera refinement realm. It won't be difficult to advance to the mid-stage after taking another. Qinyu had this feeling. Although he hadn't advanced, the serene water lotus seed made his inner breath abnormally pure and powerful, comparable to the late-stage viscera refinement realm. However, advancing too quickly and relying on everything is a bit too hasty. Qinyu was slightly hesitant. His foundation was extremely solid, and the purity of his inner breath was comparable to the late-stage viscera refinement realm. Even without the help of external objects, he could advance to the mid-stage in a month. Logically speaking, if he used the serene water ink lotus to advance, it would not cause his realm to be unstable. Moreover, the serene water ink lotus was not an ordinary treasure. It was not a simple and crude way of raising one's cultivation. Just as Qinyu was weighing the pros and cons suddenly, the iron moon insect, which was connected to his mind, sent a hint of warning. Qinyu frowned. The mysterious connection with the iron moon insect shared some blurry images. What's wrong? Nangongli and Mu Xiuqing could not help but look at Qinyu. The people from the Bone Demon Palace actually tracked us here, and they seem to be heading in this direction. Qinyu could not figure it out. Hearing that, Mu Xiuqing and Nangongli's expressions changed at the same time. The three of them had been hiding in the crevice of the mountain and had never come out. Could it be that our breakthrough caused a commotion? Mu Xiuqing said. No. Nangongli denied. A minor breakthrough in the viscera refinement realm would not cause a huge commotion. At most, there would be some signs within a radius of 200 feet. Unless it was a breakthrough in the Qi transformation realm, the range would be even larger. At the same time, near the entrance of the valley, a group of nearly 10 people from the Bone Demon Palace was rushing over. Leading the group was the Fiend Clown, the Armored Man, and Shang Guanqi. Senior Brother Pang, that person should be hiding in a corner of the valley. A man with almond-shaped eyes among the Bone Demon Palace people said respectfully. They saw. There was a fat caterpillar on his palm, and there was a small handful of swamp mud on his fingertip. No one noticed it. An inconspicuous little bug flashed in a nearby pile of rocks. In the crevice of the valley, Qinyu and the other two vaguely saw the approaching figures of the Fiend Clown and the others. I understand. That's the reason. It was a mistake. Qinyu let out a long sigh. After that, he looked at the dried swamp mud on his clothes. There was an unpleasant smell coming from it. It turned out, Qinyu had hidden in the swamp before. That unique smell was hard to get rid of even if he took a bath. If he met someone who was good at tracking, he would be able to find him by following a few clues. Brother Yu, change your clothes quickly and use other fragrances to cover it. I have a bottle of snake-repellent perfume here. Mu Xiuqing said anxiously. It's too late. Qinyu shook his head. At this time, the Fiend Clown and the others gradually spread out and approached the area in an orderly manner. Using ordinary perfume to cover up was superfluous. It would never be able to hide from a tracking expert. To completely get rid of the swamp mud smell on his body, he had to at least soak his whole body in a special medicinal liquid. For now, we can only split up for now. I'll lure them away first. Qinyu's eyes flickered, and he quickly made a decision. Mu Xiuqing was about to object, but Qinyu immediately stopped her. You'll only be a burden if you follow me. Hearing that, Mu Xueqing's pretty face flushed and paled as she gritted her teeth slightly. Nan Gongli was indignant, but he recalled how Qinyu had snatched the nether ink lotus. In such a short time, he had killed 2 viscera refinement cultivators and severely injured a late-stage viscera refinement secret disciple of Bone Devil Palace. Not only had he snatched food from the tiger's mouth, but he had also escaped unscathed from the fiend clown's pursuit. Even most of the true disciples of the 3 sects could not do this. Swoosh, Qinyu's figure flickered, and he quickly leaped out from the other end of the narrow crack. Over there. The group of nearly 10 people from Bone Devil Palace could not help but exclaim. Qinyu had successfully attracted the Bone Devil Palace disciples. Kid! Let's see where you can run to. The fiend clown's crooked eyes shone with a cold and cruel light. Qinyu! You poisoned one of my arms. In this blood burial garden, I'm going to settle things with you. Shang Guanqi gritted his teeth with a sinister expression. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 of them were the fastest. One in front and one behind, they headed straight for Qinyu. Kids, chase me all you want. Grandpa will accompany you to the end, Qinyu chuckled. With that, he dashed to the waist of the mountain and climbed up along the precipitous mountain wall. The valley became steeper the higher one went. Towards the end, it was nearly a 90-degree vertical, even viscera refinement cultivators needed to use their hands to climb. They could not use lightness cultivation techniques to directly leap. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of Bone Devil Palace disciples climbed up the valley one after another, chasing after Qinyu. The few of you, take a detour to the other side of the valley and outflank this person. The fiend clown was not stupid. Immediately, the armored man and a few others took a detour from the other side and outflanked him. As such, there were a total of 5 fiend clowns. They followed Qinyu relentlessly on the steep mountain wall. This kid's climbing speed is so fast. After chasing for a while, the 5 people from Bone Devil Palace felt that something was amiss. Only the fiend clowns could barely keep up with Qinyu and not be left too far behind. The rest. Even Shang Guanqi was falling further and further behind. On the other side, in the valley, Nan Gongli and Mu Xueqing watched this scene in astonishment. It seems that Chen had a plan. If he ran on flat ground, he would be easily surrounded. But mountain climbing not only tests one's cultivation level but also one's physical strength and agility. Nan Gongli suddenly understood. Indeed, climbing such a steep mountain wall required a lot of physical strength and agility. Coincidentally, Qinyu's physical talent had an unparalleled advantage in this aspect. A moment later, Qinyu was the first to reach the top of the valley with a speed that could suppress all evil. This place was more than 1,000 feet above the ground, equivalent to a 100-story building. Haha, kids, I'm at the top. Qinyu smiled as he looked at the crowd below. At this moment, the fiend clown who was closest to him was still 150 feet away. Shang Guanqi and the others were even more than 60 feet away. Such a gap. Even Qinyu himself was somewhat surprised. Kids, have some good wine, a mischievous smile appeared on Qinyu's face. The next moment, he unbuttoned his pants and a shiny arc of urine spurted out. In the mountain wind, it fluttered towards the fiend clown and the others. A faint blood-colored space. The mountain breeze was slightly chilly at the peak. A tall youth whistled as he undid his pants, and a stream of urine sprayed out. Below him, 4 or 5 Bone Demon Palace disciples were trying their best to chase after the youth, but they were suddenly greeted by some urine and water. Qinyu! I'll make you wish you were dead. The demon clown's face was twisted, and its eyes were about to split open. Its voice was filled with a frightening chill. Brat! Even turning your bones to dust is not enough to vent my hatred. Shang Guanqi's face was ashen as he roared in his heart. The Bone Demon Palace disciples were flustered and exasperated, letting out furious roars. Humiliation, blatant mockery and humiliation. Even though the urine and water did not completely stick to their skin and were bounced off by the explosive energy of their internal energy. However, that was also considered indirect contact, right? This scene fell into the eyes of Mu Xueqing and Shang Guanqi, who were quietly retreating in the valley. How shameless! Brother, you actually did such a thing. Mu Xiuqing blushed. But for some reason, she felt that although the tall figure at the peak was crude, he had an inexplicable charm. At this moment, in the bloody burial garden, the esoteric disciples of Bone Demon Palace were slaughtering the disciples of the three sections. The disciples were panicking and could not escape in time. Who would be so absurd and bold as to stand on the peak and face the pursuit of Bone Demon Palace to give them a man-made wine? Go! Nangongli called out in a low voice. He guessed that Qinyu was not doing this for no reason. It was to attract the attention of the demon clown and the others so that they could escape. Nangongli was right. On one hand, Qinyu was doing this to cover the two's retreat. He was very confident in his ability to survive. However, Qinyu did not want the demon clown and the others to catch Mu Xiuqing and Shang Guanqi after he successfully escaped. Kids, this wine tastes good, right? After peeing, Qinyu laughed heartily and unhurriedly fastened his belt. At this moment, brat! Die! As the demon clown approached Qinyu, it abruptly leaped into the air and sent a slap at Qinyu. Boom! A domineering palm force that touched the Qi transformation realm surged out from that palm. It was visible to the naked eye as a ball of condensed black Qi the size of a water tank. Cold gales howled around it. Just the aftershock of the powerful Qi was enough to injure ordinary organs refinement cultivators. Such a powerful palm gave Qinyu a slight sense of pressure. It was second only to the time when he was being pursued by a Qi transformation cultivator. However, the current Qinyu was much stronger than he had been back then, and his opponent was not a true Qi transforming cultivator. Fiendish Cloud Fist. A torrential baleful aura surged out from Qinyu's body as his heart accumulated strength, and the baleful cloud inner energy within his body was like an iron bull that had gone berserk with red eyes as it surged out. At that moment, the murderous aura around Qinyu formed a blurry dark cloud, bright and dark. A murderous aura that could shake one's mind, blood, and Qi surged out. What? Peng Tiancheng, who was attacking from below, felt his mind, blood, and Qi tremble slightly, and his inner energy almost collapsed. It was a kind of deterrence that could only be brought when facing an expert of the same level. For example, Mei Chongqing before he advanced, or Jiang Ping, who was one of the top 3 in the esoteric secret art. When a huge python-like fist aura swept over with a thunderous roar, carrying a murderous aura that went straight to the soul. Boom! Two domineering and cold energies with similar styles collided at the edge of the mountain peak. In an instant, the rocks at the edge of the mountain collapsed and dust flew everywhere. The shockwave swept through a radius of 2 to 3 feet. The shocking confrontation caused Shang Guanqi and the others who were climbing down below to feel a chill in their hearts. That kid, when was he so strong? Shang Guanqi's face was full of shock. In the scene above, Qinyu was basically on par with the evil clown demon, at least in terms of prestige. Boom! Qinyu's body flew 4 to 5 feet away, only to feel a domineering and cold aura shaking his body. His blood and Qi were tumbling. The gap is not small, fortunately. After I took the Serene Water Ink Lotus, my power has increased a lot, Qinyu murmured. This punch, in terms of martial arts realm, was not inferior to the evil clown at all, and he also had the advantage of strength, but there was a big gap in cultivation. Swish, he calmed his blood and Qi, using the force to fly to the other side of the mountain peak. This kid! The evil clown roared. After taking the blow, its body fell several feet uncontrollably. After all, in the confrontation just now, he attacked from below, and the other party attacked from above. In terms of geography, Qinyu had a big advantage. Moreover, there was a huge force in Qinyu's punch, and even he, who was born with some strange strength, was suppressed. Puff! Peng Tiancheng stretched out a hand and dug into the hard and steep mountain wall. His body stopped at a position of 6 to 7 feet below the cliff. At this time, Shang Guanqi rushed from below and climbed the mountain with Peng Tiancheng. At this time, Qinyu had already reached the other side of the mountain peak. Down. Qinyu circulated the bronze statue art and grabbed onto the rock wall with his bronze hands. His entire body then fell straight down. Ding! In the process of Qinyu's sudden fall, sparks flew between the bronze hand and the mountain wall. A cliff of 100 feet was equivalent to 100 stories. As he fell rapidly, even the bronze arm of Qianyu felt a burning pain, and swelling. His skin was even scratched. Without immense strength and a powerful defense, it would be impossible to achieve this. That is, on the other side, the armored man from Bone Demon Palace had just made a detour to outflank him. In the end, they saw Qianyu's body fall with sparks and stone shavings, as if he was falling off the cliff. During this process, Qianyu mainly relied on the bronze statue skill's bronze hand to grab the rock wall, reducing the speed of his rapid fall. In the blink of an eye, when he was still 300 feet from the ground, Qianyu's falling speed became faster and faster, and his arm could not support it anymore. Thud, but Qianyu was prepared, and he stomped hard on the rock wall. In the next moment, he used the rock wall as leverage and leaped to the edge of the valley, into a river 10 feet away. The surrounding environment. Qianyu had long since understood the situation through the insects, and had even thought of a way out. Of course, that escape route was not something an ordinary person could execute. Whoosh, using the rock wall as leverage and falling speed, Qianyu's figure fell into the river with a splash like a stone bullet. Then, following the current, Qianyu swam downstream. He no longer had to expend much effort. In a few splashes, Qianyu's body disappeared. He got away. The armored man's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, the devil clown, Xianxia, and the others were not even halfway down the mountain. Without a bird or a chi transformation realm cultivation, they did not dare to jump down from the cliff. From a height of 100 stories, even if they jumped into the water, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, jumping from such a high position would cause them to suffer great wind, and they could not guarantee that they would fall into the river. If they fell to the ground, they would be a pile of minced meat. He got away? The devil clown and the others floated down, their faces ashen and extremely gloomy. From the chase until now, no one could keep up with Qianyu's pace. Who would have thought that he would choose to climb the steep mountain peak, faster than a monkey? Who would have thought that he and Pang Tiancheng would be almost equal in a head-on clash, even though he had the geographical advantage? What was even crazier was the end. He jumped directly into the river as if he was falling off the cliff. Junior brother Pang, our Bone Demon Palace has an advantage in understanding the terrain of the Blood Burial Garden. Go downstream, in the direction of the Central Spirit Garden, Xianxia suggested. Qianyu's powerful rise made his killing intent several times stronger. He had a feeling that if he could not kill Qianyu this time, he would not have another chance in the future. Moreover, if he could kill Qianyu and obtain the Nether Water Ink Lotus, even a small portion would be enough to help him reach the late stage of the Viscera Refinement Realm. Okay. We have to go to the center of the Blood Burial Garden anyway. We will have more people then. Pang Tiancheng nodded. His hatred for Qianyu was not weaker than Xianxia's. Qianyu followed the flow of the river all the way down. However, there were also some troubles along the river route that exceeded Qianyu's expectations. There were many fish in the river that had reached the level of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, most of the fish were only at the illuminating pulse level, and only a few were at the Viscera Refinement realm. They could not break Qianyu's bronze statue art. At the same time, Qianyu used the river to wash away the swamp smell on his body. An hour later, the river branched below, and the water flow became smaller and smaller. Qianyu was slightly dejected. He stepped onto the riverbank and found a mountain range and forest nearby. Vaguely, his heart beat, and he sensed the nearby heaven-earth essence chi was getting thicker. Is it the center of the Blood Burial Garden? At this moment. Ah! Run! Screams and screams of fear came from the forest ahead. Qianyu's heart raced as he felt a strong sense of danger approaching. Go! With a thought, Qianyu sent the little worm to scout out the situation. Whoosh! The iron moon's strange insect glowed with a pale silver luster, turned into a small dot, and darted into the forest ahead. He shared his vision with the worm. Soon, Qianyu saw a shocking scene. Whoosh! A handsome young man with long black hair was fluttering in the air, waving a faint black tornado, chasing after 6 or 7 disciples. Ah! The faint black chi swept past a female disciple of the Watermoon sect who was in the middle stage of the Viscera Refinement realm. In an instant, The female disciple's internal energy flickered, and her delicate body was torn into pieces by the faint black qi. Lingyue, the men and women of the Watermoon sect could not help but exclaim. Most of them were disciples of the Watermoon sect. There were only 2 or 3 from the Iron Sword sect and Yunhua sect. Mei Chongqing. You are a qi transformation realm expert. Why are you forcing us? We didn't pick the bitterheart flower and blood-eaten mushroom in the cave. We'll give them all to you. A young man and a young girl blocked in front of him. The two swung their swords and sabers together, bursting with peerless power. They touched the qi transformation realm and shattered the faint black qi. The young man was slovenly and dressed casually. The other girl was dressed in a snow-white robe and was beautiful. These two people. Qinyu had interacted with them before. They were Fei Ledian of the Iron Sword sect and Li Bingyue of the Watermoon sect. They had the strength to compete for the top disciple position in their respective sections. Li Bingyue had forced Lu Santong to retreat during the Hidden Lake meeting. Mei Chongqing. Li Bingyue. Fei Ledian, Qinyu saw the top geniuses of the Bone Demon Palace and the 3 sects through the worm. At this moment, Mei Chongqing was killing 6 or 7 disciples of the 3 sects by himself. Among the people present, only Fei Ledian and Li Bingyue could barely block him. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Just as Qinyu was hesitating about whether or not to help in secret. Qinyu saw a familiar girl's figure among the fleeing crowd through the senses of the worm. It was Xianxia. In the forest, Mei Chongqing's long hair fluttered in the wind. He had slaughtered 7 disciples of the 3 sects by himself. The faint true energy that he waved was enough to kill an ordinary viscera refinement stage cultivator with a single touch. It was basically an instant kill. Among the crowd, Xianxia's face was pale, her hair a mess, her dress torn, and there were bloodstains on her arms and face. She looked like she had suffered some injuries. Among the remaining 6, she was the weakest at the early stage viscera refinement realm. If everything went according to plan, she would be the next to die. Kill all disciples of the 3 sects. You should know this when you enter the Blood Burial Garden. The Blood Burial Garden uses the blood and souls of many young geniuses as nourishment to nurture and nurture legendary treasures. Mei Chongqing's handsome face was indifferent and emotionless. Hearing this, Fei Ledian, Li Bingyue, and the others were shocked. Could it be? Did the Bone Demon Palace generously allow the disciples of the 3 sects to enter to nurture some treasure? If that was the case, then the mastermind behind this was too terrifying. Qinyu quietly approached Mei Chongqing. When he heard Mei Chongqing's words, he also smelled a trace of a conspiracy. However, regardless of the conspiracy, he was only a minor character in the Chu sect world. He was powerless to affect the overall situation, and he had no right to compete with the powerhouses behind the scenes. At the current stage, Qinyu only had one goal right now, and that was to survive and seize this once-in-a-century opportunity to grow. As long as he reached the qi transformation realm, he would no longer be an ant at the bottom of the sect world. And now, Qinyu only had one simple goal right now, and that was to save Xianxia. Ants, die. Mei Chongqing sneered. He waved his sleeve, and a wave of true qi swept forward, creating a cold wind of 20 to 30 feet. Even the aftershock of the attack could heavily injure a viscera refinement cultivator, much less the true qi itself. Block it. As Fei Ledian and Li Bingyue retreated, a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. They had to bear the majority of the pressure. Otherwise, Mei Chongqing could kill 3 to 5 viscera refinement cultivators with a casual attack. At this moment, only by working together would they have a chance to contend against Mei Chongqing. If they split up, they would be killed in an instant. Slash! Fei Ledian held a brightly colored iron sword in his hand and slashed out a large expanse of dazzling sword shadows that looked like a swift and fierce sword wave. The internal energy in his body trembled and condensed. The aura it gave off was comparable to the Hotian True Qi. What a powerful sword! Qinyu, who was secretly approaching, was greatly shocked. Qinyu had fought with this person during the Meteor Iron gambling battles. Fei Ledian had cultivated a type of secret technique. Every time he reached a certain level, his cultivation would drop once in a manner similar to dispersing his cultivation. Repeating this over and over again caused his internal energy to become extremely condensed. At this moment, Fei Ledian had used some kind of secret technique to condense his inner breath to a level that was almost comparable to the acquired true qi. Profound Ice Blade. Li Bingyue, who was wearing a snow-white robe, waved her hand and released a shocking coldness. Whoosh! In an instant, a few translucent ice blades the size of sickles flashed and slashed towards Mei Chongqing at an even faster speed. Whoosh! The rapidly whistling cold wind blade actually cut into the faint true energy that Mei Chongqing had unleashed, and even approached the latter's true energy layer. Even someone as strong as Mei Chongqing was slightly shocked. The attacks of the two people in front of him had reached the peak of the viscera refinement stage and could almost threaten the qi transformation stage to a certain extent. Whoosh! The dark true qi on Mei Chongqing's body flashed and the ice blades immediately shattered. At the same time, even though the true qi tornado had been torn apart by Li Bingyue, it was still extremely powerful and destroyed Fei Lishan's attack. Bang! Fei Ledian was pushed back a few meters by the faint black wind and his face became even paler. Li Bingyue's figure floated back and a bloody cut appeared on her dress. As for the other disciples' attacks, they were crushed like paper under Mei Chongqing's attack. At most, they could only break through the aftershock of Mei Chongqing's true qi. Whoosh! Whoosh! The faint black energy and remnant winds in the surroundings forced the disciples into a perilous situation. Whoosh! A disciple from the Watermoon sect and Yunhui Gate each vomited blood on the spot and was sent flying. Ah! Xianxia screamed as she was shaken to the ground by the powerful black wind. The armor on her body had already shattered. Whoosh! Seeing Mei Chongqing's long hair fluttering in the wind, the others looked at the fallen Xianxia and revealed a trace of pity. Mei Chongqing didn't even look at Xianxia. In the next round of attacks, he could kill this girl with just a few aftershocks of true qi. And at this moment, Mei Chongqing felt a trace of a faint threat coming from the back of the forest. After advancing to the qi transformation stage, his mental senses were extraordinary and he could often sense some hidden killing intent. In a corner of the forest. Whoosh! Qinyu's heart deeply stored energy. His body bent into the shape of a bow as he held the silver spear in his hand. His arm muscles swelled and the Xianxia inner breath in his body surged. At this moment, the power of Qinyu's powerful body, including the bronze statue skill, was pushed to the extreme. The energy stored in his heart was close to exploding. And the Xianxia inner breath had reached a whole new level after being enhanced by the serene water ink lotus. In an instant, after Qinyu brewed the famous demon javelin hunting, his peak throw, including the power, inner breath, and the energy stored in his heart, had reached a limit. So much so that even Mei Chongqing felt a chill down his spine. Pucci! Suddenly, Mei Chongqing felt a pain in the bottom of his foot, as if he had been bitten by something. What is that? Mei Chongqing was shocked. The true qi under his feet shook and a faint black gas swept out, creating a 2-foot hole in the ground. Just now, his attention was mainly drawn by the Fei Ledian duo, as well as the inexplicable hostility behind him. He didn't expect that there would be a sudden attack from below. Whoosh! A thumb-sized gray-spotted iron worm flashed with a silver light and was sent flying by Mei Chongqing's true qi. It fell to the ground and struggled in pain. The attack that could kill a normal peak viscera refinement realm cultivator didn't kill this worm. It seemed to have only injured it. Buzz! The afterglow of the blood moon in the sky shone on the iron moonworm. The latter's injury was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Attack! Fei Ledian and Li Bingyue were happy. The two took advantage of Mei Chongqing's weakness and attacked at the same time. Mei Chongqing was bitten by the worm. His leg stiffened for a moment and he quickly used his true qi to suppress the worm's poison. Boom! Mei Chongqing was angry. He waved his sleeve and a faint black gas surged out like a black wave. Bang! Fei Ledian and Li Bingyue were pushed back again. Blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. At this moment, a soul-stirring shriek that sounded like muffled thunder came from behind. Whoosh! Only a cold purple arc could be seen with the naked eye. A silver light flashed and it was already close to Mei Chongqing's body. It was Jinyu's javelin attack. Not good. The heavy wind and cold aura behind him made Mei Chongqing feel a chill down his spine. But at this moment, he had just been bitten by the worm. His leg was stiff and he was attacked by Fei Letian and Li Bingyue. In a hurry, Mei Chongqing only used 50 to 60% of his true qi to protect himself. Boom, a purple spear with a silver edge and an indescribable force pierced Mei Chongqing's back with a roaring murderous aura. In an instant, the true energy on Mei Chongqing's body exploded and collided with the javelin, producing a soul-stirring sound. Boom, Mei Chongqing's body swayed and he almost lost his balance. He waved his arm and his true qi shattered the javelin, which was as hard as a low-grade treasure artifact. Pucci, the clothes on his arm were torn and a small wound appeared on his fair skin. Demon hunting javelin, Mei Chongqing looked at the wound on his arm in disbelief. There was a burning sensation on his shoulder. There was even a trace of numbness, as if he had been hit by a 5,000-kilogram rock. Just now, the worm's bite attack had only broken his skin and was repelled by his true qi. However, this javelin had hurt him. This was the first time he had felt pain since he had reached the qi transformation realm. He heard a qi transformation realm cultivator? Demon hunting javelin Xianxia? When did he become so powerful? Some of the disciples of the three sects were in disbelief and ecstasy. After all, this was the first time they had seen Mei Chongqing injured, even if it was just a flesh wound. Brother Yu. Qianinger crawled up from the ground. Her face was full of surprise and color returned to her pale face. Qianyu? Fei Lishan's expression was complicated, but he was more surprised. With the support of a powerful ranged player like Qianyu, they would have an additional chance of surviving Mei Chongqing's pursuit. Is it him? Li Bingyue seemed to recall something and became even more incredulous. Brat! How dare you injure me? You'll die honorably. Mei Chongqing's calm face revealed a trace of coldness for the first time as he scanned the surroundings. However, Qianyu didn't show himself. After launching the attack, he quickly hid in the forest. The danger lurking in the dark was more frightening to the enemy than the threat on the surface. Whoosh, on the ground, the iron moonworm flashed again and pounced at Mei Chongqing. Qianyu was already convinced that the worm had a powerful regenerative ability under the moonlight, and it wasn't any weaker than Qianyu's physique. In the blood burial garden, there was a blood moon no matter day or night. This was a great advantage for him. Whoosh, Mei Chongqing waved his sleeve, and a faint black aura swept out and sent the iron moonworm flying. After the worm fell to the ground, it struggled in pain, but it recovered at a shocking speed under the blood moon's illumination. Take this opportunity. Li Bingyue, Fei Letian, and the others did their best to attack Mei Chongqing. In the darkness, Qianyu gripped his javelin and silently gathered power. He couldn't attack rashly. He had to keep Mei Chongqing on guard. Most importantly, Qianyu didn't have many javelins like this. Losing one just now was painful. Boom. Pfft. Mei Chongqing held back in his next attack, only forcing Li Bingyue and Fei Letian back. After all, he had to deal with the worm's attacks at all times and be on guard against Qianyu's hidden danger. You're not bad. You forced me to use my weapon so soon. Mei Chongqing's expression darkened. A dark green bamboo pole appeared in his hand. True qi poured into it, emitting an awe-inspiring aura that shocked ordinary postnatal qi transformation cultivators. But at this moment, a Bone Demon Palace disciple leaped over from the other end of the forest. Senior Brother Mei, things are bad. That treasure cave has been robbed. The Bone Demon Palace disciple panted heavily, his face full of anxiety. Who is it that dares to launch a sneak attack on the cave we have occupied? Mei Chongqing's footsteps froze, his expression changing drastically. Previously, from Li Bingyue, Fei Letian, and the other disciples of the three sects, they had plundered a mysterious cave that was filled with precious materials. Many of the treasures in the cave had been found for hundreds of years. Li Bingyue, Fei Letian, and the other disciples knew they were no match for Mei Chongqing's group and tactfully retreated. But Mei Chongqing had no intention of giving up. Ever since entering the blood burial garden, Mei Chongqing had only one word for any disciple he saw: die. No one escaped Mei Chongqing's net. Of course, his killing was completely different from the fiend clown's cruel slaughter. It had a purpose. The Bone Demon Palace Lord had instructed him to kill as many disciples as he could. There were two benefits to this. First, he could kill the young geniuses of the three sects so that Bone Demon Palace could unify the Chu sect world in the future. Second, he could use the fresh blood of more young geniuses to nurture a peerless treasure in the garden space. This was also the reason the Bone Demon Palace disciples began killing the disciples of the three sects after entering the Blood Burial Garden. In the forest, the disciples present, including Qinyu, Li Bingyue, and the others, were extremely shocked. Who dared attack Mei Chongqing's nest? Fei Letian and the others remembered that after Mei Chongqing and the others occupied the treasure cave, they had sent a secret disciple ranked in the top 10 of the palace at the late-stage organs refinement realm to guard it. There were also 3 or 4 Bone Demon Palace disciples. It seems to be the Seamless Bandit, Lu Santong of the Iron Sword sect. He killed a senior brother, heavily injured 2 others, and plundered the cave. The Bone Demon Palace disciple answered. The Seamless Bandit. Intense anger and killing intent surfaced on Mei Chongqing's handsome face. This was not only because the other party was audacious enough to rob the treasure cave he occupied and kill his fellow disciples. During the previous war, the Seamless Bandit had committed crimes in Bone Demon Palace's territory, even successfully targeting a few female disciples, humiliating Bone Demon Palace. Consider yourselves lucky. Mei Chongqing's slightly gloomy gaze swept past Fei Letian and the other man before it swept past a certain corner of the dense forest. Swoosh, Mei Chongqing immediately retreated and rushed to a nearby cave. The disciples of the three sects let out sighs of relief, as if they had just survived a calamity. Fei Letian and Li Bingyue had pale faces and bitter expressions as they immediately consumed a few pills to treat their injuries. Whoosh, on the ground, the insect flew in a certain direction. A tall, drenched youth walked out of the forest. Brother Yu. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. She leaped over and hugged Qinyu. Qinyu discovered that the girl in his arms was trembling, as if she had yet to recover from the fear of death. It's all thanks to Brother Chen. Fei Letian cupped his fists at Qinyu with a grateful expression. Your Excellency, I will remember this favor. Li Bingyue said seriously. The surviving disciples of the three sects all expressed their gratitude to Qinyu. Fei Letian and Li Bingyue had complicated expressions. The former Meridian Illuminating youth had made a name for himself on the battlefield with the Javelin Demon Hunt after displaying his skills at the Meteoric Iron Gamble. And now, the other party had injured a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator with a javelin. This was something even the true disciples of the three sects could not achieve. No need to stand on ceremony, everyone. The three sects will work together to fight against Bone Demon Palace. Qinyu nodded and said no more. Come here. Qinyu immediately called Xianxia to the side. At the same time, he ordered the Iron Moon insect to follow Mei Chongqing and monitor the situation. Put this on. Qinyu handed Xianxia a soft armor he was wearing. But you, Xianxia said hesitantly. Her previous soft armor had been destroyed in the battle, and her ability to survive had plummeted. Cut the crap. Ordinary inferior grade soft armors are of little use to me. Qinyu urged her to put it on. Xianxia's eyes were brimming with tears. She became somewhat dependent on her cousin. And this, don't let others find out. Qinyu took out a serene ink lotus, including the lotus seeds and petals. He remembered that Xianxia cultivated the spherical water art, which should be extremely compatible with the serene ink lotus. She also had the talent of a mid-grade spirit body. Serene ink lotus. Xianxia's mouth opened wide. This was an evil treasure that was extinct in the outside world. Even a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator would benefit from it. It could improve their cultivation and cultivation. At that moment, the Iron Moon insect transmitted some blurry images and information. A thoughtful look appeared on Qinyu's face. Return to the Water Moon sect first. Li Bingyue and the others owe me a favor. They should take care of you. Qinyu said to Xianxia. But I think, Xianxia was slightly disappointed. Compared to her fellow disciples of the Water Moon sect, she trusted her cousin more. After all, Fei Letian and Li Bingyue could not hurt Mei Chongqing, who was at the Qi Transformation Realm. They would not give her the soft armor and the serene ink lotus. No. Qinyu shook his head. I snatched the serene ink lotus from the evil clown and was chased by the Bone Demon Palace. The hatred will only deepen. After listening to Qin Yu's simple narration, Xianxia was shocked. This little cousin of his was truly audacious. He actually dared to snatch food from the jaws of the evil clown. After giving the instructions, Qin Yu's figure flashed and left the dense forest. He followed the information sent by the insect and approached a cave in front. At that moment, the insect was 1 to 2 miles away. The image and information it transmitted were still rather blurry. After advancing to the viscera refinement realm, especially with the peak of the cloud demon fist, Qin Yu's mental strength had increased. He could now share the insect's perspective within 2 miles. At that moment, Qin Yu had already grasped the key information. Mei Chongqing went to kill LV Santong. The treasure cave occupied by the Bone Demon Palace is empty, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had already offended the Bone Demon Palace when he snatched the Serene Ink Lotus and was chased. Just now, he had even injured the top disciple, Mei Chongqing. Since that was the case, then he would go all the way. He would ruthlessly plunder and slaughter this palace. Not long later, Qin Yu used the cover of the forest and the shortcut the insect had passed on to reach the entrance of a deep cave. This cave exuded a thick qi of heaven and earth. So much so that the mysterious heart was beating frequently. There should be many good treasures in this cave. If not, that seamless thief LV Santong would not take the risk to plunder. Besides, Qin Yu also saw something else. Although this LV Santong had committed many evil deeds, he still had a certain consideration for the sect's interests and the overall situation. Back at the Yan family castle, LV Santong had killed the Bone Demon Palace attendant without hesitation. Qin Yu guessed that one of the reasons LV Santong was plundering the rear of the Bone Demon Palace was to help the Iron Sword sect disciple being chased by Mei Chongqing. At the same time, a few miles away, "Die, you thief!" Mei Chongqing, with long black hair fluttering, was chasing a sloppy man carrying a sword. That sloppy man was LV Santong. At this moment, the speed LV Santong displayed was shockingly fast. The ancient blue cloak on his body rippled with wisps of blue wind, greatly increasing his speed. The effect was even better than Qin Yu's leather boots. This person's movement technique was number 1 among the disciples of the 3 sections. Now, with the support of the cloak, his speed was not much slower than Mei Chongqing's. Hee. Mei Chongqing, I heard you have a beautiful 12-year-old sister. If there's a chance, I'll go have a taste. LV Santong did not forget to curse as he ran. You're seeking your own death. Mei Chongqing's expression was cold. The true energy on his body suddenly surged, and his speed soared. He almost flew into the air. However, postnatal qi transformation did not have the ability to fly in the air. Oh, as expected of the qi transformation realm. LV Santong laughed strangely and suddenly threw out a few black beads. Boom. Puff puff, immediately, clouds of thick black and gray miasma engulfed everything within a radius of several hundred feet in an instant. Insignificant skill. Mei Chongqing's figure closed in. He waved one hand, and a faint aura swept up a fierce astral wind, dispersing the fog within 10 feet. But the next moment, his expression changed. Buzz buzz buzz, in the area where the fog exploded, thousands of brown poisonous wasps jumped out from a few trees. Each of them had the strength of a body-tempering or pulse-illuminating realm. They madly pounced on Mei Chongqing. As for LV Santong, he had long since slipped away from the other side of the fog. Hee. When it comes to escaping, I, LV Santong, am first class. Every time I commit a crime, I will study the surrounding terrain. LV Santong took advantage of the fact that Mei Chongqing was shrouded by the mountains to escape. Destroy. A cold snort came from the mountains. A faint black tornado swept out 5 to 6 feet. In the sky, a large rain of poisonous wasps rained down. It was a shocking scene. In just an instant, Mei Chongqing killed hundreds of poisonous wasps, forcefully broke through the swarm, and chased after LV Santong. At the entrance of a deep cave, 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples were squatting nearby. One of them had an injured leg and had just applied ointment. The 2 did not notice On a tall and lush tree nearby, a fat bone demon palace disciple let out a low growl. They saw. A small worm swept through his throat. Then a tall youth stepped forward and put his corpse down. Hidden sentry? A faint smile flashed across Xianyu's face. Back then, he had lived as a hidden sentry in the northern mountain spirit garden. He was quite experienced in this aspect. Swoosh, the iron moon strange worm flashed and flew towards the two bone demon palace disciples at the entrance of the cave. Go! A silver-tipped javelin in Xianyu's hand transformed into a purple-silver arc of fiendish chi. Pfft! The mid-stage viscera refinement realm disciple died, the javelin pierced through his head. At the same time, swoosh, the iron moon strange worm swept through the heart of the other bone demon palace disciple, drawing out an arrow of blood. Done. Xianyu swaggered to the entrance of the cave and plucked the two storage bags. Xianyu's eyes lit up when he opened the two storage bags. There were not many primordial stones in the storage bags, but there were a few natural treasures. 300-year-old bloodlingji. 300-year-old bloodine mushroom. There's also a 500-year-old bean curd. This is an evil treasure used to refine insidious treasures. Xianyu was greatly surprised. He only roughly counted the treasures that were 300 years old and above, not counting those that were 100 or 200 years old. In addition, Xianyu removed a treasure leather armor from the mid-stage viscera refinement realm disciple's body and wiped the bloodstains away. He clicked his tongue and laughed. He had earned it back very quickly. Xianyu put on the treasure leather armor and sighed in his heart, in the blood burial garden, rather than spending time looking for treasures, it's better to kill and rob. He put all the treasures into his storage bag. Among them, the most valuable was the 500-year-old bean curd, although it was only a foot long. The bean curd was a precious treasure used to refining treasures. The corrosive power it contained could also increase the power of poison. Not to mention anything else. The wounds caused by the bean curd would constantly fester and corrode the skin and flesh. Its destructive power to the flesh and blood body was not ordinary. Moreover, this bean curd was 500 years old. Xianyu estimated that if this bamboo was added to the dark snake sword and refined again, it would at least reach the level of a middle-grade treasure weapon. Adding on the amplification effect of moonlight, its value would most likely approach that of a high-grade treasure weapon. Thinking of this, Xianyu temporarily put the 500-year-old bean curd into the light silver crystal space. When the blood burial garden was over and he returned to the outside world, most of the benefits would still belong to the sect. Although the Yunhua sect promised to give disciples 30%. But if there really were some extremely valuable treasures, even Qi transformation and origin realm experts would be jealous. A small disciple would not be able to protect his own interests. Therefore, Xianyu would hide the precious things in the light silver crystal space. And at this time, the light silver crystal space was a small cuboid. After storing the dark snake sword, the bean curd, and the serene water lotus seed, it was almost full. Xianyu sighed. In the future, he must think of a way to improve this space. Go. Xianyu ordered the bug to observe the surrounding environment. Mei Chongqing had gone to chase the seamless thief. Whether he succeeded or lost him, he would not stay for long. Xianyu's action was very risky, he had to plan a way out in advance. As long as the iron moon strange bug was within 2 miles, it could share the scene it saw with Xianyu. Besides, the bug was small in size, it could enter the ground, there were all kinds of cracks, and it could investigate the geography and hidden dangers more carefully. This was far better than humans. Thud, Xianyu slowed down and cautiously entered the cave. Along the way, Xianyu saw some traces of heaven and earth treasures being mined. Apart from that, there were also some precious materials and ordinary spirit ores that were decades old that no one actually picked. Xianyu understood after thinking for a while. During this trip to the blood grave, every disciple would be given 1 bag of holding at most, along with all kinds of items and tools. The storage space was limited. Xianyu wouldn't waste the precious materials that were of ordinary value. Ordinary storage pouches couldn't reduce weight, and carrying too many items would affect one's speed and agility. Who are you? 200 feet into the cave, a cold shout came from a corner of the stone wall. Zing zing, at the corner, three figures jumped out. They were two men and one woman. The one in the lead was a ferocious-looking man with green patterns on his face. He held a white bone spear in his hand. The aura that this person emitted was clearly at the late stage of the organ's refinement realm. Hellion II, ranked 6th in Bone Devil Palace's secret teachings and known as the White Bone Dragon. Information about this person immediately appeared in Xianyu's mind. After all, this person's appearance was very special. The weapon he used was a bone spear, and his combat strength was said to be close to the Fiend Clown and Jiang Ping. As for the man and woman beside Hellion II, they were at the middle stage and early stage of the organ's refinement realm respectively. They seemed to be injured. Careful. It's the Javelin Demon Hunter of the Yunhui Gate. The male disciple among them exclaimed. Heh. It seems that I'm quite famous. Since you all know my name, why haven't you surrendered? Xianyu laughed carelessly. Kid. You really think too highly of yourself. When that seamless bandit came in person, he didn't dare to fight me head-on and only used some despicable methods. Hellion II snorted coldly. Swish, the white bone spear in his hand trembled, and a cold and withered white spear shadow appeared. Rings of sharp jet-black energy followed and attacked Xianyu. Swish. Swish, suddenly, the nearby rock and crystal walls were scraped off into powder. Xianyu was slightly surprised. The strength of this person was almost at the level of Fei Ledian and Li Bingyue. Most people at the peak of the late stage of the organ's refinement realm were not his opponent. At the same moment, the other man and woman beside him, two disciples of the Bone Devil, rushed over to help. Let's finish this quickly. Xianyu did not dare to delay. He took out the mysterious heavy sword, and his inner force surged. Buzz, the heavy sword transformed into a light silver sword aura that was as light as the wind. It seemed as light as a goose feather, but it suddenly expanded to a radius of 1 or 2 feet, covering the three people. In an instant, a dense expanse of silver sword light spread out to form a sword energy net. Within it, there were actually two completely different sword energy shadows of light and dark styles. Not good. Hellion II's complexion changed greatly. The moment the bone spear in his hand collided, it suddenly shook. Ding! Dang! Sparks flew from the bone spear. First, it was shaken by the light sword until it almost fell off. Then, the seemingly heavy sword swept past as if it was nothing, leaving a bloody mark on his arm. Ah! The sword aura net did not even cover for 2 breaths of time. The man and woman beside him screamed at the same time. Poochie, 2 bloody arms holding weapons fell to the ground. Pung pung, the 2 disciples, 1 male and 1 female, were sent flying. They were weaker than expected. It turned out that the 2 had already been seriously injured in the sneak attack of the seamless bandits. The information is wrong. Hellion II's complexion changed greatly. The Bone Devil Palace also had information on the disciples of the 3 sections. The Javelin Demon Hunter was also listed, but the focus was on his long-range javelin. The overall strength and threat of the Javelin Demon Hunter was rated as around the top 10 disciples of the 3 sects. But after 1 or 2 exchanges, Hellion II almost vomited blood and cursed. This was not the strength of the top 10, this was the battle strength of the top disciples of the 3 sects. Dang! Ding! After Xianyu sent the 2 disciples flying, he did not bother with them anymore. He focused on the secret disciple known as the White Bone Green Dragon. To be ranked in the top 10 of the Bone Devil Palace and 6th in the secret teachings, his strength was not to be underestimated. If Xianyu had not taken the Nether Water Ink Lotus, improved his cultivation, and greatly improved his inner breath, he would not have been able to suppress his opponent so easily. Kid! The people outside must have been killed by you. When Junior Brother Mei comes, you won't be able to escape. Although Hellion II was being suppressed, he was still very strong. He was certain Mei Chongqing would not be chasing the seamless bandits for too long. Xianyu snorted coldly. He circulated the bronze statue scale to the extreme, and the power of the heavy sword in his hand increased again. Dang! Dang! Clashing repeatedly, Hellion II's arm went numb. The web between his thumb and forefinger cracked and bled, and a few more wounds were left on his body. Green Nightmare Demon Art! Hellion II suddenly roared. The inner breath on his body suddenly shook strangely, and his cries became twice as rapid. Whoosh! In an instant, Helion II's face and skin all over his body condensed with a layer of sinister green-black blood patterns. The power of his inner breath increased sharply, almost to the level of the Qi transformation realm. Not only that, Helion II's strength and speed also increased by 30 to 40%. Qinyu could not help but be surprised. Under Helion II's secret technique, his battle prowess increased greatly in a short time. Even the likes of the demon clown and the seamless bandits had to temporarily avoid him. Die. Helion II's face was ferocious. The bone spear in his hand carried an explosive jet-black energy wave as it wildly swept towards Qinyu. Qinyu laughed coldly, not dodging or evading. Thump thump. Thump thump, his heart was accumulating power, nearing the critical point. His strength and speed also increased greatly. Open! The huge sword in Qinyu's hand slashed out a silver-bright full-moon sword aura. It pulled out a silver-black energy shadow that was 2 to 3 meters long, clashing head-on with Helion II's bang. Two forces that touched upon the level of the Qi transformation realm collided in the cave. A soul-shaking sound rang out. The powerful shockwave and wind caused the other two heavily injured Demon Palace disciples to be unable to stand up. In the instant of the clash, Helion II's figure was forced back 2 to 3 meters. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a bloody wound was left on his body, revealing the bone. On the other hand, Qinyu swayed on the spot. Apart from a few cracks in his artifact leather armor, he was completely unharmed. Qinyu had too much of an advantage in this kind of clash that exceeded his limits. If the level of attack was about the same, then the defense of both sides would naturally be compared. Whether it was defense or strength, Qinyu had the advantage. In this kind of life-and-death struggle, the other side was supported by a secret technique. Once he suffered a backlash, he would naturally suffer a great loss. Run! Helion II, heavily injured, had a look of terror on his face. He ignored the two injured disciples nearby and fled into the depths of the cave. Qinyu stood where he was, not giving chase. A hint of mockery flashed across his mouth. Obviously, Helion II, who was fleeing in panic, neglected another terrifying reputation of Qinyu. Swoosh, a purple-silver arc of light emitting a sinister aura swept across the dark night sky. It carried a dull thunder-like piercing hell as it struck Helion II squarely. Ah! Helion II screamed as the javelin pierced through his heart. Qinyu's javelin, when it was at its peak, even Mei Chongqing had to be vigilant, not to mention Helion II, who was injured and fleeing. Swoosh, Qinyu's figure flashed, and he swept to the front of Helion II's day. The first action. Pulling out the javelin, recycling and reusing it. Qinyu was a little regretful now. He should have focused on making a few more powerful javelins, so that he had to save them now. Of course. This kind of javelin weighed 200 or 300. If he carried too many, it would also affect his movement. The second action. Qinyu took off Helion II's 2 storage bags and opened them. There were 6 or 7 kinds of heavenly treasures over 300 years old. There were also a dozen or so that were 100 or 200 years old. What surprised Qinyu the most was that there was actually a 200-year-old earth spirit ginseng, but it was stained with a bit of bloody black markings, probably a mutation caused by the native aura of the space. However, this did not affect Qinyu from preparing another high-quality body-tempering liquid. Apart from that, Qinyu also found an animal skin map from the storage bag. There were incomplete and blurry topographical drawings on it. The drawings on this map are somewhat similar to the terrain of the Blood Burial Garden. Qinyu revealed a slightly strange expression. He organized the spoils of war, only accepting heavenly treasures over 200 years old. Heavier items, such as artifacts weighing a few hundred kilograms, were not accepted. Spare us, my lord. 2 heavily injured male and female disciples of Bone Demon Palace prostrated on the ground, begging for mercy. They did not dare to flee. Even Helion II had been pierced by a javelin. With their heavily injured bodies, there was no hope of escape. What value do you two have? Qinyu said disdainfully. We'll leave our gains to you. The 2 disciples handed over their storage bags, trembling. Jinyu opened their storage bags and glanced through them. He was disappointed. Their spoils of war added together were not even half of Hellion II's. I still have an important secret, as long as my lord lets us live. The female disciple gritted her teeth. Great secret? Jinyu's teasing gaze swept past the man and woman in front of him. These two were not even esoteric disciples in the Bone Demon Palace. Jinyu did not think they knew any great secret. But the incomplete map of the Blood Burial Garden from Hellion II was much more detailed than the information from the Yunhui Gate. It could be used as a reference. At the same time, Jinyu then picked out precious materials that were over 200 years old from the duo's storage bags. Surprisingly, Jinyu found 2 Snake King gallbladders. They were at the peak of the viscera refinement stage and of acceptable quality. Based on the quality and aura, Jinyu was sure they were products of the Blood Burial Garden and not brought in from the outside world. Just now, he had obtained a 200-year-old Earth Spirit ginseng from Hellion Tuesday. However, these 2 snake gallbladders were only from the peak of the viscera refinement stage. They were of a lower level and did not match the 200-year-old Earth Spirit ginseng. Why do you have this on you? Jinyu asked in a low voice. He did not care about the great secret the female disciple mentioned. There is a large snake cave nearby. There are many fierce snakes inside, even comparable to the Qi transformation postnatal Snake King. The male disciple did not dare to hide it. So, Mei Chongqing and the others were searching for treasures nearby and found a large snake cave with many treasures inside. With Mei Chongqing's combat strength, he naturally did not fear ordinary Qi transformation stage Snake Kings. However, there were too many fierce snakes in the snake cave, and there was a Qi transformation stage Snake King commanding it. It was difficult to attack. I see. Jinyu asked for the location and found the approximate location on the map. He now had a 200-year-old Earth Spirit ginseng. If he could obtain a higher quality Snake King gallbladder, the bronze statue art was expected to advance to greater success. Once his copper bones reached greater success, Jinyu's physique defense would be invincible under the Qi transformation stage. Coupled with Jinyu's powerful physique, the greater success would probably be close to the higher level of the copper statue aura body. At that time, Jinyu was confident that he could even fight a Qi transformation postnatal. Almost no one from the 3 sects or the Bone Devil Palace could threaten his life in the Blood Burial Garden. This was also why Jinyu was so concerned about the origin of the snake gallbladder. Alright, you two can be on your way. Killing intent flashed across Jinyu's face. My lord. The secret I know is extremely important. It concerns the secrets of the Blood Burial Garden. This is also the true reason why Bone Demon Palace conducted a blood sacrifice in this mystic realm. The female disciple of the Bone Demon Palace was rather pretty. She spoke in a fawning manner. Oh? Tell me about it. Jinyu paused his steps. The insect had sent him a message. There was no sign of Mei Chongqing returning. The secrets of the blood grave, seeing that there was still enough time, Jinyu decided to listen. In any case, the two of them could die with a single thought. This was something that Hellion II accidentally revealed when I shared a bed with him. After all, he is Palace Master Fu's direct disciple. The female disciple of Bone Devil Palace blushed. In order to increase the authenticity of the matter, she was going all out. It is said that the most valuable treasure in the Blood Burial Garden is a 10,000-year-old blood soul flower. Back then, this space was remodeled by a blood Dao expert. The entire purpose of the Blood Burial Garden's existence is to nurture this flower. Even when the Blood Burial Garden appears every 100 years or more to absorb new blood and souls, it is all to add nutrients to the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower and promote its growth. The female disciple of Bone Devil Palace narrated. 10,000-year-old blood soul flower? Jinyu had never heard of this item. But this girl's words coincided with some of Mei Chongqing's remarks. If the entire purpose of the existence of this space was to nurture the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower, then the value of this item was unimaginable. I only vaguely heard him say that this flower is an item of great fortune. It is of great use even to legendary Void Sea Realm experts. It seems that Origin returning realm experts who obtain this item will receive a comprehensive boost, and even have a chance to advance to the Void Sea Realm, becoming a paragon of a region, and dominate the continent. The female disciple of Bone Devil Palace said with uncertainty. Xianxia was dubious. From what she said, it seemed that obtaining this flower would make one invincible very quickly. How could there be such an easy thing in the world? This blood soul flower might have some kind of mysterious and almost heaven-defying effect. Where is the blood soul flower? Xianxia asked. The female disciple of Bone Devil Palace said, it is naturally in the center of the blood burial garden. It is very likely to be in the most mysterious blood void hall in the blood burial garden. Xianxia nodded slightly, but suddenly raised his hand and punched twice through the air. Whoosh! Bang bang, in an instant, two domineering and cold-fist shadows engulfed the two of them. No. A man and a woman died amidst miserable screams. Heh. I didn't agree to exchange that information for your little lives. Also, the details of my strength and whereabouts cannot be leaked at all. Xianxia sneered and floated away. He had no intention of exploring this cave. Firstly, time was tight. Secondly, the treasures that could be mined would definitely have been taken by them. Whoosh, as soon as Xianxia left the cave, he received a warning from the insects. At the same time, a mile away, the black-haired Mei Chongqing was like a faint black remnant wind, rapidly retreating in this direction. Mei Chongqing's face showed a hint of gloominess and unwillingness. Just now, his pursuit of LV Santong had ended in failure. At the crucial moment, the other party had used one or two trump cards and was almost injured by the backlash. The most hateful thing was, the seamless bandits were extremely familiar with the surrounding terrain. They had even provoked a powerful ancient beast with strength almost at the Qi transformation innate level, as well as a crazy group of vicious beasts. As he approached the cave, Mei Chongqing's expression changed. He saw the two corpses at the cave entrance, as well as the corpse of the hidden sentry on the tree. Who is it? Mei Chongqing's face was hazy. He, who was usually calm and indifferent, could not conceal his intense anger and killing intent. He entered the cave. Mei Chongqing's expression became more and more unsightly. He did not even glance at the corpses of the man and woman. But Helian too was the personal disciple of Palace Master Fu, a disciple of the same sect as him. He was ranked in the top 10 of the esoteric teachings. As far as he knew. Currently, none of the geniuses from the three sects who had entered the blood burial garden had been able to kill Helian II head-on within a short period of time. Even when LV Santong had attacked this place, he had used his superior movement techniques to avoid a head-on confrontation with Helian Tuesday. From the wounds on the corpse, it was not difficult to determine that it was pierced by a javelin. Javelin hunter. Xianxia, Mei Chongqing clenched his fists tightly. A trace of bone-chilling coldness flashed in his eyes. The faint black smoke around his body surged violently, causing the mountain walls to crack and the cave to shake. Ever since he met Xianxia, everything had gone wrong for him. First, he was stabbed by the enemy's javelin and failed to kill Fei Letian, Li Bingyue, and the others. Afterwards, the seamless bandit had taken advantage of the situation to throw the situation into chaos. He had relied on the speed advantage of the number one movement technique amongst the disciples of the three sects, as well as his many trump cards to escape from his hands. Until now. The other party had even killed 5 or 6 Bone Demon Palace disciples, including Helian II, and plundered many spoils. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Buzz, suddenly, Mei Chongqing's token sensed something. There are other disciples? Mei Chongqing walked out of the cave and stood on top of a cliff. Thud. Swoosh swoosh, at this time a dozen or so Bone Devil Palace disciples approached them one after another. The token in Mei Chongqing's hand was different from the tokens of ordinary Bone Demon Palace disciples. The token in his hand was the leader token. In addition, the top 3 ranked Fiend Clown and Jiang Ping had deputy leader tokens. The other disciples would have different reactions when they sensed such tokens, making it convenient for them to meet up. At this moment, Mei Chongqing's token sensed a deputy leader token. Senior Brother Mei. The Fiend Clown, the Armored Man, Shang Guanqi, and the others gathered one after another. They were overjoyed to see Mei Chongqing. You came at the right time. Help me kill someone. Mei Chongqing's expression was cold, his voice suffused with a bone-chilling killing intent. The fiend clown and the others were surprised. In the blood burial garden. Apart from some powerful demonic beasts and ancient beasts, Mei Chongqing was basically invincible. Who could move Mei Chongqing to such an extent that he needed to borrow the strength of others to kill someone? Senior brother Mei, we're also chasing someone. It's related to the Nether Ink Lotus, a treasure of the evil path. Peng Tiancheng was slightly troubled. Nether Ink Lotus? You guys found it. Mei Chongqing was pleasantly surprised. It could be said that this was the treasure that he truly needed and was compatible with since entering the blood burial garden. Other treasures, such as 200 to 300-year-old blood lingji mushrooms, could also increase one's cultivation, but they often contained impurities and toxins. It was best to take them back and refine them into pills. However, the Nether Ink Lotus, a legendary treasure of the evil path, was different. It was extremely suitable for evil cultivators. If Mei Chongqing could use it, he could consolidate his cultivation and increase his cultivation. However, it was taken by the javelin demon hunter, Qin Yu. The fiend clown said hatefully. At the mention of Qin Yu, everyone from Bone Demon Palace was indignant. They were all filled with killing intent and some shame in their eyes. It's him. Mei Chongqing revealed a strange expression. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. A moment later, Mei Chongqing and the demon clown side shared information about Qin Yu with each other. This kid actually ambushed senior brother Mei's team. We must drag him out and tear him to pieces. No. Tearing him to pieces is too easy. Everyone from Bone Demon Palace exploded with killing intent and anger. Whether it was because of the Nether Ink Lotus or the attack on the Bone Demon Palace disciples, they could not let Qin Yu go. Mei Chongqing gradually calmed down. He immediately ordered everyone to search for clues and let those skilled in tracking analyze and investigate. Mei Chongqing himself observed the 3 corpses in the cave for a long time. Not all the spoils of war on the 3 corpses had been taken away. Some of the 200 to 300-year-old treasures were extremely valuable and not a single one was left. However, some of the larger and heavier treasures were left behind. In addition, some of the weaker 100-year-old treasures were not taken away. There seems to be some progress. Mei Chongqing's eyes flickered as he rummaged through the remaining items. At the same time, 4 to 5 miles away, in an underground cave with gurgling water, Qin Yu sat cross-legged. Not far away was the corpse of a large water python. Its strength was comparable to a peak viscera refinement cultivator. This underground cave was very well hidden. Without the insects, it would be difficult to find it. Apart from being well hidden, this underground cave had more than one exit. One of them led to a nearby river, so one could move freely. I've finally found a safe place. I can cultivate for a day or two. Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings, very satisfied. Although there would occasionally be fierce creatures in the water nearby, with the insect protecting them, they could easily deal with them. Immediately, Qin Yu consumed a Nether Ink Lotus seed and circulated his internal energy, deciding to break through to the mid-stage viscera refinement realm. In the damp and dark underground cave, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and operated the murderous Cloud Heart Sutra. There seemed to be a quiet ice spring in his body, gradually melting and melting as soon as it came into contact with murderous Cloud's inner breath. A cool and refreshing water power seeped into his flesh and meridians. This was the second serene inked lotus seed that Qin Yu had taken. Last time, he had taken the first serene inked lotus with Mu Shiuqing, which included lotus petals and lotus seeds, allowing his cultivation to reach the limit of the early stage of organs refinement. It even increased murderous Cloud's inner breath and power. Previously, Qin Yu had the chance to reach the middle stage of organs refinement, but he was tracked by the evil clown. And this time, Qin Yu was very confident in the place he had found and he could cultivate in peace. Half a day later, the water power of the second serene inked lotus seed had completely integrated into Qin Yu's inner breath and meridians. What was surprising was the power of murderous Cloud's inner breath had obviously improved and it was slightly better than the ordinary late stage of organs refinement. Not only that, Qin Yu felt that the serene inked lotus seed had some kind of improvement to his physique, inner breath and blood. However, Qin Yu didn't break through the corresponding meridian network, so his cultivation was still at the early stage of organs refinement. Don't rush. Xianxia took the third serene inked lotus seed. He planned to increase the power of murderous cloud's inner breath. This was the most direct factor that affected his strength. Of course, if he took it continuously, the effect would be correspondingly weaker. But Xianxia thought it was worth it. In the current environment of the blood burial garden, danger and opportunity coexisted. The stronger he was, the more chances he had. Half a day later, Xianxia's third serene inked lotus seed had also been completely absorbed. The power of murderous cloud's inner breath had increased by 2 to 3 times. Whoosh, Xianxia flipped his palm and a cloud of inner breath appeared in his palm. There were traces of green and black air currents, emitting a fierce and overbearing yin qi. Qi. With a light stroke, the inner breath left a mark as thick as an arm on the hard rock wall. This power, Xianxia was a little surprised. This improvement was not much worse than the last time. Logically speaking, the further one went, the smaller the increment would be. This puzzled Xianxia. He speculated that perhaps the fiendish blood energy stored in his body had been completely stimulated and excavated, so his growth potential was not small. At this very moment, the strength and might of Xianxia's fiendish cloud inner breath was already close to the peak of the viscera refinement realm. It's time to advance. Xianxia used an inky black lotus petal. In the end, the petal had just been digested for a moment when the baleful cloud internal energy in his body seemed to slide and push on its own, charging through the new circulation region of his meridian network. In less than half a day, 2/3 of the 12 standard meridians in Xianxia's body had been opened. This meant that Xianxia had stepped into the middle stage of the organs refinement realm. The 12 standard meridians were the network of meridians in the human body. They connected the internal organs and strengthened them. After reaching this realm, Xianxia felt that the strength and heat of his inner breath, after going through a few cycles with the sea of qi as the center, had faintly increased a little. The inner breath cyclone in the sea of qi had expanded a lot. What was even more surprising was, Xianxia felt that the bronze statue skill had improved a little, and he was one step closer to the large success of the copper bone. After all, the organs refinement realm had an obvious strengthening of the body's internal organs. It was normal for the bronze statue skill to make some progress. He consolidated it for another half a day. Xianxia slowly stopped, his face flushed red, and he let out a long breath. The serene water ink lotus is indeed a treasure of the evil path. Although I am in the middle stage of the organs refinement realm, the fire of the fiendish cloud inner breath is comparable to the peak of the organs refinement realm. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. With such a strong power, even if his talent was poor, he could reach the peak of the organs refinement realm in a few months. Next, Xianxia did not continue to rush. It was not good to be too anxious. Right now, even if he used the serene water ink lotus to forcefully raise his cultivation to the late stage of the organs refinement realm, his strength would not increase too much. This was because the power and purity of the fiendish cloud inner breath had reached the peak of a stage. Unless Xianxia could cultivate a few strands of fiendish cloud qi. But this was too difficult. He needed a lot of time, more lotus seeds, and even mental comprehension to have a chance. If the bronze statue skill can break through to the large success of the copper bone, then my strength will soar, and it will be better than advancing to the late stage of the organs refinement realm. Xianxia was deep in thought. Now, his bronze statue skill was just a little bit away from the large success of the copper bone. Finding a breakthrough in this direction was much easier than advancing to the late stage of the illuminating meridian realm or condensing the fiendish cloud qi. Splash, Xianxia stepped on the underground water and slowly walked out of the cave. The snake cave that the Bone Demon Palace disciple mentioned is only 4 to 5 miles away from here. Xianxia took out the map and compared it. According to the disciple, there were many fierce snakes in the snake cave, even comparable to the qi transformation postnatal snake king. The 200-year-old earth spirit ginseng that Xianxia obtained had to be matched with a higher quality snake gall to bring out the greatest effect. If I can get the Snake King's gall, I will definitely be able to advance to the large success of the copper bone. Xianxia's heart palpitated. Of course, he also knew that this hope was not high, so he did not force it. Even if he had the Yin Fire Pearl, a trump card that could threaten and seriously injure the Qi transformation postnatal expert. But Qinyu's lowest goal was to kill fierce snakes whose strength touched the Qi transformation realm. Swoosh, the iron moon insect explored the way in front, and Qinyu walked out of the cave cautiously. After a day or two, he did not know if Mei Chongqing and the others from the Bone Demon Palace were still nearby. The iron moon insect roughly walked around within 2 miles, but did not find any obvious traces of the Bone Demon Palace. Swoosh, swoosh, Qinyu followed the hidden path and approached the area of the snake cave. Along the way, the iron moon insect acted as the vanguard. It was to scout ahead, and Qinyu would then select the safe and hidden path. An hour later, a gloomy and low cave entered Qinyu's vision. He could see it clearly from a mile away. Qinyu discovered that there were very few other insects within 2 to 3 miles, apart from snakes. Swoosh, the iron moon insect was still the vanguard. It went to the vicinity of the snake cave and figured out the geographical environment. Along the way, a fierce snake jumped out of the corner and pounced at the iron moon insect. The iron moon insect was not afraid. It directly drilled into the fierce snake's bloody mouth and pierced a bloody hole in its abdomen. The iron moon insect could ignore the poison of ordinary poisonous snakes, let alone a stronger variant like Qinyu. On a small hill opposite the snake cave, there were 6 or 7 male and female disciples of the Watermoon sect. Most of them were female. Among them, Yunfei, who was dressed in white, stood out among the group of female disciples like a crane among chickens. Senior brother E, senior sister E, are we really going into the snake cave? I'm naturally afraid of snakes. I tremble when I see them. An early-stage viscera refinement female disciple said with a trembling voice. Humph. What a loser. More than 70% of the fierce snakes in the snake cave are at the meridian opening realm. Not to mention that we have methods to deal with snakes. A yellow-shirt girl snorted coldly. The yellow-shirt girl and Yunfei stood side by side. Both of them were late-stage viscera refinement realm. The former was at the peak late-stage viscera refinement realm. She was the senior sister E that the disciples were in awe of. At this moment, 2 of the 3 late-stage viscera refinement realm disciples of the Watermoon sect were present. Senior sister E, we can't force her if she doesn't want to enter. Let her keep watch outside the snake cave. Yunfei waved his hand. In front of the group of female disciples, he seemed very graceful. Okay. You just stay outside. Take this whistle. If there are enemies outside, blow it. Even if they are deep in the cave, I can still sense it. Senior sister E glared at the timid female disciple. Just like that. Other than the timid female disciple, Yunfei, senior sister E, and the others approached the snake cave. Behind them, a thumb-sized silver-spotted iron bug flashed by. At the same time, Qinyu was 100 feet away from the snake cave. His eyes showed a trace of surprise. Strange, so strange. Even Mei Chongqing and the others from the Bone Devil Palace have given up on conquering the snake cave. These Watermoon sect disciples are actually trying to enter, Qinyu couldn't figure it out. Through the bug's perspective, he saw that senior sister E was the leader of Yunfei's group. She looked very confident. Senior sister E, are you sure that the Snake King's strength has decreased by 30% or 40% because it's laying eggs? This trip concerns the safety of all of us. Yunfei had a cautious expression. Don't worry. How many times have you asked this? I often come into contact with snakes, and my pet snake also has traces of ancient snake blood flowing through its veins. Senior sister E said impatiently. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister E. If the Snake King lays eggs, it'll be very convenient for us to take the black jade crystal and sky bamboo shoot liquid. If we're lucky, we can kill the Snake King along the way. That'll be a treasure too. Yunfei laughed. The Watermoon sect disciples were excited as they set off into the snake cave. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure jumped out near the snake cave. Who's there? The Watermoon sect disciples let out a shout. They focused their eyes. The newcomer was a young man with a tall and straight figure. It's you. Yunfei's eyes flashed with a trace of cold killing intent. Javelin Demon Hunter, Qinyu. The other Watermoon sect disciples looked at Qinyu curiously. You're that Qinyu who was said to have stolen the Nether Ink Lotus and had the demon clown hunting you all over the world? Senior Sister E raised an eyebrow. Her tone was not kind. Vaguely. Qinyu could sense that Senior Sister E was trying her best to hide a trace of greed. The Nether Ink Lotus was very compatible with the cultivation technique of the Watermoon sect disciples. Qinyu, what are you doing here? If not for the great enemy of the Bone Demon Palace, I would have killed you already. Yunfei's face was dark. That being said, in reality, he was already secretly exchanging glances with Senior Sister E. He even had the urge to attack. Whether it was the value of the Nether Ink Lotus or his hatred for Qinyu, Yunfei had to kill Qinyu. Everyone, let's make a deal. As long as you open the way and help me kill the Snake King and obtain the Snake King's gallbladder. There's no harm in giving half of the Nether Ink Lotus to you. Qinyu smiled faintly. Yunfei and Senior Sister E looked at each other, feeling strange. It was too unexpected. Qinyu was alone, but he took the initiative to cooperate with them. On their side, there were 2 late-stage Viscera refinement cultivators and a few other inner sect disciples. In the Snake Cave, which was full of danger, Qinyu alone wanted to cooperate with the 6 of them? Wasn't he afraid of being gnawed to the bone? All right. We'll do this deal. Yunfei and Senior Sister E were stunned. Immediately, they revealed friendly smiles and put on a welcoming expression. This is a piece of tender meat delivered to our mouths. Yunfei was overjoyed. Thank you, everyone. Qinyu swaggered into the Watermoon sect's group, seemingly unaware of the Watermoon sect's disciples' malicious intentions. Yunfei and Senior Sister E were overjoyed that Qinyu had taken the initiative to join them. This was like giving them a pillow when they were about to doze off. It was too satisfying. Outside the Snake Cave, they had wanted to kill Qinyu, but it was not easy to do so. Firstly, the 3 sects were fighting against the Bone Demon Palace. It would not be good if they killed each other. Secondly, the terrain outside was open. Qinyu had the strength of a true disciple and could not be underestimated. The chances of success were not high. But they never expected that Qinyu would take the initiative to join them. However, after a moment of ecstasy, Yunfei and Senior Sister E regained some calmness. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Was Qinyu an idiot? However, Yunfei did not think so. He had come into contact with Qinyu several times, but he had never gained the upper hand. On the contrary, he had allowed Qinyu to thrive. Is there a trap? Yunfei and Senior Sister E secretly communicated with voice transmissions. Yes, it is indeed abnormal. Don't act rashly for now. But as long as we are sure that he is alone, it will be easy to deal with. Senior Sister E nodded slightly. The 2 decided to wait until they entered the depths of the Snake Cave to observe more before making a decision. It was rumored that Qinyu had survived the pursuit of the evil demon clown and the others. He was definitely not simple. Qinyu smiled faintly as he followed Yunfei and the others into the Snake Cave. With this group of people as a shield, there might really be hope to kill the Snake King. If I can use the danger in the Snake Cave to eliminate my enemy, Yunfei, it will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qinyu calculated in his mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment they entered the Snake Cave, venomous snakes pounced at them from all directions. They were extremely vicious. There was not much space in the Snake Cave. There was little room for dodging and fighting. Senior Sister E, Yunfei, and the other Watermoon sect disciples took care of each other and dealt with the snakes that pounced at them. They ignored Qinyu. Meanwhile, Qinyu remained calm and composed. He held the mysterious heavy sword in his hand. Although the sword looked heavy, it was as light as the wind. Before the fierce snakes could get close, they were cut into 2 pieces. Even if it was a vicious snake at the viscera refinement stage, it would still be cleanly cut in half. When did this kid advance to the middle stage of the viscera refining realm? His strength far surpasses his peers. Yunfei was shocked. They had deliberately ignored Qinyu and wanted to see the latter's strength, but the result was a little unexpected. In fact, this was Qinyu purposely displaying some of his strength so that the people of the Watermoon sect would fear him. At the very least, they would not shed all pretenses of cordiality too quickly. After all, He still needed this group of people to pave the way, especially senior sister E, who seemed to have a deep understanding of snakes and was very confident in entering the snake cave. Not long after, the group gradually disappeared from the entrance of the snake cave. Whether it was Qinyu, Yunfei, or the others, none of them noticed anything unusual in the outside world. At this moment, near the snake cave, the female disciple of the Water Moon sect who stood guard had already disappeared, leaving behind only a pool of blood. In the snake cave, the people of the Water Moon sect advanced steadily. Qinyu followed without saying a word. In the beginning, the people of the Water Moon sect wanted to test his strength, so they held back some of their methods. But then, the number of vicious snakes kept increasing, and the proportion of vicious snakes at the viscera refining stage gradually increased. Not all the disciples of the Water Moon sect could be like Qinyu, who could instantly kill the vicious snakes at the viscera refining stage. Once there were too many of them, several female disciples of the Water Moon sect suddenly panicked. Ah! A female disciple of the Water Moon sect was bitten by a poisonous snake and groaned. However, the Water Moon sect was already prepared. They quickly protected the female disciple and let her take the antidote for snake venom. "You're quite well prepared," Qinyu said, chuckling. Gradually, there were more and more vicious snakes around, and the people of the Water Moon sect were facing great pressure. After that, it was a very common thing for female disciples to be bitten by snakes, but everyone had the antidote, so it was not a big problem. Why hasn't this kid been bitten by the snake yet? Yunfei secretly cursed. He had been waiting for Qinyu to be bitten by a poisonous snake, and he and the others did not give him the antidote and even took the opportunity to attack. Senior Sister Yi's face also flashed a trace of surprise. One had to know. The 5 or 6 of them were looking after each other, vaguely forming a formation to resist the group of snakes. Qinyu was alone, but he was not injured. Until a certain moment. Qinyu deliberately let a few poisonous snakes bite him a few times. Ding! In the end, including a vicious snake at the viscera refining stage, 3 or 4 poisonous snakes did not bite Qinyu's skin. This guy, the smile on Yunfei's face froze. He did not expect the opponent's physical defense to be so strong. It seemed that it was not very realistic to want to trap Qinyu with ordinary snakes. "Senior Sister E, we can't hold on anymore." Several female disciples of the Water Moon sect begged and sent a voice transmission. Senior Sister E felt helpless. She took out a few packets of powder from her storage bag and gave one to each of them. All the disciples showed a look of joy. Everyone, including Yunfei, sprinkled a layer of white powder on their bodies. In the end, when this powder was sprinkled on their bodies, the nearby snakes retreated. After that, the vicious snakes below the viscera refining stage avoided them, at least not within a radius of 10 meters. Only the vicious snakes at the viscera refining stage were less affected and sometimes attacked. Even so, the fierceness of their attacks sharply decreased. As expected, Qinyu wasn't particularly surprised by this development. He had wondered why the people of the Water Moon sect dared to enter the snake cave. Even if they were sure that the Snake King was in the spawning period, it was difficult to deal with the overwhelming army of vicious snakes. Later, he found out that this senior sister E turned out to be a snake expert. Exactly. That was why Qinyu used himself as bait to join the Water Moon sect's team. However, senior sister E of the Water Moon sect did not give Qinyu the powder. She slightly apologetically said, "This powder is only enough for the 6 of us." Qinyu did not care. This powder was effective in a range of the body. He did not have the powder, but he could go to the side of the female disciples of the Water Moon sect. In this way, he could also enjoy the effect of the powder. Senior Sister E and Yunfei's faces twitched when they saw Qinyu rubbing himself against the female disciple of the Water Moon sect like a dogskin plaster. The female disciples of the Water Moon sect showed a look of disgust. They wanted to dodge, but their speed was far inferior to Qinyu. They could not get rid of him no matter what. In such a dangerous environment, if he was distracted, he would be bitten and entangled by the snakes again if he wasn't careful. Helplessly, the female disciples of the Water Moon sect could only let Qinyu stick to them. "Hee hee, with a beauty accompanying me, killing snakes and demons is not boring," Qinyu smelled the body fragrance of the female next to him with a smile on his face. Little did they know. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei hated him to the core. They calculated many ways, but they could do nothing to Qinyu. Instead, he was like a dog skin plaster, taking advantage of the female disciples. Senior Sister Yi, it seems that it is difficult to deal with this person with normal methods. Doesn't he want the Snake King's gallbladder? Let's help him kill the Snake King. Yi Yunfei said with a cold glint in his eyes. That's the only way. The killing intent in Senior Sister Yi's heart had been brewing for a long time. However, Qinyu had been leisurely and did not fall into danger. He was living a better life than everyone else. Brother Chen, we will reach the cave where the Snake King is after a while. At that time, we will help you kill the Snake King and obtain the gallbladder according to the agreement. Senior Sister Yi said with a smile. No problem. With everyone here, it will be easy to deal with the Snake King. Joy appeared on Qinyu's face. However, I have to say the ugly words first. Senior Sister Yi changed the topic and said seriously, after all, the Snake King is at the Qi transformation postnatal level. Even when it is laying eggs, it is not easy for us to deal with. We only promise to help you kill it. At that time, Chen will still need to take action, and he must be the main force. Senior Sister Yi emphasized on the word help. Her meaning was obvious. Qinyu had to take action. It was impossible to hide in the back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Okay. But as late-stage viscera refinement cultivators, you also need to be the main force. My half of the serene ink lotus is not so easy to earn. It is worth far more than the Snake King. Qinyu nodded. After the agreement, the group sped up. However, on the last part of the journey, they encountered a shocking resistance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fierce snakes as thick as an adult's arm kept jumping out, and their strength was at least comparable to the viscera refinement stage. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of viscera refinement stage snakes. Everyone was facing an unprecedented crisis. Qinyu's back was covered in cold sweat. If he was surrounded by dozens of viscera refinement stage snakes, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. At the crucial moment, in one of Qinyu's hands, he secretly held on to a Yin fire pearl. He did this just in case. He believed that the Shueiyue sect must have a plan. As expected, Senior Sister Yi took out a pinch of light blue crystal powder and scattered it around. Whoosh! The moment the crystal powder landed on the ground, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A layer of frost formed on the ground in the blink of an eye. The snakes shivered from the cold. They were not used to the sudden drop in temperature, and their attacks decreased sharply. Fear of the cold was the nature of snakes. Although these were fierce snakes that were out of the norm, Senior Sister Yi's crystal powder was not ordinary. While the snakes were stiff and cold, their speed slowed down. Everyone increased their attacks, attacking the snakes around them. Among them, Yi Yunfei threw out a few black jars under great pressure. Boom! A dark green flame burned in the surroundings, causing the group of snakes to let out a shrill scream. This was the Bone Demon Palace's bone scale fire. Qinyu was not surprised. With the Shueiyue sect's strength, it was normal for them to obtain such spoils of war on the battlefield. Soon, the snakes were either dead or retreated. The group continued forward and walked for a while. It should be here. Senior Sister Yi pointed to a cold cave in front of them. A gust of cold wind hit them in the face. Everyone carefully and slowly approached. According to the agreement, Qinyu walked at the front with Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei. They entered the cave. A dark spotted snake, 6 to 7 feet long and as thick as an adult's waist, lay motionless in a dark corner of the cave. Snake King? It's huge. The female disciple shuddered at the sight. This is just the Snake King's shed skin. Senior Sister Yi shook her head. Oh, Qinyu and Yi Yunfei took a closer look at the Snake King before them. Indeed, the Snake King before them was just a dead object. Everyone sized up the environment of the Snake King's cave. Somewhere on the cave wall, there was a layer of deep black crystals. There was a small pool in the corner where the Snake King lay. On the top of the pool, there was a milky white stalagmite, brewing a drop of crystalline liquid. Drip, there was a small pool of crystalline liquid in the pool, looking clear and flawless. Sky bamboo shoot liquid. And the black jade crystal. It's here. Senior Sister Yi was delighted. Yunfei looked at the pool of liquid and the layer of black crystals on the stone wall with great surprise. Black jade crystal, isn't that one of the main materials that can be used to refine superior grade treasures? It's an extinct spirit or in the Chu sect world. The sky bamboo shoot elixir is said to be a mysterious liquid formed by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It's said to be able to instantly recover one's yuan qi and ordinary injuries. It's a precious elixir that can save one's life and turn the tables at a critical moment. Qinyu could not help but be astonished. The two items in front of him were much more valuable than the Snake King's gallbladder he wanted to hunt. The two items that appeared in the Snake King cave made everyone excited. Even a Qi transformation realm expert would be envious. Black jade crystal was the main material for forging upper-grade treasures, so it was naturally very precious. Most Qi transformation realm experts didn't have upper-grade treasures. As for the sky bamboo shoot liquid, its value was even higher. Although it couldn't greatly increase one's cultivation level or power, it could instantly recover one's energy and injuries. Of course, this kind of recovery effect was only effective on normal injuries. Secondly, the maximum limit was the origin realm. Once one reached the origin realm, the effects would be minimal. Even so, this liquid was enough to make a Qi transformation realm expert go crazy. How did Ishiji from the Water Moon sect know that there was sky bamboo shoot liquid and black jade crystal in the snake cave? There was still one doubt in Qinyu's mind. This was also the reason why Qianyu joined the Water Moon sect team. In the dark snake cave, Ishiji, Yunfei, and Qianyu were at the front, cautiously entering the Snake King's lair. The atmosphere in the crowd was very depressing. On one hand, the value of these two precious resources was too high. Ishiji and Yunfei were confident, but they didn't lose their guard against Qianyu. If Qianyu made any moves, the two would not hesitate to join hands with the Water Moon sect to kill him. On the other hand, the cave was full of danger, the snakes were already there, but the Snake King had not appeared. You too, as the saying goes, everyone who sees it has a share. I don't want the black jade crystal, but I am willing to trade for half of the sky bamboo shoot liquid with 6 treasures over 300 years. Qianyu directly suggested. His tone was sincere, and he was really tempted by the sky bamboo shoot liquid. If he had this liquid, combined with his strong self-healing physique, his survivability would greatly increase. Even if he met a Qi transformation realm expert, he would have the ability to protect himself. Also, Qianyu didn't ask for a distribution, but a trade, which was a concession. The main reason wasn't that Qianyu was afraid of the Water Moon sect, but he still needed to use them to obtain the Snake King's gallbladder. 6 300-years-old treasures? Ishiji and Yunfei were a bit surprised. The value of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures would increase greatly every 100 years. This deal could not be said to be worth it. However, as a member of the team, Qianyu had killed his way here and shared a lot of the pressure, so he should have received some benefits. No. Senior Sister Yi rolled her eyes and sneered, if it wasn't for me, would you have been able to make it here alone? Whoosh, the disciples of the Water Moon sect formed a formation and were on guard against Qianyu. Unless you add 10 nether water black lotus seeds on top of the 6 300-year-old treasures. Yunfei's eyes were filled with greed. 10, Qianyu laughed coldly in his heart. It seemed that the other party was not sincere at all. 10 nether water inky lotus seeds were basically all the lotus seeds he had left. At this moment, killing intent surged from Senior Sister Yi and Yunfei. As long as they killed Qianyu, they would be able to obtain the nether water ink lotus and monopolize all the ebony jade crystals and sky bamboo shoot liquid here. Since he could monopolize it, why would they distribute the profits to an outsider who could even be considered an enemy? Sure. Qianyu sighed as if he had no choice but to agree. Senior Sister Yi and Yunfei had a look of surprise on their faces. This insincere deal was actually agreed to by the other party. If that was the case, the two of them would still consider it. After all, Qianyu's strength was not inferior to the two of them, and the snake cave was full of danger, so it was not advisable to fight to the death. Swish, but in the next moment, Qianyu's figure blurred, and with a speed that almost caught up with the seamless bandit, he headed straight for the pool where the sky bamboo shoot liquid was. The speed was so fast that the two of them were shocked, and the others could not even see his figure clearly. It turned out that in that instant, Qingyu agreed verbally, but his heart suddenly accumulated power, and activated the pure inner breath that had greatly increased, so that the leather shoes under his feet increased his speed by more than 30%. Stop! Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei shouted angrily and chased after him. However, their reaction and speed were half a beat slower. In just a breath or two, Qingyu arrived at the small pool at the foot of the Snake King cave. In the small pool, there was a transparent crystal liquid the size of a wash basin, clear and flawless. It was all the sky bamboo shoot liquid. Hee, you two quickly make your move. Qingyu squatted on the other side of the small pool, his body and the pool, facing Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei who were chasing after him. In this way, if the two of them attacked from a distance, their inner breath and palm power would attack together with the sky bamboo shoot liquid. Because Qingyu was squatting on the edge of the small pool, his shoulders were level with the edge of the pool, using this pool of sky bamboo shoot liquid as a cover, thinking that the two of them would not dare to attack rashly. Yi Yunfei's inner breath was almost forcibly stopped, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Despicable person! Senior Sister Yi's face was full of anger, and she almost choked. It was too shameless. All the disciples of the Water Moon sect were dumbfounded, looking at Qingyu who was squatting beside the small pool. They did not dare to attack rashly for fear of harming the innocent. After all, the sky bamboo shoot liquid was the most valuable treasure here. Even if it was lost a little, it would make people feel pain. Senior Sister Yi, let that kid temporarily get the sky bamboo shoot liquid, what's the harm? Yi Yunfei suddenly said. Seeing Qingyu take out a few bottles and take away the sky bamboo shoot liquid in the pool, Yi Yunfei calmed down. Soon, Qingyu took away half of the sky bamboo shoot liquid, and his hands did not stop, and continued to take. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei's faces were gloomy, but they were brewing great killing intent. A few breaths of time. Qingyu took away more than half of the sky bamboo shoot liquid, and in the end, there was still a shallow pool of residual liquid in the pool. Qingyu did not intend to stop, and he did not want to let go of the residual liquid. The corner of Senior Sister Yi's mouth showed a hint of ridicule. Swish, in the dark corner, an inconspicuous little flower snake, about 3 feet long, 2 fingers thick, quickly rushed to Qingyu. Qingyu felt a chill, and he could only see a black line with his naked eyes. The sudden burst of speed of the little snake was comparable to the great thief Lu Santong. This is not a fierce snake in the snake cave. Qingyu thought quickly, thinking of Senior Sister Yi, who was an expert on snakes, and he suddenly understood something. He sneered in his heart, but he had no intention of dodging. Furthermore, he squatted next to the pool, and the little snake's attack speed was too fast, and it was a sneak attack. Even if he dodged, he would be in a difficult situation. This would only put him in a passive position, and he would be attacked by the Water Moon sect. Swish, a faint silvery black dot flashed out of Qingyu's sleeves and disappeared. Poof, the body of the little black snake that suddenly bit Qingyu stiffened, and with a hiss, it was bitten by the Iron Moon insect, and blood splashed out. Qingyu was slightly surprised. Even with the Iron Moon insect's biting power, it actually couldn't pierce through this snake instantly. It seemed that this snake was not an ordinary species. Xiaohua! Senior Sister Yi cried out in distress. Her snake froze when she saw the bug bite off a piece of flesh from her pet. With a murderous look on her face, a long silver whip appeared in her hand, and she was about to deal with the insect. An idea came to Qingyu and he ordered the insect. Swish, the Iron Moon insect took advantage of the moment when the little flower snake's body stiffened, and it crawled into the snake's mouth. No. Senior Sister Yi's expression changed as she watched the insect crawl into the snake's stomach. Then, the flower snake hissed in pain, and it was obvious that the insect was causing trouble in its stomach. Stop. Senior Sister Yi was anxious and angry, and she pointed the silver whip in her hand at Qingyu. The female disciples all approached Qingyu. She could also tell that the insect was Qingyu's spirit pet. Senior Sister Yi, you can attack me. But I believe that your pet will die first, and I won't necessarily die. Smiling, Jinyu slowly stood up from his seat. In the instant that the little snake attacked him, Jinyu understood a few things. Why did Senior Sister Yi know about the situation in the cave? She knew about snakes. More importantly, it was because of the snake. As a snake with an unusual bloodline, it didn't seem to be attacked by other snakes in the cave. Of course. This snake must have signed a spirit pet contract with Senior Sister Yi, and it should be able to send some vague information when exploring the snake cave. Chen Yu. Get the insect out of the flower and leave half of the sky bamboo shoot liquid, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Senior Sister Yi suppressed her anger and killing intent. Her snake was an ancient rare snake that was comparable to some low-level ancient beasts. It could easily bite through the defense of the organs refinement realm, and it contained deadly poison that could threaten ordinary peak organs refinement realm cultivators. However, her snake was completely restrained by Qinyu's iron moon insect. Ordinary insects would have a hard time surviving after entering the body of a poisonous snake, but Qinyu's iron moon insect might be a mutated iron moon corpse insect. From the word corpse insect, it could be seen that it had an unusual physique. All right. Qianyu was still counting on these people to help him deal with the Snake King. With a thought, the Iron Moon insect jumped out of the little flower snake's body, and the latter hissed and returned to Senior Sister Yi's palm. Senior Sister Yi looked distressed and fed the little flower snake a few precious elixirs. As for the half of the sky bamboo shoot liquid and other rewards, I'll leave it for you to help me complete my task. Qianyu chuckled. Yunfei and Senior Sister Yi were full of killing intent, and they were about to attack. Qianyu looked calm. He had already exposed the Iron Moon corpse insect, and if he revealed some of his strength, they would naturally choose to help him deal with the Snake King. In other words, according to Qianyu's plan, he would make the people of the Water Moon sect fall into his trap step by step. Bang! Puff! At this moment, the sound of fighting came from outside the cave, and there was an invisible pressure. Who's there? The people of the Water Moon sect were shocked. Especially Senior Sister Yi. Apart from her, a person who knew about snakes, which other group of people could kill their way here? Swish. Swish, soon, 3 or 4 figures forced their way into the cave. These 4 people exuded a cold and evil aura, causing Yunfei and the others to be alarmed. When they saw the silhouette, the 2 cried out in shock, Mei Chongqing. The leader. A handsome youth with fluttering black hair. It was Mei Chongqing. Behind him stood the fiend clown, Shang Guanqi, and the armored man Qianyu had fought in the swamp. Hiss, Yunfei, and the others inhaled sharply. These 4 were the top 10 esoteric disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Apart from Shang Guanqi, the other 3 were at the late-stage organs refinement realm. Mei Chongqing's Qi transformation realm cultivation was enough to sweep through everyone. Qianyu, you're here. And the people of the Water Moon sect, we can deal with them together. Mei Chongqing's handsome face revealed a bright smile. That smile exuded a fatal chill. Qianyu, you're a fiend. You brought disaster to all of us. Yunfei and Senior Sister Yi's faces were pale. At that moment, the 4 esoteric disciples of Bone Devil Palace blocked the entrance of the Snake King Cave. The Devil Clown and Shang Guanqi revealed cruel smiles. The hearts of those from Water Moon sect sank to the bottom. They felt a suffocating pressure. Most of that pressure came from Mei Chongqing. Qianyu was the only one from the 3 sects who could maintain his composure. Mei Chongqing, you are very powerful. But how did you track me here? You seem to know that I would appear here? You should know that Hellion 2 and the others were all killed by me, and not a single one of them survived. Qianyu's eyes flashed as he looked at Mei Chongqing. Before asking, he deliberately complimented the other party. After all, the enemy's praise was far more useful than his own people's flattery. Qianyu wanted to know if he had left anything on his body that the other party had caught. But the information in his words impacted Yunfei and the others of Watermoon sect. Killed Hellion 2 and the others? Could it be that Qianyu had killed a Bone Devil Palace team that included Hellion 2? Hellion 2 was known as the White Bone Viridescent Dragon. He was ranked 6th among the esoteric disciples of Bone Devil Palace. Even if Yunfei or Senior Sister Yi encountered such an opponent, they would not dare to face him head-on. Suddenly, Yunfei and Senior Sister Yi. understood one thing: Qinyu joining their team was definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Perhaps Qinyu had the strength to fight against their entire team. At least, he did not fear their encirclement. Thinking of this, senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei felt a trace of bitterness in their despair and fear. Senior brother Mei, don't waste words with him. Just kill him. Shang Guanqi's expression was cold. However, without Mei Chongqing's command, they did not dare to act on their own. Qinyu, you were the first disciple of the three sects to injure me. It was not luck that so many elite disciples of Bone Devil Palace died in your hands. I truly see you as an opponent in this encirclement. Mei Chongqing spoke slowly. His cold gaze fixed on Qinyu. For the first time, he sized up the rumored demon hunter with a javelin. The youth in front of him was so young that Mei Chongqing was surprised. Faintly, Mei Chongqing had a feeling that if he couldn't kill him this time, he would transform from a carp to a dragon and soar into the sky. Hurt Mei Chongqing? Qinyu actually managed to injure a chi transformation prodigy. On the Watermoon sect's side, Yi Yunfei, senior sister Yi, and the others were shocked. Even the #1 secret heritage genius of Bone Devil Palace, the chi transformation realm Mei Chongqing, did not dare underestimate him. He even viewed him as an opponent. Brother Mei, you still haven't said the reason. Could it be that you still don't have a 100% chance of killing me? Qinyu smiled. I calmed down and analyzed the corpses you left behind. I found that you didn't take any ordinary treasures or precious materials that were over 100 years old. Instead, you took 2 snake galls. Mei Chongqing pursed his lips. Qinyu was stunned. Mei Chongqing's thoughts were meticulous. Mei Chongqing's team had passed by the snake cave and had given up on advancing there. But when they passed by, they killed 2 peak viscera refinement snakes. The other disciples did not think much of them. Only a female disciple took the snake galls. I guessed that these snake galls might be useful to you, but they might not be enough. Thus, I only sent a disciple skilled in tracking to hide in a secret place near the snake cave to guard against your bugs. Mei Chongqing revealed a victorious smile. After learning the truth, Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. In the dangerous and bizarre world of the sect, keeping a low profile was the way to go. Qinyu had snatched the nether water ink lotus, toyed with the evil demon clown, killed Hellion II, and injured a chi transformation realm cultivator. He was already listed by the Bone Devil Palace disciples as the greatest threat to the 3 sections. When the enemy truly took you seriously, all sorts of intelligence and methods would make it difficult to defend against you. And yet, in order to seize the opportunity and break the shackles of a half-spirit body that could not ascend to the chi transformation realm, Qinyu could no longer keep a low profile. He had to ascend to the chi transformation realm before the age of 20. Qinyu had to take advantage of this once-in-a-century opportunity and give it his all. Whether he would be a snake or a dragon depended on this thought. Kill them all. A cold glint flashed in Mei Chongqing's eyes as he revealed his killing intent. His true chi surged, and the pressure of the chi transformation realm suddenly descended. In an instant, the female disciples of the Watermoon sect felt a suffocating heaviness. Even activating their inner breath was extremely difficult. The next moment, Mei Chongqing led 4 people straight towards the Watermoon sect team inside the Snake King cave, as well as Qinyu. The small pool Qinyu was in was located in the deepest corner of the lake. If the 4 esoteric disciples of the Bone Devil Palace wanted to kill him, they had to first get past the 6 from the Watermoon sect. Of course, they had no intention of letting any disciple of the 3 sects go. Whoosh, Mei Chongqing waved out a faint black chi tornado. It was accompanied by a cold wind of 20 to 30 feet as it swept towards the Watermoon sect people. The entire Snake King cave was only about 100 feet in radius. Once they clashed, the space was very limited, and it was extremely difficult to dodge. Moreover, it was a chi transformation realm cultivator like Mei Chongqing. Everyone, work together. Those who escape will definitely die. Senior Sister Yi understood the situation and hurriedly called the 4 female disciples to form a defensive formation. She was at the peak of the viscera refinement realm, and her strength was not bad. The silver whip in her hand was a mid-grade treasure weapon. With a flash, it turned into a violent wave of whip shadows. Clang! Clang! Clang, 3 of the female disciples each took out a treasure sword that was overflowing with cold chi, and each of them waved a ball of cold chi sword shadows. In an instant, the cold chi sword shadows released by the 3 treasured swords merged into one, forming a cold sword wind vortex with a radius of 20 to 30 feet. It was the sky-water chilling sword formation that had appeared in the meteor iron gambling battle. This sword formation was formed by the combined power of 3 Viscera refinement realm cultivators. Although they weren't from the same mother, the power of the sword formation was stronger than before. Clang, Yunfei took out a recently refined mid-grade treasure sword and was just about to merge it with the sky-water chilling sword formation. Suddenly, a short and ugly man rushed over with a grin. Devil Clown. Yunfei's chi and blood froze, as if he felt a fierce crocodile pouncing on him. Peng Tiancheng held the wolf-tooth mace in his hand and swung it, creating a huge black shadow that was as cold and overbearing as a heavy force. At the same time, the whole snake cave shook slightly, and the cold wind and air burst. Senior Sister Yi and the other 4 joined forces and collided with Mei Chongqing. Ah! Screams sounded. In an instant, 2 Water Moon sect disciples were swept away by the faint black chi and died on the spot. The cold sword wind vortex formed by the sword formation was easily smashed by Mei Chongqing's attack. Bang! Senior Sister Yi and the other 2 female disciples were sent back, their faces pale. This is the strength of the chi transformation realm. Senior Sister Yi's face was full of horror. She had already suffered internal injuries. If not for the sword formation, except for her, the other 4 female disciples would have been killed. The Water Moon sect can't resist at all. Qinyu's face was solemn. His figure flashed, and he picked up the mysterious heavy sword and rushed to the battle. Die, you bastard! A low, venomous roar came from a one-armed, purple-haired youth. It was Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi clenched one of his claws, a layer of faint purple spots appeared on the skin of his palm, and a cold purple-black chi suddenly condensed on his palm. Inexplicably, Qinyu felt a sense of crisis. In addition to his internal breath, Shang Guanqi also exuded a mysterious and powerful force, as if he had entered a special state. He saw. In Shang Guanqi's pupils, there was a hint of purple light, and his entire body's essence, qi, and spirit skyrocketed. This is the bloodline power of the Shangguan family. Shang Guanqi has awakened the bloodline power. At the same moment, the armored man, holding a sharp knife, waved a narrow black knife shadow, and attacked Qinyu from the side. He was surprised and envious of Shang Guanqi's awakened bloodline power. Facing the attack of the 2 esoteric disciples, Qinyu suddenly felt pressure. Especially Shang Guanqi, although he had not advanced to the late stage of the Viscera refining realm, the pressure brought by his bloodline power had already surpassed that of the armored man. At the same time, clang! Yunfei clashed with the devil clown with his sword and staff. Peng! Yunfei's figure retreated dozens of feet. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of horror. Only in a true confrontation did he understand the terrifying strength of the top 3 esoteric disciples of the devil clown. Even if he advanced to the late-stage Viscera refining realm, he could not withstand a single blow. I have to finish this quickly. The situation of the other 2 sides made Qinyu's head sink. Shang Guanqi's speed increased greatly under the augmentation of the bloodline power, approaching the level of the seamless bandit. His palm was covered in faint purple spots, and it emitted a frightening power. In an instant, the power of his palm rose to another level, catching up to the strength of the top 3 esoteric disciples of the Bone Devil Palace. You want to kill me? Qinyu sneered. He suddenly put away the profound heavy sword and charged at Shang Guanqi with his bare fists. Dong dong! After accumulating power in his heart, Jinyu's speed and strength skyrocketed. He dodged the armored man and closed in on Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi revealed a mocking expression. His palm covered in faint purple spots erupted with a condensed purple-black vortex that enveloped Qinyu. However, the moment Qinyu approached, an inconspicuous gray short sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Its afterimage flashed. Pucci! The violent purple-black vortex was torn apart like a piece of paper by the gray short sword that was suffused with blood. How is this possible? Shang Guanqi lost his voice in shock. Although his bloodline power had been awakened, it already increased his overall combat strength by 30 to 40%. He did not know. Qinyu had advanced to the mid-stage of the viscera refining realm, and his strength had increased greatly. His inner breath was comparable to the peak of the viscera refining realm. Coupled with the accumulation of power in his heart, his strength and speed had increased by 40 to 50%. That sword that was like the wind in the dark night could threaten a postnatal chi transformation realm expert. Slash. Qinyu's sword cut through forcefully, cutting open Shang Guanqi's treasure armor. Save me! Shang Guanqi screamed in horror and quickly retreated. He recognized this poisonous sword. Even if it cut his skin, he could die. Don't even think about it, the armored man behind him was shocked. The sharp knife in his hand slashed out a sharp whistling light black knife shadow, slashing toward Qinyu. However, Qinyu did not care about the attack at all. His body approached Shang Guanqi, and the dark snake sword slashed out again. Puchi, the dark snake sword pierced into Shang Guanqi's chest. The latter's body stiffened, revealing an expression of fear, resentment, and unwillingness. Puchi! Ding! The armored man's sharp knife slashed out a faint black knife shadow, slashing on Qinyu's back, and sparks flew. On the skin of Qinyu's neck, there was a white mark, on which deep copper patterns appeared. Surprisingly, he was unscathed. The bronze statue skill was close to the advanced bronze bones, and its defensive power could ignore most attacks below the chi transformation realm. Instead, the treasure armor on his body was slashed and had a crack. The armored man was dumbfounded. Although his knife was a long-distance attack, it was very condensed, equivalent to 70 to 80% of the power of his body. Plop! Shang Guanqi's internal organs were pierced by the dark snake sword, and the poison attacked his heart. He turned into a bloody black corpse and fell to the ground. Plop! Shang Guanqi fell to the ground dead, his face showing a ferocious, unwilling expression, and a hint of remorse. In the past, he had escaped from Qinyu's dark snake sword and lost an arm. He resented this in his heart and did not let it go. As if it was a continuation of fate, he died under this sword today. Although Shang Guanqi had just awakened his bloodline and was different from before, Qinyu was no longer the young boy at the soothing pulse stage. The dark snake sword was no longer the low-grade treasure weapon it used to be, and its poison power was on another level. Junior brother Shangguan, the armored man behind him, was shocked and subconsciously distanced himself from Qinyu. Just as Qinyu was about to deal with the armored man, killing intent flashed across his face. Ah! A scream came from the other side. The remaining two female disciples besides senior sister Yi died at the same time, torn apart by the black wind like pieces of paper. Bang! Senior sister Yi flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and full of despair. Clang! At the same moment, Yunfei was knocked back by the mace of the devil clown. His face was ashen and there were several wounds on his body. Qinyu's face changed dramatically. When he killed Shang Guanqi, 4 of the 6 people from the Water Moon sect died, leaving only senior sister Yi and Yunfei. Moreover, senior sister Yi was already severely injured. She could die in at least one move, or at most 2 or 3. Yunfei was also seriously injured and was in danger. Huh? Mei Chongqing and Pang Tiancheng looked at Shang Guanqi, who died of poison, with a gloomy face. After Shang Guanqi activated the power of his bloodline, his strength was comparable to the top 3 of the secret techniques. With the addition of the armored man, aside from Mei Chongqing, he was practically invincible. Under such circumstances, he was killed by Qinyu in 1 or 2 moves. The situation is not good. Qinyu's figure flashed and he put away the dark snake sword and replaced it with the mysterious heavy sword. Swish! The next moment, he came to the side of the seriously injured senior sister Yi. Mei Chongqing sneered and a layer of black gas lingered on his hand, exuding the pressure of the chi transformation stage. At this moment, hiss! A strange sound came from outside the cave, and a gust of fishy wind blew in. The 6 people in the cave felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone subconsciously looked at the entrance of the cave, and all of them gasped in shock. Unknowingly when the entrance of the cave was densely packed with fierce snakes. They crowded together and occupied the entire tunnel. Moreover, all of them were viscera refinement realm fierce snakes. Among them, there was one that was far more ferocious than the others. It was 70 to 80 feet long and as thick as an adult's waist. Snake King. The hearts of everyone went cold, and they looked at the dark spot Serpent King that was held up by the hearts of everyone and protected in the center. The aura exuded by this snake had faintly surpassed the middle stage of the Ho Tian realm. Even someone as strong as Mei Chongqing revealed a grave expression. If it was just a Snake King, Mei Chongqing was not afraid. He was confident that he could escape unscathed. However, the Snake King was surrounded by many fierce viscera refining stage snakes. Most of them were at the late stage of the viscera refining stage and above. They could be said to be elites of their kind. He made a rough judgment. There were at least 40 to 50 viscera refinement elite snakes, and there was still a steady stream of reinforcements behind them. The worst part was the passive geographical environment. The remaining 6 people from both sides were all blocked in the relatively narrow Snake King cave. There was basically no space to circle around, and they could only fight head-on. Fighting a fierce beast head-on with a human's physique, this was naturally an arduous and unrewarding task. Not everyone could have a physique as strong as Xianxia's. Hiss, 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 giant fierce snakes pounced from the entrance of the Snake King cave. Die, Mei Chongqing's expression chilled. He waved out a faint black tornado that swept forward dozens of feet. In an instant, 3 viscera refinement fierce snakes lost their lives on the spot. But at the same time, even more fierce snakes scuttled into the cave. Some scuttled across the ground, while others climbed up the walls or the ceiling. In just a moment, more than 10 viscera refinement fierce snakes scuttled into the Snake King cave. Immediately, the 6 people in the cave fell into a panic. Some of these viscera refinement fierce snakes were elites of the same level. Their strength was comparable to the top 10 of Bone Devil Palace's secret teachings. Even someone as strong as the evil clown fell into a life-and-death struggle with the fierce snakes. Senior apprentice Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei had suffered serious injuries and were forced into a corner by a few ferocious venomous snakes. Boom, the walls of the snake cave shook. Strong wind waves exploded, and dust flew everywhere. Bastard! Mei Chongqing shouted in surprise and clashed with the Snake King. Bang! Mei Chongqing's figure was forced back 2 or 3 feet. His qi and blood surged, and his face was flushed red with a trace of fear. A few bloody marks were left on the surface of the Snake King's body. A huge force surged from its enormous body, and a layer of dark gray energy lingered around it. For a moment, the 6 people present were suppressed by the group of snakes and forced to retreat to a corner of the Snake King cave. Unknowingly, the 6 people who had been fighting had formed a defensive formation in the corner, slightly vigilant against each other. Mei Chongqing, Peng Tancheng, and the armored man sighed. Xianxia, Senior Sister Yi, and Yi Yunfei sighed. But both sides understood that now was not the time for internal strife. Once completely submerged by the group of snakes, even a Qi transformation realm cultivator might die here. Hiss, there was a trace of cold light in the Snake King's terrifying eyes. As it hissed, it summoned more viscera refinement realm snakes to attack the 6 people in the corner. Boom! Boom! Mei Chongqing tried to fight back several times, but the Snake King attacked him every time. His clothes were torn in a few places, and his face was covered in dust. Because of the narrow space, Mei Chongqing could only fight head-on, and he was completely suppressed by the Snake King. Moreover, the Snake King would never attack alone. It would always be accompanied by 1 or 2 elite fierce snakes. We've all been tricked. The Snake King is the Oriole behind us. I thought it was laying eggs, but now it seems that it swallowed a beast of the same level and needs 2 to 3 days to digest. Senior Sister Yi smiled bitterly. Xianxia focused and saw that the Snake King's abdomen was indeed huge, but there were no signs of laying eggs. The information sent by Senior Sister Yi's pet snake before was vague, and it mistakenly thought that the Snake King was laying eggs. This beast is very cunning. It never leaves the cave entrance. Mei Chongqing looked sullen. The Snake King's body was huge. It only needed half of its body to block the cave entrance to suppress everyone from time to time. Its attack frequency wasn't high, but it was a powerful deterrent, and it occupied the strategic high ground. There's a huge corpse of the same level in its abdomen that hasn't been digested. It's not agile, and its attack frequency isn't high either. That's its only weakness. But it's using its geographical advantage and its numbers advantage. There's nothing we can do. Senior Sister E sighed. If they were in a slightly more spacious place, with Mei Changqing, a Qi transformation realm cultivator, there would be a high chance that they could escape. Unfortunately, the Snake King had the geographical advantage, and it had an endless supply of fierce snakes. It seemed like it was going to kill everyone. Let's stay alive first. Jinyu swung his heavy sword and formed a sword energy net. He took a defensive stance. Pft, pft. Bam bam, any fierce snake that got close to the sword energy net was either cut in half or sent flying. In terms of defense, with Jinyu's heavy sword and his immense strength, he could hold the fort by himself. His bronze statue skill had a strong defense. He could ignore the occasional bite or sweep from the fierce snakes. Therefore, since he did not have to deal with the Snake King, Jinyu was more relaxed than anyone else. Since this beast is guarding this place and won't attack easily, let's kill more of its subordinates. Mei Changqing calmed down. Since they could not attack by force, it was better to defend and preserve some of their combat strength. When Mei Changqing gave up on breaking out of the encirclement and joined the defense, the group was much more relaxed. Basically, with just Mei Changqing and Jinyu, they could block over 70% of the attacks. The Snake King would occasionally attack. Since the frequency was not high, Mei Changqing and the others could easily deal with it. Both sides were in a prolonged battle. Seeing that it could not take down the group, the Snake King reorganized itself and gathered more fierce snakes to launch a round of attacks. An hour later, the group of snakes attacked continuously with no end in sight. Apart from Mei Changqing and Jinyu, everyone else's foreheads were covered in sweat. They had expended a lot of their inner energy. Their arms were sore and some were injured. Fortunately, they had Senior Sister E, who was skilled in detoxifying snake venom, to preserve their combat strength. The Snake King's attack frequency is increasing. The food in its stomach is slowly digesting. We must break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Senior Sister E said in a low voice. Mei Changqing could not help but reveal a hint of seriousness. This Snake King's strength was above the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Once it recovered its peak combat strength, even Mei Changqing would find it difficult to escape unscathed in this narrow space with the many fierce snakes. The rest of the people from Bone Demon Palace would probably die here. I have a sound wave secret technique. It had a miraculous effect against a group of beasts in the past. The armored man from Bone Demon Palace suddenly spoke. Junior brother Yuan, you have this secret technique. You should give it a try. Peng Tianqing hurriedly said. Yes, this secret technique consumes a lot of energy. I'll give it a try. It's best if you cover your ears. The armored man nodded slightly. Whoosh, the armored man spread his arms and squatted down. He took a deep breath, and his abdomen expanded like a large balloon. Roar. A loud roar shook the cave. It was like an elephant lion flying into a rage. The powerful sound wave caused a layer of stone fragments to fall from the nearby stone walls. In an instant, the swarm of snakes that were attacking paused. Some of the weaker fierce snakes even felt dizzy, and blood flowed from their eyes and mouths. Eh? The effect is not bad. Mei Changqing had a slightly strange expression. Jinyu discovered. Fierce snakes below the mid-stage of the organ's refinement realm had poor resistance to this sound wave attack. Those above the mid-stage and late stage of the organ's refinement realm had stronger immunity and were only slightly affected. But this secret technique consumes a lot of energy. It needs to be prepared for a breath or two. I can only use it once every 3 breaths, and I can't use it more than 3 times in a row. Otherwise, my organs will be injured. The armored man's complexion was slightly normal. 3 times? I'm afraid that's not enough. Senior Sister E shook her head slightly. There are too many fierce snakes, and the Snake King is blocking the exit. Moreover, your sound wave secret technique is only effective against fierce snakes below the mid-stage of the organ's refinement realm. Next, the 6 of them tried to break out of the encirclement. Roar. The armored man used the sound wave attack to scare off a group of fierce snakes. Mei Chongqing took the lead to break out. In the end, they barely made it to the cave entrance. The Snake King madly attacked, and the fierce snakes behind it kept coming. Bang bang, everyone was beaten back to the corner of the cave. Wah! Because the armored man had continuously used the sound wave attack, his body condition had deteriorated. He was hit by the counterattack of the snakes and vomited blood. It won't work. The armored man smiled bitterly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Mei Chongqing and the others frowned. This sound wave attack had a certain suppressive effect on the group of snakes. The disadvantage was that it couldn't be used continuously, and the effect was average against the fierce snakes. Why don't we do this? Why don't you teach me this sound wave secret technique? My body and organs should be stronger than yours. I might be able to use this secret technique more times. Jinyu's suggestion startled the armored man. Indeed. His sound wave secret technique did not require much of one's inner breath. The key was that one's body and organs were strong. The stronger one's body and organs were, the more powerful it would be, and the more times it could be used consecutively. Jinyu had made this suggestion precisely because he saw this point. This kind of secret technique was rare. In the sect, only true and esoteric disciples could learn it. As for the armored man's sound wave secret technique, it was actually able to intimidate a group of viscera refinement stage snakes. The weaker ones would be stunned by the sound wave attack and bleed. That's not a bad direction. Mei Chongqing, Pang Tiancheng, and the armored man looked at each other. If one or two more people learned this secret technique and took turns using it, they would have a chance of suppressing the snakes. All right. The armored man nodded and agreed to teach the technique. In the end, before Jinyu could be pleasantly surprised, he transmitted the secret technique to Mei Chongqing and the fiend clown through voice transmission. Jinyu was slightly depressed. The Bone Demon Palace was not stupid enough to pass on a secret technique to an outsider. Even if Jinyu was more suitable for this secret technique. The snake's attacks gradually stabilized. Defense and rotation were not affected. An hour later, Mei Chongqing and Pang Tiancheng had grasped the secret technique. This secret technique is custom-made for inner breath. It's very awkward for me to use true qi. I need to adjust it, Mei Chongqing frowned slightly. True qi was much stronger than inner breath, and the meridians in which it circulated were very different. The secret technique itself used inner breath as the foundation. It had high requirements on the organs and required years of practice. If it was switched to a stronger true qi, the slightest mistake would damage the organs. As for modifying the technique, that was something a martial arts grandmaster could attempt. Mei Chongqing might be a genius, but he could not complete it in a short time. Moreover, Mei Chongqing had to deal with the Snake King and did not have enough energy. Pang Tiancheng was the first to learn this secret technique. Roar, Pang Tiancheng roared and a circle of sound waves swept out. In the end, the sound wave affected everyone. Their qi and blood were slightly refreshed, but they were not seriously affected. As for the snakes, they were barely affected. Senior brother Pang, you've just started learning this secret art. Sound wave attacks can only affect ferocious beasts in the meridian opening realm. If you want to master it, you need to temper your lungs and vocal cords all year round. The armored man shook his head. From a certain point of view, Pang Tiancheng could be considered a genius. He managed to learn a secret technique so quickly. Why don't you let me try? Jinyu interrupted. The armored man hesitated and glanced at Mei Chongqing. The three of them communicated via voice transmission. They glanced at Jinyu a few times in doubt, as if they didn't quite believe him. It's not difficult to grasp the basics of this secret art. However, if I want to cultivate it to the level of major accomplishment, I'll have to spend a lot of time. The armored man shook his head. But suddenly, he saw a nether ink lotus seed and lotus petal appear on Jinyu's palm. Deal. The armored man was overjoyed. Jinyu put away the lotus seed and only gave the lotus petal to him. Teach me the secret art first. I'll give you the lotus seed after I confirm it. Jinyu smiled faintly. The nether ink lotus had to be consumed together with the lotus petal in order to have the greatest effect. The lotus seed was the key. Okay. The armored man immediately transmitted this sound wave secret technique to Qinyu through voice transmission. Bronze lion roar? When Qinyu obtained this secret art, he felt that its name matched his bronze statue art very well. However, the bronze statue art only focused on body cultivation and didn't have any combat skills or secret arts. Next, Qinyu took a step back and silently comprehended the bronze lion roar secret art. The principle of this secret art wasn't difficult. The difficulty was that it had certain requirements on the physique, internal organs, and vocal cords. It just so happened that Qinyu practiced a body cultivation technique. Every part of his body had been tempered by the copper statue body forging technique. Moreover, the mysterious heart had transformed his body over a long period of time. His physique and internal organs were much stronger than ordinary people's. In the end, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Qinyu successfully learned the bronze lion roar faster than the other two. This secret art seemed to be extremely compatible with his body cultivation talent. Qinyu took a deep breath and his abdomen expanded like a small bucket. The air in his throat vibrated and the surrounding air became oppressive. The armored man suddenly showed a trace of horror. Roar, a loud roar that shook the mountain, like the roar of a bronze lion, swept through the entire Snake King cave along with muffled thunder. Boom, a few stones on the mountain wall above his head cracked and dust flew. As for the other people present, their blood and chi were shaken. Their hearts were pounding, and their organs were in pain. Wow, senior sister E and Yunfei spat out blood due to the sudden sound wave attack because they were seriously injured. Peng Tiancheng and the armored man's eardrums were bleeding and their bodies swayed. Stop! The devil clown roared. Jinyu's sound wave attack didn't hurt the fierce snake, but it shook the people next to him. How is this possible? The armored man was shocked and looked incredulous. Although Jinyu's control over his sound wave attack was still lacking, in terms of power, it was at least on par with the armored man's attack, if not stronger. What's wrong? Smiling embarrassedly, Jinyu looked at the angry crowd around him. Apart from Mei Chongqing, the other people on the scene were more or less injured by the sound wave attack, and their fragile internal organs were injured. The initial stage of the sound wave attack was to vibrate the eardrums of others and make the opponent's blood and chi surge. When it reached a certain level, it could directly shatter the internal organs of the body. Even if the ears were blocked, it would be useless. Next, Jinyu tried to control the direction of the sound wave, and the others used their internal breath to protect the vital organs. After a moment, roar, a loud roar burst out from Jinyu's mouth. The dust around him rolled and the mountain wall peeled off layer by layer. This time, the sound wave attack turned into the shape of a fan and rushed to the fierce snake in front of him. The people around him only suffered a small aftermath. Boom boom boom, several fierce snakes fell from the mountain wall and were bleeding from the shock. Even the fierce snake elites in the middle and late stage of the organs refining realm were stiff and dizzy for a moment. With a loud roar, the entire cave fell into a brief silence, shocking most of the fierce snakes in the organs refining realm. The attack of the snake slowed down for nearly a breath or two. Such a strong power, the armored man regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He really didn't expect that the other party would be such a monster. Mei Chongqing and Peng Tiancheng's faces were gloomy and they glared at the armored man. Hee hee, here you go. Jinyu gave a serene ink lotus seed to the armored man. When you used the bronze lion roar, did your internal organs feel uncomfortable? The armored man couldn't help but ask. The bronze lion roar he passed to Jinyu, although he didn't tamper with it, a small part was slightly changed. As a result, it would increase the power of the sound wave attack, but it would greatly increase the load on the internal organs. This was the countermeasure that the armored man and Mei Chongqing had discussed. On one hand, it couldn't be changed too much, or it would be easy to be seen through. The other party cultivated an unfamiliar cultivation technique and would definitely be wary. On the other hand, they wanted to use the enhanced version of the bronze lion roar that Jinyu practiced to lead the way for everyone. After they succeeded, Jinyu's internal organs would be unknowingly damaged. At that time, it would be easy for them to capture and kill Jinyu. Uncomfortable? I, on the other hand, feel comfortable all over. It's as if practicing the Cloud Fiend Fist has released all the vicious energy accumulated in my body, Qinyu laughed. Comfortable all over, the armored man's face twitched and he almost fainted on the ground. But how would he know? Although the modification of the bronze lion roar was not suitable for normal human physiques, it was more suitable for Qinyu's strong physique. It could be said to be a targeted personal customization. Mei Chongqing and Peng Tiancheng were speechless and they hated the man surnamed Yuan. Try and see how many sound wave attacks you can launch in a row. The armored man was shocked and he suppressed the regret on his face. Woo! Roar! 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 Qinyu gathered all his strength, and as if he had transformed into a bronze lion, he released sound waves that shook the mountain. The terrifying sound waves caused the cave to tremble slightly. Plop! Plop! Some of the weaker snakes were bleeding from their orifices and many of them fainted. In one breath, Qinyu released 5 sound wave roars. As a result, in the area in front of him, the attacks of the snakes fell into a vacuum. Only 2 powerful elite snakes were spinning on the spot in a daze. The Snake King had become a commander without an army. There was a trace of panic in his eyes. He was a little confused. 5 sound wave attacks in one breath, each time less than 2 breaths. The man surnamed Yuan was dumbfounded, as if his ego had been hurt and he had lost his soul. Suddenly, Qinyu, the new apprentice, had surpassed him, the teacher. Mei Chongqing and Peng Tiancheng also accepted the reality after a long time and looked at Qinyu with inhuman eyes. They had never seen such a monster. We can't let him live. Mei Chongqing's intuition told him that Qinyu had great potential and was a threat. Of course. At this critical moment, they needed Qinyu's sound wave attacks to help them break out of the snake cave. If not, even if Mei Chongqing used many trump cards, he could only guarantee that he could escape, and there was only a 50% chance of success. Very good. Mei Chongqing hid his killing intent and smiled. Yuan Li can launch 3 sound wave attacks in a row, and Brother Chen can launch 5 in a row, and you can alternate or stack them. It's enough to help us break out. As long as they could deter and contain the snakes, the Snake King alone wouldn't be able to stop Mei Chongqing's team. Hee, we can break out. But I have a presumptuous request. Qinyu suddenly smiled. Speak. Mei Chongqing knew that Qinyu was the key to breaking out of the encirclement. Qinyu could launch more than 5 sound wave attacks in a row, and its power was stronger than Yuan Li's, so he alone was enough. Kill the Snake King. Qinyu said word by word. Mei Chongqing and the other two's expressions changed when they heard that. Qinyu, don't push your luck. This Snake King is comparable to a mid-stage acquired being. It's not easy to kill it. Peng Tiancheng said angrily. Qinyu, on the other hand, looked toward Senior Sister Yi with a smile. Senior Sister Yi pondered and said, the Snake King's body hasn't been digested yet, so its movement is slower than usual, and its combat power is less than 70%. If a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator joins in, with Chen's sound wave attacks and our cooperation, we'll have a good chance of winning. Okay. I promise you. Mei Chongqing's eyes flashed and he suddenly agreed. In fact, there was not much difference between killing the Snake King and breaking out of the encirclement. Moreover, there were many natural treasures in the Snake Cave. Once they killed the Snake King, they would be able to clear out the entire Snake Cave and take all the precious resources. The Chu Nation, Lu Yunqing battlefield. The blood-colored light screen froze in the air above the battlefield. The blood-colored mist on it transformed into a violent vortex, preventing anyone from entering. Many of the upper echelons of the 3 sects and Bone Demon Palace were gathered near the stone platform below the blood screen. Among them, the 3 sect masters and Palace Lord Fu of Bone Demon Palace sat cross-legged on both sides of the stone platform with closed eyes. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the Bone Demon Palace camp, accompanied by a furious roar. Who is it? Who killed my child? My child had just awakened his bloodline power. How could he die so quickly? A bone-chilling voice came from afar. Enforcer Shengguan? Many Qi Transformation Realm experts from both sides looked at a purple-haired middle-aged man in golden armor floating in the air. The man's facial features and purple hair were similar to Shengguan Qi's. He was Shengguan Qi's father, Enforcer Shangguan, in Bone Demon Palace. Apart from the Grand Elder and Palace Lord, Enforcer Shangguan was one of the strongest and most powerful people. Enforcer Shangguan, are you sure Shangguan Qi is dead? Palace Lord Fu was surprised. Shangguan Qi had awakened his bloodline power. Even he didn't know about this. If this was true, almost no disciple of the three sects could kill Shangguan Qi head-on. Unless Shangguan Qi sought his own death by fighting some powerful ancient beasts in the Bloodgrave secret realm. Half a year ago, I set up a life bond token for Qi. When he dies or is in danger, the token will react. Enforcer Shangguan took a deep breath. When he finished, he opened his palm and revealed a cracked, blood-patterned black token. The elders of the Bone Devil Palace could not help but exchange glances. Many of them sighed in pity. In the three sects and Bone Demon Palace, only a few true or esoteric disciples of high status would pay a great price to set up a life bond token. Ordinary life bond tokens needed to be infused with the host's blood to form a mysterious connection. Once the life bond token shattered, the host would most likely die. Moreover, Shangguan Qi was in a dangerous area like the Bloodgrave Garden. Enforcer Shangguan, we can only wait until the Bloodgrave Garden ends and ask our disciples to find the culprit. A Bone Devil Palace elder consoled him. I basically confirmed the suspect. Protector Shangguan's face turned cold as he glanced at the Yunhui gate. To be exact, his gaze was fixed on Elder Mao. Oh? Protector Shangguan, are you suspecting that my disciple Qinyu killed your son? Elder Mao was stunned. He knew a thing or two about the hatred between Shangguan Qi and Qinyu. If Shangguan Qi had not awakened the power of his bloodline, Elder Mao would have thought that this was normal. However, after the bloodline awakening, the increase in combat strength was no small matter, not to mention that Shangguan Qi's cultivation was higher than Qinyu's. Humph. Among the disciples of the three sects who entered the Blood Burial Garden, Qinyu is my son's only enemy, and also his greatest mortal enemy. He definitely had something to do with Qiyer's death. Protector Shangguan said confidently. Before the Blood Burial Garden opened, he still remembered that Shangguan Qi had gnashed his teeth in hatred and often muttered the two words Qinyu. Ha ha ha. I really hope that this child was killed by my disciple. Good kill. Great kill. What an honor it is to be able to kill an esoteric disciple of the Bone Devil Palace, an apex genius who had awakened his bloodline at that. Elder Mao laughed smugly. The senior executives of the three sects clapped and laughed when they heard this. Although they felt that Qinyu did not have the ability to do so, entering the Blood Burial Garden is a fair competition. If he dies, he can only blame his lack of strength and bad luck. The group of elders echoed Elder Mao's words. The senior executives of Bone Devil Palace, including Palace Lord Fu, were silent. Protector Shangguan's eyes burned with anger and killing intent, but he could only swallow it for now. He naturally understood this reasoning. But the person who died was his beloved son. If it were any other senior executive present, they would not be able to remain calm. Blood Burial Garden, the depths of the Snake Cave. Boom. Pucci, a shocking battle unfolded at the entrance of the Snake King's cave. There were a total of 6 disciples from the Bone Devil Palace and the 3 sections. They had actually joined forces to resist a Snake King. Whoosh! Roar! Qinyu and the man surnamed Yuan took turns using the Bronze Lion Roar. The explosive sound waves swept towards the Snake King and the nearby snakes from time to time. Among them, every 2 times Qinyu used the secret technique, the man surnamed Yuan used it once. Apart from the Snake King, the surrounding snakes were bleeding from their orifices and dizzy. Yunfei and senior sister Yi killed them through the air. In terms of power, Qinyu's sound wave attack was stronger. Once he used the Bronze Lion Roar, he could intimidate the snakes and even kill some weaker Viscera refinement snakes. Even the Snake King was slightly affected by his Bronze Lion Roar. Although the effect was small, it still played a certain role against the Snake King, whose strength was not at its peak, and who had to face the attacks of Mei Chongqing and the Fiend Clown. Evil creature. Mei Chongqing held a dark green bamboo pole in his hand and dragged a vast black bamboo shadow. Wherever it passed, it was as if a dark bamboo forest had exploded. Its power was astonishing. The dark green bamboo pole was a mid-grade treasure weapon. For experts who had just entered the chi transformation stage, a mid-grade treasure weapon was a rare and suitable weapon. Bang! Whoosh! The black bamboo shadow exploded and slammed into the Snake King's body, leaving bloody wounds that continued to accumulate. Peng Tiancheng held a mace and occasionally stepped forward to help, slapping the wound. The Snake King had not finished digesting the demonic beast in its body, so its movements were slow. Coupled with the slight influence of the sound wave attack, it became more and more powerless. Kill! Jinyu held the dark snake sword and stabbed it into the wound on the Snake King's body. Puchi, the poison of the dark snake sword entered the Snake King's body. Although it could not cause fatal damage to the chi transformation stage demonic beast, it was enough to aggravate the injury and reduce its mobility. At a certain moment. Whoosh! In the chaotic battle, a small bug crawled into a wound on the Snake King's huge body. This detail was very obscure. In the chaotic battle in the dark cave, no one noticed it. Jinyu's eyes flashed and he let out a sigh of relief. After that, the battle continued. The Snake King became more and more powerless. It even began to flee in panic. However, the Snake King's injuries were not light. Coupled with the undigested demonic beast's body, the poison and the bugs wreaking havoc in its body, its combat power and mobility were sharply reduced. This made it difficult for it to escape from the crowd. Roar! Jinyu and the armored man attacked together with the sound wave attack. Mei Chongqing held the dark green bamboo pole and chased after the Snake King like a shadow, causing it to scream miserably. Until a certain moment. Die! The dark green bamboo stick in Mei Chongqing's hand morphed into a cluster of sharp, ink-black bamboo shadows, which pierced through the Snake King's bloody mouth and throat with a puffing sound. Bang! The demon clown's mace hit the Snake King's eye, causing blood to spurt out. The Snake King struggled for a long time. Blood flowed like a river and it gradually lost its resistance. Whoosh! Jinyu's figure suddenly flickered and he came to a certain part of the Snake King's abdomen. He reached his hand into a hole that was bitten by the bug. Whoosh! Jinyu pulled out a large snake gallbladder. He couldn't help but be happy. At the same time, the Iron Moon bug jumped out of the Snake King's body. It looked fat, as if it had eaten a good meal. Jinyu felt that the Iron Moon bug's aura had increased. The Snake King's body was full of treasures and the Iron Moon bug had benefited a lot from eating some of its important organs. Jinyu put away the snake gallbladder and suddenly felt a fatal chill along with the pressure of a chi transformation realm cultivator. Thump, thump, Jinyu's heart suddenly pounded. He rolled on the ground and used the Snake King's body as a cover. Boom! A black bamboo shadow slashed across the Snake King's body and created a half-inch deep wound. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Jinyu took a deep breath and his back was drenched in cold sweat. One had to know. The Snake King's defense was comparable to a mid-grade treasure artifact. Even if it died, it wouldn't be much weaker. If it was a body of flesh and blood, it would be no different from a piece of paper. Quick reaction. Mei Chongqing's lips curled into a cold smile. He held the black bamboo pole and pointed it at Jinyu. Run! At the same time, Yunfei and senior sister Yi quickly ran out of the snake cave. The fiend clown grinned and chased after the heavily injured Yunfei and senior sister Yi with the armored man. As for Jinyu, he was being stared at by Mei Chongqing. One-on-one against a chi transformation realm cultivator. Jinyu's face sank. This was the biggest challenge of his life. Most importantly, Mei Chongqing didn't underestimate him at all. He even took out his weapon. Whoosh! A small, crimson-black orb appeared in Jinyu's hand. In Fire Pearl. Mei Chongqing's expression changed slightly. He recognized the origin of the pearl. If the Yin Fire Pearl was in the core range, its power could severely injure or threaten a chi transformation realm cultivator. But soon. Mei Chongqing sneered. If you used this pearl secretly, you might be able to threaten me. But now you're using it openly. If he was prepared, it would be difficult for this pearl to threaten a chi transformation realm cultivator. Really? Jinyu sneered. As soon as he said that, Mei Chongqing felt movement coming from the rock under his feet. Whoosh! In the next moment, a silver-black dot had already bitten the sole of Mei Chongqing's foot. I won't make the same mistake twice. Mei Chongqing sneered. He circulated true qi under his feet and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The rock cracked and the iron moonworm was stomped deeper into the rock formation. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. However, before Mei Chongqing could rejoice in his success, Qinyu's abdomen suddenly swelled up like a small water tank. Dong dong. Dong dong, while Qinyu was preparing the bronze lion roar, his heart was accumulating power to the extreme. Roar, a roar that was as powerful as a great bell and could shake mountains seemed to come from the mouth of an ancient giant beast. Boom! At that moment, the mountain walls on both sides trembled slightly. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and many cracks appeared. Some of the fierce snakes nearby exploded one by one, and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that, a thunderous sound wave created a dark green wind and hit Mei Chongqing like a fan-shaped beam. What? Mei Chongqing only felt that the blood in his body was fluctuating and his mind was buzzing for a moment. That earth-shattering roar shook him, who was at the Qi transformation realm. Even the demonic clown and the armored man, who were over 100 feet away, felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard the roar. Mei Chongqing was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to hold back the bronze lion roar. It turned out, when Qinyu used the bronze lion roar before, he only used 80% of its power. After practice, it could cause a small impact on the Snake King. And now, not only did he use 100% of its power, but he also used the mysterious heart to increase the explosive power. Its power increased by 30% to 40%. Boom! Mei Chongqing's body trembled, and his qi and blood surged. His eardrums almost ruptured. If it weren't for the true qi protecting his body in time, some of his internal organs would have been damaged. More importantly, his body was stiff and even shook for half a breath. Half a breath was enough to determine the outcome and even life and death in a battle of the same level. Although Qinyu wasn't at the same level as Mei Chongqing, it was enough for him to throw the Yin fire bead in his hand to the area closest to Mei Chongqing. No! Mei Chongqing shouted. The Yin fire bead fell in front of him and burst out a red flame. Boom! A terrifying wave of dark red flames and a dark gust of wind instantly engulfed an area of nearly 100 feet around Mei Chongqing. Whoosh! As soon as Qinyu tossed out the Yin fire bead, his heart had already started pounding as he dashed out of the snake cave. As he ran, he vaguely heard Mei Chongqing's angry roar behind him. It could be confirmed. Mei Chongqing was in the core of the explosion of the Yin fire bead. Even if he used his true qi to protect his body in time, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. The Yin fire bead can at most severely injure Mei Chongqing. Qinyu's face tightened as he sped out of the cave. At this moment, boom! The mountain wall behind him shook. It seemed that the passage of the cave had been destroyed by the Yin fire bead. Qinyu was surprised. The mountain wall of the snake cave was very hard and normal meridian opening cultivators would not be able to damage it. It seemed a bit far-fetched for the Yin fire bead to blow up a passage. In fact, Qinyu had overlooked 2 points. First, the passage of the cave was relatively narrow, and the explosion of the Yin fire bead could spread nearly 10 feet. In a narrow area, the power of the Yin fire bead was more concentrated. Secondly, before Qinyu threw out the Yin fire bead, he activated the enhanced version of the bronze lion roar. The bronze lion roar shook the mountain wall of the passage and formed a resonance, causing the mountain wall to crack. Therefore, a Yin fire bead caused a chain reaction and blew up a small part of the passage. Wah! After taking the attack from the Yin fire bead, Mei Chongqing spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective true qi on the surface of his body had shattered and even the mid-grade treasure armor had turned into a pile of charred black fragments. Mei Chongqing's body swayed and his face was pale. He had suffered serious injuries. Boom! Boom! Before he could catch his breath, a pile of cracked rocks instantly drowned him. No! Mei Chongqing screamed and his true qi exploded, but he was still buried in the ruins. At the same moment, the evil clown and the armored man chased after senior sister Yi and Yunfei. When they were still a few dozen feet away from the cave entrance, they heard the rumbling behind them. Of course, They didn't hear Mei Changqing's voice, so they thought the damage was caused by a fight. The two hesitated for a moment, but they still followed their previous agreement with Mei Changqing and were responsible for chasing after the two from the Watermoon sect. According to the agreement, Mei Changqing was in charge of Chenyu. Regarding this, the two of them were extremely relieved. As the #1 genius of Bone Devil Palace and a Qi Transformation Realm genius, dealing with a mid-stage viscera refinement cultivator would be a piece of cake. Split up and run. Senior Sister Yi and Yunfei looked at each other when they reached the cave entrance. The one the two from the Watermoon sect were truly afraid of was Mei Changqing. Chenyu was alone, and if he was caught by Mei Changqing, he would probably be killed within 2 or 3 exchanges. Once Mei Changqing caught up to them, the two of them would definitely die. If they split up, at least their overall survival rate would be much higher. Little did they know that Mei Changqing, whom they feared, had been tricked by Chenyu in the cave. Seeing Senior Sister Yi and Yunfei split up and ran away. One for each. The fiend clown and the man surnamed Yuan exchanged glances. Senior Sister Yi and Yunfei had long been seriously injured in the battle in the cave, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Among them, the fiend clown went after Senior Sister Yi, while the man in armor went after Yunfei. The two had just chased a few meters away. Swoosh, another extremely fast figure leaped out of the cave. Its speed was much faster than the 4 who were chasing after it. The two from Bone Devil Palace subconsciously thought that it was Mei Changqing. Chenyu. The fiend clown was horrified when it saw the blurry figure from the corner of its eye. Could it be? Even with Mei Changqing's strength, he could not stop Chenyu when Chenyu ran out of the cave entrance. Crash, a disheveled youth covered in blood drilled out of the rubble. Chen. You. Mei Changqing's eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness as he uttered each word. Whoosh, a powerful dark aura surged from his body, turning into a black tornado that shattered the surrounding rocks. At the same moment, Mei Changqing took out 2 crystal-clear elixirs and swallowed them in one go. Very quickly, his pale complexion gradually began to ease. With the help of these 2 precious elixirs, my injuries and essence qi will recover significantly in a short period of time. Mei Changqing's face showed a hint of pain. Swish, with an afterimage, Mei Changqing scuttled through the tunnel of the ruins. His speed instantly reached the limit. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still far superior to any rookie disciple in the Blood Burial Garden. 4 hours later, in a dense forest in the Blood Burial Garden. Whoosh! Whoosh, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, were in pursuit. The one running in front was a tall and straight youth. The one chasing behind was a handsome youth with long black hair. His clothes were torn, and there were many dried bloodstains on his body. His face was pale and gloomy. These 2 were naturally Chenyu and Mei Changqing. Hee, Mei Changqing. You didn't go heal your injuries and chased me for 4 hours. Aren't you afraid of leaving a hidden injury that will hinder your advancement to the Origin Realm? Chenyu sneered. Along the way, he had been running in circles, going to areas with many obstacles. Even with the help of the dark green boots on his feet, which could increase his speed by accumulating energy in his heart, his speed was still inferior to Mei Changqing. One had to know. Chenyu's current inner breath was extremely pure, comparable to the peak stage of the Viscera refinement realm. His movement technique had long surpassed the shackles of the original realm. With the addition of accumulating energy in his heart, he could compete with the seamless thief. As for Mei Changqing, because of his injuries, his speed was at most 80 to 90% of his peak. Gulp, as Chenyu was running, he took out a small bottle and quickly drank a mouthful of the crystal-clear liquid. In an instant, a suction force came from Chenyu's heart, rapidly absorbing the medicinal effects of the sky bamboo shoot liquid. In the blink of an eye, Chenyu's entire body's essence qi recovered, and his energy rose to the peak. He continued to accumulate energy in his heart. This cunning thief, Mei Changqing gritted his teeth. In the continuous pursuit, he felt that the injuries in his body were secretly showing signs of acting up. Along the way, he had a slight advantage in speed. However, Chenyu never confronted him head-on, and used the various geographical obstacles in the Blood Burial Garden to share Mei Changqing's attacks. At one time, Qinyu deliberately broke into a few groups of vicious beasts, and even attracted the vicious beast king of the Qi transformation realm to create chaos. However, Mei Chongqing had chased after the seamless thief before, and had learned his lesson. He was already prepared and locked onto Qinyu, determined to capture and kill him. He had originally planned to rely on the advantage of the Qi transformation realm to exhaust Qinyu bit by bit. Because Mei Chongqing discovered that the other party seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to greatly increase his explosive speed, he believed that it would not last for long. However, 2 hours passed, and the opposite Qinyu did not seem to be exhausted at all. What was even more puzzling was, Qinyu had obtained the legendary sky bamboo shoot liquid. He only needed to drink a small mouthful to instantly recover his vitality and ordinary injuries. Every hour, Qinyu would drink a small mouthful. From the looks of it, the effects of the sky bamboo shoot liquid that Qinyu consumed were astonishing. In addition, Qinyu's powerful physique's recovery and self-healing abilities were far superior to ordinary people. While pursuing Qinyu, Mei Chongqing would occasionally launch long-range attacks, and the shockwaves of his attacks would reach Qinyu. However, the other party not only had a strong physique defense, but also very cunningly used all kinds of obstacles to minimize the damage. Ordinary injuries would quickly heal to Qinyu's powerful physique. Mei Chongqing discovered this. Could it be that this kid has some kind of legendary bloodline physique? Mei Chongqing speculated. Along the way, the two swept past the disciples of the three sects and Bone Demon Palace at an astonishing speed. Mei Chongqing. Qinyu? Some disciples from both camps watched the two fleeing and could not help but be dumbfounded. The speed of these two people was too fast. Even if ordinary disciples wanted to help one of them, they were powerless. In a mountain forest, Kuan Ling, Fang Haofei, Tong Yuling, Xie Jing, and 6 or 7 other Yunhui Gate disciples were dealing with nearly 10 viscera refinement gibbon. Among them, the largest gibbon was close to the Qi transformation realm. These gibbon were guarding a towering tree with some blood-colored fruits on it. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures with astonishing speed swept past the vicinity one after the other. So fast, Kuan Ling focused his eyes and cried out in shock, Qi transformation realm, it's Mei Chongqing. The one in front seems to be Chen. Fang Haofei and Tong Yuling looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and some worry. It's Chen. But that Mei Chongqing seems to be in a sorry state. His clothes are in a mess, and he seems to be heavily injured. Kuan Ling said in disbelief. He could not believe that Qinyu's speed had reached that level and seemed to be able to cause Mei Chongqing to suffer and be unable to do anything to him in a short time. Should we go help Chen? Tong Yuling said. Help? Fang Haofei rolled his eyes. We can't catch up to the speed of these two people. Dan Mei Chongqing alone can kill all of us. Right now, it's very difficult for us to deal with these gibbon. If we want to obtain the legendary blood yuan fruit on the tree, we have to pay a price. Kuan Ling shook his head with a bitter smile. A few hours later, Qinyu maintained his peak speed and arrived in front of a lake. Behind him, there were no longer any pursuers. Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. His body, especially his legs, transmitted a trace of fatigue. Continuously using his heart to accumulate energy and increase his explosive power was quite a burden on his body. 2 hours ago, Mei Chongqing's injuries were gradually acting up and he had consumed too much of his energy, so he finally gave up on chasing. After all, Mei Chongqing had previously fought against the group of snakes and was also the main force against the Snake King, so he had consumed a lot of energy. Whoosh! Qinyu found a hidden tree hole near the lake, killed the ferocious beasts there, and sat inside. Then, he took out a large bloody Snake King pellet, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. There was no hesitation. Qinyu then took out the 200-year-old earth spirit ginseng and other things, and concocted a bottle of high-quality body-tempering liquid. This bottle of body-tempering liquid is enough for me for 3 days. It shouldn't be a problem to break through to the large success of the copper bone. Qinyu was looking forward to it. Once the copper bone was at the large success stage, Qinyu would be invincible under the Qi transformation stage with just his physique. Moreover, his strong physique was far better than other people's large success copper bone. At that time, coupled with other methods, he would even be able to contend against a chi transformation post-celestial being. This was much more significant than advancing to the late stage of the organ's refinement stage. Qinyu held a bottle of body-tempering liquid and was about to take a sip. Swoosh, at this moment, a flustered white-clothed figure scurried over from the opposite lake. Qinyu felt that the figure was familiar. He focused his eyes and realized that it was Yunfei. Qinyu was not surprised to bump into Yunfei here. After all, he had been running in circles, specifically looking for places with more obstacles. The straight-line distance was not far. Yunfei's clothes were tattered, and he had many injuries on his body. His complexion was not good, but there was a look of relief on his face. While they were fleeing for their lives, he had used a trump card to severely injure the armored man. From Bone Devil Palace at the crucial moment to barely escape. Fortunately, Mei Chongqing did not give chase. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive no matter how many trump cards he had. Humph. I really have to thank that Qinyu for being a scapegoat at the crucial moment. Yunfei sneered. Qinyu attracted Mei Chongqing's attention at the crucial moment. In a one-on-one situation, he would definitely die. This bought him a chance to escape. Using the enemy's hand to kill the hatred in his heart and escape a calamity at the same time. Yunfei felt extremely comfortable. Suddenly, Yunfei felt a chill down his spine. A dull gust of wind whistled over. Swoosh, a cold javelin drew a purple arc in the air. It was filled with killing intent. The silver tip flashed and pierced Yunfei. Yunfei tried his best to dodge, but the javelin still pierced through his shoulder. It was only half an inch away from his heart. Pfft, he saw fresh blood dripping from the silver tip of the spear that pierced through his body. Javelin. Qinyu, Yunfei's body froze. His face was pale, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He forced himself to turn his head around and saw a familiar tall youth running steadily from the nearby forest. Thump, Yunfei fell to the ground, weak, desperate, and terrified. He was already severely injured, and with the powerful force of the javelin piercing through his body, he had already lost the ability to fight. How is this possible? Yunfei stared at Qinyu in horror and despair. He could not believe that Qinyu was still alive and well. You want me to be your scapegoat and you'll be able to escape? I've really disappointed you. I'm afraid that Mei Chongqing is currently recuperating from his injuries. Qinyu inched closer and closer. However, his sharp gaze swept past Yunfei's tightly clenched hand. When he was about 100 feet away, a hint of viciousness and anticipation flashed in Yunfei's eyes. The ice-shattering ball in his hand was a trump card that his mother had given him before he had entered the blood burial garden. There were 3 of them. Previously, when he was being pursued by the armored man, he had used one of them to severely injure the latter and force him to retreat. But suddenly, Qinyu stopped and took out another silver-tipped javelin. When facing a person who was about to die, he had long-range methods to kill him. Why did he wait until he got close to him before making a move? No, Yunfei growled and prepared to throw the item in his hand. Swoosh, the purple shadow of the silver edge flashed, and the javelin crossed the distance of more than 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Thump, Yunfei was pierced by the second javelin, and his entire body flew back several feet. He struggled for a moment before dying. Qinyu arrived in front of Yunfei's corpse and found a small frost-like bead next to his hand. It was even smaller than his fire pearl. So it's the ice-shattering ball made by the Watermoon sect. Qinyu picked up the white frost pearl. His heart could feel the deadly cold within, and even his palm felt cold. He had seen this kind of ice-shattering ball on the battlefield. It was on par with the Bone Demon Palace's fire pearl. This ball only needed to be infused with inner breath and thrown to create a ball of extremely cold wind that carried many ice particles. It could produce a powerful killing force. Its power was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a chi transformation cultivator. In terms of killing power and range, this ball might be slightly inferior to the fire pearl, but its target would be frozen by the frost and even slow down. Then, Qinyu picked up Yunfei's storage bag and began to clean it up. In the end, Qinyu quickly found a second ice-shattering ball. Adding to the one he already had, he had 2. As the sect master's son, Yunfei naturally had many spoils of war. Just the mid-grade artifact sword that he possessed was worth a fortune. Among them, Qinyu found 3 or 4 precious materials that were over 300 years old. There were close to 10 that were 200 years old. Apart from natural treasures, Qinyu also found 2 black jade crystals that Yunfei had probably mined in passing in the Snake King's cave. Black jade crystals were the main material for forging superior-grade treasures, so they were naturally very valuable. Qinyu would definitely use this item in the future. In a certain corner of the storage bag, Qinyu found a worn-out metal ball and couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. That day at the Hidden Lake auction, the first of the 3 worn-out metal balls had been bought by Yunfei at a high price. This ball wasn't large, and its material was special. Yunfei had studied it and kept it on him. Whoosh, holding the worn-out metal ball in his hand, a deep suction force surged from his heart, absorbing the few strands of mysterious power within the ball. The next moment, in the dark space where the pale silver crystal space was located, wisps of star-like silver crystal light lit up. Just like last time, these silver crystal light spots quickly flowed into the existing pale silver crystal space. Whoosh, the pale silver crystal space instantly began to expand. Qinyu's face was filled with joy as he hurriedly focused his consciousness on this space. The feeling of being connected to his flesh and blood allowed him to change the shape of the space according to his thoughts. Very soon, that pale silver crystal space, according to Qinyu's wishes, maintained a length of about a foot, but its depth and width had increased. After the transformation, the pale silver crystal space was still a cuboid of about a foot long, but its width and height had increased, making it much more spacious. After storing the dark snake sword, nether water inky lotus seed, 500-year-old in Fuju, ice-shattering ball and other items, there was still a third of space left in the crystal space. Qinyu would prioritize placing important or urgently needed items inside. After cleaning up the spoils of war, Qinyu threw Yunfei's body and some unknown items into the lake. Whoosh, there were also a few ferocious fish in the lake that devoured the body. Qinyu picked up the javelin, wiped it clean, and quickly returned to the tree hole. Gulp, Qinyu drank a third of the 200-year-old body-tempering liquid and began to circulate the bronze statue skill. He estimated that it would take 3 days to completely digest this high-quality body-tempering liquid. A dozen miles away, in the snake cave, Mei Chongqing was sitting cross-legged, nursing his injuries and changing into a clean set of clothes. Not long after, the demonic clown and the armored man unwillingly returned to the cave. Among them, the demonic clown's legs were purplish-black, and its hands were torturing a twisted snake. That snake was Senior Sister Yi's pet snake. Splat, the demonic clown's face was cruel and angry as it tore the snake into pieces. It was about to succeed in killing Senior Sister Yi, but this fearless snake ended up pestering it. The armored man's expression was ugly. His armor was covered in a layer of frost and cracked in more than a dozen places. It was almost scrapped, and his face was frostbitten. He had reacted quickly enough to avoid the core of the ice-shattering ball explosion. Whoosh whoosh, as time passed, many Bone Demon Palace disciples gathered there. I need to recuperate for 2 days. The Snake King has been killed. Clean up the snake cave first and mine the treasures and various spirit ores here, Mei Chongqing said. He opened his eyes that were as calm as an ancient well. After giving the order, he closed his eyes to recuperate. The failure in the Snake King's cave made Mei Chongqing reflect deeply. He was not an arrogant genius, and he did not have a strong obsession like Shang Guanqi. He did not blame anyone for this failure. He did not reprimand the demonic clown and the armored man for their slow reactions and failure to kill Yunfei. Mei Chongqing found the reason in himself. I underestimated this person and did not treat him as a true opponent at the same level. On the contrary, he has been hiding his strength. Mei Chongqing sighed in his heart. He was prepared for the insect's attack, but he did not expect that Qinyu's bronze lion roar still had a hidden fire bead. If he knew all this, or if he treated Qinyu as an opponent of the same level, he only needed to strengthen his qi, blood, and organs, and he would not be affected by Qinyu's bronze lion roar. He only needed to change this small detail. He would not be seriously injured by the fire bead, and he would be able to intercept Qinyu in the cave and block his opponent. All of this was just a small psychological impact. And this would often affect the outcome and even change fate and history. 3 days later. In the tree cave near the lake. Crack. Crack, Qinyu's bones, muscles undulated rhythmically, making a crisp sound. From his bones, muscles, and skin, from the inside out, a layer of deep and dazzling bronze patterns appeared. As if it had a life of its own, it shrunk abruptly on the surface of his body, or floated like a tadpole. Buzz, suddenly, the floating bronze patterns suddenly lit up, and his whole body outlined a layer of precise and delicate metal light patterns. At that moment, Qinyu's whole body was like a brand new bronze statue, his eyes were like lightning, exuding a solemn and cold heavy oppression. That was a combination of the profound copper bone and the peak of the cloud-killing fist, a terrible aura. This aura faintly approached the Qi transformation stage. Crack, Qinyu spread his arms, and the big tree that took several people to wrap their arms around was immediately torn apart, and the wood pieces and sawdust flew several feet. Immediately, the simple bronze patterns that appeared on his body gradually turned from bright to dark, but his whole body's skin was bronze, and the skin patterns looked extremely precise. Qinyu exhaled and restrained the thick and terrible aura all over his body. After 3 days of hard work, his bronze statue skill smoothly advanced to the profound copper bone. Since then, the entry stage of bronze statue skill was all completed. From the perspective of physical cultivation, this was at least corresponding to the late stage of the viscera refining. After the profound copper bone, Qinyu felt that his strength had increased by 50 to 60%, and his defense power had almost doubled. This was a lot more than the previous realm increase. At this moment, Qinyu had a strong confidence that if he met Mei Chongqing next time, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be too embarrassed to run away. As for those under the Qi transformation stage, Qinyu estimated that almost no one could threaten him, and it would be difficult to break his defense. Qinyu didn't stay long, picked up Helion 2's map, according to the terrain, and rushed to the central forest garden in the deepest part of the blood burial garden. 2 days later. In the faint blood-colored space, at the lower reaches of a river. Whoosh, a tall and straight young man, alone, floated in from the outer region of the space. I'm almost at the central garden. Qinyu put away the animal skin map in his hand and gazed at a mysterious garden shrouded in a faint blood-colored membrane in the distance. He could faintly make out some ancient, deathly still buildings within the membrane. That was the center of the blood burial garden. This secret realm had once been owned by many mighty figures and had many legends about it. After mastering the bronze statue skill, Qinyu approached the central garden alone. In the past 2 days, Qinyu occasionally encountered disciples of the 3 sects or Demon Bone Palace. Strangely, the Demon Bone Palace disciples, especially the 2 or 3 who were alone, quickly retreated when they saw Qinyu. Their expressions were rather fearful. It seemed the Demon Bone Palace's camp temporarily gave up on encircling Qinyu. Qinyu guessed that while Demon Bone Palace wanted to hunt him down, they didn't want to waste too much manpower and energy. After all, Mei Chongqing's personal pursuit had ended in failure. Any other ordinary person would basically be sending themselves to their deaths. The greatest fortuitous encounter in the blood burial garden was the central garden. If he had to share most of his time and energy for a single Qinyu, it would be a loss. It could be seen that Mei Chongqing hadn't lost his reason. But Qinyu believed that he hadn't given up on killing him. It was just that the time had not come. Whoosh, Qinyu didn't hesitate and approached the mysterious garden shrouded in a blood-colored membrane. Yunhui Gate disciples? Leave none alive. An indifferent and callous voice came faintly from a nearby hill. Boom boom boom. Ding ding, the sounds of intense fighting approached from afar. Qinyu was used to such confrontations. Disciples of the same faction might kill each other in the face of extremely precious treasures, much less between the 3 sects and Demon Bone Palace. Yunhui Gate? Qinyu stopped in his tracks and sent his insects to explore the way while he himself quickly approached. On a hill, dust rose as the 2 sides fought fiercely. There were 6 or 7 people on Bone Devil Palace's side. The 2 people in the lead were a cold-faced man with a pitch-black saber in his hand and a beautiful girl with a red mark on her forehead. Both of them were at the late stage of the organ's refinement realm. Qinyu had met the Red Sand Girl once or twice. She was Jiang Ping, one of the top 3 in the Bone Demon Palace. He had seen her in action during the battle in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden. At this very moment, Jiang Ping had already reached the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. The other 5 Bone Devil Palace disciples were at the early stage and mid-stage of the organ's refinement realm. All of them were brimming with killing intent. Ah, a tragic cry sounded. A disciple from the 3 sects camp had been killed by 2 disciples from the Bone Demon Palace. The one who died was an Iron Sword sect disciple. On the side of the 3 sects, there were 3 Yunhui Gate disciples and 2 Iron Sword sect disciples. The battle had only lasted for a short while, but one person had already died. On the side of the Yunhui Gate, the leader was a cold-faced black-robed youth. His eyes were bloodshot, and he held a long saber in his hand. He swung out streaks of violent blood-colored saber-light shadows. Blood-mad saber Xianxia, you're quite strong. The Red Sand Girl smiled slightly. Her slender figure flickered around Xianxia. She did not fight head-on. Her speed seemed to be on par with the Seamless Bandit. Whoosh, the Red Sand Girl waved her hand, and a sharp black thread flashed through the air. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he retreated explosively. Chi. A bloody mark could be seen on his shoulder, and a thin crack could be seen on his fine-grade armor. He focused his gaze. On Jiang Ping's finger, there was a black and lusterless thread. It looked thinner than a normal needle and thread. However, this black thread turned into a sharp black thread in her hand. It moved strangely like a ghost. It was hard and flexible, and difficult to defend against. In terms of cultivation and speed, Jiang Ping was superior to Xianxia. Coupled with the unfathomable power of the black thread, Xianxia was completely suppressed by the girl. At the same time, on the other side, the cold-faced late-stage viscera refinement man from the Bone Demon Palace was being held up by a man and a woman from the Yunhui Gate. Of these 2 people, one was an elegant youth with a folding fan in his hand, and the other was a beautiful and refined girl. They were Nangongli and Mu Shiuqing. At this moment, the 2 of them were actually evenly matched with the cold-faced man from the Bone Demon Palace. However, after one of the 2 Iron Sword sect disciples died, the Bone Demon Palace still had 4 or 5 Viscera refinement disciples. They had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Fall back and form a formation, Xianxia exclaimed. The Red Sand Girl was stronger than he had imagined. She had been suppressed since the start of the battle. Whoosh whoosh, the 3 from the Yunhui Gate retreated and gathered together. Ah! There was another scream. The remaining Iron Sword sect disciple was a step too slow, and his head was cut off by the Red Sand Girl's black thread. Immediately, on the 3 sects side, only Xianxia, Nangongli, and Mu Shiuqing were left. All of them were injured. The Bone Demon Palace side had not lost a single person. Including the Red Sand Girl, the cold-faced man, and the other 5 disciples, there were a total of 7 people. Kill. The 7 from the Bone Demon Palace immediately surrounded the 3 from the Yunhui Gate. Xianxia and the other 2 were in imminent danger. They were surrounded by the 7 from the Bone Demon Palace and forced to retreat to a hill. I will immediately use the Mad Blood Secret Saber. Take advantage of the situation to break out, Xianxia transmitted. Once he used the Mad Blood Secret Saber, he would enter a frenzied killing mode. He might even accidentally injure his own people. Senior brother Chang, Nangongli and Mu Shiuqing looked like they could not bear to see this happen. Although Xianxia's combat strength would increase by a level after using the Mad Blood Secret Saber, his opponents were the 2nd and 4th strongest of the Bone Demon Palace's secret arts. Moreover, Xianxia would enter a weakened state after using this secret art. Mad Blood Secret Saber. Xianxia's pupils were filled with the color of blood. A bloody flow surged out of his body. In an instant, the long saber in his hand swung out streaks of bloody saber radiance. Layers of saber radiance and bloody shadows danced in a frenzy, forming a bloody saber tornado that covered an area of 20 to 30 feet. Clang! 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 That overbearing attack immediately forced some of the weaker disciples from the Bone Demon Palace to retreat. Mad Blood Secret Saber? Hee, all of you, move aside. Let me fight him. The Red Sand Girl chuckled softly. She seemed to be interested. As soon as she finished speaking, the cold-faced man led the other 5 people to retreat 50 to 60 feet. However, he did not let Mu Shiuqing and Namgongli go. What happened next? What shocked Mu Shiuqing and Namgongli was that Chang Xian, who had entered a frenzied state, was stopped by the Red Sand Girl alone. The red sand on the Red Sand Girl's brow flickered with a demonic scarlet light. A strange scarlet line appeared on her fair face. That was not all. A layer of strange scarlet lines appeared on her slender arm. Her entire body emanated a demonic and powerful aura. In an instant, the Red Sand Girl's inner energy, strength, and speed all increased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the black silk in Jiang Ping's hand danced in the air, creating a scarlet-black silk tornado. Its momentum was vast and almost on par with Chang Xian's. Ding ding. Boom, 2 abnormally powerful forces collided. The nearby hills were instantly flattened. The power level of the two's battle was probably at the Qi transformation realm. If the two worked together, they would have a fighting chance even if Mei Chongqing came personally. The difference was, when Chang Xian used the Mad Blood Secret Saber, his mind was in chaos. Although his combat strength was strong, his control was average. The Red Sand Girl, Jiang Ping, had a cold look in her eyes. She did not fight head-on. She exhausted Chang Xian's Yuan Qi as much as possible. Mad Blood Secret Saber is only SOSO. Jiang Ping's lips curled into a mocking smile. In a head-on fight, she might be slightly inferior to the Mad Blood Secret Saber. However, she had complete control over her bloodline power. She only needed to fight for a while to force Chang Xian into a state of weakness. It's over. That Jiang Ping has bloodline power. She's ranked 2nd in Bone Devil Palace's secret arts. She hid her strength so deeply. Mu Shiuqing and Namgongli sank into despair. The two had already reached the middle stage of organs refinement. If they worked together, they could even fight the top 5 of Bone Devil Palace's secret arts without being at a disadvantage. But at this moment. Secondly, they were facing the encirclement of the cold-faced man, who was ranked 4th in the secret arts. He was leading 4 or 5 disciples. They were constantly injured. Little girl, I heard that you were once the lover of the Javelin Demon Hunter. The cold-faced man's eyes revealed a trace of undisguised heat and greed. He stared at Mu Shiuqing's beautiful and refined appearance. If not for Namgongli's mental secret arts that could occasionally be used to restrain everyone's attacks, he would have likely captured Mu Shiuqing alive. Ha ha ha. Does Bone Devil Palace only know how to bully with numbers? A man's voice that sounded like a cauldron came from behind the Bone Devil Palace group. The voice seemed to contain a power that intimidated the soul. The Bone Devil Palace group felt their minds and blood waver. Who is it? Jiang Ping and the cold-faced man's expressions changed at the same time. They felt a pressure that only an expert of the same level and above could bring. Mu Shiuqing and the cold-faced man instantly felt that the voice was extremely familiar. Brother Yu. Chen. The two of them almost instinctively determined the identity of the newcomer from the voice. Before the Bone Devil Palace group could turn their heads to identify or react. Swoosh, a cold javelin drew a cold silver-purple arc in the air. Its killing intent howled as it arrived in the blink of an eye. Be careful. It's the Javelin Demon Hunter. Jiang Ping and the cold-faced man warned at the same time. However, their warnings were simply too late. The speed of the javelin was simply too fast, and its strength was boundless. Pucci, the silver-tipped javelin drew out a bloody arrow as it pierced through the body of a Bone Devil Palace middle-stage organs refinement disciple. The low-grade treasure soft armor on this person's body was like paper. In order not to affect their movements, most disciples wore treasure soft armor or leather armor. Very few of them wore heavy armor. In front of Qin Yu's javelin, it was practically non-existent. Thump, the middle-stage organs refinement disciple had just fallen to the ground dead when a scream sounded again. Ah! The javelin's strength did not weaken much after piercing through one person. It continued to pierce through the chest of another Bone Devil Palace disciple in front of it. No, the second Bone Devil Palace disciple stared at the javelin that pierced through his chest. His face was filled with despair, terror, and disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the javelin had pierced through the bodies of 2 Bone Devil Palace disciples with terrifying strength. 2 kills with 1 spear, the people around the Bone Devil Palace group gasped, their faces full of shock. Thump, the silver-tipped javelin pierced through the second Bone Demon Palace disciple, leaving a trail of blood behind. A javelin tore through the air and instantly killed 2 Bone Devil Palace disciples. This caused both sides to fall into a momentary shock. At this moment, Bone Demon Palace's side, including Jiang Ping and the cold-faced man, stopped fighting. Everyone was shocked as they watched a tall youth brazenly enter the arena. Javelin Demon Hunter. Chen Yu. The cold-faced man sized up Chen Yu with a serious and fearful expression. Chen Yu's reputation could be said to be like thunder piercing the ears of the Bone Demon Palace disciples. Snatching the Serene Ink Lotus, killing Hellion 2's team, injuring the Energy Transformation Realm, killing Shangguan-Chi with bloodline power, and even escaping from Mei Chongqing's hateful pursuit. Until now, that demon was still alive and well. Almost no one in the Bone Demon Palace camp could do anything to him. Even the number 1 genius of Bone Demon Palace, Mei Chongqing, had temporarily given up on hunting down Chen Yu for the sake of the bigger picture. Brother Yu. Chen. You've come just in time. Mu Xueqing and Nan Gongli were both pleasantly surprised. Chen Yu's domineering entrance shocked the two, and they heaved a long sigh of relief. They believed that with Chen Yu's addition, Bone Demon Palace would be able to contend even with Jiang Ping and the other 2 late-stage organs refinement cultivators. TSK, I've only heard of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I didn't expect my javelin to be as good. Chen Yu sneered. Under everyone's gaze, he walked unhurriedly towards Mu Xueqing and Nan Gongli, careful. The cold-faced man and the remaining 3 Bone Demon Palace disciples tensed up and retreated subconsciously. A trace of fear and complexity flashed across the girl's face. If I knew this would happen, back in Northern Mountain Spirit Garden, Jiang Ping sighed inwardly. If she had joined Shangguan-Chi's battle back in Northern Mountain Spirit Garden, her fate might have been different. But now, Chen Yu was able to kill Hellion 2's team and kill Shangguan-Chi with bloodline power in 2 moves. He was at least an expert of her level. Sha sha. Sha sha, Chen Yu slowly approached, causing the expressions of the 4 people on the cold-faced man's side to tense up. Chen Yu, what do you want? The cold-faced man and the others involuntarily retreated with vigilance and fear on their faces. Mu Xueqing and Nan Gongli were surprised. No matter how one looked at it, the Bone Devil Palace disciples seemed to be extremely afraid of Chen Yu. What do you want? Does anyone have a problem with me retrieving the javelin? With a ruminating expression, Chen Yu walked to the second Bone Devil Palace disciple who had been killed. Pucci, with a splash of blood, Chen Yu slowly took out the javelin from the corpse. This scene caused the face of the cold-faced man, whose nerves were stretched taut, to twitch violently. However, this further confirmed the rumors about the Javelin Demon Hunter Chen Yu. Rumor had it that every time a Javelin Demon Hunter killed someone, he would be stingy enough to retrieve the javelin from the corpse. Retreat. Jiang Ping and the cold-faced man looked at each other. Her figure flashed, no longer caring about Changxian, and she met up with the cold-faced man and the other 3. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 Bone Devil Palace disciples quickly retreated. They did not want to stay a moment longer. Chen Yu sneered and raised the javelin that he had just wiped off the bloodstains. Swoosh! A purple shadow flashed from the tip of the silver spear. Amidst the piercing howl of a murderous aura that resembled muffled thunder, the javelin pierced through a Bone Devil Palace disciple who was slightly behind. Ah! The Bone Devil Palace disciple fell to the ground with a miserable cry. Jiang Ping, the cold-faced man, and the others suppressed their anger and grievances as they snuck into the forest in the distance. Junior sister Jiang, when have we ever retreated in such a humiliating manner? If the 2 of us join forces, do we really have no chance of winning? The cold-faced man's face was gloomy. There's no chance of winning. Jiang Ping shook her head with a calm expression. Senior brother Mei once asserted that apart from himself, There are no other secret disciples in Bone Devil Palace. No one else is a match for him. He paused for a moment. The Red Sand Girl continued, although I'm indignant and want to fight him, there's still a raging Xianxia over there. If you were Peng Tiancheng, I would really want to fight him with all my might and not swallow my anger like this. Obviously, Jiang Ping's choice was for the sake of the bigger picture. If she fought Qinyu, who would resist a raging Chongxian? Their losses would probably be even greater then. The cold-faced man's pride suffered a great blow, but he was speechless. At the same time, near the hill, Chongxian, Mu Xueqing, and Nangong Li looked at the rapidly retreating Bone Devil Palace disciples with shock and surprise. One had to know. 2 of the top 5 secret disciples of Bone Devil Palace were in the team just now. Qinyu's appearance had actually caused Jiang Ping and the others to retreat in defeat. It was likely that Qinyu possessed an extremely great deterrent force in the hearts of the Bone Demon Palace disciples. That was the truth. Qinyu's deterrent to the Bone Devil Palace disciples far exceeded that of the 3 sections. After all, Qinyu had annihilated Helion 2's team, injured a Qi transformation cultivator, escaped from Mei Chongqing one-on-one, and gained a huge advantage. Many disciples of the 3 sects did not know of these events, or only knew a part of them. Chen, thank you for your help this time. Chongxian's expression was complicated. How could he not see that Jiang Ping and the others were deeply afraid of Qinyu? This was far more than blood-mad saber Chongxian. Senior brother Chong, you're too polite. We're from the same sect, so this is nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Qinyu smiled slightly. Both of them were disciples under Elder Mao. Chongxian was a true disciple and the most favored by Elder Mao. The 4 of them were recovering near the hill. Chongxian, Mu Xueqing, and Nangong Li were all injured, but fortunately, they were not serious. Senior brother Chong, your blood-mad saber is unparalleled in combat power, but it cannot be sustained for long. You will fall into a state of weakness after that. Qinyu transmitted his voice. With that, he took out a small bottle of sky bamboo shoot elixir and handed it to Chongxian. This small bottle of sky bamboo shoot elixir was enough to be consumed 2 or 3 times. At critical moments, not only could it save his life, but it could even turn the tables. This elixir was indeed very suitable for Chongxian. Chen, the sky bamboo shoot elixir is too precious. I, your senior brother, will remember this favor. Chongxian did not decline and solemnly received the bottle of sky bamboo shoot elixir. With this elixir, he was confident that he would have nothing to fear in the blood burial garden as long as he did not encounter an expert of Mei Chongqing's level. Qinyu smiled and said no more. He was waiting for Chongxian to say this. Among the disciples in the same master, only Chongxian's character was reliable and his aptitude was extraordinary. Although Qinyu was in the blood burial garden, he was already looking at the future. In the blood burial garden, without the interference of the elders, he could almost kill everyone. In order to fight for opportunities and providence, he was bound to offend the Bone Demon Palace. Just now, Qinyu killed Shangguan Qi and offended the Bone Demon Palace's protector Shangguan. He killed Helion too, who was Palace Lord Fu's personal disciple. When the blood burial garden ended, with the enormous strength of the Bone Demon Palace, there was a high possibility that they would unify the Chu sect world in the future. At that time, Qinyu would probably be hunted down by the Bone Demon Palace. He was not afraid. The world was vast. At most, he could escape the Chu nation. However, Qinyu still had his own family. He needed to make proper arrangements for these people, and he needed people he could trust. Of course, this was Qinyu's worst-case scenario. Although the Bone Demon Palace was strong, the 3 sects might have powerful trump cards. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. An hour later, Chongxian and the other 2 had more or less recovered from their injuries. Chen, the central garden is in front. The greatest opportunities and secrets of the blood burial garden are inside, Chongxian said. Qinyu nodded and followed the 3 to the ancient garden shrouded in a blood-colored light membrane. Not long after, the 4 came near the blood-colored membrane. The entire central garden is protected by a formation restriction. Over the past 2 days, the Bone Demon Palace has been thinking of ways to enter, but very few have succeeded. Namgong Li's eyes flashed. So. The few of them had arrived nearby long ago, but they did not act on their own. Formation restriction? Jinyu discovered that the blood-colored membrane covered the entire central garden. Some of the ancient buildings inside were even covered by a blood-colored light membrane. Swoosh, Jinyu threw in ore with force. It hit the blood-colored membrane, and a layer of blood-colored ripples appeared. Poof, the ore turned into a pile of powder. Jinyu's expression was solemn. The power of this formation restriction was terrifying. One had to know. The ore he had just thrown was a precious ore from his spoils of war. Its hardness was comparable to a mid-grade treasure weapon. Who entered the Bone Demon Palace? How did they do it? Jinyu could not help but ask. I think Mei Chongqing from the Bone Demon Palace went in. There was also a dark-skinned youth and Xianxia who betrayed the sect. Namgong Li recalled. At present, there were very few disciples who had entered the central garden. As time goes on, more people may enter. Xianxia? A murderous intent flashed in Jinyu's eyes when he heard the name. Back then, he and Duan Xiaolong were almost killed by this woman. Duan Xiaolong even lost an arm because of it. As for how they went in, our people were far away and could not see it clearly. However, this formation restriction has existed for too long, and there are some flaws and loopholes. Some of the weaker areas might be easier to break. Namgong Li analyzed. Find the flaws and loopholes of the formation restriction? But none of us seem to know about formations? Jinyu was slightly depressed. For a moment, the four of them looked at each other. In terms of formations, I have dabbled a little. Its essence is the use of heaven and earth energy and rules. We can try one by one to sense the loopholes or weak points of the formation. Mu Xiuqing said. Soon. Chongxian and the other two began to try. They used various objects in the nearby area to inject their inner breath into the blood-colored membrane. In the end, there were some areas of the blood-colored membrane that were slightly weaker. For example, in some areas, even a mid-grade artifact-grade spirit ore would instantly turn to dust if it was thrown there. There were also a few times when an ordinary spirit ore was thrown over, but it would only bounce off and shatter into pieces. Its power was slightly weaker. It's just that the restrictive power of some of the weak areas of the blood-colored light barrier fluctuates between strong and weak, making it unstable. Unless we can sense the changes in the energy waves. Mu Xiuqing frowned. Changes in the energy waves? Jinyu had an idea. He thought of his heart, which seemed to be very sensitive to all forms of energy. Immediately, he closed his eyes and focused his mind, sensing the changes in the blood-colored membrane through the mysterious heart in his body. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart began to beat a strange and slow rhythm. Jinyu's senses captured a series of changes in the blood-colored membrane through the mysterious heart. Indeed, there were strong and weak ones. The power of the formation in every area was flowing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The power of the formation in some areas would even occasionally fall into a fault. It really works. There is a pattern to it. Jinyu was overjoyed. In the past, he only knew that the mysterious heart had a stabilizing effect on all kinds of restless energy in his body. Now, he had discovered a new ability. Through the fusion of his mind and heart, Jinyu could increase his sensitivity to all kinds of energy waves. Among them, Jinyu could clearly sense that the entire space was filled with a wave of blood Dao energy, and it was gathering towards the central garden in a strange and unpredictable way. Thump thump. Thump thump, his heartbeat became slower and slower. Jinyu suddenly had an illusion that everything in the space seemed to be moving slower. Or rather, Jinyu's consciousness and senses had entered a higher level, and his thinking speed had become many times faster. Gradually, the changes in the flow of the formation energy on the blood-colored membrane were reflected in Jinyu's mind. In his mind, a blood-colored grid-like pattern appeared. Some grid-like areas had finer lines, and the blood-colored energy they emitted was very dazzling. Some areas had very dense blood-colored grids, and there were even silts, like a blocked river. The blood-colored energy in these areas was much dimmer, and occasionally there would be a vacuum fault, creating a loophole in the formation. These are the flaws and weaknesses of the formation? Qinyu opened his eyes. So, suddenly, he grabbed a stone and threw it at a certain area of the blood-colored membrane. Crack, the stone passed through the blood-colored membrane and suddenly broke into pieces, but a small piece of gravel entered the central garden. Changxian, Mu Xueqing, and Nan Gongli all had strange expressions. One had to know. What Qinyu threw was just an ordinary stone, and a Viscera refinement realm could easily crush it. If it was a Viscera refinement realm person, in theory, they would be able to enter the central garden. Brother Yu, did you find the pattern? Mu Xueqing said in surprise. I found one, but I need to verify it. Qinyu smiled faintly. At the same time, in the open-air plaza above a grand building in the central garden, a crystal blood pond was at the center, and there were all kinds of blood-colored patterns around it. Trickles of blood gathered from all over the blood burial garden. Inside the crystal blood pond, waves of blood surged, and a glassy flame would occasionally appear. In the center of the blood pond, many blood-colored grass stems clustered around a beautiful blood-colored flower. Its petals were almost transparent, and there were translucent blood-colored ripples on them. Every time the nearly transparent petals moved, the blood-colored ripples would surge and affect the energy field of the entire blood burial garden. I can feel an obscure but powerful force approaching. It's like a heartbeat that makes my origin tremble. A childish voice came from the beautiful blood-colored flower. He. Spirit of the blood soul, we share this body. How can I not feel it? Another ethereal female voice came from the beautiful crystal flower. Ha. The woman laughed proudly. There's a wisp of familiar aura among the geniuses that came in this time. They must be here to help. Why don't you give up resisting and help me build the body of the blood soul? When it sees the light of day again and sweeps through the Kunyan realm, I will help you build a new vessel. Piss off. The childish voice was filled with anger. You humans are cunning and cruel. Why would I believe you? You want to refine my body? Why don't we all die together? Central garden, outside the blood-colored light membrane. Changxian and the other two stopped and watched as Qinyu picked up a few stones and threw them at the blood-colored light membrane. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Bang. Bang, more than a dozen ordinary stones hit a certain area of the blood-colored light membrane. In the end, most of the stones broke into pieces, but a lot of gravel entered the garden. Changxian and the other two were delighted. Everyone noticed that the stones that Qinyu threw out formed a circle with a diameter of a few feet. In other words, Qinyu had already outlined an area of weakness. Chen, when did you study arrays? Nan Gongli was surprised. Even with the help of Green Pupil's blood essence, he could only barely detect some general energy fluctuations when he used his secret spirit technique. It was impossible for him to be as accurate as Qinyu's. Changxian and Mu Xueqing were also surprised. Hurry up. The power of the array in this area is only temporarily blocked. Qinyu didn't answer. Through his heart, he found that there was a temporary gap in that area and the power of the restriction was weakened to the extreme. Even ordinary stones in that area couldn't be completely shattered. Thinking about it, the internal energy protection of a Viscera refinement cultivator could definitely pass through. Swoosh, taking the lead, Qinyu leaped into the air and passed through the circular area drawn by the stone just now. Poof, a faint blood-colored ripple appeared on the light membrane, but it didn't hurt Qinyu at all. In the next moment, Qinyu entered the central garden and his heart felt the power of the blood Tao that was several times stronger than the outside world. Swoosh. Swoosh, Changxian, Mu Xueqing, and Nan Gongli followed the area that Qinyu had passed through and entered the central garden. The three of them weren't injured, but their internal energy was dimmed by more than half. We're in already? Nan Gongli was surprised and felt that things were going smoothly. This central garden was the essence of the blood burial garden. It used to be an important place to cultivate treasures and rare spiritual pets. Being able to enter the garden earlier meant that they had more opportunities. Let's go together. Changxian suggested. The few of them nodded in agreement. The strength of this four-man team was still very impressive. Qinyu and Changxian were the top forces of the three sections. After Nan Gongli and Mu Xueqing advanced to the middle stage of Viscera refinement, their strength was extraordinary. They could contend against the top 5 secret disciples of Bone Devil Palace if they joined hands. Next, the 4 of them began to carefully explore the central garden. In his field of vision, there were many ancient garden buildings, including pavilions, corridors, artificial mountains, and artificial rivers. Most of them were all kinds of blood-colored flowers and plants. Even the trees were dyed the color of blood. An eerie feeling arose in everyone's heart. Very strange. Xianxia walked to a blood-stained tree and plucked a blood-colored leaf. The next scene shocked everyone. After the blood-colored leaf was plucked, it withered at an alarming rate. Soon, it turned yellow and black. This tree is at least 1,000 years old. Its leaves are also extremely precious medicinal ingredients. However, the moment it was plucked off, the spirituality within it completely dissipated. Xianxia's face darkened. Look, that looks like a blood scale fruit. Nangong Li's eyes lit up as he stared at an orchard area. That orchard area was a few acres large. It was planted with a type of fruit tree that was half the height of a person. Fruits with blood-colored scales grew on it. This area was shrouded by a layer of dim blood-colored light. Blood scale fruit? The legendary spirit fruit. Xianxu's heart skipped a beat. It was said that after consuming the blood scale fruit, it could improve one's physique and greatly increase one's strength. Not only that. This fruit's medicinal and alchemy value was several times that of the blood spirit ginseng of the same age. Some precious spirit pills that were suitable for the origin realm and above could use the blood scale fruit as an important ingredient. It could be said that any blood scale fruit here was worth more than the 500-year-old Yin Fuzhu that Xianxia obtained. Blood scale fruit? What a pity. A dark-skinned youth wearing beast hide armor walked over from the side. Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. They didn't feel anything when the other party walked so close. They didn't have a deep impression of this dark-skinned youth. They vaguely remembered that he was an unfamiliar disciple that joined Bone Devil Palace at the peak stage of viscera refinement. Bone Devil Palace disciple. Nangong Li and Mu Shuiqing's inner aura surged. They had murderous expressions, ready to attack at any time. Xianxia's eyes flashed as his hand was already on the hilt of his saber. However, the dark-skinned youth didn't seem to notice the 3 geniuses' aura locking onto him. He had a lazy look on his face. Xianxia felt that this person wasn't simple. If Xianxia and the other 2 worked together, even the top 3 secret disciples of Bone Devil Palace, like the evil clown and Jiang Ping, would have to temporarily avoid them. Judging from the other party's appearance, he completely ignored this threat. You must be that Xianxia. I originally thought that among the geniuses that entered this place, only Mei Chongqing could barely be my opponent. Now, there seems to be one more. The dark-skinned youth's gaze only paused on Xianxu's face for a moment. He didn't even look at Xianxia and the other 2. Hearing this, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the other 2 could not help but be stunned. This dark-skinned youth's tone wasn't just ordinarily arrogant. In his eyes, the number 1 genius of Bone Devil Palace, Mei Chongqing, could only barely be his opponent? That's me. As a disciple of Bone Devil Palace, are you thinking of fighting the 4 of us alone? Xianxia responded indifferently. Intuitively, he felt a pressure from this person that didn't lose to Mei Chongqing's. There seemed to be an unknown power hidden within. I am Lu Zhua. I have no interest in the enmity between Bone Devil Palace and the 3 sections. I only hope that you won't become my enemy. The dark-skinned youth shrugged. Then, he slowly entered the depths of the garden. Before leaving, the dark-skinned youth's gaze swept over the blood scale fruits regretfully. Who is this guy? What a big tone. Nangong Li wore a resentful expression. After this interlude, the group's gazes landed on the area where the blood scale fruits grew. This area was covered by a special blood-colored light screen, but it was very dim. The array formation here was the same as the light film outside the garden. It was too old, and there were many flaws. They repeated the process. Xianxia and the other 2 broke through the weak point and stepped into the blood-colored light screen. Nangong Li stepped forward and carefully plucked one. In the end, the blood scale fruit rapidly withered and shriveled as soon as it left the branch. There was no spirit chi left. This Don't tell me that all the natural treasures in the garden can't be plucked? Nan Gongli was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The legendary precious fruit was close at hand, but it immediately turned into a dead object once it left its mother's body. There should be a huge absorption array in this central garden. All the natural treasures that grow here are used as nourishment. They've been absorbed for a long time, as if nurturing something. Mu Xiuqing's bright eyes flashed. Most likely. Qin Yu sighed. He suddenly recalled the legend of the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower. The situation here coincided with the secret the Bone Devil Palace female disciple had mentioned. An hour later, Qin Yu's group of 4 saw many natural treasures and exotic flowers and plants. However, most of the heaven and earth treasures were guarded by individual formations. Even if they could barely enter, they would only obtain a pile of trash. Of course, nothing was absolute. The huge absorption array that covered the central garden had some flaws. Some of the precious herbs that grew in the areas that were not completely covered were not affected when plucked. Some only lost a portion of their spirit chi and medicinal strength. At a certain moment, the group found a few blood-colored mushrooms and 2 stalks of strange black blood grass in front of a rock. There was no blood-colored array formation here. This place doesn't seem to be covered by the absorption array. Qin Yu revealed a joyful expression. After a period of exploration, the group could roughly determine which areas were not covered by the absorption array or were only slightly covered. The impact was relatively small. Blood poison mushrooms and strange black blood grass. These 2 precious herbs were hundreds of years old, but they were tainted with the local aura of the blood burial garden and contained the power of the blood Tao. The value of these materials that had mutated for hundreds of years might far surpass the original species. The blood-red mushroom should be a jade moss poison mushroom, one of the most poisonous species in the world. A 500-year-old jade moss poison mushroom is enough to kill a chi transformation connate cultivator. This mutated species is hard to estimate. The 4 only recognized one of them. When it came to dividing the spoils, Qin Yu and Xianxia had a certain priority. Qin Yu weighed the pros and cons and chose a jade moss poison mushroom and a strange black blood grass. He had originally planned on choosing 2 jade moss poison mushrooms. After all, this jade moss poison mushroom could poison a chi transformation connate cultivator, and it was a mutated species. But thinking about it, for the black blood strange grass to be able to grow safely next to such a venomous thing, it was obviously not an ordinary thing. Moreover, the strange grass was even fewer than the poison mushrooms. Therefore, he also chose one. After leaving the mountain rock, a half-open garden building appeared in front of him. It was isolated by a layer of metal mesh, and traces of blood-colored lightning appeared on the mesh. The layout was similar to the Spirit Pet Shop on Hidden Lake Island, but it was much larger. Roar. From time to time, terrifying roars of beasts could be heard coming from the open-air building that was covered by the barbed wire. Vaguely, Qin Yu felt a powerful aura that was comparable to the Chi transformation realm, and a few of them were even close to the origin realm. Whoosh, in the sky enveloped by the net, a few gigantic birds flapped their wings, which were dozens of feet long and wide, and stirred up a fierce gale of sand. The birds in the sky were all at least comparable to a Chi transformation connate cultivator. One of the birds was a golden-beak scarlet-feathered bird. It emitted a powerful aura that was close to the origin realm, and its body was covered with a layer of golden flame. Besides, inside the building, there were all kinds of powerful ancient beasts on the ground. One of them was a huge greenhorn rhinoceros that was the size of a small mountain. The aura it emitted wasn't any weaker than the golden-beak scarlet-feathered bird. Golden-beak flaming bird. Green ridge giant rhinoceros. Broodstone ape. These are all legendary ancient beasts. Xianxia and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Qin Yu sensed with his heart and discovered that these rare birds and ancient beasts were actually very weak. Their bodies were empty of chi and blood. This should be the precious beast garden, but the ancient beasts in the garden seemed to have their blood essence sucked away by the absorption array. Mu Xiuqing said. That's right. Xianxia exclaimed, this isn't their peak state. I reckon that the golden peck flaming bird, green ridge giant rhinoceros, and other rare ancient beasts were at the peak of the origin realm and above, maybe even at the later stages of the origin realm. Furthermore, as ancient beasts with powerful bloodlines, their strength was even stronger than an origin realm human. How did the three of you provoke the spirit pet in the rare beast garden? It seems that after the copper bone is at the advanced stage, the increase in combat power is not small, Qinyu thought to himself. After the bird fell to the ground, its combat power was naturally reduced by more than half. Nangongli and the others couldn't help but curse as they retreated. The great power of the heavy sword caused the black-feathered eagle to wobble in midair. It screeched and left a 2 feet long wound on its wing. Qinyu's face turned cold as he recognized the person. At this moment, the 4 from Yunhui Gate and the 3 from Iron Sword sect met in front of an ancient corridor. That young man was about to advance to the origin realm. With the help of ancient beasts, he had the chance to dominate the Chu sect world. Unfortunately, he was murdered. This, Xianxia and the other 2 didn't look happy either. Retreat. It's a Qi transformation realm postnatal spirit pet. Not long later, Qinyu hurriedly commanded the insects to follow. Very soon. If they were chased by a Qi transformation realm innate ancient beast, it would be impossible to escape. Although they were dissatisfied with the actions of the 3 from Iron Sword sect, they were still annoyed to be chased by a bird. The few of them took a closer look. LV Santong looked at the rare beast garden and sneered, with the pride of ancient beasts, why would they sign a contract with a viscera refinement realm human? The so-called success and even death of that lucky guy 300 or 400 years ago isn't as simple as people think. LV Santong's eyes flashed with excitement as he quickly darted towards the back of the rare beast garden. Qinyu had a strange expression. The 3 from Iron Sword sect, including Gao Feng, ran towards Qinyu with all their might. LV Santong. Fortunately, these ancient beasts and rare birds are all trapped here. A tall young man appeared and looked towards the direction LV Santong left. A familiar face of a man carrying a sword entered Qinyu's senses. There were indeed some holes in the corners of the net building. The smaller ones were a few feet in diameter and the larger ones were 2 feet. In the end, the Iron Moon strange insects followed LV Santong under Qinyu's command. Gao Feng shook his head. Not long ago, we personally witnessed a Watermoon sect disciple signing a spiritual pet contract with a rare fox. That rare fox's strength is almost comparable to a Qi transformation postnatal expert. Even Bone Devil Palace's Pang Tiancheng was forced to retreat pathetically. Chang Xian and the yellow-robed girl were both in the late stage of the organs refining realm, yet they were able to restrain the bird head-on. Make your move. Damn it. No. There seem to be some holes in some areas of the net. There should also be some unstable loopholes in the restrictions on it. After a while. Ah. Pucci, the person who spoke was a yellow-robed girl with a wooden sword on her back. She was quite pretty, and her cultivation had reached the late stage of the organs refinement realm. Eh? The 4 of them from the Yunhui Gate couldn't help but avoid the Qi transformation post-celestial flying beasts. Qinyu's heart had already sensed that the saber-toothed tiger and the black-feathered goshawk were both at the postnatal stage of the Qi transformation stage. A saber-toothed tiger that was 30 to 40 feet long, its fangs stained with blood and flesh. It was pursuing a few disciples from Bone Devil Palace and Iron Sword sect. The 3 from the Iron Sword sect looked at each other with slightly awkward expressions. That day on the battlefield, the might of the Origin Realm battle had shaken one's soul and inspired awe. After all, the 3 from the Iron Sword sect had brought danger from their own side to the Yunhui Gate. Qinyu wouldn't entrust his hopes to so-called luck. It's the disciples from Bone Devil Palace and the Iron Sword sect. A scream came from a certain side of the rare beast garden. Pengqi the Iron Moon strange bug came to the vicinity of the rare beast garden and carefully scouted the situation. The yellow-robed girl from the Iron Sword sect had a look of gratitude on her face. She especially expressed her gratitude to Qinyu. If she was lucky enough to sign a pet contract with a weakened Origin Realm ancient beast, wouldn't she be able to roam the Blood Burial Garden and have the hope of reaching the pinnacle of the Chu Nation sect world in the future? That rumored youth obtained his fortuitous encounter here? A silver-spotted black dot jumped out from Qinyu's sleeve and quickly scuttled into the nearby vegetation. He chose to stay behind to defend against this bird not only because he was forced to, but also because he wanted to test his own strength. That black-feathered eagle might be extremely weak, but the defense of its feathers was definitely better than a low-grade artifact armor. The black-feathered eagle's mobility was greatly reduced. After being chased by everyone, it was quickly covered in wounds and tried to escape. After exchanging blows, everyone realized that the black-feathered eagle was weaker than expected. No. Although Xianxia and the girl's battle strength was stronger than a normal peak viscera refinement realm expert, Xianxia didn't have a good expression as he faced the black-feathered eagle shoulder to shoulder with the yellow-robed girl from the Iron Sword sect. Strange, LV Santong doesn't even care about the temptation of the rare beast garden. What is he planning? Of course. In addition, Qinyu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. What? Go, whoosh, the damage Qinyu had dealt to the bird far surpassed the damage everyone had dealt to the bird after a round of fierce attacks. Attack together. Qinyu spoke. The saber-toothed tiger chased after the four from the Bone Devil Palace, while the black-feathered fly chased after Gao Feng and the other two from the Iron Sword sect. That green-furred mouse made a sound after sniffing a few times on the sachet. Everyone looked at the ancient beasts and rare birds within the wire mesh building with deep fear. Qinyu came to a realization. Xianxia exclaimed softly. Kill, he had heard Elder Mao mention a related rumor before. Without any suspense, everyone killed the black-feathered eagle after a round or two of group attacks. When both sides met, there were 7 elite disciples, 2 of whom were at the late-stage viscera refinement realm. On the Bone Devil Palace's side was a short and ugly youth. He was the devil clown, Pang Tiancheng. This also caused the disciples of the Bone Devil Palace and the Iron Sword sect to be chased after when they tried to come into contact with the ancient beasts and birds in the rare beast garden. Everyone, as disciples of the 3 sects, can you lend us a hand? Doesn't this mean that at their peak, any one of them can crush those Chu Nation's origin realm old farts? Above these people, there was a black-feathered eagle with a wingspan of 4 to 5 feet. It dragged a faint black smoke behind it as it chased relentlessly. The 4 of them stopped. These 2 spirit pets that escaped from the rare beast garden were definitely not something some viscera refinement realm disciples could handle. Most of these rare beasts had a certain bloodline. Whether it was talent or growth, they were extraordinary. Next. Only to see. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, squeak squeak. Senior Chang, that bird is very weak. Its strength is at most 50 to 60% of its peak. It is weaker than an average early-stage postnatal expert. LV Santong didn't have the slightest reluctance. A small sachet appeared in his palm. It was a green-furred mouse. On the Iron Sword sect's side, Qinyu saw a tall youth. It was Gao Feng, who he had fought in the meteoric iron gamble. Previously, when he killed the Snake King in the Snake Cave, he had made Chongqing, a Qi transformation realm genius, to face it head-on. The tall youth, Gao Feng, had a strange look in his eyes when he saw Qinyu. It was still the yellow-robed girl who said bitterly, "It's all because of the rumor from 300 to 400 years ago in the Chu Nation. Back then, a young man signed a spirit pet contract with an ancient beast near this rare beast garden. Since then, he soared to the sky. His strong physique was strengthened by his heart. His actual combat strength was probably half a step into the Qi transformation realm." Qinyu wiped the blood on the javelin and finally spoke. Boom. Ting ting. He is the javelin demon hunter Qinyu? In the Iron Sword sect. Qinyu denied. The 3 people from the Iron Sword sect were attracted here. He is indeed a bit weak. At the same moment. In other words, Gao Feng and the other person beside him couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. They were much weaker than normal Qi transformation realm postnatal beasts. The pressure they emitted was close to that of the Snake King in the Snake Cave. That's just a rumor. Not everyone has such a great opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one with such luck in the past hundreds of years. Although the bird was very weak, its defense was at least 60 to 70% of its peak. Thank you for your help. Through the senses of the insect, Qinyu felt the powerful pressure of some ancient beasts in the rare beast garden. The yellow-robed girl looked surprised. However, Nan Gongli, Mu Shuiqing, Gao Feng and the others launched all kinds of attacks from the side, drowning the black-feathered eagle. After running for a while. Not only that. Xian and the others were on guard. After his wings were injured. Holding the profound heavy sword in his hand, Jinyu swung it in a seemingly light and agile manner, creating a faint silver sword astral wind. Even so, the 4 people from the Iron Sword sect, including Jinyu and Xian, looked at the rare beast garden with a hint of fire in their eyes. There was a living example in front of them. The 4 people from the Yunui Gate and the 3 from the Iron Sword sect were in a line, being chased by the black-feathered eagle at the same time. The ancient beasts and birds in the rare beast garden were not the ordinary beasts in the outside world. Jinyu's powerful strength, especially the terrifying power of the javelin, had a psychological impact on the yellow-robed girl and the other 2 from the Iron Sword sect. Soon. Then, the 4 of them saw a group of people running away in panic. At this moment. And now. Xian nodded and exchanged a look with Jinyu. After understanding the situation. Then. Xian and the yellow-robed girl worked together to resist the black-feathered eagle's attack. They took a few steps back but were not injured. Nangongli said in disdain. It should be over there, just 1 slash. Nangongli's words made the others shudder. The 3 from the Iron Sword sect heaved a sigh of relief. The armor of the 3 from the Iron Sword sect was useless in front of the javelin. Jinyu did not doubt it at all. The javelin in Jinyu's hand left his hand and turned into a purple-silver arc of light, piercing the black-feathered eagle. Nangongli broke out in cold sweat. Some of the ancient beasts and birds in the rare beast garden, once freed and recovered their peak strength, would have the power to dominate the world of the Chu sect. In the end, it took him a lot of effort to kill it. Chirp after the bronze bones were mastered, Jinyu could be invincible under the Qi transformation realm with his physical strength alone. If he got too close, the insects would tremble instinctively. Swoosh, the eagle shrieked as its wings were pierced by the silver javelin and it fell to the ground with a thud. He did not go out himself but sent the iron moon strange insects to check out the situation around the rare beast garden. Then. Jinyu saw a familiar figure in the crowd that was being chased. He paused for a moment. Jinyu retrieved the javelin from the corpse of the eagle and did not pay much attention to the gratitude of the yellow-robed girl and the other 2. Jinyu injured the eagle's wings with just 1 slash. If the power was a little stronger, it might have fallen. Suddenly, a familiar sloppy figure flashed past from a corner near the rare beast garden. As soon as he said that, Jinyu and the rest were stunned. Thank you for your help. On a high ground near the rare beast garden. The 3 from Yunui Gate, Xian, Mu Xueqing, and Nangongli sat together. It's strange that Chen left so suddenly. Is he not interested in the rare beast garden at all? Nangongli was confused. Shortly afterward, Jinyu hurriedly parted ways with the others and greeted them. Before Chen left, he told me that if he doesn't show up in 2 hours, we should act on our own. Also, he told us not to have too much hope for the rare beast garden. Xian was surprised. Hearing this, Nangongli and Mu Xueqing had thoughtful expressions. Jinyu left in a hurry because he had discovered something. Not long after. Light footsteps came from not far away. They could vaguely see a few figures. They seemed to be from the same sect. Xian held a token in his hand. The 3 were even more cautious. Soon. A few Yunui Gate disciples appeared in their sight. The leader was a man in luxurious clothes. It was the 7th Prince's, Huangfu Lin. Senior Huangfu. Xian and the other 2 stood up to greet him. In terms of cultivation level, Huangfu Lin was one of the best among the true disciples. He was at the peak of the organ's refinement realm. Also, he was quite lucky to be able to enter the blood burial garden at the age of 20. Junior Chang, Junior Mu is here too, Huangfu Lin was overjoyed. Ever since he entered the blood burial garden, he had been living with his tail between his legs. At first, Jinyu snatched the serene ink lotus and was chased by the evil clown. Huangfu Lin did not help and was even affected, resulting in the death of a female disciple. Seeing Xian, a powerful true disciple, Huangfu Lin was excited. At this moment, with the 2 organs refinement realm true disciples joining forces, there were 6 or 7 of them. Oh? Chen was here? But, Junior Chang, you guys are plotting for the rare beast garden? Huang Fulin had a strange expression as they spoke. Why, Senior Huang Fulin seems to know something about the rare beast garden. Nan Gongli sensed something. That's right. Huang Fulin said seriously, I advise all of you to give up on this. Those powerful rare birds and ancient beasts aren't creatures that we can easily sign spirit pet contracts with. Hearing this, the expressions of Xianxia and the others changed slightly. The imperial family has a certain amount of information regarding the blood burial garden. Especially that senior who signed a contract with that ancient beast 300 or 400 years ago. He has some connections with our imperial family. Huang Fulin explained. What's the secret? Nan Gongli's interest was piqued. First of all, you have to understand something common. Generally speaking, the so-called spiritual pet contract was in which the human was the master, and the spiritual pets were the subordinates. This is an unfair contract. Huang Fulin paused for a moment. Xianxia and the other two nodded in agreement. Once the contract was signed, the life and death of the spiritual pet would be in the hands of the human. This was a kind of slave contract, think about it. As a powerful ancient beast with an ancient bloodline, its intelligence was extraordinary. How could it lower itself to sign such a contract with a human? 300 to 400 years ago, that lucky senior encountered an origin realm ancient beast whose cultivation level had fallen. But what the two signed wasn't a normal spiritual pet contract, but an equal contract. Huang Fulin gradually revealed the secret behind this. I've heard of this type of contract. Both parties have mutual restrictions, but there is no master and servant. Once one of the parties dies, the contract will be automatically terminated. Nan Gongli nodded. If it was a normal spiritual pet contract, once the master died, the spiritual pet would be affected and suffer a backlash. According to the imperial family's analysis, the ancient beast that signed the contract with that senior used this special contract to leave the blood burial garden. In the end, the death of that senior could be due to the inaction of the ancient beast at the crucial moment. It could even be a scheme, causing the death of the senior to allow the beast to gain its freedom. Huang Fulin's expression turned cold as he finished. Knowing this secret, Xianxia and the other two took in a cold breath. It turned out that the legendary lucky guy had been taken advantage of by the powerful ancient beast in the end. Thinking about it, it made sense. Those powerful ancient beasts weren't weak in intelligence. Why would they be like servants and easily submit to an ant-like human? This kind of thing would only appear in those fairy tale-like legends of warriors. Half an hour later, in front of a dilapidated hall in the center of the garden, a graceful, gentle, and tranquil girl of absolute beauty floated over. This hall was also protected by a formation. What was different from the other buildings was that it was covered by a layer of silver blood-colored light. This is the place. The beautiful girl looked around the hall to make sure there was no one else. If the disciples of the Yunhui Gate were here, they would definitely recognize the girl. This beautiful girl was Xianxia, who had betrayed the Yunhui Gate in the past. Break! Xianxia waved her hand, and a strange silver blood-colored talisman appeared in her palm. She waved it toward the hall in front of her. Buzz, the silver blood-colored talisman emitted a silver blood-colored light that looked like a crack, and a 3-foot-wide, 10-foot-tall hole appeared in the light barrier. In the next moment, Xianxia flashed into the light barrier, and her figure quickly snuck into the dilapidated hall. Buzz, the silver blood-colored light barrier that was split open healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after Xianxia entered the hall, swish, a sloppy man carrying an ironwood sword on his back suddenly appeared. TSK, this exquisite beauty seems to know some secrets. LV Santong laughed strangely. Back at the Hidden Lake meeting, after seeing Xianxia's beauty, he couldn't forget her. But what could he do? Xianxia later betrayed the three sects and returned to the Demon Bone Palace's camp. But this time, after entering the blood burial garden, LV Santong had nothing to worry about. He had an evil method to recognize women, and he just happened to find Xianxia alone recently. Maybe I can get both money and beauty this time. LV Santong looked excited as he sized up the dilapidated hall in front of him. As the grandson of Iron Ancestor LV, he naturally had a lot of knowledge. This hall in front of him, judging from its location, layout, and especially the formation and restrictions, was extraordinary. After thinking for a while, LV Santong gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He took out an orange sword-shaped jade talisman. Go! LV Santong slashed at the spot where Xianxia had just opened up a crack. Swish, a streak of dazzling orange sword light slashed on the silver blood veil. The powerful force directly left a 2-foot-wide and 5-foot-tall crack on the blood veil. The power of that attack was almost comparable to a Qi transformation stage connate cultivator. Swish, LV Santong's figure flickered as he followed into the dilapidated hall. However, LV Santong didn't notice that there was a silver-spotted iron bug hidden in the weeds 20 feet behind him. In less than 10 breaths, a tall youth appeared in front of the dilapidated hall and stared at the silver blood-colored barrier in front of him. Go! Jinyu waved his hand and ordered the iron moon bug to approach the ancient hall from underground. In the end, the light screen of the formation even enveloped the vicinity of the underground. Obviously, the person who set up the formation wouldn't leave such a low-level loophole. Swish, the iron moon bug came out of the soil and went into Jinyu's sleeve. Ever since it had eaten in the body of the Qi transformation stage Snake King, the iron moon bug's aura had reached its peak. It was only a step away from the Qi transformation stage. This hall, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Jinyu's eyes. He could tell that this hall wasn't ordinary. The other important areas only had a layer of blood restriction at most, but there was an even more powerful restriction here. The talisman in Xianxia's hand seemed to be targeted at this restriction. The jade talisman in LV Santong's hand unleashed the power of a Qi transformation stage connate cultivator and used brute force to barely break the blood barrier. This was because most of the restrictions in the garden had lost 80 to 90% of their power after a long time. However, Jinyu didn't have the background of these two, so he couldn't take out a powerful item. Thump thump. Thump thump, Jinyu's heart started to beat slowly as he tried to sense the silver blood-colored barrier in front of him, trying to find a flaw in it. What happened next shocked Jinyu. Bo, as the mysterious heart beat, the silver patterns on the blood curtain showed an indescribable agitation and disorder, accompanied by a vague fluctuation of the underworld. With his senses, Jinyu easily caught a glimpse of a layer of silver crystal patterns. Not only was it easier than sensing other blood energy ripples, it was also more than 10 times stronger. Furthermore, when Jinyu's mind merged with the heart, he felt a faint sense of intimacy, similar to when he touched the old metal ball. Dong! Dong! Jinyu activated the heart and found that the silver patterns on the blood barrier were becoming more restless. Some of them even dissipated out of the control of the formation. The mysterious heart seemed to be able to disrupt the power of the blood barrier. How strange. Jinyu was overjoyed as he approached the silver blood-colored barrier and controlled the heart to interfere with the power of the silver patterns. Buzz. Poochie, after deliberately interfering with the blood veil with his heart, the silver patterns on the blood veil in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a chain reaction occurred with the blood veil in the vicinity. In that instant, a fatal flaw had appeared in the nearby formation restrictions. Break! Jinyu swung his fist through the air, punching out a violent python-shaped dark green shadow that was accompanied by a thunderous roar. Poof! The extremely dim silver blood veil was punched through by the fist, and a hole appeared in it. Although the gap was not as big as the previous two, it did not affect Jinyu's entry. Creak creak, Jinyu's bones crackled, and his body shrunk to a size smaller than before. Then, with a swoosh, he entered the blood curtain through the opening. When the gap on the blood barrier slowly closed, Jinyu quietly entered the hall. At this moment, the two people in front had already entered. Within the hall, there was a soft and dim blood light. The surrounding walls were embedded with some blood-colored night pearls. Boom! Ding ding! Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the depths of the hall. Lu Santong, since you followed me here, I will not let you out today. The cold voice of a woman was heard. Taken aback, Jinyu hurriedly sent the insects to investigate. In the depths of the hall, there was a 10-zhang tall statue that was carved with a peerless beauty. She was wearing a lotus blood-colored robe and had a cold aura that looked down on the world. In front of the statue, a man and a woman were fighting fiercely. Xianxia held a blood-colored crystal sword in her hand and slashed out a blood-colored sword light. The power was so great that it was comparable to the power of the Qi transformation realm. Even with Lu Santong's strength, he was slightly suppressed. He could only use his speed to fight back. Through the senses of the insect, Jinyu watched the fight between the two of them and was secretly shocked. He had already witnessed Lu Santong's strength and movement technique, so it was one thing for him to do so. What was truly shocking was Xianxia's strength. This woman's cultivation had reached the late stage of viscera refinement or even the peak of viscera refinement. The cultivation technique she used seemed to be of the Blood Dao sect, which was superior to ordinary top-rank entry cultivation techniques. Although he was at the peak of the viscera refinement stage, the strength of his inner breath was close to the Qi transformation Hotian stage. Besides, the blood-colored crystal sword in Xianxia's hand resonated with the power of the Blood Dao in the Blood Burial Garden, erupting with extraordinary might. As a result, the level of its attack was almost comparable to that of a postnatal Qi transformation cultivator. In a short period of time, Lu Santong's figure flashed and retreated, the ironwood sword in his hand unleashing a burst of iron-gray shadow sword light. Such a powerful attack was almost able to repel the combined attacks of Kuan Ling, Qinyu, Fang Haofei, and senior brother Pei at the Yin family castle. However, at this moment, the exploding gray shadow sword light was shattered by the dazzling blood-colored sword light. It could be said that it had been crushed. Little girl, what relationship do you have with the Blood Moon organization? How come you have a replica of the Blood Moon sword? Lu Santong cursed as he fought in a sorry state. You have a good eye. This was a custom-made imitation of the Blood Moon sword. In the Blood Burial Garden, it can unleash 40 to 50% of its power. Xianxia was slightly surprised. However, considering that Lu Santong was the grandson of Lu Tiezu, his vision was naturally not ordinary. Humph. Not only do I know about the imitation Blood Moon sword in your hand, but you also obtained the Blood Yang pearl from under the stone statue, right? Lu Santong sneered. Blood Yang pearl? Since you recognized this pearl, I can't let you leave here alive. Xianxia's expression changed. In her left palm, there was a dark blood-colored bead that was stained with blood. It was about the size of a thumb. Under the gaze of the bead, a sun-like light appeared within it. It contained an unimaginable forbidden power. Only the Blood Sun Pearl is a legendary treasure that surpasses treasure weapons. Its power is heaven-shaking and it has a spiritual nature. It cannot be treated as a normal storage bag. I was just making a random guess. I didn't expect to guess correctly. Lu Santong sneered. After confirming the origin of this pearl, his eyes were burning as he stared at the dark blood pearl in Xianxia's other hand. Not long ago, he saw with his own eyes that Xianxia took the Blood Yang pearl from the stone statue inheritance, but she couldn't put it into her storage pouch. This detail allowed him to guess the legendary Blood Sun Pearl. If this pearl were to appear in the outside world, those Origin Realm experts would probably fight for it, creating a bloodbath. Blood Yang pearl? Qinyu, who was quietly approaching, felt a powerful and terrifying energy source in his heart. Meanwhile, he paid attention to Lu Santong's words. It seemed that Xianxia had obtained the treasure from under the stone statue. Through the insect's senses, Qinyu quickly found some clues. They saw. Beneath the blood-robed woman's statue in the depths of the hall was a square pedestal made of a kind of dark silver metal. On the front, back, left, and right sides of the dark silver pedestal, there was a concave stone cabinet. Each of them was isolated by a layer of bloody glass, emitting a layer of silver and bloody brilliance. For stone cabinets, Qinyu felt a fire burning in his heart. Looking at the layout of this hall, it seemed like a kind of inheritance. Let the insect come closer. For stone cabinets covered by blood-colored glass came into view. 3 of the stone cabinets were filled with items. In the stone cabinet facing the main hall, there was an ordinary-looking token that was engraved with mysterious and unfathomable ancient characters. In the back of the stone cabinet, there was a thick animal skin ancient book, emitting a dense aura. In the right side of the stone cabinet, there was a blood-colored lotus robe, looking noble and extraordinary. Finally, the left side of the stone cabinet was covered by the blood-colored glass, but it was opened, and there was nothing inside. Obviously, The treasure in the left side of the stone cabinet should be the blood yang pearl, which was taken by Xianxia. Other than that, Qinyu found that under each stone cabinet, there was a slightly concave palm print. Among them, on the left side of the open stone cabinet, there was a trace of blood on the palm print. Looking at Xianxia's other hand, as well as the blood yang pearl, they were both stained with blood. Could it be that to open the treasure in the stone cabinet, there is a condition? Qinyu was deep in thought. At this moment, the battle in the hall suddenly changed. Buzz, the blood-colored crystal sword in Xianxia's hand burst out two crescent-shaped blood-colored sword shadows, which fell on LV Santong. That powerful power was enough to instantly cut a low-grade treasure weapon. However, what was surprising was that when the blood-colored sword shadow fell on LV Santong's shoulder, there was a pop sound. Pop, inside LV Santong's robe, there was a soft silk silver armor, which lit up a dense silver halo, shattering the blood-colored sword shadow. Middle-grade treasure armor, and a high-quality one at that. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Qinyu, who was secretly watching the battle, was also shocked. Last time when they fought in the Yan family's castle, the treasure armor on LV Santong's body was broken by everyone. And this time, because they were going to enter the blood burial garden, Ancestor Tai Lu had prepared a medium-grade treasure armor for his grandson to increase his survival ability. The value of this armor was probably close to a high-grade treasure weapon. Xianxia's attack just now wasn't the Blood Moon Sword's main attack, so it was normal that it didn't break through the armor. Go! As LV Santong blocked the attack, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. A sword-shaped jade talisman appeared in his hand. Qinyu, who was secretly watching, felt his heart skip a beat. This was the trump card that LV Santong had used to forcefully break the restriction outside the hall. This talisman was almost equivalent to an attack from a Qi transformation Khanate cultivator. Of course, Qinyu wasn't worried about Xianxia. Whether it was her or LV Santong, there was only hostility and killing intent in his heart. Whoosh, a dazzling orange sword aura burst out from the sword-shaped jade talisman. Not good. The powerful pressure made Xianxia suffocate. Xianxia's face paled. Under this attack that was almost equivalent to a Qi transformation Khanate cultivator, even if she had the imitation Blood Moon Sword, she would be killed instantly. The moment he activated this talisman, LV Santong showed a trace of regret. Firstly, this jade talisman was extremely difficult to refine and was very precious. He only had 3 of them, and this was the last one. Secondly, the death of a top-grade beauty like Xianxia made him feel quite regretful. However, he had to do this. The current Lu Xian'er was really powerful, almost comparable to a Qi transformation Khanate cultivator, and he couldn't resist her. What was even more strange was, this woman was hit by his unique Heavenly Maiden Drunken Fragrance powder, but it didn't take effect. Swoosh, the dazzling orange sword aura shattered the blood-colored sword light emitted by Xianxia, and was about to tear the latter apart. At the moment of life and death, Xianxia's face was resolute. She took out the Blood Sun Pearl in her other hand, and her blood essence and yuan qi seemed to be crazily extracted by a bottomless pit. Buzz, the Blood Sun Pearl, suddenly flashed, like a blood-colored sun, blooming a brilliant blood-colored brilliance, covering a radius of 10 or 20 feet. That's, Qinyu, who was far away, felt an unstoppable and vast power. In his senses, everything was covered by the blood-colored sun radiance. Even the Iron Moon's strange insect, which was at the edge of 20 feet, was instantly knocked out by the powerful airwave. Boom! Swish, in the blood-colored sun radiance, the orange sword aura flashed across, cutting a crack in the blood-colored sun radiance, and then it immediately dimmed. Then, a muffled groan was heard, accompanied by LV Santong's shocked and angry shout. Bang! LV Santong's body was sent flying 7 or 8 feet, and the soft silk silver armor on his body cracked, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His face was full of horror. It was hard to imagine that the Blood Sun Pearl was barely activated by a Viscera refining stage cultivator, and it shattered his trump card that was almost as powerful as a Qi transformation Khanate attack. Moreover, the mid-grade fine silk armor on his body was almost destroyed. LV Santong's life was saved, On the other hand, Qiu Xian'er's face was pale, and her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Just now, she forcibly activated the Blood Sun Pearl, which consumed a lot of blood essence and vitality. This was only one of the reasons. The second reason was that LV Santong had already activated the Angel Drunken Fragrance Powder. All of a sudden, a touch of red appeared on Qiu Xian'er's face, and a layer of warm red appeared on her snow-white skin. Her eyes gradually became blurry. It turned out Qiu Xian'er had used a special secret method to temporarily seal the power of the Angel Drunken Fragrance Powder. She had originally planned to get rid of LV Santong, and then dissolve the fragrance powder. But now, after consuming a large amount of blood essence and yuan qi, the power of the Angel Drunken Fragrance Powder was completely out of control, violently counterattacking her weak delicate body. Haha, this attack didn't kill you, it's a pleasant surprise. LV Santong suddenly laughed. At this moment, Qiu Xian'er couldn't control her emotions, and her clear eyes were shrouded in endless love. Her face was full of confusion, and there was also a bit of struggle. LV Santong stabilized his qi and blood, took a spirit pill, and approached Qiu Xian'er with a smile. Good chance. Jinyu quietly approached, holding a javelin in his hand. Just as he was about to attack. Hee. Javelin Demon Hunter Jinyu, how long do you plan to hide? LV Santong let out a strange laugh. His footsteps came to a halt, and he looked at the corner where Jinyu was standing warily. Jinyu was greatly surprised, and the javelin in his hand stiffened. When did LV Santong discover him, and accurately point out his name? Swish, Jinyu put away the javelin, and his figure flashed, approaching the magnificent statue of a woman. Jinyu, are you very curious why I can sense you following me, and can be sure that the person following me is you? LV Santong smiled strangely, as if everything was under control. I don't want to know. Jinyu sneered, picked up the mysterious heavy sword, and swung out a light silver sword rainbow, sweeping towards LV Santong. This reaction almost made LV Santong choke, and his qi and blood attacked his heart. He pretended to be profound, but in fact, he wanted to cover up his injuries, and win some time to breathe. After all, he had just taken a precious spirit pill, and only needed a moment to quickly suppress his injuries. But unexpectedly, Jinyu was not fooled at all, and directly attacked. Based on intuition and experience, as well as the response of the mysterious heart, Jinyu was sure that LV Santong should be seriously injured, so how would he give him a chance? As for LV Santong discovering him, Jinyu immediately figured out that LV Santong's other identity was the Seamless Thief. The Seamless Thief had done many evil things, offended many people, and was chased by all kinds of people, but he was still living freely. The opponent was not only good at escaping, but was also an expert at anti-tracking. In fact, Jinyu's guess had overestimated LV Santong. At first, he used the insects to follow him, which were small, covered, and far away, so LV Santong did not notice. But after entering the main hall, the geographical environment was even simpler. After the Blood Yang Pearl and other treasures appeared, Jinyu could not help but get closer, and was detected by LV Santong. This also forced LV Santong to quickly use his trump card, and wanted to get rid of Qiu Xian'er first. Because for Jinyu and Qiu Xian'er, LV Santong was their common enemy, and if they joined forces, the situation would be even worse. Clang! The heavy sword, which was as light as the wind, collided with LV Santong's ironwood sword. Wow! LV Santong's figure was pushed back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was extremely shocked. With just one sword, the Seamless Thief was pushed back. How is this possible? LV Santong's face was full of shock and disbelief. When had Jinyu ever been so tyrannical? His casual attack was as light as a feather, and its terrifying power was almost comparable to the early Hotian stage, the first time he saw Jinyu. In his eyes, the opponent was not worth mentioning. Even the second time was at the Yen family fort. Jinyu had made great progress, but the strength he displayed, in LV Santong's eyes, was barely enough to fight. But it was such a small character, who now had the strength to directly suppress him. LV Santong was sure that even at his peak, he was no match for the current Jinyu. Moreover, he was now heavily injured, and could at most use 70% to 80% of his strength. Chen Yu. Stop right there. Let's talk. LV Santong's injuries worsened, and a trace of panic finally flashed across his face. Right now. Treasures, inheritance, stunning beauties, they were all at his fingertips. His heart was filled with strong unwillingness. Die. Chen Yu did not have the slightest hesitation. He swung his heavy sword, and once again attacked. At this time, the killing intent on Chen Yu's head had risen to the extreme. Facing an enemy like LV Santong, who had a strong background, he either did not want to be an enemy, or he would kill him, not giving him a chance. More importantly, there was a great treasure inheritance in the blood burial garden. Swish. 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 LV Santong, under heavy injuries, dodged with extremely ghostly movements, and did not dare to face it head-on. In terms of speed, he was the top among the disciples of the three sections. But what could he do? As long as Chen Yu's organs stored energy, he could suddenly increase his speed. At the same time, with the help of his boots, he could increase his speed by more than 30%. He was not inferior to LV Santong. LV Santong originally had a strange blue cloak that could increase his speed by several times, surpassing Chen Yu's boots. Unfortunately, this cloak was completely destroyed when fighting against the Blood Yang bead. No, LV Santong was a little desperate. He was pressured by Chen Yu step by step, and was forced into a corner of the main hall. He hated that he had 3 trump cards, but he had used them all. The first one was used when he was being chased by Mei Chongqing. The second one was used to break the restriction outside the main hall. The third one was used to kill Xianxia, which was almost achieved. Swish. Swish. LV Santong threw out some objects from his storage bag as he ran away. The first to bear the brunt were a few black jars, which burst and produced balls of black and green flames. Bone scale flame. Chen Yu operated the bronze statue skill, and swept past the flames. He felt that the flame could do very little damage to him. It seemed that, after reaching the advanced level of copper bones, Chen Yu could basically ignore attacks under the Qi transformation realm. I don't believe it, LV Santong almost collapsed. Facing such a terrifying opponent, he was completely desperate. Swish swish swish, he threw out a few more beads. There were black, white, green, and even colorful ones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few of the gray beads produced a large amount of black smoke, but Chen Yu was already prepared, so it had no effect. The rest of the beads. Some emitted all kinds of poisonous gas, some emitted a dazzling light, it could be said to be strange. However, these had little effect on Chen Yu's tyrannical physique, especially when he was prepared. These tools were meant to be used in unexpected situations. Chen Yu suddenly saw a colorful bead explode, emitting a very comfortable fragrance, and the blood in his body shook. His body did not sense any threat, and the mysterious heart did not react. However, Chen Yu felt an unknown flame growing in his body, and his tongue suddenly became a little dry. Inexplicably, his gaze turned to Xianxia, who was not far away. The latter's cheeks were flushed, and her dress was half untied, revealing her snow-white, warm, and pure skin. Chen Yu hurriedly shook his head, and calmed his mind. At this moment, he had already forced Lu Santong into a corner. Lu Santong was about to take out something, but suddenly felt a pain in his foot, and was bitten by an insect. Not good. His expression changed. Swish, a javelin pierced through the air, and the murderous aura was like muffled thunder, turning into a purple-silver cold shadow, piercing Lu Santong. Within 10 feet. The terrifying power and speed of the javelin made Lu Santong unable to block it. Not to mention that it was a fatal flaw. Pucci, Lu Santong's body stiffened, looking at the silver javelin that pierced through his body, his eyes revealed a look of despair and regret. He shouted in his heart, I have not played enough with the women in this world. Swish, another javelin whistled through the air and pierced through his head. Plop. Lu Santong fell to the ground, dead. He couldn't be more dead. This series of killer moves did not give the opponent any chance at all. Huff, Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. He did not want to see Lu Santong do something terrible or disgusting before he died. He was sure that Lu Santong was dead. Qinyu then approached, intending to take the silver javelin from Lu Santong's body. Don't. A struggling woman's voice, with a tinge of gentleness, came from behind. Looking back, Qinyu's head was throbbing. Xianxia's half-dressed figure came into view. Her gentle and elegant face was blushing, with an intoxicating charm. But a trace of clarity appeared in her beautiful eyes, barely suppressing the power of the heavenly maiden drunk in immortal fragrance. Don't be stained by his blood, otherwise, Lu Tiezu. Xianxia was halfway through her sentence when the drunk and immortal fragrance within her body erupted like a volcano. The last trace of clarity in her beautiful eyes was swallowed by boundless gentleness and love. Qinyu stopped his actions, deep in thought. After all, Lu Tiezu was an Origin Realm Grand Elder and had unfathomable methods. Once Qinyu took out the javelin and stained it with Lu Santong's blood, then his grandfather Lu Tiezu might be able to find his enemy in the future. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qinyu felt a sweet fragrance assaulting his nose. In the next moment, a delicate beauty had appeared in his arms. Qinyu's body froze. At this moment, the former number 1 beauty disciple of Yunhui Gate, a gentle and quiet goddess, took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. That beautiful face was flushed red, like a drunken beauty. The plump and beautiful body was attached to his body, accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of a young lady, which made his heart beat faster. Initially, Qinyu wanted to resist, but the fire in his body suddenly ignited. It was as if drywood had encountered a raging inferno. He suddenly thought of the rainbow-colored pearl that Lu Santong had thrown out before he died. The power produced by this pearl didn't have any harmful poison to the body, but it could stimulate a certain ability of a man. Qinyu realized that he couldn't control the fire in his body. His hands unconsciously reached into Xianxia's dress, caressing the snow-white skin and jade-like bones that he yearned for. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Why should I resist? It doesn't seem to be bad for me if I continue. This woman betrayed Yunhui Gate and almost caused my death. She is an enemy, not a friend. When this thought appeared, Qinyu didn't restrain himself anymore. He followed his natural instincts and pressed Lu Xian'er against the corner of the hall, taking off her dress piece by piece. Not long later, the two of them were inseparably attached to each other in the heat. Their moans were continuous. In the haze, Qinyu felt that his consciousness was engulfed by that ball of fire, and it was burning more and more fiercely, as if he had turned into a primitive beast, rushing into the waves of the storm. Who knew how long that ball of fire had been burning? This body seemed to have endless endurance, rushing through the waves like a wild horse, rushing through one wave after another without falling. The waves in front of him were so soft, smooth and fragrant. After a long time, Qinyu's body finally felt a wave of exhaustion, and he fell asleep in the soft waves. After an unknown period of time, Qinyu woke up, stretched comfortably, and opened his eyes. In his field of vision, a beautiful face with a slightly blushing face was reflected in his vision. That beautiful body with smooth skin and jade-like bones was pressed under his body. There were many bruises and residual fluids left behind after going crazy on her snow-white skin. Xian'er. Suddenly, Qinyu shuddered as he recalled some of his memories from before yesterday's madness. No matter how slow he was, he could understand what had happened. Very soon, some bloodthirsty memories appeared in his mind. His heart constitution had a strong immunity to other poisonous and harmful forces, but it would not interfere with the enhancement of men. At least, the colorful bead emitted a comfortable fragrance, and his body did not actively resist it. Plus, Xian'er took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, like dry firewood meeting a raging fire. It was simply out of control. At this moment, the beautiful body of the beauty who was pressed down on him moved. Xian'er opened her clear eyes, and fell into a short trance when she saw Qinyu. In the next moment, Xian'er's face blushed, which was soon replaced by anger and coldness. Hiss, just when she wanted to move, she found that her body, especially her legs, was numb, and the key parts of her body were aching. It was hard to imagine. In that long dream, how long had the storm been sweeping? You, a strong killing intent flashed in Xian'er's beautiful eyes. She wanted to attack, but her limbs were numb, and she was pressed down by the other party, so she could not exert any strength at all. Hee, senior sister Chiu, you seem to be very surprised and unwilling. Did I remember wrongly? Was it someone else who threw herself at me? Qianyu sneered. Although he said that, Qianyu was overjoyed. This time, he really got a big bargain. Chiu Xianxia was so embarrassed and angry that she subconsciously covered her face. The other party was the one who complained first, almost causing her to collapse. Her pure and unblemished body was ruined by this thief just like that, but she still felt like she had to suffer in silence. After all, she was the one who threw herself into his arms. The next moment, Chiu Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Qianyu had a mischievous and playful look on his face as he continued to press down on her soft body, completely naked. Get out of my way. Chiu Xianxia was furious and embarrassed. Her face was cold as she scolded. Qianyu angrily got up from this beautiful body and found that there were a few traces of blood on her legs. This scene made him feel a trace of guilt. But then he changed his mind. Qianyu thought that something was wrong. It seemed that his virginity had also ended here. Turn around. Chiu Xianxia scolded him in a cold voice. Qianyu silently turned around and heard the sound of Chiu Xianxia putting on her clothes behind him. Taking advantage of this time, Qianyu looked around the main hall. The traces of the previous battle were still there, including LV Santong's body, especially the traces left by the blood sun pearl. Qianyu didn't want to touch LV Santong's body for the time being. At a certain moment, Qianyu's eyes fell on the square dark silver platform under the statue of the blood-robed woman. Of the 4 stone cabinets on the platform, only the left side was empty. The other 3 sides of the stone cabinets each contained an item, which were the blood-colored lotus dress, the animal skin book, and the token. The remaining 3 items should be treasures of the same level as the blood sun pearl. Thinking of this, Qianyu's head was on fire. Don't even think about it. You can't get the treasures in the inheritance hall. A cold woman's voice came from behind. Looking back, Chiu Xianxia had changed into a dark blue dress, her hair was slightly messy, and her beautiful eyes were cold. Qianyu felt a little uncomfortable under her cold gaze. Senior sister Chiu, it's everyone's first time, you don't have to be so hostile. Qianyu braced himself and said. Thief. Insulting my innocence and talking nonsense. Chiu Xianxia was extremely embarrassed and angry, holding the blood-colored crystal sword in her hand, she almost slashed out. But a trace of reason in her heart made Chiu Xianxia restrain her impulse. The strength of this youngster was far above that of the seamless bandit. The key was that she didn't know how long she had been tortured by him, and her limbs were still sore and numb. Humph. Chiu Xianxia said in a cold voice with disgust, you are not the person I like at all. If it wasn't for you helping to kill the seamless bandit, I would have killed you. Hee, that's good. Qianyu smiled indifferently, senior sister has long betrayed the sect, I should have killed you and even snatched the blood sun pearl. These words made Chiu Xianxia's face turn cold, and her beautiful body stiffened. At this moment, she had used up most of her trump cards, and her body was sore and numb. If Qianyu really wanted to kill her, she would not be able to resist. Moreover, the reason why Qianyu wanted to kill her was too fair and just. That day in the Northern Mountain Spirit Garden, Chiu Xianxia betrayal of the sect caused the death of many fellow disciples, that battle almost killed Qianyu, and Duan Xiaolong also lost an arm because of it. However, seeing that you are the first woman in my life, we are even this time. Qianyu said indifferently. His gaze swept across the blood sun pearl in Chiu Xianxa's hand. It looked. Chiu Xianxia was extremely protective of this pearl, as if it was more important than her own life. Chen, even if you kill me, you will not be able to obtain the blood sun pearl. And the inheritance treasures here, without a special origin, you will not be able to obtain them. Chiu Xianxia smiled sadly. She did not lie. The blood sun pearl could not contain ordinary storage bags. This was only one of the reasons. Secondly, the blood sun pearl had an extraordinary spiritual nature, and it repelled living beings from the outside world. Unless it was a blood Dao expert or had a special bloodline. Of course, If one's strength reached the origin realm, then it would be a different story. I don't believe it. Jinyu walked to the stone cabinet at the front of the platform. This stone cabinet was in the most prominent position, and there was an ancient token floating in it. The magic of this token was that it floated in the air, but did not emit any obvious energy waves. Jinyu placed his palm on a slightly concave palm print under the stone cabinet. Xianxia's face had a trace of mockery. Very quickly, Jinyu's palm overlapped with that concave palm print. Jinyu tried to merge with the cloud fiend Qi, but there was no reaction at all. He suddenly remembered. The stone cabinet that Xianxia had opened, the concave palm print was stained with blood. Jinyu placed his finger in front of his mouth, and fiercely bit down with his teeth, suppressing the instinctive protection of the bronze statue technique. Qi, a trace of blood, flowed along Jinyu's finger, staining the palm print. However, there was still no reaction from the stone cabinet. Without a corresponding origin, such as a special cultivation technique, bloodline, physique, etc., it is impossible to open the inheritance and treasures here. Xianxia shook her head, not saying anything more. She found a clean place, sat cross-legged, and swallowed a few dawn. At the same time, Xianxia held the blood sun pearl in her palm, spat out a mouthful of blood, and sprayed it on it. The blood sun pearl was suffused with a layer of gentle blood light, and began to absorb the power of the blood. And at this time, Jinyu's palm was still on the palm print, but he closed his eyes. Even a special physique works? Jinyu secretly operated his heart, and the slow and heavy heartbeat entered a strange feeling. At that moment, he felt a strange throbbing from the token in the counter, as if there was a mysterious force field on it. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart beat for a while, producing some kind of mysterious wave, resonating with the token. Suddenly, the ancient token in the stone cabinet vibrated. On the surface of the token, there were strange and mysterious silver tadpole characters, and in the middle, there was a mysterious black and white sun totem. The changing of these characters gave Jinyu a deep and unfathomable feeling. If he looked at it a little longer, his mind would feel dizzy. Kacha, the blood-colored glass in front of the stone cabinet suddenly opened. Whoosh, the ancient token flashed, and automatically fell into Jinyu's palm. How is this possible? Xianxia, who was not far away, was stunned by such a scene. How did he do it? Looking at the layout of the inheritance, the item in the front of the stone cabinet is probably the most valuable and meaningful. Xianxia's pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. She was able to obtain a blood sun pearl because she had a special bloodline and had some connection with the owner of the inheritance. Furthermore, Xianxia had originally cultivated a suitable blood cultivation technique, but it was previously sealed. But what about Jinyu? He did not seem to have a special bloodline in this aspect, nor did he cultivate a blood cultivation technique. Jinyu took the ancient token and was shocked. He recalled. In the end, it seemed that the mysterious heart had some kind of resonance with the token, causing the stone cabinet to open. The ancient token in the palm of his hand returned to a dead silence, looking ordinary. Jinyu infused his inner breath into it, but there was no reaction at all. Preliminary confirmation. Ordinary inner breath could not activate the ancient token at all. Jinyu wanted to put the token into his storage bag, but found that he could not do so. This also confirmed what LV Santong had said before. Some super high-grade treasures could not be stored in ordinary storage bags. Come back. At this time, the blood sun pearl in Xianxia's palm dimmed and shrank a little. Then, Xianxia opened her mouth and swallowed the pearl like it was a large medicinal pill. Jinyu had a strange expression on his face. He guessed that Xianxia should have used a special secret technique to swallow the blood sun pearl into her stomach to avoid being searched by the Bone Demon Palace after leaving. Jinyu pondered and tidied up the light silver crystal space, freeing up some items. Enter. With a thought from Jinyu, the ancient token in his palm disappeared. This scene naturally shocked Xianxia. But she did not ask more. Chen, can we pretend that what happened between us never happened? My real name is Lu Xianxia, and I entered the Yunhui Gate as a spy because I have my own difficulties. Xianxia said with a pitiful expression. Qinyu smiled and said, Teacher Qiu. Oh no. Do you mean that I don't need to take responsibility for what happened before? You. Lu Xian'er's face was full of shame, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. When we meet in the future, we'll just be passers-by. Lu Xian'er gritted her teeth and suppressed the resentment and killing intent on her face. As a woman, and an elegant and refined beauty at that, she had maintained her chastity for more than 10 years. In the end, her chastity was destroyed by a man she didn't love. How strong was this humiliation and unwillingness, but Lu Xian'er couldn't be angry about this. To a certain extent, Qinyu killed the seamless thief and could be regarded as the savior of her and her sister. After getting the blood yang pearl, Lu Xian'er's mission was considered completed. That person had always kept his promise, and her sister would live to 20 years old. Of course. The most important point was Qinyu's tyrannical strength and her weakness at the moment. If not for that, even if she didn't kill Qinyu, she would have to vent her anger. I am ashamed that Miss Lu is aware of this. Qinyu smiled faintly. However, there was not the slightest hint of shame on his face. As a spy who entered the Yunhui Gate, Lu Xian'er naturally had a certain degree of shrewdness and forbearance. Compared to her, Mu Xueqing was as simple as a piece of white paper. Even though he had that kind of relationship with this woman, Qinyu was still quite vigilant in his heart. Lu Xian'er breathed a sigh of relief. To a certain extent, she could be considered a spy in the Bone Demon Palace. Qinyu bumped into her fight with LV Santong, as well as the inheritance treasure of this hall, which was an unknown secret. Looking at LV Santong's corpse, the two looked at each other and formed a tacit understanding. The cause of LV Santong's death was of great importance. Once it was exposed, it would only be bad for Qinyu and Lu Xian'er. Let me. Lu Xian'er approached Lu Santong's corpse and stopped 2 feet away from it. Subsequently, she took out a black jar and threw it at LV Santong. A cluster of dark green bone-scale flames started burning on LV Santong's smelly corpse. Qinyu was deep in thought. Based on LV Santong's corpse, he deduced that he had sex with Lu Xian'er for a day and a night, including a deep sleep. Not long after, LV Santong's body was charred black, and most of his belongings were destroyed. Neither of them took the remaining items. My javelin, Qinyu felt his heart ache. His javelin was not of a high grade after all, so it was destroyed in the bone-scale flame. Afterward, Qinyu then looked at the stone base of the pedestal and the stone cabinets on both sides. There was a total of 4 stone cabinets. Lu Xian'er and Qinyu had each obtained an item, and there were still 2 treasures left. It was strange. As for the remaining 2 stone cabinets, Qinyu tried all kinds of methods, including activating his heart to try to sense them, but there was no response. In the end, Qinyu sighed and shook his head. Among the 4 stone cabinets, only the ancient token was very special. It could resonate with Qinyu's heartbeat. During this period, in the center of the blood burial garden, in the crystal blood pool in the open-air square, buzzed the magnificent blood-colored petals surrounded by many blood-colored grass stems, and glazed blood flame rippled with translucent blood-colored ripples. How could this be? That token has been obtained by someone. The voice of the ethereal woman was a bit shocked. That person doesn't have the corresponding cultivation technique, bloodline. He couldn't even get my inheritance treasure, but he got that token. The woman's voice was a bit incoherent. It's just a token, not your inheritance. A childish voice rang out with a tone of schadenfreude. Get lost. The woman's voice became angry. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. How do you know the origin of that token? Even empty sea realm experts would fight crazily for it if they knew the meaning of this token. Wow. It's so powerful. But it's definitely a bit weaker than my 10,000-year blood soul flower. The childish voice couldn't help but exclaim. In its memory, it had rarely seen this woman so agitated and angry. Someone's coming. The childish voice suddenly trembled. At this moment, a dark-skinned young man in beast hide armor walked to the open-air square where the blood pool was. This dark-skinned young man was Lu Jue, who Qinyu had met once before. I finally found it. The dark-skinned young man, Lu Jue, stared at the magnificent blood-colored flower in the blood pool, his face full of expectation and excitement. A 10,000-year blood soul flower, Lu Zhuo tried to suppress the excitement and greed in his heart. This flower condensed all the providence of the blood burial garden. Many natural treasures in the garden, as well as a large amount of new blood and souls absorbed from the outside world, were nourishment for this flower. Lu Zhuo took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He understood that the level and value of this flower wasn't something he could completely possess. Swish! Swish! Lu Zhuo approached the crystalline blood pool with light steps, appearing especially careful. The surroundings of the blood pool were covered in dense blood-colored patterns. Trickles of blood flowed from all directions of the blood burial garden, merging into the blood pool to nourish the 10,000-year blood soul flower. When he stepped on these blood-colored patterns, Lu Zhuo's figure swayed, and his expression changed slightly. An indescribable pressure of the blood Tao descended, enough to cause anyone below the Qi transformation realm to vomit blood and be heavily injured. Lu Zhuo's expression was solemn and wary. His gaze swept to the glazed blood flame in the blood pool. For a time, his eyes flickered. Just as the dark-skinned young man was about to make his next move, a series of footsteps came from the other side of the open-air square. "Junior brother Mei, it should be here." A loud and carefree voice was heard. More than a dozen figures were approaching. They were all Bone Demon Palace disciples. The one who spoke was an ugly and short youth. It was the Fiend Clown. The leader was a handsome youth with long black hair. He exuded the pressure of the Qi transformation realm. Mei Chongqing. Lu Zhuo was slightly surprised and stopped in his tracks. The dozen people from Bone Demon Palace were basically the palace's elite disciples. Almost all of them were esoteric disciples. The lowest cultivation was at the mid-stage organs refinement realm. In the crowd, more than half were at the late-stage organs refinement realm. After entering the blood burial garden, whether it was the disciples of the three sects or Bone Demon Palace, those who were lucky enough to reach this place had more or less had some fortuitous encounters. Many had advanced. At this moment, Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, the Fiend Clown, the top three esoteric disciples of Bone Demon Palace were all present. Black Kid. You actually arrived here before us? The Fiend Clown's eyes widened. Lu Zhuo rubbed his nose and waved his hand regretfully. Since everyone is here, I'll step aside for now. With that, he left the blood pool and handed over the position to the Bone Demon Palace disciples. Black Kid, you're quite tactful. The Fiend Clown grinned. No need. Mei Chongqing smiled faintly and suggested, Brother Lu, why don't you join us and pluck this 10,000-year-old blood soul flower? If we succeed, you can have a share. He secretly sized up Lu Zhuo. Before entering the blood burial garden, Palace Master Fu had warned him that this person was likely to be a great opponent and that he must not underestimate him. Well, there are many of you here. I dare not have any other thoughts. The dark-skinned youth shrank back and hurriedly shook his head. Coward. The Fiend Clown and the others laughed disdainfully. At this moment, Bone Demon Palace had many people and a Qi transformation realm like Mei Chongqing. In addition to the esoteric elites like Jiang Ping and Peng Tiancheng, they were indeed a nearly invincible force in the blood burial garden. Set up the formation. Mei Chongqing shouted in a low voice. Swish. Swish swish swish. At his command, 6 Bone Demon Palace disciples immediately leaped out, each taking out a black formation plate and a black chess piece. Buzz, a dark mist of light floated up. Violent dark whirlwinds danced within it, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning. It covered a radius of 30 meters in front of the blood pool. Lu Zhuo was surprised. Bone Demon Palace's preparations and understanding of the blood burial garden were more complete than expected. These formation plates and flags were all high-quality goods. The value of a complete set was equivalent to a dozen mid-grade treasure weapons. Their combined power could suppress a Qi transformation realm postnatal cultivator. Unless a Qi transformation realm connate cultivator personally came, it would be extremely difficult to break. This limitless black wind formation is used to suppress the nearby blood path power. If we pluck the blood soul flower, the power in the blood pool and the nearby restrictions will counterattack. Mei Chongqing explained. With that, Mei Chongqing slowly approached the blood pool under the cover of the dark mist of light. As a Qi transformation realm cultivator and with the protection of the formation, it was much easier for him to resist the surrounding blood path power than Lu Zhua. Staring at the 10,000-year blood soul flower in the blood pool, Mei Chongqing's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. He had heard of this flower's heaven-defying effects and value. Mei Chongqing knew he could not completely possess this flower. He only hoped to consume a small piece. He would not be able to bear it if he consumed more. This flower can strengthen one's life potential and nurture the soul. It can be said to be a comprehensive breakthrough in the nature of life. Just taking a small piece is already a great fortune for me. Mei Chongqing's breathing was a bit hurried. He had broken through to the Qi transformation realm at the age of 18 and had high hopes of reaching the origin returning realm in the future. If he could consume a small piece of the 10,000-year blood soul flower at this age, his potential would increase greatly. He might even have a sliver of a chance of reaching the Void Sea realm in the future. Not long after, Mei Chongqing arrived at the edge of the blood pool. His body was still covered by the dark mist of light. On his left and right stood Jiang Ping and the evil clown. "Senior brother Mei, I'm afraid a fatal danger is brewing in this blood pool. It is not something the outside of the pool can compare to," Jiang Ping reminded. As she approached the blood pool, her bloodline power trembled uneasily. "I understand." Mei Chongqing's mental senses also felt a strong sense of danger. The three exchanged glances. In the end, it was Jiang Ping who wrapped a dark black thread around her index finger and took a step forward. "Junior sister Jiang, your black mystic thread's toughness is close to that of a high-grade artifact. It is long enough and suitable for plucking this flower. The two of us will protect you," Mei Chongqing said politely. The evil clown beside him took out a thick shield and guarded in front of Jiang Ping. Mei Chongqing held the dark green bamboo pole and guarded the blood pool in front of him. In this kind of situation, Jiang Ping, who was responsible for the attack, was the safest person. "Go." Jiang Ping no longer hesitated. With a bang, the black mystic thread in her hand shook and turned into a straight black line. Whoosh, the front end of the top black thread twisted like a black snake and wrapped itself around the stem of the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower. The black thread successfully hooked onto the blood soul flower, which made Mei Chongqing and the other two overjoyed. "Go." Jiang Ping channeled her inner energy and pulled on the black thread, trying to pull the blood soul flower out. Seeing this, the dark-skinned youth in the outer corner had a mocking smile on his face. Poochie, the black mystic threads pulled taut, and the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower moved up an inch before stopping. Jiang Ping felt a resistance when she pulled. "What's wrong?" Mei Chongqing and Peng Tiancheng were stunned. They were about to help. Suddenly, pop, the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower in the blood pool blossomed with a magnificent and transparent blood-colored radiance and shook off the black threads. Then, the blood-colored stalks in the blood pool and the blood-colored patterns around them lit up at the same time. Whoosh, suddenly, a translucent crimson wind swept across a radius of dozens of feet with the blood soul flower at the center. Boom, the first to bear the brunt of the attack was the limitless dark wind formation beside the blood pool. The thick and dense black mist was shattered and dispersed. Not only that, there was a strange crimson ripple in the crimson wind that swept through everyone's mind. "Watch out." Mei Chongqing's body shook slightly. Beside him, Jiang Ping and Peng Tiancheng's faces turned pale as their bodies swayed unsteadily. The dark-skinned youth in the distance tensed up and hurriedly stabilized his mind. Lord Xuefeng is right. This blood soul flower has been nurtured in the blood burial garden and has a flower spirit with a certain level of intelligence, Lu Zhua murmured. At the same time, the dark-skinned youth observed the blood-colored patterns around the blood pool with a surprised expression. The power of the restriction here has weakened to such an extent that even the power of a formation close to the Connate Qi transformation realm can't destroy it. According to his expectations, in the blood pool, the activation of the restrictive power would at least be able to destroy the limitless black wind formation. At this moment, the limitless black wind array controlled by the Bone Demon Palace disciples shook violently and was in danger of collapsing. Once the array collapsed, the disciples who lost their cover would face a disaster. If Mei Chongqing and the others knew what the dark-skinned youth was thinking, they would wonder what they would think. Assemble the formation. A large black flag appeared in Mei Chongqing's hand. He infused it with his genuine qi and stuck it on the ground. In an instant, the limitless black wind formation in front of the blood pool seemed to have solidified a bit, and black streaks of lightning appeared in the mist. To be able to draw out the power of fiend thunder, it should be an improved formation. Mei Chongqing is a qi transformation cultivator, and he's the core of the formation. The dark-skinned youth's face was filled with surprise. As soon as Mei Chongqing made his move, the power of the formation increased greatly, especially the flickering black lines of lightning, which blocked the blood-colored ripples that attacked the mind. Junior Marshal Sister Jiang, try again. I'm pushing the formation's power to the limit, but it won't last long. Mei Chongqing said anxiously. Jiang Ping nodded slightly. The black thread in her hand straightened again and flicked at the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower. Pucci, the black thread hooked onto the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower once again. Retrieve. This time, the three of them dragged the black silk out of the blood pool at the same time. It was especially so for Pang Tiancheng, who was born with a strange strength. He clenched his teeth and circulated his strength, causing all the muscles in his body to bulge. Pucci, the 10,000-year-old blood soul flower started to move up bit by bit, vaguely about to leave the blood-colored soil in the blood pool. At that moment, the three of them looked excited as they saw the blood-colored grass moving in the blood-colored soil. Right at this moment, an inexplicable chill assaulted them. Pucci! Pucci! The large patch of glassy blood flame near the blood soul flower suddenly surged and pounced towards the formation as if it had a mind of its own. The moment the glassy blood flame appeared, Mei Chongqing and the other two felt a fatal chill. Even Lu Jue, who was far away, shivered. Not good. This is indeed the famous blood-glazed flame of the true fire spirit flames. Lu Jue hurriedly retreated. The true fire spirit flame wasn't something that an entry-level cultivator could touch. Even a qi transformation realm cultivator would have to avoid it. Poof, the large patch of glassy blood flame moved, and blood-colored crystal-like flowers jumped out and charged into the limitless black wind formation. Pucci, the black mist and lightning on the surface of the formation were like paper in front of the glassy blood flame. Arg! A scream was heard. Immediately, 3 Bone Demon Palace disciples, including a late-stage organs refinement cultivator, were touched by the glassy blood flame. Their flesh and blood ignited, and even their artifacts and armor were burned to a pile of blood-colored ashes. Let go! Mei Chongqing roared. The large formation flag in his hand was pierced by a wave of blood flame, and his figure retreated rapidly. Pucci, the thick shield in Pang Tiancheng's hand was hit by a small patch of blood flame and melted into a pile of black liquid. Arg! Pang Tiancheng screamed and retreated. A trace of blood flame sputtered from his arm, but it quickly ignited and melted, spreading to his entire body. Save me! The powerful devil clown let out a shrill cry. Slash! Mei Chongqing's palm shot out a dark black blade of energy. With a Pucci sound, it chopped off Pang Tiancheng's arm. Pucci, the fallen arm immediately turned into a pile of blood. Thank you, senior brother Mei. Pang Tiancheng escaped and hurriedly retreated with Mei Chongqing and Jiang Ping. As for the black thread that hooked onto the blood soul flower, it had already fallen into the blood pool and melted by the terrifying glassy blood flame. In just a few breaths' time. The moment the glassy blood flame appeared, the Bone Demon Palace's formation was broken and they suffered heavy casualties. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Mei Chongqing and the other two, as well as the surviving disciples, retreated dozens of feet away. At the edge of the blood pool, there were some translucent blood flames dancing. They looked like glass and were as beautiful as a dream. Suddenly, the entire blood pool shook, and large swathes of glassy blood flame roiled within. Whoosh, a beam of blood flame light shot into the sky from the blood pool. The glassy blood flame in the blood pool seems to have some sort of spirituality associated with the 10,000-year blood soul flower. It has completely awakened. If Mei Chongqing and the others had not made sufficient preparations and reacted in time, the first wave of shockwaves would have killed them. Lu Jue had a regretful expression. Beside the blood pool, the people of the Bone Demon Palace were still in a state of shock. They looked like they had just survived a disaster. This flame is the legendary True Fire Spirit Flame. Mei Chongqing's expression was uncertain. With such a terrifying True Fire Spirit Flame accompanying it, the difficulty of obtaining the 10,000-year Blood Soul Flower had increased by more than 10 times. Lu Zhua. Mei Chongqing's gaze suddenly fixed on the dark-skinned youth, his expression unfriendly. Brother Mei, you won't blame me for your failure to obtain the Blood Soul Flower, right? The dark-skinned youth shrunk his neck. You seem to have some understanding of the situation here, including the True Fire Spirit Flame just now. Mei Chongqing's expression turned cold. As soon as he finished. Whoosh! 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 The remaining 10 disciples of the Bone Demon Palace surrounded the dark-skinned youth. Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, and Peng Tiancheng. 3 powerful auras locked onto Lu Zhua. Everyone, let's talk this out. The blood flame light that shot into the sky must have alarmed more people from the 3 sections. It is not wise for us to fight to the death here. Lu Zhua waved his hand. Humph. Whether you are willing or not, you must help us deal with the True Fire Spirit Flame and obtain the Blood Soul Flower. As long as you succeed, you will get a share of the Blood Soul Flower. Mei Chongqing's expression was cold. The dark-skinned youth's gaze met Mei Chongqing's for a moment. In the end, Lu Zhua showed weakness and said with a bitter smile, "All right, I have some understanding of this flame. But whether it will work depends on luck." In front of the blood-colored light screen in the dilapidated ancient palace, Qin Yu and Lu Xianxia walked out of the entrance of the ancient palace and looked at the silver blood screen restriction in front of them. This restriction does not affect those who go out, Lu Xianxia said. Looking at the tall youth beside her, Lu Xianxia's eyes revealed a complicated expression. No matter what, the other party was an important man in her life. Qin Yu used his heart to sense the energy fluctuations of the restriction. It did not stop those who went out. Whoosh, whoosh, the two passed through the silver blood screen outside the hall smoothly. However, the moment they passed through the silver blood screen, the ancient token in the faint silver crystal space in Qin Yu's heart trembled and mysterious tadpole characters appeared. Qin Yu had a strange expression. However, he did not take it out to study in front of Lu Xianxia. Qin Yu. We will go our separate ways here. But before that, let me give you a piece of advice. Lu Xianxia said. Qin Yu nodded and signaled Lu Xianxia to continue. Don't provoke someone in the blood burial garden. His name is Lu Zhua. Lu Xianxia said solemnly. After saying that, Lu Xianxia floated away. Lu Zhua? Qin Yu suddenly remembered the dark-skinned youth from the Bone Demon Palace. He didn't think too much about it. Whoosh, Qin Yu reached out and took out the mysterious token. What was strange was that as soon as the token appeared, the formation restriction that was riddled with flaws inexplicably throbbed. Beautiful silver tadpole characters appeared on the ancient token. They clustered around a black and white totem of a sun at the center. Break, subconsciously, Qin Yu waved the token, and a 1-foot-wide opening appeared on the silver blood curtain before him. Interesting. Qin Yu held the token in his hand and was amazed. Apart from that, he couldn't find any other use for the token, nor did he know where it came from. At this moment, whoosh, beams of scarlet flame light soared into the sky from the distant buildings, looking magnificent and beautiful. It could almost be seen in the entire garden. What a powerful energy wave! At this moment, Qin Yu's heart started beating rapidly, becoming several times more active than usual. He quickly put away the token. There was definitely a great opportunity in the energy wave that could make the mysterious heart react so vigorously. Whoosh, Qin Yu's figure flashed and he dashed towards the place where the blood-colored light shot into the sky. Not only Qin Yu. At the same moment, more elite disciples of the 3 sects in the garden saw the blood-colored light shooting into the sky. Many people gathered in that area. Half an hour later, Qin Yu approached the scene of the incident and found a huge blood-colored palace in a group of palaces. If one looked down from above, they would find that there was an oval-shaped hollow area on the roof of the blood-colored palace. Under the hollow area was the open-air square where Mei Chongqing and the dark-skinned youth were. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, at this moment, a group of 8 people rushed over. Qinyu glanced and saw many familiar faces. Chen. The 2 people at the front were Chang Xian and Huang Fulin. Nan Gongli, Mu Xueqing, and the others were also there. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to see Qinyu. Only the 7th princes and Huang Fulin had a slightly unnatural expression. Chen, you came at the right time. According to our analysis, this palace is the core of the Blood Burial Garden, the Blood Void Palace. The people from the Bone Demon Palace have already entered. Chang Xian was overjoyed. This is the Blood Void Hall? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He had heard about the secrets of the Blood Void Hall and the 10,000-year Blood Soul Flower from the Bone Demon Palace female disciple. The enormous Crimson Palace was about 200 to 300 feet tall and was covered by a silver blood veil similar to the one in the ancient Inheritance Hall. However, the silver blood veil here had more holes than the one in the dilapidated ancient hall. After inspecting the place, Qinyu noticed traces of explosions and burns. Fire pearls have exploded here, and more than one. The restrictions here have also been forcefully broken. Qinyu said with certainty. He had used the fire bead twice, and was quite familiar with the signs of this bead's power. If 3 or more fire pearls exploded together, the power would not lose to a Qi transformation Khanate cultivator. Chen has just arrived here, but he can confirm this information? Huang Fulin was surprised. He had sent disciples to investigate nearby and had indeed seen the fire pearls explode. Only the Bone Demon Palace could take out several fire pearls at once, and it was most likely a team of esoteric disciples. The Bone Demon Palace has taken the lead. The power of the formations and restrictions here will be reduced further, making it easier to break through. Huang Fulin could not wait. The imperial family had records of the 10,000-year Blood Soul Flower in the Blood Void Hall. Let's work together to break this restriction. Chang Xian suggested. Qinyu's eyes flashed, but he had no objections. With the ancient token in his hand, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to break through the restrictions of this place. However, this token was not to be underestimated, so it could not be easily revealed. Break! Qinyu punched out, and a greenish-black python-like fist energy bombarded the restriction. Crack, a fist-sized hole appeared in the restrictive spell formation. Chen's punch seems to have hit a flaw in the restriction. Huang Fulin said in surprise. Chang Xian, Nan Gongli, and Mu Xueqing were not surprised. Whoosh, a small black dot entered the Blood Void Hall through the small hole. Boom! Boom, everyone from the Yunhui Gate attacked the weak points of the formation together. Swish 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 swish, suddenly, some figures approached the location of the Blood Void Hall. These people were all disciples of the 3 sections. On the Shueiyue sect's side were Li Bingyue, senior sister Yi, and Chen Ying'er. On the Iron Sword sect's side, aside from Fei Letian, there was also the yellow-robed girl, Gao Feng, and the others who had joined forces to kill Cang Ying. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. There were 20 to 30 people gathered here. Qinyu exchanged glances with Chen Ying'er of the Watermoon sect. What are you doing here? Qinyu's face darkened. Chen Ying'er giggled, and a light purple fox appeared on her shoulder. This purple fox had a mature look on its face. It lazily stuck to Chen Ying'er, its pair of fox eyes occasionally flashing with a hint of mischief. The nearby disciples cautiously distanced themselves from the woman and the fox. It seemed that many people had suffered at the hands of the two. She is the lucky one who got a spirit pet. Some people were discussing. Qinyu couldn't help but be shocked. He had heard from the Iron Sword sect's disciples that one of the Shueiyue sect's disciples got a spirit pet. He had never thought that the lucky one was Chen Ying'er. Huang Fulin, Chang Xian, and the others next to him had strange and vigilant expressions. Will this girl be used by the fox and end up like the senior from hundreds of years ago? Nan Gongli couldn't help but ask. What will happen? Qinyu couldn't help but ask about Chen Ying'er. Soon. Nan Gongli repeated what Huang Fulin had told him about the ancient spirit pet from hundreds of years ago. Qinyu's face turned serious after hearing it. But he quickly regained his composure. No matter what the fox spirit pet was planning, it should be harmless to Chen Ying'er in the Blood Burial Garden. It could even protect her. Moreover, It was useless to worry about this now. When they left the blood burial garden, Chen Yinger's elder master would naturally help them. At the same time, on the open-air plaza at the top of the blood void hall, the dark-skinned youth began to solve the problem of the blood-glazed flame under the coercion of the Demon Bone Palace disciples. That's right. First, repair your previous formation, and then make do with it. The black wind of the formation has a certain buffering effect on the blood-glazed flame. Lu Zhuo instructed the Demon Bone Palace disciples. At this moment, the broken limitless black wind formation was set up in front of the blood pool, forming a barrier. There was a cluster of blood-glazed flame at the edge of the blood pool. It was only a few feet away from the dark mist where the formation was. The Demon Bone Palace disciples were filled with fear of the blood flame and subconsciously distanced themselves. Blood-glazed flame? Why have I never heard of this true fire spirit flame? Mei Chongqing asked in a low voice. It would be strange if you knew. Lu Zhuo chuckled. The blood-glazed flame is not a spirit flame native to the Kunyan continent. This flame is domineering even among true fire spirit flames. It has a strong corrosive and burning effect on living flesh and blood. The most terrifying thing about this flame is that it can burn souls. Fortunately, this is just an ordinary blood-glazed flame. The dark-skinned youth said seriously. Mei Chongqing nodded slightly. He had heard his master mention that the true master of the blood burial garden did not belong to this continent. Soon after, Lu Zhuo took out a mysterious, pitch-black box that was covered with numerous seals and talismans. What is this? Mei Chongqing stared at it. Facing such a terrifying spirit flame head-on is tantamount to suicide for us. The most common method is the sealing method, and it is extremely risky. Lu Zhuo looked reluctant. Sealing the spirit flame? Mei Chongqing and Jiang Ping exchanged a look. They did not see anything wrong. After all, the level of a true fire spirit flame was too high. In the Demon Bone Palace camp, only the absolute Yin ancestor had a powerful Yin attribute true fire spirit flame. Then, under the cover of the limitless black wind formation, Lu Zhuo slowly approached the blood-glazed flames. During this time, Lu Zhuo quickly removed the seals and talismans on the black box. Buzz, the black box opened, revealing a deep blood-colored vortex. A strange suction force surged out. Oh, as if there was a familiar call, the blood-glazed flame at the edge of the blood pool turned into a trickle of flame light and quickly surged into the black box. Lord Shuefeng is really meticulous. This box is specially prepared for the blood-glazed flame. The dark-skinned youth was pleased. He glanced at the Demon Bone Palace disciples in the black mist, a mocking smile on his lips. The blood-glazed flame here was of excellent quality. In terms of value, it was not much less than a 10,000-year blood soul flower. Buzz, a layer of intricate blood patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the black box. It went from dim to bright, even a little dazzling. Then, the blood-glazed flame in the blood pool was constantly being drawn into the black box. The Bone Devil Palace disciples revealed looks of pleasant surprise. During this time, the 10,000-year blood soul flower in the blood pool blossomed with a beautiful and transparent blood-colored radiance. It caused a translucent blood-colored wave that swept out dozens of feet. Quickly block it! The dark-skinned youth shouted. He stood guard beside the black box, using the limitless black wind formation to block the majority of the power. Formation, Mei Chongqing and the other Demon Bone Palace disciples entered the formation, helping to block the blood-colored wave. They hoped to borrow Lu Zhuo's hand to temporarily deal with the greatest threat of the blood-glazed flame, before plotting to obtain the 10,000-year blood soul flower. At the edge of the formation and the blood pool, Lu Zhuo sat cross-legged in front of the black box, facing the wave after wave of the blood-colored wave. Even an ordinary postnatal expert of the Qi transformation stage would find it hard to withstand the wave of attack. But Lu Zhuo was not affected. Some of the wave hit his beast skin armor, but it was as if he had sunk into the sea. Oh no, this person must have been sent by Shuefeng. Once he seals the blood-glazed flame, we'll be at his mercy. The ethereal voice of a woman sounded from within the beautiful blood soul flower. But we can't do anything to him. This person has the protection of the formation, and his mind is extraordinary. The beast skin armor on his body is even more extraordinary in defense. The childish voice said. Let's not fight amongst ourselves. Let's join forces and launch a round of attacks against him. The woman said. All right. The two voices reached an agreement. Buzz, the sparkling and beautiful blood soul flower and the many blood-colored stalks in the blood pool flashed together, forming a violent wave of blood-colored waves. Its power was far greater than before. Not good. The Demon Bone Palace disciples within the formation were in a flurry. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The entire formation of black light and mist shook violently, black lightning crisscrossing. It was only a breath or two. Boom! The entire limitless black wind formation was directly torn apart. Many Demon Bone Palace disciples within vomited blood on the spot or fainted on the ground. The flower spirit of the blood soul flower is causing trouble. Luju's expression darkened. He retreated slightly, and a strange fluctuation surged out of his body. A purplish-green ancient beast phantom suddenly appeared on the beast skin armor on his body. It was shaped like a huge black iron pig. Whoosh! The ancient beast phantom enveloped his entire body, blocking the wave of blood-colored waves for a short period of time. At this moment, the black box in front of him had intricate blood patterns on its surface. It was dazzling to the extreme and piercing to the eyes. The blood glass flame in the blood pool was also almost completely absorbed. Return. Luju bit his finger and spat a mouthful of blood onto the box. Click. The box closed, and Luju quickly stuck a seal on it. Finally, he solemnly stuck a few talisman papers on it. Very soon, a box floating with sparkling blood patterns gradually fell silent in Luju's hands. Swoosh! After completing all this, the dark-skinned youth hurriedly retreated. The ancient beast phantom on his body shattered and disappeared with a crack. However, Luju did not notice that a crack had appeared on a seal at the bottom of the sealed box. Success! On the Demon Bone Palace side, Mei Chongqing, Jiang Ping, and the others revealed looks of joy. Brother Lu, please help me seal this flame. A gentle smile appeared on Mei Chongqing's handsome face. Yes, Brother Lu took such a huge risk to seal the blood glass flame. It really was not easy. The demon clown revealed a ferocious smile. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became so oppressive that one could hear a pin drop. Swoosh! 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 Several esoteric disciples flashed and surrounded Luju. Hand over the box. I'll let you live. Mei Chongqing said coldly. Sigh, good people really don't get rewarded. Luju shook his head and let out a long sigh. At the same time, a little silver-spotted black bug the size of a thumb hid in a nearby corner, blinking its bewitching eyes as it watched the scene unfold before it. Blood-emptied palace on the open-air square. The air seemed to have frozen. An austere and gloomy atmosphere suffused the entire area, causing everyone to feel suffocated. Several Bone Devil Palace esoteric disciples, led by Mei Chongqing, included Jiang Ping, Pang Tiancheng, the cold-faced man, and the armored man, Yuan Li, formed an encirclement. All of these people were secret elites who were at the late stage of the organ's refinement realm or above, a bone-chilling killing intent and formless might locked onto the dark-skinned youth, accompanied by the might of the chi-transforming realm. If it was any other ordinary viscera refinement disciple, they would have had a nervous breakdown and lost their combat strength. Even if an ordinary chi transformation post-celestial stage cultivator were to personally come here, they would face great pressure, and it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Some of the injured Bone Devil Palace disciples in the periphery looked at Luju like they were looking at a dead man. Under such a hopeless situation, the dark-skinned youth didn't seem to feel anything and didn't panic at all. Sigh, good people really don't get rewarded. Luju was unhurried, putting away the little box that sealed the blood glass flame. This person, Mei Chongqing's pupils constricted. Courting death, the eyes of the fiend clown, Jiang Ping, and the others flashed as they attacked. Whoosh! The demon clown swung the mace in its hand, creating a black shadow that was as big as a pillar. A cold and domineering aura pressed down on Lin Yun. The power of that strike was extremely close to the post-celestial stage of the chi transformation realm. Swoosh! The red sand between Jiang Ping's eyebrows flashed. With a shake of her slender hand, another black profound thread appeared. It transformed into a sharp crimson-black thread and sliced toward Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's expression changed slightly when he saw the crimson and black threads reach him first. At the same time, the cold-faced man, the armored man, and the other late-stage organs refinement cultivators and above attacked from all directions. The sharp crimson-black thread swept past Lu Zhuo's body, and the latter's body was suddenly destroyed. Everyone's vision blurred, and they only saw a black shadow swaying. "Be careful." Mei Chongqing's expression changed. Among everyone present, only he could see Lu Zhuo's movement technique clearly. The moment the crimson and black threads closed in on him, he instantly moved away in an almost magical manner. From extreme stillness to extreme movement, it changed in a flash. Not only was this movement technique profound, it wasn't something that an ordinary person's physique could withstand. Whoosh, a black afterimage flashed and appeared beside the evil clown, engaging it in close combat. The mace of the demonic clown was a heavy weapon. It was not good for him to get close to it. Courting death. The demonic clown decisively threw down its mace and swung its fist, blasting out a ball of condensed black gas the size of a water tank. He was born with a strange strength, so he wasn't afraid of close combat. A mocking look flashed in Lu Zhuo's eyes, and a layer of black iron-like patterns appeared on his arms, emitting the aura of an ancient bloodline. Dodge. Both Mei Chongqing and Jiang Ping were rendered speechless. However, their warnings were too late. Lu Zhuo's sudden approach and speed advantage gave the devil clown no chance to dodge. In fact, the evil clown tossed away its heavy mace and fought with its fists. Most of the time, it was a wise choice. Boom, the iron-like fist crushed the evil clown's fist, arm, and shoulder into a pile of meat paste. That scene was like a steel hammer crushing the baby's body. "Ah," the evil clown screamed. Its remaining arm, including half of its shoulder, was crushed into meat paste. Bang! His crippled body was sent flying by the impact. Before everyone could recover from the shock, boom, the black air patterns on the evil clown's body flashed, and its body exploded again in midair, turning into a pile of flesh and blood that no longer resembled a human. Hiss, the wounded of the Bone Demon Palace who didn't participate in the battle gasped. The faces of Mei Chongqing and the others were filled with shock. Bang! Ding, the attacks of the cold-faced man, the armored man, and the others landed on Lu Zhuo. No matter how strong Lu Zhuo was, he would definitely pause the moment he fought the evil clown, and it would be difficult for him to survive the siege. However, what made everyone's hearts go cold was that two saber lights landed on Lu Zhuo's body, as if they had struck a fine iron pillar. Sparks flew everywhere. The dark-skinned youth's hide armor and exposed black rock skin were unharmed. This defense, the armored man, Yuanli, suddenly thought of someone in shock. Qinyu, such a strong physique had only been seen on Qinyu of the Yunhui Gate. Moreover, Lu Zhuo's combat style was very similar to Qinyu's. They were both good at close combat, including movement techniques. Lu Zhuo and Qinyu could increase their speed in an instant. The difference was that the former's speed secret technique was more profound and skilled. Swoosh, Lu Zhuo killed the evil clown, and after withstanding the attacks of two late-stage organs refining experts, his figure swayed again. "Where are you going?" The pressure of the Qi transformation realm suddenly descended. Whoosh, a faint black gust of wind had already enveloped Lu Zhuo one step ahead of him. As expected of the number one genius of the Bone Demon Palace, Lu Zhuo sneered. A layer of black iron-like patterns appeared on his black skin again, and it was even more intricate than before. Buzz, this time, his black iron-patterned arm expanded a bit, and a layer of black gas condensed. The gas was similar to inner breath, but also like the fluctuation of acquired true qi. Crack, the black iron arm dragged the black gas, brazenly tearing apart the faint black air tornado. That was not all. Lu Zhuo's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. He was like a black iron wild boar. After breaking through the black air tornado, he leaped into the air and lunged at Mei Chongqing. In midair, Mei Chongqing's black hair danced. A layer of compressed black gas lingered on his palm, and its pressure was astonishing. Lu Zhuo's swollen black arm stirred up a black gas, emitting an ancient and barbaric aura. Boom, the two chi transformation realm powers collided head-on several times. The violent black air current surged 50 to 60 feet, pushing away the nearby Bone Demon Palace disciples. Ah! A mid-stage organs refining disciple of the Bone Demon Palace was hit by the black air current. He screamed as his body shattered and died. At the same time. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh swoosh, more figures appeared in the open-air plaza. They were the disciples of the three sections. There were 20 to 30 of them. On the Yinhui Gate's side were Qinyu, Huang Fulin, Chang Xian, and other experts. On the Iron Sword sect's side were Fei Letian, the yellow-cloaked girl, Gao Feng, and others. On the Watermoon sect's side were Li Bingyue, Senior Sister Yi, Chening and other disciples. Who is that dark-skinned youth? He's actually fighting Mei Chongqing as an equal. Look. That looks like the corpse of a devil clown. The disciples of the three sects watched the scene unfold with shock. At this moment, a group of Bone Devil Palace disciples besieged a dark-skinned youth, but they looked helpless. Boom, Lu Zhua and Mei Chongqing clashed in midair once more. Barf, Mei Chongqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure swayed, and he retreated 20 to 30 feet. Ding, ding, bang, during this time, the attacks of the Bone Demon Palace disciples landed on Lu Zhua. Sparks flew everywhere. He basically ignored them. Jiang Ping's attack alone made Lu Zhua dodge slightly. Mei Chongqing lost. The number one genius of the Bone Demon Palace lost to a nobody. The crowd was in an uproar. The Bone Demon Palace disciples, in particular, were shocked, panic-stricken, and in disbelief. This Lu Zhua actually fought against the esoteric disciples of the Bone Demon Palace alone. The devil clown has already died in his hands. Qinyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Xian'er's warning before they parted. Never provoke Lu Zhua. Could it be, Lu Xian'er and Lu Zhua were on the same side? How is that possible? Your cultivation hasn't advanced to the Qi transformation realm. Mei Chongqing wiped away the blood, looking incredulous. The exchange just now was a complete head-on clash. There was no trickery at all. In the end, he, a genuine Qi transformation realm cultivator, had lost to a peak viscera refinement rookie, even though the other party had a bloodline. I could have advanced to the Qi transformation realm half a year ago, but in order to successfully enter the blood burial garden, I purposely didn't attempt it. Lu Zhua appeared slightly pale. A circle of dark, simple aura lingered around his body. This aura was actually condensed with acquired Qi at the viscera refinement realm. Its power was not inferior. This is like my Cloud Fiend fist. There's a chance to condense Cloud Fiend Qi in advance? Qinyu pondered. Why didn't you attempt it? Mei Chongqing's expression turned even uglier. He would feel better if the other party had won with the Qi transformation realm cultivation. If I had advanced to the Qi transformation realm, your master, Palace Lord Fu, would not have let me enter the blood burial garden so easily. Lu Zhua smiled mockingly. Everything was within Lord Xuefeng's calculations. If he had appeared with a Qi transformation realm cultivation, the Bone Demon Palace would not have let him enter the blood burial garden so easily. Even if he had forced his way in, he would have been targeted and schemed against. You don't need to find excuses for yourself. With just my ancient bloodline, even if I haven't condensed any true energy, I can still defeat you. The dark-skinned youth said proudly. Lu Zhua glanced at the disciples of the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace with a faint sense of superiority. His gaze was like that of a city person looking at a country bumpkin. Senior brother Mei, this Lu Zhua's bloodline is more than a level higher than mine and the Shangguan families. Jiang Ping's expression was solemn as she transmitted her voice. In the exchange just now, her bloodline power had been trembling uneasily, suppressed by the other party. Swoosh, the dark-skinned youth's figure flashed again, moving from extreme stillness to extreme movement almost without warning. In a few flashes, Lu Zhua's figure arrived at the edge of the blood pool. At this moment, in the blood pool, the greatest threat, the blood glass flame, had been sealed. Its thread had been reduced by more than half, but it was still not something an ordinary person could enter. A 10,000-year blood soul flower. Many disciples of the three sects stared at the magnificent blood-colored flower in the blood pool. Senior Brother Mei, are we going to give the Blood Soul Flower to him so easily? Jiang Ping and the others had unwilling expressions. Indeed. The people of the Bone Demon Palace could not do anything to Lu Xue even if they joined forces. But now, many experts had rushed over and could still stop him. When he enters the blood pool and plucks the Blood Soul Flower, he will be attacked by the Blood Soul Flower spirit. That will be the best time to attack. Mei Chongqing's eyes flashed. He did not lose his cool. Hearing this, the people of the Bone Demon Palace nodded and held their breaths. I feel that Lu Xue's strength has not reached its limit. If we want to defeat him, our chances of success are very small. We need someone who can fight him in close combat, or at least restrain him. Mei Chongqing said seriously. Is there really such a person who can fight Lu Xue in close combat? The people of the Bone Demon Palace shuddered at the thought of Lu Xue's terror in close combat. End of chapter 154. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.